Gallywix, because those are going to be pretty much impossible to do helpers of.
Yeah, Max was saying yesterday that he's really hoping that people have more gear today in order to be like a little bit more efficient in the splits, because there's a lot of gear that you can gain from like doing a couple of keys. So if you are still looking to help Team Liquid, then you can join the Discord and then hop on over there. What was
she gasping about?
I got bingo. I got a bingo. What
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I did in fact get a bingo. As you guys know, we hit $1,000 this morning for the charity that we're raising money for. One of my bingos is Max Cutout spotted, and I just noticed that he's. Wait, hold on. Go back to the
Go back to this camera.
Back to the. Look at him.
There he is.
All right, that's
back
my bingo. Do we want to take a moment? I want to see what's on your guys' bingo.
Oh yes, absolutely. I was very proud of my bingo, and I do think I will be winning the bingo.
Yeah.
That might also be Cope, but it's okay.
I can't read.
They told me.
Here it is. Okay.
I personally think that your bingo should be disqualified because they told me not to make the bingo too easy, and I, as the arbiter of the bingo sheet, think that you've made your bingo too easy.
What's too easy? Because I put in "Tettles make me cringe."
Yeah, and then he said one thing, and you marked it off.
Yeah, I literally talked to you one time.
I was talking to him before that. It's just he said something that was cringe.
I didn't even say anything. I said
the first time you guys have been on the sofa together?
Oh yeah.
Yep, you made that way too
I literally
easy.
said my bingo sheet was based on vibes, and she crossed it off.
on the sofa. I was talking to Tells for like an hour before the cast, so he didn't make me cringe there. I could have marked it off there.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Well, perhaps we could take a look at your bingo card specifically, and then we will determine. As a third-party observer,
yes,
I will decide.
That's great.
Okay.
Here's Tettles.
Okay, we're gonna do Tettles for one-shot first boss. That's just why would you put that? Oh, the first boss. Okay, sorry. I was thinking world first boss. Never mind. One-shot first boss. That's fair. That's a free one.
Okay.
Cam's Unhinged app, also free.
I have that as well. I have Dratnos and Cam's. Lose it on the After Dark.
Okay. Heroic splits on Thursday. Tettles. This is so easy.
I feel like I'm an oracle for knowing that heroic splits are going to go that far.
Okay, fair.
Makes is out here coping.
You did make this a couple days ago.
He's still coping, trying to say that we're in Mythic on Thursday.
Oh yeah,
Gallywix heroic first, so you can't already. That's out. Caster Mike muted incident.
Wait, has Gallywix heroic hasn't been killed yet, has it?
Yes, it has by Method and Instant Dollars and a girl from Sargeras, and I can't remember.
Oh, nice.
I'll look at it.
Okay.
And then we've got Melee Unfriendly.
I've been saying that a lot yesterday, but now that I know it's on Tettles bingo, I won't say it, of course.
We can't say it.
It is a very
the only melee
player, guys.
Okay, 2 Warlocks. I like that. Dratnos drinks White Monster. Okay, Kalamazoo orders Taco Bell. Clean sponsor read by Jack. Does he, what does that mean?
It's just a clean sponsor read.
Well, that's going to be the next time he's on the desk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's just professional.
You're correct. Okay. Makes Euro moment. Okay.
That's on a lot of bingos. Makes talking about Germany or German or Euro. Yeah.
I have Makes teaches German on mine. Raiders swear during listening. I've seen this one a lot. 150 pull boss. Shakib runs around in socks. Yips plays Paladin. These are so dumb. These are so easy.
I like Dratnos bullies Kalamazi because I've seen another bingo that says Dratnos bullies Tettles. So.
Okay. Og Hatred in chat. 2 Hunters. Let's freaking go. Is in chat?
Yeah, it's like this guy is in chat.
Oh, I did one of those this morning. Dratnos bullies Kalamazi. 2 Warriors. Rivens wears a helmet. I heal, or 1 heal. In-game music. Caster swears on broadcast. Okay.
The last one, you're taking that personally, or?
Me?
The caster swear on broadcast. That's like a Tettles speciality.
I don't. I'm not.
That was me. I had the F. I had the F bomb
on MDI all.
Do you?
All the time.
What do you mean?
That bad. Okay, so we're making stuff up.
What did you say?
I didn't say. Sometimes it just slips out like once a season.
Okay.
It's not even that. It's not even
quite a lot.
It's probably honestly like once every other. It's like 0.75 a season maybe.
0.75 a season.
It's a little bit less. Sure. It's definitely not 1 every 2 seasons, but it's more than. It's a little bit less than 1 a season.
Okay.
Well, I'm curious to see yours, Makes. Can we pull yours up?
I'm curious to see mine too.
How many do you have so far? Marked
4.
off?
I have 4 marked off.
4?
Yeah. I can tell you which ones if you like.
Sure. Yeah.
So in the middle, I put Dog on broadcast, and Ham was actually on broadcast earlier today.
Wait. Okay. Question.
Yes.
Can I interrupt real quick? So if things on our bingo card happen while we're not present, do we have to physically witness them?
As long as it happens, and you have. You know that it's happening. Like I put my Discord community on it. I'm like, guys, this is our bingo sheet. Help.
Oh, okay.
So they took a screenshot of the dog on broadcast. I have proof.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Kalamazi Gator Talk.
Yep. Okay.
Tettles makes me cringe. Yep. And Cam's no shoes.
Yeah.
So I have quite a couple already, but this is my bingo card
I see.
here.
Okay, Tobo hits the liquid up. That's good. Shaq, new vocal stem. Somebody else has that one. Also, okay, production trolls live. Sammy or Luna guest appearance. Raiders curse during listening. Mixes something in German. You can't put yourself on there.
Kalamazi has himself on there like 60%.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I got
Caster
one.
switch at least one shift. What does that mean?
Like sometimes, you know, we have like a predetermined schedule, but sometimes a caster will go like, oh, can you switch me your 3 p.m. for like, and then casters change.
Okay, okay.
So that's what I meant.
Caster mic on the wrong side. Dratnos and Cams lose it on After Dark. 2 minutes. Dog. Okay. Someone wears a ridiculous costume. What does Bart do? Exotic pet, not dog, cat, or bird.
The
Or
donation, the charity donations,
Okay.
where you guys can send your pet
Yeah.
pictures in.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes we get like really cool exotic
Earbuds.
pets.
Yeah.
And so I was
Did go
hoping
last year.
I mean, I'm not trying to convince our audience, but if you have an exotic pet, you could give me that bingo line.
We're
Okay.
putting
And
that
we would
in the-
have 3 in that line, I'm just saying.
What? We're allowing it being from donations? They don't have to show up in the facilities
That's
for
fair.
donations?
I mean,
It's like a thing that
it's
happens
a
on
part of the program.
broadcast.
They didn't set the parameters that harsh. You
Tettles
Tettles
is currently questioning
crashing out.
himself.
All right, boss one shot, mythic double stacking.
Just any?
Double stat king.
You have
Stacking,
first boss
DPS
one
class.
shot. How's that different?
Tettles makes an interview and they say the boss is good. No mythic until Thursday. Chef Heidi makes mac and cheese. 0.0 blank% wipe. Casters talk about the game. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, like that. Okay,
Like a
cool.
chat message.
That's good.
I'm very proud of the interview with Raiders, and they say the boss is good, because that
Yeah,
happens
it
all the
does.
time. We're like, so how do
Yeah.
you like this boss? And they're like, it's good.
It's good. It's good. It's chill. Okay.
That's my bingo.
Yeah. And you have 4.
I have 4, but I have 2 in one line.
Okay.
I have the penultimate line from left to right,
Ooh.
like the exotic pet line.
Okay.
I have both Kalamazi Gator Talk and Tettles Makes Me Cringe in there.
Okay.
So, kind of close on that
How
one.
many do you have, Tettles?
I'm more of a vibes guy. Just waiting, patiently waiting, biding my time. I don't know yet.
Sure. Okay.
to think
Do
about
you
it
have it
later.
up with you? Did you bring it here?
No, not
I don't
yet.
even care.
I have a
You're
question.
not even taking this seriously. Yes, Mix.
What is a winner get?
I was,
we ever decide
wondering
that?
the same thing.
All
What
right.
does the winner get? Production.
They're just making us play bingo, and they thought we wouldn't notice that
I-
there was no prize yet.
I would like a prize.
All right. Can the casters talk about the game? I think I got something for us here.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So on this Alienware laptop that we have over here,
Oh,
I
nice.
have pulled up something quite interesting. There has been,
yes.
there's not a Race World First without controversy. Controversy of a very common thing in the Race World First,
Love
and
it.
nothing is even more common than exploits. As the saying goes,
Oh.
exploit early, exploit often. And very rarely do you get punished, except for whenever Blizzard has decided that you have messed with the raid. And man, oh man, have some people messed with the raid. Yep.
Very naughty.
Oh, man.
Well,
Very naughty.
let me explain you the details of how it happened, and I will also utter a slight apology because somebody went into chat and said, EU is on something. They just killed Mythic Gallywix.
That's right.
And
They're
I
right.
checked. I did my due diligence. I check Warcraft logs and I see nothing, and I'm like, that's a bug. And the person says like, oh no, on that server, the Hall of Fame just popped up as an achievement server wide.
Yeah.
I go to WoW Progress, and suddenly, surely enough, there is a guild that has killed Mythic Gallywix, but only that. And then 5 minutes later, they killed Vexy. So
All that.
everything's
Yeah.
looking
It's
a
like
bit
5 people
sus
too.
over
That's
there.
crazy.
Yep.
What do they do? That's a crazy strat.
Massive
Dying to know.
exploit. Massive exploit.
Really?
Already rolled back, of course. So
Of course.
Blizzard was quick to swoop in and fix it. But just in case somebody is still wondering, from everything I've been reading, it seems to be a def command that has been used there to skip bosses and just nuke them.
Well, courtesy of Wowhead, we do have a blue post regarding it. It says, we immediately began an investigation into these unusual kills and we detected a group of new accounts using an exploit to cast an internal spell to kill mythic raid bosses, including Chrome King Gallywix. Security engineers quickly moved to put a stop to the cheat and take action against the accounts involved. And we've cleared the Hall of Fame to await the rightful winner of the Race to World First. Thank you to everyone who reported this. We will continue to employ the utmost vigilance about fair play in World of Warcraft. So that's interesting. They're new accounts, so we must IP ban them, Blizzard.
If you
Blizzard W.
if you
Hope it was worth it.
If you scroll to the top, there
Yes.
was a different post. I think it was by Archie.
This is all I see, unless there's one here.
The one that was from recent news. That's World First Gallywix exploit.
Can I
On the
not-
right.
Can I not? When do we? Oh, Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is this
That-
what you wanted to
that-
talk about?
yes.
I have not seen that.
So this has more information relative to some of the characters that were banned. There was like item levels that were shown for some of these characters as well. I think that
Okay.
some of them were like 450 item levels. They just randomly had there were 2 out of 8 mythic, like Makes was saying earlier. This was just absolutely crazy. And funnily enough, the guild name RAOV Quality Assurance. And I remember when Makes and I were sitting back in the cast room, she goes, "Would this ever be Blizzard employees?" And I was like, "Absolutely not. This is clearly not
Yeah.
Blizzard employees. Somebody's exploiting the boss."
The thing that I was seeing is somehow people have skipped through bosses without killing them, and that usually tells me they're doing something crazy that isn't possible for normal players. I was thinking maybe Blizzard was testing something, but they are using like def control, so it does make sense.
Yeah.
It was just not intended there, but
So
yeah.
cooked.
I like this at the bottom here. Yeah, this
Very
looks
cooked.
totally legit.
Yeah. Just a quick mention though, I've been seeing a lot of speculating on who these accounts are. I want to like issue a word of caution and say, even though like some names may look familiar, I wouldn't take conclusions from what these characters are named. It may well be that somebody is like using a commonly known name to like shed a bad light on someone whatsoever. Until you actually know that a certain person was part of this, just be careful with saying like, oh, it was this and that and this person, because you don't know. Like everybody can make an account with like any name. Like I could call myself Tettles if I really wanted to.
That'd be an upgrade.
It really wouldn't.
Well, anyways. You're gonna go, do we need to go check your account activity later, Makes?
No.
For new characters in a certain server?
Zero risk of me making a character called Tettles.
Okay. Well, real quick, before we talk about the gameplay, they're still in splits. We've got them over on our right side here. Not really missing much. Still kind of poking our way through heroic splits. Do you want to quickly revert back to the charity, tl.gg/rwf-donate. We are currently at about $1,500. And I'm upset at the last group of people because not a single new donation has come in
Wow.
since I last left this spot. So, please donate. Pasadena Humane Society. We're trying to get to that NPC stream, Tuddles.
It's kind of interesting. We're only at $1,300, and we currently have an NPC on the couch.
I don't
Are
know
you
what you're talking about.
yourself?
She's in the host chair.
Whoa, hey, we're not revealing that yet. We need another $1,000.
Tettles is just giggling to himself. He's so proud of that one.
Can you mark the cringe spot again? Just
Yes.
exit again.
Honestly, I feel kind of
times?
bad about
What
like
times?
that one will get like a lot of marks throughout the race, unfortunately.
one.
Should have
Yeah.
just filled the line with that.
Kat, did you think that was good? I thought that was funny.
No, it was pretty good. It was a good one.
Maybe explain what that means. Like the NPC streams are like a more modern thing, and most people don't actually know that. I feel
Yeah.
like there was a time where a lot of news articles came out about NPC streams.
True.
What does that mean?
I
See,
think-
Tettles doesn't know.
You know, I don't either.
Okay,
The only
I will.
thing- Okay.
I'll explain it.
Is it like the TikTok thing where
Yes.
they pretend? Okay, I didn't know if we were implementing that here, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so on TikTok live streams, there's this thing called NPC streams, and you can like pay money for reactions, like let's say a rose or like a kissy face or whatever.
Yeah.
And there are streamers out there who their entire shtick is like they stand there and they act out the emotes that they're being like
It looks
donated, so to say, and they like make noises and like certain movements and like keep repeating things.
Yeah.
So we'll be doing that with like WoW things, is what my understanding is.
Okay. I think the stream needs to go to vertical format.
Yes.
And it needs to be just me with bad lighting.
Yes.
A bunch of hearts coming up from the bottom right, like we're on a TikTok stream, and I'll just be like, "Thank you for the roses."
Yeah, but like you
Thank
need
you
to
for
like
follow.
if there's like a heart, you need to like a
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
do a heart.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
I'll figure it out. We'll work it out. We do have a couple of transmogs for $35. You can take a look at your transmog. Tettles is cringing himself. I'm sorry.
Good.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes you have to cringe to cringe.
You gotta embrace it, man. All right, $35. Send in a link of your armory, and we will rate it here on stream. We've got a couple of those from you guys, so thank you so much for the support for the Pasadena Humane Society.
Oh.
My goodness, Fox Skibbity.
I do know that one. I unfortunately have seen this one before.
You know this person?
Yes.
Both Aya and I do.
Yeah. Regular viewer.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is so bad, and it's stop zooming in. Jesus Christ, this is terrifying.
I like the mustache.
Give it like a 5. Oh God, stop it, stop it. Do we have the soundbite? You know the one. You know the one.
Oh.
I don't know that one.
Dude. Oh.
Is that a fox in the backpack?
Oh.
Aw.
What is that?
Isn't that from the Revan's pack?
The Kirdushan one, yeah.
Okay. All right. Tunnels, what's your rating?
I think mechagnomes are hideously ugly.
Diaper nose?
I have bad opinions.
That's not a bad. That's not one of them though.
Is that
That's
from this
not
year?
one of
or was that
them.
last year?
Yeah, that was
think
from
that's
last year.
year.
That's a new one for me. Okay.
2.5.
2.5. All right, Makes.
I love Fox, but this is not it. So I will give loving 1 for the cute backpack pet.
Okay. All right. That's
You would
fair.
give a 0?
Oh, I would.
Oh, okay.
I have 0
The backpack is saving it. That's fair.
holding back. Look
Well,
at this.
Thank you so much for your submission. Please do better. TL.gg/RWF.
She just said
donate.
do better.
Did you
Take
give
a
a
look at the
rating,
next
Aya?
one. I did it. It was a 5.
Okay, 5. All right.
Yeah, I was
Sorry.
generous.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
She said half the Mogs that I encounter in World of Warcraft are worse than
I did. You know, actually, if you look at it like that, that's kind of, you're right. Should I go lower?
I mean, you can do whatever
No,
you
I'll stick
want,
with a
but
5.
we will judge you based
stick
on
with a
that
5.
rating.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see the next one. Please get this off my screen. Take it away.
Ooh, grippy socks.
Huh. Okay. Blood Death Knight. Grippy socks. It feels like it's a matching. It doesn't match the bottom half.
I
and the
love
upper half.
male blood elves. They go hard.
Yeah. The dance is pretty
It could
sweet.
be sillier in terms of what it's wearing,
Could
though.
be more silly and whimsical. Yeah. Get a name like Grippy Socks. You gotta
This looks like an anime character.
spice it up. Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah. It's fabulous.
Is this like a Gojo reference? The white hair, the blue eyes?
I don't know what that is.
Gojo Satoru?
Is that some anime?
Some anime thing, yeah.
I'm not a weeb, Makes.
That's a
Don't know.
Somebody has to represent the cultured people on this desk.
Gojo's
Els
dead.
knew what it was.
Gojo's dead.
I don't know what that is. I'll go with it.
Can we kick Tuddles off of the sofa?
Yeah, sure. I don't know
Very,
what
like,
he's saying, but
spoilery,
absolutely.
people.
Oh, dude, the dogs are out.
The dogs are
Or the
out.
sh-
Isn't that the,
Shoes.
isn't
I
that the
do
bit?
think it's supposed to be like a Gojo cosplay.
Huh.
Transmog.
Okay.
I
Well,
am going with that. I do like the name Grippy Socks and then not wearing socks, though.
Can we stop showing the feet?
I don't know.
Get-
Production.
Thank you, production. Okay, I'll give it like a 7. Then. I guess.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree. I think 7's good. I like the weapon. I like the
I'll
weapon
give it a
illusion too.
7.1 because over under rules, so.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I think those are the only ones we have for now. But thank you so much. TL.gg.
We could have more.
/RWF-donate. You're absolutely right. We could have more for $35. For $35, you can send in your Armory link, and we will take a look at it, or pictures of your pets.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Our production are a
You're
bunch of
exotic.
noobs, and they say $30 at the top of the screen.
You know, I wasn't gonna point that out. Then you just threw him under the bus like that. Hold on! I have a bingo spot. I have a bingo spot that I get to take off.
What was it?
It's Tettles breaks the fourth wall.
Oh, yeah, he does that.
That's on your sheet?
Sure
Yep,
is,
he
and I
does.
just got a free bingo spot. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Am I really that bad about doing that?
Yeah, you do it a lot, buddy.
Oh, okay.
MDI too. Well, thanks for that.
But yeah, if you would like to support our charity and me in my bingo, and you have an exotic pet, which is not a dog, a cat, or a bird, I would love to see it for $35.
Hey! I made a rule this morning that you're not allowed to proc your own bingo spots.
I'm not procking it. I'm just
it.
saying.
Stop it. Are they pets?
For the charity.
I appreciate you trying to raise money, but I don't like this. I don't like this over here. I don't know what you're trying to do. All right. Well, like I said, TL.gg/RWF-donate to check that out. In the meantime, we are taking a look at the splits. The Raiders are splitting. We've got a lot of groups going.
What did she
I
mean
don't
by
know,
that?
dude. That
I
was
have
so
no
weird. It's only
idea.
day number. What day is it? This is the
What
second
is
day of
she
splits.
saying?
Second day of splits.
Listen,
And
yeah, I'll save you.
thank you. What are you gonna?
Stop
Oh,
doing
we're
that.
gonna- Nice. Which flavor is that?
That's a rehab strawberry.
Yeah, strawberry. Okay.
Strawberry.
So, based on your expectation, Tuddles, do you feel like these splits in particular are looking harder than your initial expectations?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that these splits just in general are,
Difficult?
yeah, they're about, I feel like about normal. This is kind of similar to what we saw last year with Ansarak, especially during, we did have a heroic week last year, which ended up allowing the guild to have a little bit more gear coming into the Mythic week, so fewer splits had to be done. But whenever you were watching the heroic week alone, this is kind of a similar vibe, right? Where
Okay.
they were able to kill most of the bosses in the raid with helpers, but then the last couple, I think they killed Silken Court even with helpers last year, but they weren't able to kill Queen Ansarek with helpers. That was just not really on the table for them. I kind of think that Mugsy and Gallywix probably aren't going to be on their table for heroic splitting those bosses, but I think in general this has been about what I expected. They're also going after very high-value chase items, so the one-armed bandit items and the Gallywix items, those are by far the most valuable pieces, and so making sure that you optimize those, especially in normal, determining who's got what as their main. I feel like this is pretty standard for a Race to World First.
Okay.
Gallywix couldn't whoop you little hooligans.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough bosses. And then I forget, was it you mentioning it that we're going to potentially see Mythic splits for the first couple of bosses? Did I hear that right? I heard that this morning. I swear to God.
I can say something about BOEs if you want, because there's been a lot of rumor on like potentially will we see guilds again like try to split Mythic trash in order to garner themselves some BOEs.
Right.
Oh.
But there have been a couple of rules put in by Blizzard to avoid doing that.
Rules?
Yeah. They implemented a couple of things there, so let me just share it.
I heard a few days ago that something got data mined with the changing of trash rules for dropping BOEs in raid, but I didn't know what it meant.
I got you. So
Okay.
in this raid, there are lieutenants in the trash, and they're the only mobs that can drop items like BOEs. And each of these lieutenants has a weekly lockout per character. So you cannot kill it several times and get loot several times. That is not all, though. So the drops are pushed personal loot, and that means the trading rules on item level and specialization apply. And in Mythic, the drops will be bound on pickup at the beginning of the season.
Whoa.
So there are a lot of rules around that. Blizzard really made sure that that was not going to be a case here for guilds where they would go into the raid and then start splitting for Mythic trash, because unfortunately we did see that last year and they seem to not have liked that one.
BOE asterisk. Yes, the new and improved BOEs.
I like it. I think it's great. I don't want to see people splitting Mythic trash.
It was, I would say, not very common to actually split Mythic trash. I feel like this was something that has been put in place for not very many people.
So I think it breached the containment of the Race to World First.
Breach?
And that is usually where I feel like, let's stop that.
Yeah.
Like some of the try-hardy, like top 50, top 100 guilds were doing it. At least I have seen a couple of them do it. So I think it's good that they avoided it this time.
Yeah. Did Chad hear that?
I have no idea.
Mila's running across the facility trying to chase down Sammy. I'm not really sure what's going on. Okay, well, I mean, that's good to know, because like, I feel like if perhaps you're a newer viewer of the Race to World First, you might look at this early progression and see it as a sign of this raid being overtuned, but it's definitely like too early to tell at this point.
I mean, it's one of those things that I kind of, now I don't know this to be certain, but I kind of expect a little bit of whiplash in terms of tuning difficulty for this raid tier in general. Nerebar was a historically hard raid tier. Typically, Blizzard, after a very, very difficult raid tier, comes in and ends up making the tier that's right after that a little bit easier just in general. I mean, we saw it with Vault of the Incarnates was really difficult, and then Aberrus, just as a result, was pretty easy. And then because Aberrus was easy, Amir Jasul was a little bit harder, and so I think that there's kind of this pendulum swinging in terms of difficulty. So I kind of expect this one to be easier, but as a result, you know, if the first week clear is on the table, all the Race to World First guilds have to always prepare like the first week clear is on the table and maximizing your gear for potentially downing the end boss on that first reset.
Do you think that's because they're overcorrecting, or are they intentionally giving it like an ebb and flow?
A ton of guilds died on Obanax. Like, so the Shredded Strands percentage damage gain over time made the raid last year very easy, but most people who were doing Mythic didn't make it to the Shredded Strands buff even being at decent power because their guild just died on Brood Twister or died on Conveza and something like that. And so, you know, I think it's part of it, but I think that Blizzard just saw how difficult it was last year, and they, you know, realistically, they don't want guilds dying, and so if they can make it a little bit easier, that's probably what they'll go ahead and do.
Something that you're saying, I think, is a big factor in how they're trying to balance raids. So especially in last tier, there were like 4 bosses that were rather easy. Like a lot of guilds were able to down them like back to back to back. And then we had like massive walls, so it wasn't really a curve. It was like a wall that hit them, and then guilds couldn't overcome that, and that is incredibly frustrating, like you are mentioning. So I think what we are seeing here, just because of the raid layout already, with like the first boss and then 4 other bosses, there is already at least a little bit of variants that you can go into and say, oh, you know, if we can't do this one, maybe we'll try the other one first.
Even if you thought the raid tier was also going to be a little bit longer, say you thought you were expecting it to go into the second raid, second reset, you would still front load all of your splits anyways during that Tuesday, that Wednesday, that Thursday, to make sure that you have as much gear as possible, because if there's a possibility that a week 1 clear is on the table, you have to maximize your loot. There's been some raid tiers in the past where some of the guilds didn't do enough splits, they didn't get enough gear, they weren't optimal enough with what they were doing, and they got heavily punished for it, whether they were half an item level to a full item level behind. And most of the guilds that are very serious about competing for the race world first are not willing to let that happen ever again.
Why does it set you back so much?
What do you
Having to go backwards. Like if you have to do splits and then you realize you need to do more splits.
Well,
once you've done some progression.
So there are a lot of factors that play into it. Normally when you do splits, you want to go from hardest to easiest in terms to get like optimal gear. Because if you, for example, get a really good item from heroic, then you don't have to go and get that item from normal if you like scale it up. But at the same time, it is also kind of bad if you go to a boss and let's say you have arbitrary numbers, but let's say you have like 650 item level and you put like a lot of time into progressing that boss, and then you realize, oh, our damage is actually not enough, or item level is not enough, let's go back into splits. And then you come back with 655 across the raid, and suddenly all of the timings change because your push changes. And so you wasted a bunch of time because you didn't optimally prepare before going in there first.
So there's that as well, just like a time management perspective, but there's also determination of what character somebody's maining as well. And by, you know, these people basically run THD you see on the screen right here. He's got 18 warlocks. And so there's going to be one character that is his main. It's going to have the best very rare items. It's going to have all of the loot that you could possibly have. He's going to craft the best pieces of gear and stuff like that. But also making sure that you front load all of these splits gives him the best opportunity for the most possibilities to have the most very rare items possible, and giving you that half item level that is required to potentially beat a very difficult damage check. Like Nexus Princess Kai'Veza last year, if your guild, we saw Racer World First guilds really optimize all of their damage on that fight. They were one tanking, and even still, the boss was barely killed. It was barely even killable. And if you were half an item level behind, it wasn't killable. And that's the huge difference there.
That was crazy, honestly.
That was insane, for sure.
That was like, I think, one of the craziest Racer World First tunings I've ever seen in like the history that I've been working this event, which is a long time now. So I think that and Halandras are probably very memorable for a mid-tier boss.
I feel like we have had history in the last 5-ish years of raids having to be like overtuned, undertuned, but it seems like the last couple of tiers they've really kind of managed to get it pretty down. Would you say, Tunnels, that you trust in Blizzard to tune these bosses well?
He's laughing.
Oh.
Or is that a sensitive question?
I mean,
it seems like we haven't had situations where like the question is like, when is this going to get nerfed? It's more like, oh, okay, it just needs a little adjustment.
What I'm going to say
it's in a good spot.
Is World of Warcraft players love buzzwords like overtuned and undertuned, right? And there's very little that's actually acceptable, I think, for most people.
I'm asking you, not the public.
I think that raids and the game in general has been going to a place where it is very challenging to play the game at like a pretty casual level. Basically, Mythic raiding requires you to watch a 1.5-hour Dratnos documentary before you even step foot into a boss.
I love those.
These Mythic Plus dungeons require a 6-player interrupt on your 4-interrupt group and stuff like that. And so I think that the game, just as time has gone on, has been evolving to be a lot more difficult. I don't know if it's going to be an undertuned versus overtuned kind of conversation, but the game, just the difficulty in the game itself has definitely been ramping up as time has gone on.
Okay. Makes?
Yeah, I think Blizzard has gotten better at finding those tuning spots, despite Kaibeza being like a little bit of an outlier recently. If we look across the past couple of tiers, I think the only one where it really felt like, oh, this was a very quick tier was the one you mentioned with Aberros. And then if I think back, there was quite a big gap of when I ever felt like, oh, this raid was over in like a win.
The problem is that some people think that Aberros is the appropriate level that a raid is supposed to be tuned, right? So every player has their own opinion on those kind of things.
I want to hit on that a little bit because I think it's a very interesting point. There are also some people in the group of like, Sofo was tuned correctly, right? Those people exist. There is a wide gap between what people think a Mythic raid should be, and obviously everyone is going to have a little bit of a different opinion on that, even within the raiders. Like some of them love bosses that are like crazy hard, and some of them just love bosses that are like single target patchwork.
I think you hit on it perfectly. There is no right answer. I do think that it's pretty clear that the raid, just general difficulty as time has gone on, has gotten a lot more difficult. But the game itself is also getting a lot more difficult just as time has gone on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know why. The weakors basically play the game for you, so.
Chatting. You're so... Stop. Do not appease those people in chat. Here's the thing.
Sorry.
Okay, I hate this take. I'm sitting up.
Oh, go ahead. Yes, please.
This take is so bad.
Drag them, Tettles.
It's not that the weak auras play the game for you. It's that the boss wouldn't be killable without the weak auras. And if you've ever actually killed these bosses, we'll just use Brew Twister Ovenax from last year as an example. The fight required an assignment-style weak aura that told you which marker to go to for each egg, and you and another player had to walk up to those eggs and be able to basically break them, spawning the adds that were out of them. That was roughly the explanation for how that fight worked. The weak auras didn't play the game for you. That mechanic would not have been doable without the weak auras, and that I think is the major distinction that's lost on people sometimes.
I think so too.
Is that Blizzard has designed a mechanic that requires a weak aura, so it's not playing the game for you. And you don't finish a fight, and it's one of those things that if the weak aura was truly playing the game for you, it's not like it's doing your rotation for you or something like that. The game you would never be able to kill that boss, and it would feel less satisfying if the weak aura played it for you.
Yep.
I think that kind of sentiment comes from a time where, first of all, weak auras were much more powerful than they are right now. Like, if you think back to Archimond, where you had a weak aura that literally would show you the lines on your like grid, and you just see like, oh, one step to the left and I'll be okay. That kind of thing. That is when weak auras really took like a big part of what you needed to do, and so people have that kind of opinion of weak auras, even though that's been massively dialed back in terms of what is allowed, what can weak auras do, and how are they capable to actually help you in the game. And then at the same time, I do agree with Tettles, and I think there's just like a little bit of a misunderstanding of like the implementation of it all.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to trigger you there.
I'm not triggered. I think that.
Oh, good. Okay.
It's just I see.
Just one guy you?
It's just I see that take pretty frequently sometimes.
Oh my god, unbelievable.
And I feel like it just comes from a place of a little bit of misunderstanding more than anything else. I don't think it's like that unreasonable. I do think that add-ons are just a core part of this game. I am genuinely of the opinion that the game would be substantially less fun if add-ons did not exist. It actually improves the quality of life of this game by so much.
I agree.
And like, even just like HUD and UI add-ons are just a game changer for me. If I had to play this game with just default UI...
Looking at Nick?
Exactly. If I had to play this game with default UI and personal resource display in the middle of my screen, it would be so much worse for me as an individual player, and I would just have less fun playing the game in general whenever it's like that.
I agree.
I do think they've gotten much better at also doing things that weak auras would do normally. I think a great example, and we've been over this yesterday as well, but let me just bring it up one more time here. Lockenstock, one of the bosses that...
The German brother.
Lockenstock?
Lockenstock.
Ah.
Okay.
You mean to say that with an accent?
No.
That was so cool. Keep saying it. I'm never going to not say it.
Rocketsmonger, Lockenstock.
Ah, yes, it does very good, boss. Tettles. Lockenstock.
It's the German version.
Yes. It's a fun odd bandit. Very cool, yes.
But yeah, that is one of the bosses that basically shows you mechanics before they happen. And that is something new that Blizzard is trying to do more in this raid as well, where they really dial down and visually telling you, here is what is going to come next, get ready for it. Then the cast comes and then it happens, which takes a lot of the pressure of relying on DBM or bigwigs that players obviously use quite a lot, and I do love these kind of changes. I do love the visual changes on some of these mechanics. Not the pizza cone. I hate that one. But I do love a lot of the changes on the visual changes in this raid as well, where now you're much more clear on what do you need to do actually. What kind of circle is this?
Here's the thing though. If you care about your performance 1% at all, if you care about your performance literally at all, add-ons are required.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the... I think that's why some people get so upset, because they don't want to play the game with add-ons. They would rather just play the vanilla game. But it's unfortunately not classic WoW. Like, the game is too fast-paced. The pacing of the game is just way too high. And even in classic WoW, the people who care about their performance, they download add-ons.
Let me tell you, as someone that has been playing a lot of classic WoW lately, there are things that I immediately installed add-ons for. And I think, at least from my perspective, having played it for the last couple of months, like, pretty much everyone is also using add-ons in classic. Not as many, for sure. But yeah, definitely. But also, like, real quick, and then like you can play it without add-ons. You can play with the default UI and no weak auras, no DBM, none of that. But it's just gonna like lower your skill cap significantly. And but I think you could still enjoy it at that level. And I think there are plenty of people that do.
We're just
no, absolutely not. Like, you know, there's a whole bunch of people out there that play World of Warcraft like in its base state. And we don't hear from them at all because they're not engaging in that type of conversation.
Yeah, just it's one of those things that, like, if you're going to play like that, it doesn't really matter.
No.
At the same time, it's like you probably shouldn't tell other people that they should delete add-ons. Like, because I don't like seeing that you use an add-on.
It's like a superiority thing, I think, almost. It's like, I don't like DBM. Like, okay, good for you. I'd like to be yelled at when I'm standing in bad. But yeah, go ahead, Mix. Sorry.
I do agree. I think, like, if there are people, like, let's take Nick, for example. He uses, like, the minimum amount of weak... Nick?
Yips is the worst.
Yips,
Like,
Trill is the
both
best
of them.
example.
I think, like, even in a guild, like Team Liquid, there are several players that cut down add-ons as much as they can, possibly. Obviously, they still use, like, a bunch of weak auras, like, a bunch of add-ons that are necessary, like you're mentioning, Tuddles, to really perform at that very highest level. But then, at the same time, we're seeing a lot of, like, classic layouts in terms of what they're using, their raid grids that they're using, the boss frames, player frames, even the player resources, and so on. And it's just personal preference in the end. In terms of what you want to do with the game, and if you want to be on that very high level, you'll need like a couple of them to help you out a little bit to really optimize. But I think you can play it at quite a proficient level without add-ons and weak aura.
Yep. There's just a threshold where you're going to get stuck. You're going to plateau if you don't start implementing add-ons and weak auras, unfortunately.
Did chat have opinions on this conversation?
Oh yeah. Well, okay, half of them are...
I was like, are they spicy?
They were doing like some weird uwu thing. I don't really know what that was about. And the rest of them are... I got a based. We got a few bases.
That was probably when I was talking. That's good.
No one is... actually, there was one person... There was one comment. I don't know where it is, but I think in general...
Someone
don't
said,
bully the German.
I play without add-ons, and I will say I'm garbage.
Yeah.
I laughed at that one. That was funny.
It's not a problem to play without add-ons.
No,
I think
it's really not.
I think it's totally reasonable. The point at which you start really caring about your performance, though, you need add-ons, and I think that's just one of those things. It's the point of which you start taking video games seriously, World of Warcraft rather seriously, is the point of which you start downloading a bunch of add-ons. It's not even just like a couple; it's like a ton. But at the same time, you know, I think it's part of like the landscape of gaming. The landscape of gaming's changed a lot over probably the last 6, 7, 8 years, where people will either try super hard, commit a ton of hours, or not try at all. And I think that, you know, it makes sense. I think just logically it makes sense. Why would I even try just a little bit whenever I could either try not at all or try a ton? And so there's very little middle ground anymore. And I think that the casual hardcore player has actually been affected by this a ton, where I kind of talked about having to watch the 1.5 hour Dratnos documentary on a raid boss. And I think that those are the people that have actually been the most negatively affected by the entire situation, where just the escalation of add-ons, the amount of preparation that's expected for you in a Mythic Plus dungeon, the amount of preparation that's expected of you in a raid, the how often you're expected to Fodom reroll as well. In the past, you just kind of played whatever spec or whatever class you wanted to, but now there's this kind of expectation that you're not going to play something that sucks, because you're going to be wasting other people's time.
Yeah, which is unfortunate.
I hate that one when it comes to classes, honestly.
I mean, it's true, though.
It is true. Like, why should I play a class that is, like, 30% worse than another class if I want to, like, run higher keys.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating, not only for me, but also for the people that I'm in a group with, because they could just queue with the other class and then have a much better time.
Yeah,
And that is, I dislike that quite a lot.
It was the same. It was the same thing when people were crashing out during Shadowlands because it's like, oh well, I want to pick this Covenant because it's simming the best, and then you had the whole crowd of people being like, just play what's fun, play what you think is cool. And it's like, okay, but that's like not human nature. Most people want to have a better sim, even if it's a 0.5% better. You know, you can't just like fight people's natural inclination to want to have bigger numbers.
World of Warcraft is unironically my favorite game of all time. I think it is a great game to play. It is very difficult to play though, especially whenever you start getting like gate kept by LFG. It's so easy to get gate kept by LFG. I'm sure that everybody in chat has this experience where they're just sitting in Dornegal and Q Simulator all the
like
time.
hours.
And you can really see it when you have like ex-pro players, MDI competitors playing an off-meta spec, getting denied queues. Like that's like people become meta slaves, even when you know they're not at a high enough skill level to be that much of a meta slave where that's not going to matter.
Well, then you make your own. Then the person who's in chat who's like, oh, well, they should invite me because I'm this off meta spec. Then they list their own key, and then they end up in a full meta comp except for them. Who's this one off meta specialization.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're kind of reliant on doing that, because if you are already the player that's off meta, you are already going to have a harder time in that key by so much that you then rely on the strongest classes to like even it out a little.
It depends on the level. People,
Of course.
people go a little bit. Okay,
Yes,
not
of
even a little bit.
course. But,
People
like-
go a lot of bit overboard with this. You don't
yeah.
need a full meta comp for a 10. But if the only information that you can gather whenever you're looking at players in LFG is their IO and their class, if somebody is playing a better class and has the same IO as you, they're going to get invited because you don't know the skill of the player. It's impossible to actually tell the skill of the player just in LFG. All you get is just a couple of things.
And to that I ask, why do we have solo shuffle and solo queue RPGs, but not solo queue keys?
I think that solo queue would kill Mythic Plus.
Well, yeah, it's just as it's killed the ladder, but to me, it's just an alternative route.
Interesting.
So
Oh, I love this. I'm buckling in. Let's get into
I have a
this.
controversial take. Okay, so here's what it did to PvP.
Yes.
So they added solo shuffle, right? Now I would say like most people are queuing solo shuffle rather than making their own threes team and like queuing the ladder. Like the ladder's a little bit dead right now. It's not completely dead, but it's a little bit dead. But like it's definitely not perfect, but I do kind of wonder if it's attracted more people to PvP because it's just a lot easier to just solo queue by yourself and do solo shuffle. So I think it would kill M+ in a sense of like that type of M+.
I think PvP
You know
was
what I mean?
dying and it kept it on life support. A solo shuffle. But I think
No,
that
it was. It definitely was.
I think that Mythic Plus is very different. I think you would have to delete like the ability to be able to queue with your friends, and you'd have to have like this all bought-in system where the only way that you can play Mythic Plus is a solo queue. And I don't think it's a fun game mode. It's just a purely solo queue experience.
No, I agree. I think it would be really frustrating.
And one of those things too is like I understand the plight of the player who's sitting in LFG. They don't have a couple of friends to play with. They're trying to just like they're
Say my name next time.
they're effectively solo queuing Mythic Plus through LFG. That is a very difficult experience. I empathize with them, but I don't think that solo queue is the solution that they think it's going to be though.
No, I definitely don't think it's a solution. I just think it would. To me, it's like why does it not exist when you have it in PvP?
So tell us, what would you propose as a solution? Because I do agree with like both of you. I think there is a problem there with keys. There is a problem that you cannot possibly gauge the skill of a player just based on their RaiO, just based on like how many mythic bosses they have or their item level or whatever. You never really know if that person is going to int your key and then leave.
That's they need lever.
And you also like don't really have a choice to get invited if you are like an off meta spec on a popular key.
the problem
So, like,
is-
what would be a solution?
The problem is it's a bit of a community issue, but
Yeah.
there's no good solution. I think that that's the biggest issue. I also tend to think that the player base, the moment that they implemented a solo queue for Mythic Plus, you would immediately have if you're any DPS, most people who play this game are DPS. Even if you made the split 1 tank, 1 healer, 7 DPS, you might still even have too many DPS for your runs. There just aren't that many tanks that play this game, and the tank bottleneck, I think,
I love tanks.
I think the tank bottleneck is by far the biggest issue that's plaguing Mythic Plus right now, is that there just aren't enough groups that are forming, and
Yeah.
if there are more tanks and more groups that are forming, that gives more opportunities for these off-meta DPS players that are getting heavily limited.
Well, I mean, just because there are more groups queuing, does that really mean that there will be more opportunities? That just means more groups that still want to be meta slaves?
I think it would. I think it would generally mean just more opportunities for you to be able to get into those groups. Because 10s are doable by any specialization easily.
Yeah, we know that, but people in LFG clearly do not.
I don't think it's so much that they don't know. I think if you have the choice between like, this is doable and this is easier, and you go for the easier option. Like Tettles was mentioning, there's too many DPS players. I was a healer player for a long time before I switched to DPS, and I always pucked. Like, I always pucked keys for quite a long time, even on higher level. And as a healer, it was so easy to get into groups as an off-meta comp compared to how hard it is as an off-meta DPS comp. Like, as a healer, people are still desperate enough to pick you up if you are off-meta because they just need a healer. As a DPS, on every single application that you send, there's like 50 other guys that are also DPS, and at least 10 of them are a better class than you.
And higher IO.
Play bottom, or like higher IO, higher item level, or whatsoever. So if there were more groups, then it would just all disperse more, right? But then at the same time, nobody likes tanking.
Yeah,
Tanking
or
is
healing.
very, very hard because you are the guy that has to do everything in the key, and then if something goes wrong, you get blamed first.
You do. I think what I've seen other games implement is they give higher rewards for playing healer or tank.
How so? Like more loot?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, more loot maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what would be there. But what if, so this is ridiculous and it would never happen. However, what if in the LFG queue for keys for M+, you didn't see a name and you didn't see a class, you only saw like a item level or an IO, or maybe even just item level.
I don't know.
So then you end up with keys like the one that Tettles was in yesterday, where...
Oh my god. It was today. That was today.
Oh, that was today. I see, time is all.
That was my first key of the day.
Tettles was doing a key earlier, and he was malding a little bit, and I looked over, and I looked at his comp, and I was like, how did you end up in this group? Because they quite literally had probably one of the worst comms for Mythic Plus to exist. Basically no interrupt on the entire group. They were running like 2 boomkins, 1 disc, which is already 3 players.
Did you not have fun though? Was it not fun?
He did not have fun.
It wasn't fun.
I looked over, their key was depleted, they were on 22 deaths, and they had 2 bosses still to
Okay,
go.
fair enough.
It
Okay,
looked
scrap my
miserable.
idea.
It looked so miserable.
This person also has a good point. You would invite and kick super toxic. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's why I prefaced it with this is ridiculous. It would never happen, but it's an interesting thing to ponder.
I think the current system is probably as good as it's going to get. I'm not saying that it's a good system, but I do think it's about as good as it's going to get. A lot of the issues that plague, you know, the solo player in World of War, the solo casual hardcore player in World of Warcraft are very difficult to solve, but I don't think it's something that like a solo queue necessarily fixes. It's one of those things that I think that the best solution and the best advice that I could give to people is even if you're playing with one additional friend, and I know people don't like the get friends forehead kind of comment, even if you're playing with one additional friend, that's a game changer. And like you don't have to play with a full 5 stack. Like I know that the optimal thing to do is play with a full 5 stack. And you watch these streamers on Twitch.television, and they're playing with 4 and they're playing with 4 of their homies, and they're in a full 5 stack, and obviously that's optimal.
Yeah.
But even if you're playing with just one additional person or 2 additional people, that is a game changer long term. And then it goes from being this just miserable experience where you're getting declined over and over again, and you don't really feel like you're learning, to more of like a we're playing with our friends and we're actually learning, we're actually growing, and we're becoming better players type of situation.
I will say I do like what Aya was saying with like give healers / tanks. Maybe it doesn't need to be like a big reward, but like a little reward,
Or
because there's a ton of classes that can just spec to healer and tanker and are not doing it. And I am so guilty of this myself. I played 2 classes. Both of them have a tank spec, and whenever somebody asks me, I'm like, it's grayed out. Sorry, I can't click it. I don't like tanking.
Are you getting more?
It's not fun.
If you're getting more rewards, are you actually going to tank though? Because I suspect the answer is no.
I think it depends on what the reward is.
Okay.
If there is a system where I can actually get gear faster if I queue as tank, or if there is a system where I can tank without like being flamed to pieces every single time I like learn a dungeon, I do think I would probably tank.
I am skeptical. I think most of the reason that people don't like tanking is because of the social pressures and the expectations that are put onto people as the tank. And a lot of people as well, whenever they just started World of Warcraft, they decided whether or not they were a tank or not at that point in time. And most people just do not want to be a tank because of what it kind of means in the game.
Yeah. Okay, I have another radical idea. Do you guys want to hear it?
Yes.
All right. So obviously one of the problems is like there's an overabundance of people that play DPS and not enough people that play healer and tank. What if you had 4 DPS spots instead of 3?
So like every dungeon would be 6 players?
Yeah.
Would that solve it?
Well, it would solve potentially because there are more spots for DPS, people being locked into meta specs.
So
Like,
it
oh, well, we have
definitely
one
would,
more,
like,
we can bring
lessen
something
the
weird.
group. Yeah.
A pocket pick.
Although then tuning would also be changed.
Yes,
right?
tuning would have to be changed. Probably a lot of dungeon mechanics would have to be changed. Like obviously that's a radical shift in how the entire game works. The M+ system works. You know, maybe like normal heroic dungeons
I
are
don't
still
hate
5
it.
people, but M+ is you have that additional DPS.
I don't think that would be a bad idea. Granted that all of like that extra effort of like rechanging everything could be done easily. I suspect it is not. That's why we're not seeing it.
Yeah.
But I do think if you looked at the player base and you see like, I don't know, 90% of them play DPS, so why not just make Mythic plus 6 players?
Yeah.
And have like 1-1-4 instead of 1-1-3? However, it could also mean that if that is the case, more people are rolling DPS because there is one more DPS slot, and now instead of 90% DPS players, you have 95, and the system continues. So could happen.
Yeah. Okay, one more point also. Do we feel like there needs to be some sort of punishment for leaving a key? Because that's another huge problem that has really risen this last season also.
There already is a punishment for leaving a key. They'll ban you now. They already they posted
Did
about
they do that?
if excessive leavers get banned.
Yeah.
Excessive leader, but one time, nothing. You can just leave a key with no consequences. Essentially, you don't even get deserter buff, right?
No,
So
but should you get? I don't want to ever be. I don't want to ever feel like I'm held hostage in a key though.
I think it could be like other games, other competitive games where like if you all agree that this is like cursed, we want to leave, you can do that. So you're not forced to suffer through it.
But
like if 3 out of
Like an
5
FF
people want to
system.
leave, yeah, exactly, then you can. Because there are obviously keys that are bad. It's not going anywhere. There's no point. But if one guy, you do one bad pull and a guy just wants to dip,
I'm held
and screw
hostage.
everyone else.
I don't want to get held hostage by a 4-stack either.
No, but I mean that's
I think
competitive
that's
play. Like
rather
if you play
rare.
any other competitive game, you are held hostage. You have to make it work.
This is competitive. We weren't talking about competitive.
M+ is that not a competitive mode of World of Warcraft? M+?
I don't agree with
Keys?
that. Yeah.
I actually think that it's for most people. No, I don't think it actually is competitive. I think that
see it
Mythic
as
Plus is
competitive.
like
Perhaps past a certain level. I see it as.
there is a certain level where it's competitive.
Yeah.
But that level you're already playing in a 5-stack.
So I think there's like, for the same, like let's say, looking at another game, let's say there's ranked and there's normal queues, but even in normal queues you get punished for leaving, right? Because
Yeah.
while on the one side you're being held hostage by 4 other players, on the other side you are ruining 4 other people's day.
Yeah.
So I do think there should be something against leaving keys, especially like very early in.
Yeah.
If you are in a key and it's been like 5 minutes over the depletion timer and you only made it so far throughout the progression of the key, then I think you should be able to leave without consequences,
Yeah.
because at this point you've broken over the barrier of what you probably allocated in time for this key, and
Yeah.
you probably are over a point where people really want to finish this key unless they're like really committed. But if it's just one pull in and you
All
are
right.
deciding, oh, I'm not doing this, I do think you're probably a little bit of an ass.
I think the issue lies in the fact that people do Mythic Plus for different reasons and will be in the same group simultaneously.
Yeah,
So some
that's fair.
people are in the group to get IO for the key so they can get their 3K IO achievement, for example. Some people might still be in that group, the exact same group, to try to get their plus 10 done for their weekly vault. Some other person might be in that group to get their key pushed up to another level. And then somebody might be in that group because they're helping a friend or something like that, right?
Okay.
And so there's a bunch of different reasons that you could potentially be in the same group. Oh, and then somebody's there for loot. I think that that's also a good reason that you would be in a group. And then somebody's there to do the key for loot. The person who is there for IO requires the key to get timed, while the person who's there for the vault or the person that's there for loot doesn't necessarily care about the key getting timed. And then you walk into the first pull of Priority of the Sacred Flame, you wipe to the pack. That key is, for all intents and purposes, depleted, right? We have wiped to the first pull of the dungeon. Now, some of the people in the group can still achieve their goal, right? You can still get that vault slot completed. You can still potentially get loot. But that person that's right there who only cared about the IO, or that person that was trying to get the 3K IO achievement, feels like that run is done for them. And so, of course, they're going to have incentive to leave once there is like this pretty big punishment. Now, people use this argument that like, oh, the key was still timeable and this person left. You know, that just means that that person who left was really bad at assessing that the key was still timeable, and that person's probably an idiot. Like, just straight up, that person's probably dumb if the key was still timeable. But at the same point, if you've wiped the first pull of the dungeon and the key is depleted, and 4 people wanted to stay, but there was one person who was only there for really IO anyways, and they want to leave, I feel like they should have the opportunity to leave because they shouldn't feel held hostage in that situation. Now, if you're going to be a jerk, and you're, again, the excess leavers that they were banning, I think that those people absolutely, no questions asked, should be banned, and those are just like the worst possible people in the system.
Yeah. Okay.
I do just think people often leave before it's actually decided because they think, oh, one wrong thing happened. And it's not, sometimes it's just, oh, the tank dies, but we were able to recover, but another person is like starting to tilt and they're already out, even though that key was perfectly timeable. But because they think it is not, they're now leaving, even though their goal might have still been accomplishable. So I do think
that just means they're
like,
bad at assessing whether or not what the situation is.
Right. So what would be a
should...
solution? The game telling you, oh, on like a normal progression curve, you can now no longer make it. Would that be a solution?
I don't know. I think the player should always have the agency to leave. There's kind of this.
And you only think that because people just have different. To clarify, because you think people have different goals in M+, is what you think.
Yeah, pretty
right?
much.
Okay.
They have very differing goals for what they're trying to achieve in a Mythic Plus dungeon.
Okay.
And it's so challenging to make a one-size-fits-all group.
That's totally fair. So then couldn't the solution be like above a certain key level, then you have to stay? There's some kind of lever punishment?
But I think that most people, whenever they're talking about levers, they're talking about levers for their weekly 10. They're not talking about levers for pushing a high key.
That's fair too. Yeah.
I do think there's a solution for that people are not genuinely using enough, because you can totally just state your intent at the beginning of the key. Like more often than not, I'll see a group in the tool and it's like IO or like
learning
vault,
group.
Or learning or helping friend or whatever. Like you have the option to write that in there, and if you are a player that is playing for score and you join a group that clearly says finish for vault or finish for weekly and you leave that one, you are wrong, my dude. So I do think there is a system that people are just not honestly using right now because they're just like, oh, this is the priority key and I need that priority key, so I'll just try my luck and then I'll leave even though it's at like weekly no lever.
Now I'm not this person, but like what would even stop me from Alt F4ing out? Like say I couldn't leave, that's fine, I'll Alt F4 out. Like you're not holding me hostage in this key that I don't care.
Literally holding you hostage, but there's some sort of flag on your account when is what I mean. Like obviously, you don't have to literally be forced to sit there and do it.
But you brought it up as like deserter debuff from like queued systems, right? Like LF. Yeah. Or else they give you deserter.
So.
But
just boot up the game and then do something else.
Exactly. You just we're Alt F4'd and we're out of there. All right, we'll be back later.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. No, I guess I meant like a negative IO points or something.
I don't think that Mythic Plus should be an MMR. I think that what it currently is, where it's a highest completion, is way better. There is a secondary level of checking your effective skill with the keystone level, and so I think that it kind of keeps those players in check, where there's always like that secondary resource of if you did, in quotes, unjustly time a key that was maybe a little bit too high for your relative skill, then on average you're not going to have a 17 in your bags, you're instead going to have a 15.
So question then, to circle back, what is your argument against solo queue M+?
I think that solo queue M+ is great for people who are trying to push the rank 1 Mythic Plus title, but it doesn't really fit well whenever you're trying to factor in other elements of why people would want to do Mythic Plus, whether it be gearing vault, trying to get the title, playing with their friends and stuff like that. It's really, really good for a competitive game mode whenever you're trying to push the highest IO possible.
Okay, so do you not think that there's a world where you could have solo Q1 plus for the people that are trying to get a high IO, and then also have people... Go ahead.
This is the issue that I have with it, is once you start separating the player base, there's already this, I mean, people are sitting in, how long are you sitting in Dornogal for?
Oh,
To get a group?
If I play on a class that's suboptimal, I can sit there for 8 hours.
Yeah, okay.
Time.
So people,
30 days.
People are already sitting in Dornogal for a very long time, and there is this huge bottlenecking in the game of just not enough tanks available.
Yes.
And if you separate tanks out even further and spread them even thinner, it's going to be a huge problem. So I think you'd have to subject almost the entirety of the player base to that system. And honestly, if you had it set up in multiple ways, you already have any pick you want as a tank. Like you could play with any DPS, hundreds of IO above you potentially even.
Yep.
And like, why would you ever solo queue and queue with
That's a good point.
these
also.
people that are the same IO as you?
Well,
Just
then
get
that
carried.
goes back to, I mean, look at what Overwatch did. They had the same problem. I mean, obviously they've got a lot of other issues, but they added incentives for healers and tanks to queue, and seemed to work.
The biggest thing that I think Overwatch did went from 2 tanks to 1 tank.
Yeah.
I think that cutting from 6 to 5 players is a huge deal for Overwatch,
Yes.
and they wrote a blurb. Their lead dev was talking about the bottlenecking of tanks, and it reduced the queue time for the average player from, I think the average DPS was sitting in around a 15.5 minute queue, and it reduced the average DPS queue time to around 6.5 to 7-ish minutes.
It literally worked.
That's a huge deal, and I think that is what I would love to tackle for Mythic Plus. I think that DPS being able to get into more groups and having a better spread of roles across the board would be what I'm looking to fix, not forcing every single DPS to sit in a 35-minute queue. That way it's fair.
No, definitely not. I mean, you know, it seems like the further we get into this being a problem, the more inaccessible M Plus becomes also, which is just like a whole nother problem. It's just becoming this more intimidating thing to participate in when you could be getting, you know, people leaving and people denying your queue. Like, how are you supposed to get into it and learn?
I do think over the years that Mythic Plus has existed in the game, it has become like less and less social.
Yeah.
Every single expansion, every single patch.
Yeah.
In BFA, with like another streamer, shout out to Punky, every single Tuesday before the reset, we would do like vault keys for people, and we would like put our keys in, or people from chat would put their keys in. I would heal, he would tank, and then there would be DPS helpers that would just sign up for the fun of it to help other people get their keys pushed.
Yeah,
why can there not be a system in the game that's like, I would like to help people do keys? Because I think that is totally valid, and I think there would be people who'd be down for that, just to like help people onboard onto Mythic Plus.
Yeah.
Like, let's say I have 2 friends and we are like, hey, let's take someone on. We can easily do a 10. We'll just queue up into this tool and help like another person and like show them the ropes, so to say.
My gut theory is that it's because the weekly keys are actually a lot more difficult, and as time has gone on, the expectation of what skill level you are as a player doing a weekly key, whenever it goes up drastically and you're no longer in trivial content, there's this expectation that players put onto other players, and honestly this expectation that players have for themselves, is that you know what's going on at every single position, and you kind of expect the other people to also know what's going on.
I think usually the people that think that they know everything don't. Like,
those are the people that are leaving.
Definitely there are some people that know everything, and they're like on a very high level, but I think there's like a big subgroup of like the middling tiers where there's players and they think they know every single thing, and they start flaming other people even though they're horridly incorrect. And it's just like,
but this is a universal theme throughout all video games.
Social? Like, it's so hard.
But I think that part of it too is that like a 10 in War Within is so much harder than a 15 was back in BFA.
Yeah.
And whenever it becomes non-trivial content, you need to have these people that are a lot more experienced as well. And I think that obviously, you know, you were talking about the social element of it, but I think that just because the game has gotten so much harder, there's so many more interrupts, there's so many more stops that are required, there's more that's being asked of you to know as a player. I think that actually plays a toll on the player bases a lot, just as a whole. And I think that one of the reasons that my theory is that Mythic Plus, I think, killed PvP. And one of the reasons that I think that Mythic Plus killed PvP is because Mythic Plus is a lot more accessible to play as a casual game mode. You can go into a dungeon, and you roughly don't have to know what the mechanics of the trash do. More often than not, you only kind of have to know how to do DPS on your specialization or press your buttons on your spec. And you can kind of limp through the dungeon and, you know, get rewarded. And you get rewards. And that's the greatest part of World of Warcraft, is like getting these rewards. Whereas, you know, now they're trying to make it a little bit harder, and I think that the player who loves to do weekly keys is getting negatively affected by that. But the reason that I think it killed PvP is whenever I start to PvP, and I ran into this issue too whenever I wanted to PvP, is I had to know what my specialization does. I had to know what every other specialization in the game did, and I needed to know how they interacted with my character and against my character. And that is a huge undertaking. It's like if the expectation of Mythic Plus is actually knowing what all the mobs do.
Yeah.
And also what all the classes do.
And also knowing what all the classes do. And I think that the closer that we get to needing to know what all the mobs do and all the classes do, that's, I think, a bit much of an ask. And I think that Blizzard's actually really doing a good job in Season 2 of kind of tapering it back a bit from what we saw in Season 1. Because I think that Season 1 was a lot a bit too much over all the players' heads. And I think that it's going to be a lot better this season.
I agree. I'm actually really excited for this season because looking at Season 1, I was like, oh, like there is no more like push week or whatever. Like it looks like we can do a lot more keys. And then the keys were just incredibly hard to kind of gear through and upgrade through. And now I feel like Season 2 is kind of the return of that feeling. And I hope this time it holds true and it's actually going to be just super fun.
Kalamazzi is sitting down. Are you interested in this conversation, or do you just want to hang out? Oh, he's shaking his head.
He's shaking his head no. He's like, I am absolutely not interested in talking with you guys. Kalamazzi, you good?
I think that, honestly, I think that what within Season 1 suffered the most from is that I think it was like player apathy because it felt like Dragonflight Season 5. I think it was just kind of boring.
The entire game suffering from player apathy.
Yeah, but I think it was just like boring, for lack of a better term. You would rather the game be very polarized in the sense of players. Some players love it and some players hate it, and a lot of players being like okay with it, but not having a lot of long-term fun.
Yeah.
And I think that there was a decent amount of player apathy with War Within Season 1 that's not present with War Within Season 2. I think that Season 2, at least all of my friends are stoked to play this season. We did a lot of PTR keys, and every single time, all of my friends share the same sentiment. This season, I'm way more excited for, in a way that I was never excited for Season 1 dungeons. And same with the raid. You know, we did all the raid testing, and it's like, dude, this raid looks insane. This raid is super cool. I've seen so many people even commenting on social media and stuff like that haven't raided in a couple tiers, being like, wait a second, I actually want to kind of get back into raiding. And I think that this game is going to just blossom this season. This season, I think, is going to be great.
What do you?
Send me more of that, Tattles. Can we put that on a clip, repeat it? I'll like listen to it before I go to bed.
I'm on some hopium this season.
I can tell, but I love it.
This is a new title.
It is rare to hear people that passionate and enthusiastic and excited about the game, and honestly, I like it.
I love this season. I think this season is going to rock.
Oh, I like that.
I'm on a big hopium deal right now.
I love that. I love that. Very nice. All right, well, you know, that was a good discussion. Chat remained pretty civil. In the meantime, though...
Good job, chat.
No, I'm so serious. I'm so proud of them. No flaming, not a lot of flaming. So good job, everyone. We got through that together. So in the meantime, it looks like the Raiders are still doing splits. We got Atlas POV right now currently. So I'm going to give a shout out to our presenting partner, Coinbase. You can win a Team Liquid signed jersey if you head on over to teal.gg/Coinbase. Use that promo code TeamLiquid20 and then go from there, make your account, do all that good stuff, and you have a chance to win a Team Liquid signed jersey multiple days throughout the Race World first tier and then the grand prize titles.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be able to get flown out as well. You can get a VIP look at the next race. I think, honestly, you know, there's some really cool stuff that is a part of the giveaway as well.
Yes.
The most interesting thing for me with this entire thing is the fact that it's just $20 free.
$23.
Just like
Very true. Good
money.
comms.
yeah, exactly. It's just $20 free if you sign up with the code TeamLiquid20, and I think that that's like honestly the biggest selling feature of the entire thing. You can use the QR code in the top right-hand corner of the screen. Alternatively, again, like I said, tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF.
Yep, use that code TeamLiquid20, and you will be on your way. So if you're a fan of jerseys, if you're a fan of the guild, if you're a fan of Coinbase, definitely go check it out because we love Coinbase for making this race to world first possible, and you should too. I've been saying Coinbased.
They are very based, so you're
Yes.
correct.
Yes, yeah. But if you're just now tuning in, we are in the splits right now for the raid. I believe dinner is actually, what time is it?
It
oh, never mind.
is-
Ish.
17:50.
Yes.
Oh,
Huh?
That is 5:50 p.m.
why'd she say
That's on our
17?
screen.
Which you had an EU moment.
Why are we
Petals.
EUing our screen?
Petals. Isn't that a part of your thing, your bingo thing?
That is an EU moment for sure. Yeah.
That is-
EU moment.
I read out what is on our broadcast.
Yeah, but then you question why it was there. Yes, we can talk about Bo. Look at that little guy. Look at that little fuzzy guy. Oh, Stacy submitted Bo.
Yeah.
GG/RWF-donate $35 and you can submit your pet pick.
Bo was
Stacey-
Bo was donated, I think, yesterday by Stacy as well.
Yes.
And we were trying to figure out what type of dog this is.
I saw a note.
Okay.
Let me pull up Tiltify. But keep going.
Stacy actually got this dog very recently. She adopted him. He's like an old guy. And
Is this Stacy from Team Liquid?
yes. and,
Okay.
and
Oh.
this is her new dog. And maybe
Okay.
Bo can even come here. And we'll have him on the broadcast. I'd
Yeah.
love that.
What type of dog is Bo?
I have
I
those
think-
answers. My bad, submitting $35 last time. Bo, again, a little old man. He's a multi-poo, but has a lot of other breeds in his mix.
Oh, okay.
Multi-poo.
Yes, and can I tell you, it is it seems like a daunting task to keep those little white dogs from having like tear stains.
My cat's got tear stains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so great job, Stacy. That is a very clean-looking white dog. No crust to be seen. Nary a
He's
crust on this
distinguished
dog.
gentleman.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's take a look at the next submission. I believe we have a transmog coming up. TL.gg/RWF-donate.
What is that
$35 and
name?
submit yours. This is interesting. This is a balanced druid. Tettles, I'm going to throw it to you. Or the balanced druid.
It's a
Kids
good
who
thing
played
that you can
Balanced
use. It's a good thing that you can use chicken for him.
Yes, true.
Wow. We got the Murloc backpack. That's plus points. What do we think about the headphones?
Headphones?
We got the Makes headphones. Yeah.
What?
Oh, wait.
Why are you calling them the Makes headphones?
You got some of those in the back room. You were something similar.
I have light colors headphones.
We got the Delve Candle King shoulders.
Tettles, I've got bad news for you.
What?
Chat is spamming, turn that sucker around.
Do not turn that sucker around. We got the Trading Post bikini ensemble from, I don't remember, last July maybe. I think.
Yeah, I think it was last summer.
Yeah. What's this?
Murloc backpack.
We got the broom to sweep up all of the other DPS whenever we're inside a dungeon.
What's
and
with the boots?
carry them?
I do have questions about these
They have a tote. They have multiple totes.
stompers.
That's weird. I don't like this. What?
Oh
It's a
my
furry.
God! We got the
We've
cat.
got a furry.
feet. We got the cat feet.
Furry
Oh.
slippers.
Can you actually see this pattern when the character walks?
Probably.
Yeah.
That is lit. I need these shoes.
Did you know Turn that that? sucker around.
Why are
So
they blue?
I write the Balance Druid guide for Wowhead, and one of the people from Wowhead DM'd me last time whenever we started doing these transmog ratings, and they were like, I didn't, in my wildest dreams, expect our dressing room to ever be used to show off some of the most cursed mogs on stream before.
It is lovely.
Yes.
Shout out.
A shout out. All right. Well, thank you for your
Honestly,
submission. Oh, we gotta I just
gotta rate
almost
this.
said something weird. Yeah, we gotta rate it.
I was wondering where.
I was reading the guild name and I was a bit of a. I slipped up there for a second.
Yep.
All right. I give this a 4.
I strongly hate the different colors, but if I squint my eyes real hard and just ignore that some of it is purple, some of it is red, some of it is pink, and some of it is blue, I do think it's kind of cute. Like, it's kind of like adorable. So I'm giving it a well-meaning 4.9.
Was there a note attached to this by chance?
That's a good question.
It's
'cause
kind of-
sometimes the
kind of
account names
important.
don't correlate with the.
Yeah, you have to read the link.
Yeah. If they talk
try
about
and
using
find-
a Moonkin form, I could maybe give them something higher.
Wait, is it? It might be Kel cosplay. Here, let me see. Keep yapping and.
So
I'll
here's the
investigate.
thing.
Yes.
If it's if this is our Mog
Don't
and we're
like
using,
girls in bikinis, Tettles. Don't lie.
I'm stun locked. I actually don't know how to respond to this. I must choose my words very carefully. So if we're using Astral Form and we see this Mog regularly, I think I'm gonna give this like a 2. If we're using Chicken Form though, I think I could swing like a solid 7 because I am a big Moonkin Form enjoyer. Probably maybe even like an 8, especially if we're using the Tendril Red Chicken Form. Turn that sucker around.
I think I found it.
Okay.
Hold on.
Is there any note about the Chicken Form, perhaps? I do love a good Nell.
I have to double check. I'm clicking on this link because it doesn't. It's like
Menopause.
numbers.
The name is
Oh, I get it.
horrible.
That's funny.
I-
Oh, here it is. There are no. It just says.
All right.
It just says rate my.
All right. I'm gonna be
Go for it.
brutal here.
Yeah, go
I'm
for it.
sorry too. But
Yeah.
That's not I can offer.
Don't
Well-
you Tettle to your bikini pics, girls.
Like they got
I'm just
everything
saying.
from the training post and then just threw it on their character. Like there's no thought behind it. Look at all the tendies I spent.
Your Honor,
something
I can't speak. If I speak, I get in really big trouble here.
Okay, I missed that. I'm just looking at the first.
All right, let's
here's
check out
another one.
Habibi.
Habibi.
Oh my gosh.
Cute name.
Name, yeah.
It's Ramadan too.
It is.
It is?
Yeah, happy Ramadan.
I love this Mog. I think this is fire.
Me too. Careful.
Oh my gosh, this is
Somebody had
sick.
Tettles getting up on their bingo card. I will share with you that
What?
he is standing right now.
Standing. Well, I thought it said casting.
Well, he is casting.
Dude,
Quite
I have been
literally.
exposed. I'm giving this like a 9. I think this is fire.
That'd be a troll, man.
I don't know about the. I don't know if I love the troll, but I think that this Mog is
hard.
excellent.
Goes hard.
He's.
out
They're
of 10.
also 639 item level, which means they're bis. And so I'm a big fan of somebody who's sweating. We got these sick weapons too.
Can we see the third toe?
I think these are from Sanctum of Domination, which is very rare because most items from that raid are garbage and look like garbage. But I think it works really well with the chainmail chest. I think
That's
this
cool.
is
Looks
awesome.
bad.
So
10
I
out of 10.
very often will complain about people clashing gold and silver, and this is a very rare Mog where it is working out. I do wish there was like one more gold accent on like the wrists, the bracers, the shoes, or whatever, because it's very nicely done if you look at it. There's like a little accent there on the hood, on the ear, and on the belt, and then I just wish there was one more towards like the what do you call it? Like your hands and feetsies. So
Your extremities?
yes. But I do think it's a very, very nice Mog. I'll give it 9.4.
I think that also counts for German moment.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Your whatever you call it, your heads and feetsies.
We missed the most German moment here.
Ah.
And she said was saying the boss names in a German accent. On accent.
Stuck.
I'm giving this I'm giving this a 9 though. I think this is fire.
Yeah, this is a 10 out of 10.
Was
Very
chat
cool.
excited
Chat,
about this one too?
yes, they were.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of sniffos too. I don't know why.
Oh.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Well, thank you, Habibi, for your submission. If you'd like to submit yours, $35, TL.gg/RWF-donate. Send in a link to your armory, and we will get it on up here.
The sniffers
Flanagan.
was whenever they got close to the feed. That's when they start typing sniffle.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny. Okay. Wait, can we get our RuneScape music in here? We had it last year.
I miss the RuneScape
We need
music.
to put it up there,
Yep.
production.
Okay, so we got flails, but they're kind of
They're
extendo flailed.
They're
Yeah,
erect.
they do get stuck. in
That's
the dressing
not the word I was going to use. I was trying to avoid using it actually.
My bad.
Okay. I do think the Dark Iron Dwarfs always look badass. Like I think they're so cool. There we go.
I'm reading chat right now.
I think-
It's so unhinged.
I think the hood is. I don't think the hood works really well with this. It's something about the chest and the shoulders that looks super nice, and then the hood is just like this weird, different texture. I don't think it's the color that's necessarily off. I think it's just like a very slight color or like a texture differentiation that's throwing me
Yeah,
off
it's a
bit.
little off, but it kind of, I don't know, it like kind of works.
It looks good.
Yeah.
It's like a
I don't-
charcoal, and the other thing is like a bluish gray, like a steel gray.
I don't know anything
How'd you
about
say that
Dark
word?
Iron Dwarves, but can you
Purple.
change the color of the things
know
that
how
are
to say
in
that.
their
What do you think?
beard in the dressing room? The little like ponytail things?
Ponytail things?
Yeah, because they don't match either.
The beard, you mean?
Yeah, the little. I
It
don't-
matches with the
no,
handles.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, those little brown things.
Yeah, yeah, it
I feel
matches
like
with
they
the
need to be a
handles.
different color, but that's fair.
I think this is good. I'll give this like a A 6 probably.
Okay.
I'm still wondering about how to say that word. I do think the hood matches with the boots.
You said it right the first time you said charcoal.
Is this a full set?
Cool.
This looks like a full set.
Got it right.
I'm not into it.
Oh, we get the back. Oh, I don't love this back actually.
Yeah.
Red. I will give it a 7.3.
I'm giving it a 6.
I think I'm actually gonna give it a 5. I think I'm going a little bit lower after seeing.
You think
the...
just like average?
Yeah, I think this is average. I think that half of the Mogs that I see, if you're walking around Dornegal, probably look a little bit better than this. And I think that half the Mogs that I see walking around Dornegal look a little bit worse.
I don't think so, but okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your submission. I think we got one more. Okay. Oh, whoa.
See now this is fire.
Actually, that's an enhancement. So.
Now,
Wait, can I suggest something real quick? We've never done this, but I feel like we should take like a top 5 from the race or something. Like we pick our favorites.
Oh, like all time,
dude.
That's gonna be hard to remember.
From this tier, like we can be like, oh, this is a really really good one. Let's put it in the bank.
the only thing that could actually be an upgrade, I think, on this is if we went Maghar Orc. Maghar is sick for enhancement shaman. I think it's the preferred racial as well. I'm a big fan of these wolf shoulders.
Yep.
Really getting into the theme. We got the green illusion on this hammer and this green axe, I think is what that is on the left side.
I'm a fan of transmogs that look like the class that they are, and this is giving very enhanced shaman.
Can I say one thing that is bugging me like a little bit? It's all different hues of green.
Yeah.
Which the shoulders are a different color than like the orc skin, than the hammer, than the axe.
I will say though, sometimes Wowhead, like in the dressing room, really like highlights when colors are slightly different, but when you're actually in game, they're really cohesive.
I was gonna say that too. It's not that Wowhead is incorrect with the colors that they are.
No,
it's that it's whenever you see it actually in game, it's gonna look a little bit different than it is
like
here.
A filter on it.
Well, it's because you don't have a background to like really be seeing it in, right? You're not watching them run around Dornegal, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
7.5. I think this is elite.
Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna give it a 9.
I would love a Maghar on this one.
Agree.
Yeah, feels mad. Looks like you're ready to go to war.
Give it an 8.9.
8.9.
What's chat saying about this one?
I do think it's very cool.
They like it. All right, we got another submission of a pet.
God, a cat.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Goodness, little guy.
I am a huge cat guy. Continue to submit your cat pics,
Yes,
please.
more cat
Can we
pics.
zoom in, production?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a nice.
How do you feel about this tree?
I was just gonna say that. That is a nice cat tree.
Dude, this is
a link to that.
This is an exotic cat tree. I personally just purchased a couch instead, and we.
Yeah.
Bert uses the
Dude,
couch
what is
as cat
up
tree.
with the cat tree industry? They're all so ugly and so expensive, and do not hold up. What's up?
He's from a different.
First of all, I have a good one, but
Don't have a cat
second of
tree.
all, this guy uses a leaf blower to get cat hair out of his apartment.
I think that's just good tech. Like
Go.
Out the window.
That's okay. You know, vacuums exist. They do the opposite.
It's
suck it
even
in.
funnier because we were getting ready for MDI and I just see Tettles in his camera leaf blowing
way.
stuff out of his like.
I'm telling you, you guys just are not. You're not thinking about this the right way.
That is tech.
Control the direction of the cat hair with a leaf blower.
Yeah, you can.
It just goes everywhere.
It
What's up?
Okay. Anyways, I'm not. Okay.
Right.
If you're unwilling to even hear me out, then I'm done. I'm
Gotta
done just
focus on
fine.
Finn. This is much more important than our leaf blower drama.
All I'm saying is if Finn shed a lot, I have good tech to remove the cat hair. I see a door right there that some cat hair could flow quite nicely out of.
What brand is your leaf blower?
No.
Okay. I mean, I was gonna go try it, but I guess you don't want to recommend
It was one I bought off Amazon. Like I don't know it, but I opened the door to my back patio and I hit the leaf blower.
Can you imagine living underneath Tettles and it just rains cat hair every day?
Those are loud. Leaf blowers are loud.
I'm not like
yes.
running it for like extended periods of time. It's like
Poor Bert probably scares the crap out of him.
no, he's fine.
Okay.
I mean, he does it so often. Bert's gotten used
It's
to
not
it now.
that often. Let's be real.
Okay.
It's good tech.
I believe you.
Chat's probably all in on the leaf blower too.
Sure.
No.
Cat is like, yes, that is good tech. I'm
That is good
sure
tech.
that is what they're saying.
Listen.
That's a paid actor.
Listen,
That's a
look
paid
at
chatter
Finn.
right there.
Even Finn knows you are lying right.
You could okay. Here's the thing. You could vacuum your entire apartment.
Yes.
Try to get all this hair up. Alternatively, the hair gets in corners, it gets in just like these random spots, and it's
Fair.
like difficult to vacuum.
You
Instead,
just have a bad vacuum.
you hit the entire apartment with the leaf blower. It dislodges the hair, and then you open the door, and then it creates this suction of air out. Whenever you start to run the leaf blower, then the hair has a tendency to just leave your apartment. I'm telling you, it's just good tech. You should try it.
You know what? I will. I own a leaf blower. I'll give it a shot. How's that?
It's going to be wildly more effective than you originally thought.
Yeah.
Please let me know how your leaf blowering of the cat hair
I'll do
is
that.
going.
Yeah.
I am wildly interested in the outcome of this.
I
It's not
will
like a gas
genuinely
leaf blower, by the way.
give
It's
it a
like a electrical
Tiny
one that you plug into
handheld.
the wall.
Oh, I have. Yeah. Oh,
I'm not running I'm not running a gas leaf blower in my apartment. Just for the record, it's not like that.
Say, don't you live in an apartment in the city? Like, there's some regulations against that. Okay, Finn, very cute. Thank you for being here with us for this discussion about leaf blowers. Big cheeks too, big cheeks. So if you'd like to submit a picture of your cat or your pet, or that's it. That's all I'm going to say because I don't want to give Makes a bingo card. You can head on over to tl.gg/rwf-donate.
Iguanas.
Mute her mic. You can do that. You can send a link. Doesn't matter where, as long as the link is publicly accessible. Please make sure it is. If it's like a private photo album, then we can't see it. And then we got to go track you down, and that's a pain in the butt. So tl.gg/rwf-donate, and you can also send in $35 for your armory, and we can take a look at the transmog. Or your UI.
You can roast your UI.
Yeah,
We're down to do that.
I'm telling you right now, if you submit your UI and you're using LVUI, you're getting points deducted, and if it looks like garbage, you're probably going to get something really low. The UI rating is going to be harsh but fair, so you better submit something like elite.
I kind of
Or
want
you're going to submit something that's really bad and makes it laugh.
I kind of want to send mine in just to like trigger you guys.
Zyro said
Terrific.
Zyro said he would deduct points if it wasn't pixel perfect. I'm not like pixel counting your UI, but if you have anything that's also like too close to your character and actually gonna obstruct you seeing anything, that's gonna get points off for me. Anything that like touches my character, it just like freaks me out.
My cast bar is
Personal
over my
space.
character.
No, man,
Over it.
please. How we can't see? Stop.
I don't. I know how to. I'm too lazy to move it. It's there. I don't know why.
Melly,
I don't know
who's
how it got
here?
there.
in
I
there.
don't want to move.
Have
You
you
know where
ever
it was
stood
before?
in Melly? It's like there's
It was
you
over
can't
my
see yourself.
abilities.
Well, that's also
and then I
bad.
installed an add-on to move it, and I can't. It doesn't really work. It just
help?
stays at. No, I just am lazy. Like it's fine.
There's no edit mode. You can move your cast
No,
bar.
this isn't classic. There's no edit mode in classic, bro. It's so stupid. Oh no, I just broke him.
That's great. There's no edit
I
mode in
think you
classic.
should submit it.
I'm
Then
gonna.
I want to watch Tettles have
It's great. I'm gonna
like take it apart.
I will leave right now so that it happens while he's on the desk.
Well, she's submitting a classic UI, like.
Oh, I'm sorry. Our classic. What is this? A classic hating stream right now?
A little bit.
I'm just gonna say you're not a valid player if you're playing classic.
You play Moonkin.
Okay.
You play Moonkin.
Yeah, the chat's typing based right now. That's a good point. Thank
no,
you
they're
so
not.
much.
No, they're not.
Nobody ever says based for playing Moonkin.
I was talking about
Saying
classic.
Keck W, Tettles.
Talking about the classic 8.
I'm saying Keck W. Look at all the Keck Ws. No, actually, look. There's only one.
I like how you just lied.
Did they put us on camera because they wanted us to do a call out for a sponsor?
I have no idea.
Teal.gg/Coinbase. You can win a signed jersey.
Coinbase RWF is the.
Coinbase. No, both of them work. But you're right. Coinbase
Oh.
RWO. Wow, you're just gonna call me out like that?
Aw.
I didn't know the other one worked too.
Oh, it's on the graphics. Both of them. Yeah.
The
Coinbase.
second one is just a forum for the grand prize, no?
It's so there's a few. Teal.gg/Coinbase RWF. Teal.gg/Coinbase or Teal.gg/RWF BTS.
Okay.
There's a lot.
The
Any of them work.
BTS
Or the
is
QR code
the
for filling it
grand
out.
prize. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So if you would like to go to the app, sign that up, you have a chance to win a signed Team Liquid jersey. And then also, you could win the grand prize, which is to come here and meet the Raiders the next tier. And
Are we letting that person like cast with us? Like, do they join us on the sofa? Do like an interview?
It's like a
in the
liability.
secret lab hot
We
seat?
can
You want them
we
to
can
do
vibe
that?
check them. We'll see.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. What if it might. Risky. I don't think those are decisions we are in charge of, but
Option.
it could be fun. It's just a visit. Just a fun little visit.
Just a
You
little
to be
hello.
in the building. Yeah, but here it is. So teal.gg/Coinbase. or Coinbase RWF. Use that code TeamLiquid20. And then step 2, fill out the form. Go to teal.gg/RWFBTS with your email attached to your Coinbase account. This is how you're going to get into the giveaway, and then you're entered to win, and we will see you in the next tier. Smiley face.
Smiley face.
Smiley face. Glad that they added
An
that.
important part of that graphic.
Absolutely. Huge shout out to Coinbase, our presenting partner for the Race World First, for making this happen. But if you're just now tuning in, we are still continuing on in those splits, trying to get the Raiders geared up. We are in Heroic. We're kind of, honestly, it feels like it's sped up a little bit. I haven't quite seen significant wipes from the helpers in a while. It seems like they were struggling this morning when I was on here with like the one-armed bandit especially. But it seems, I mean, it's pretty chill right now.
There's
Vibes are
a
good.
lot of normal splits with helpers being done currently.
Oh, that's why. I did not notice that they switched over to
Yeah.
normal. Oh, darn. Okay.
So
I was so excited. I was like, yes, we're
it's a little bit of both. So people are getting more gear, and if you have a lot of gear, you can sign up. Discord.gg/liquidguild. And did you just unplug? Okay, never mind. You can sign up there. It is on the lower third, and if you have gear, you can do like the first 4 bosses on normal, and you can come in and help, and then trade the other gear. You get a lot of monies from the guild, in gold, of course. And
What did you just? Huh?
monies? In-game gold,
Oh,
like currency.
got you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And yeah, check that out. They're still looking for helpers. They need like so many helpers for these splits. So head on over to that Discord, and I'm sure they would very much appreciate it. We had Max on here yesterday, and he was saying like they're running through like 1,000 helpers today.
Really?
So, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Big calls.
Even better if you're a big pumper.
Big pump.
Pumper. We've got Skyhawk in chat. Oh my God, I want to visit. You are sitting behind me, sir. Nice one. Hilarious.
Well, okay, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering why we were calling these the goon cages, but it's probably because of the ads, yes?
Yes, they're Galagio goons, and they're inside a prison-like structure.
Okay.
So, you know, there was an alternative name for them to be proposed, but I got told that goon cage was the only thing that was acceptable.
What was the alternative? What could possibly be worse?
I'll tell you later. This is actually heroic, by the way. This is heroic Mugsy. This isn't something that we've actually seen too much of. We were seeing some heroic one-armed bandits. We saw some normal one-armed bandits. But notably, the thing about the heroic Mugsy that's a bit surprising, I'm not super shocked that it's happening, but they have consolidated the raid. Basically, there's no more helpers in this, it looks like. It looks like it's purely Liquid Raiders. Now, there's going to be probably somewhere between 5 to, I would say maybe even like upwards of like 7 mains or potential characters that the Liquid Raiders believe are going to be their main characters, and then there's going to be a bunch of people that they don't think are going to be their mains as well, trying to funnel that gear to those people.
So each of the raiders has at least 14. You were calling out for THD has like 18 characters. So we have the potential of doing like 14 runs per difficulty.
Yes.
We're only taking Liquid Guild characters. And then, of course, if we can have any helpers in, that spreads out, and suddenly you're able to run more.
Here's the thing with the reason that they're doing this. So they've been using helpers for pretty much every boss prior to this. The reason that they're doing it on Mugsy is the same reason that we're going to see it be done on Gallywix as well, is because it's really super difficult, read as almost impossible, to kill Mugsy and Gallywix with a bunch of helpers. That would, of course, be optimal if you had these helpers that were being used to help funnel some of this loot. But, unfortunately, it seemed like it was a little bit too difficult. One-armed bandit was already a bit of a struggle. The helpers needed a little bit more gear and that kind of thing. The Mugsy and the Gallywix is going to be nearly impossible to be doing with a bunch of helpers this reset. Now, it's something that next reset, if this goes over and we see this raid last until next reset, I wouldn't be shocked if we see helper bandits and helper Gallywixes. But for right now, it makes sense that the Mugsy's being done with 30 raiders.
All right, well, let's see how they continue to do on Mugsy here in the split. In the meantime, we're going to head into a Monster Energy Listen In.
Finish the goon. Just finish that goon, guys. Finish it, finish it, finish it.
I'm getting stunned.
Frost boots here. Don't get knocked back by it. Frost boots. Grizz Atlas in a minute. Okay, finger gun. Launch frontal.
Boomy, move the moon and blue down probably for later.
Yeah. Synergy.
Over and swap sides. Whenever it spawns, we instantly kill the bot. Kill it now. Kill the close one, and then we're gonna move and do the same thing. Do we have big healer cities again?
Yes. And impact you can win first, like when the mines spawn.
Yeah, that's good. Mine's on
All our mines here, guys. Okay.
Yeah. And
Personal and
disco.
soak, guys. Two, go. Three, you can go too.
Going.
Okay. Group soak. This is groups 3 and 4. You're soaking us, okay?
Go
3 and 4
faster,
against
please.
the wall. 3 and 4.
Wait, no.
Get in there. Don't do any mind soaks right now. Good, do the last one. We need to...
Remember
Couple
external
of shoot it.
macro.
Couple shooting it.
External macro server.
Okay, make sure we get the soaks here. That still gives you healing absorb, right?
You have a res? Someone on the side? Okay.
Yes.
Lust in
And
3,
external.
2, 1.
Taser.
Lust now.
What's laser?
Right, we're baiting the charge down as
Yeah,
well.
that's good.
So we can move up whenever.
Charge.
And top.
Okay, good, do this, and then make sure you guys bait the next charge in that direction. So bait it directly, like, towards the other side, not at an angle.
The Sevi roar.
Nice, that's fine. Move out of the side. Don't get run over. Okay. Did you do one more?
Yeah.
Probably aim it, like,
Towards middle.
mug side. Towards the mug side, yeah. Like, towards
Yeah.
middle. Aim it
Yeah.
towards middle, Fine. Run to the boss here. Look where its back is.
And replace the winners.
Watch grinding. First mines are the hardest part. Make sure you personal when we're popping them. Alright, kill this ad. Kill the ad. All our mines are spawning as well.
Yeah,
So
get ready,
these
Boomy.
mines. King flies first.
I'm dead. One is dead.
He's a personal. Personal, guys. And soak. Personal and soak. Move across. Soak. Break. Leave one up.
Go next.
Top 3, please. Please. Please.
No, I'm fine.
Our soaker's dead. Nice. Leave them both alive.
We got a
Okay.
single route.
Yes.
And press,
Yeah,
press set
Okay,
here and
get them,
darkness
get
here.
them. Okay,
Set
1, 2,
here and
3 left,
darkness.
4, 5, 6 right. 4, 5, 6 right. Go to blue.
No, on the boss. On the boss.
Who is that person? It's in range.
We're okay?
I don't know.
No,
figure it
we're
out.
good. We're good.
And then hot mess, Nick should be in the middle.
Yeah, I'm here, but
All
Okay, so
personals.
it doesn't work like
All
this.
personals.
It's fine. Be on the
different-
outside. Be on the
different
outside if you
this is
have
5,
a
6
debuff.
in here.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
Watch the front, watch the front, watch the boss.
Okay,
watch
that's
the
fine.
boss
Keep
funnel,
going.
watch
Keep
the
going.
boss funnel.
Knockback. Take knockback.
And then the
Impact
soaker
here,
as well.
impact, wind rush.
We stack it on the volunteer.
Yeah.
And get rid-
mine as well. We need to pop the last mine. Pop the
Yeah.
last mine.
and external on this person.
They need to hit the thing.
You didn't just full boss name here.
You need to root the next mines.
Also
External.
this.
We
I
need to
got it.
put the boss on a wall.
Press a personal, Nick.
I got him. I got
Hey,
him.
put the boss on a wall, and we're gonna spawn the mines here, so like be on the boss.
External and fight up.
I'm good.
Okay, and then we're gonna run towards the middle of the room. Okay, with the
Who
mines.
wants
Just
PI?
spawn the mines.
Liquid.
Guys, do not
I'm
spawn the
running.
mines in front. Guys, do not spawn the mines in front of where we're
Raid
going.
has to be
Do
on
not
the
spawn the
wall.
mines.
Back
Be on the boss. Be on the boss. Good. Now we're moving to the middle. Let's go. Don't touch any crawler mines.
I mean, if you see no one's got it.
big mass fruit.
Rally if you have it. Just don't.
Boss is fucking easy. Stay alive.
Let's get crazy.
Let's get a couple helpers in here.
Couple helpers in here.
Maybe 14. I mean, I thought 29.
It's
29 Yeah, 29 helpers.
20.
Fuck it, all this boss.
Next.
Yep. Next group. Make sure you identify which group you're in right now, and trade loot as well to the loot holder. And then make sure when you get to the next group, you put yourself in the same group you were just at. Everyone's repeating their exact same roles. Nothing
After doing
changes.
first Mugsy, you're meeting for loot. Run 7 heroic.
Also, important that people pop those mines a lot faster. It gets this bad
Yep.
for healing cooldowns.
You
Girl,
can stay on
do
the
it.
side as well. Can you pop
Can you
roll as the
Bro,
side?
by the way, how'd the healers feel about that? Because I felt like I didn't use it.
Yeah, you're this.
Holding?
That's fine.
Lommel, you can pop 1 and 2 insta, right? Like you can
Yeah,
easily
1,
just
2,
stand
1, 2. Like 1,
Yeah,
2,
you just
1,
camp
2.
inside the thing.
If you're the
Okay.
third guy, you just look
That's a bit
away
of a weak
from him.
group.
So, by the way, how far away we had the jails there, you didn't actually need to have.
Yeah, there was room.
It spawned on someone and there was room, so we actually can just send 1, 2, 3 left, 4, 5, 6 right, kill it as soon as possible.
outside and I didn't get
I just
Well,
okay,
If
but
we kill it
what
as soon as
happened?
possible, we're gonna get knocked, right?
KSP,
So
you-
how do
No,
we
there's
do
no
it?
no.
I mean, I'm pretty
no.
sure this item goes to me, KSP, but
Oh, you might actually kill it fast enough.
I think, I mean, we did it there,
Make
so
any
like...
assumptions.
Make sure you put everything on KSB. That is required.
I think having someone outside the bait is like ideal.
Okay, do we know why it went on someone in the thing? I don't understand.
I mean, maybe just go some DPS or something.
On the debuff. It was RNG that the group I was watching, that they had it outside.
Oh.
So you want to debuff everyone that's going inside, maybe?
Well,
you would want one jail that has debuffs, one jail without debuffs. That way it goes on the jail without debuffs, and they get knocked away from the other jail.
Does the first hot mess from P1, is that debuff off?
No, that's
I don't know what was going on with this week, by the way, but it told me not to soak every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
It's the ones that soak the one in last phase. It's whoever soaks the one in the first in the fight is the one that have their debuff off in last phase. Yeah.
I mean, we just have 1, 2. We just have 1, 2, 3 soak the first in the fight, then, right? And then we just it'll just automatically go in the left jail, and who cares?
Yep.
Okay, that's easy.
Yeah, you just rotate 1, 2, 3 soak first, 4, 5, 6 soak.
Okay. That's why I asked, does the first one of the fight, is your debuff still last till then? And someone said yes, so that's why I split it 10, 10, 10. But all good. We can just do 1, 2, 3 first soak. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I know.
It should be over because it haven't said 2.
We have to get in. We have to get in Discord with the helper.
The wrong guy group. Passion Freak has group for juicers. Rating.
The helper can just die. Where are you?
You think we can 29 man?
Yeah. You have the loot right up there.
Yeah, on Olympic blue, not blue.
Okay, we can have him die.
Yeah, it's also important that KSB gets all the items in every run.
Boomy Monk B, Blue Man Good, Dazer. I'm on the GCD. Koala Disco.
Yeah, go to group KSB XD or no.
Also Disco, rather, sorry. Hippie Cards, Black Cat, Turbo Brexit, Malark, Impact.
Oh, you can whisper invite again. It's right now.
Phase 1 was really easy though.
Yeah, phase one is extremely easy.
What's happening to their health bars versus ours?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's because they don't have planned anything for the
Lomo's self-flexing right now.
Did we have crazy. I didn't feel like I had anything planned.
I didn't plan anything, I just gave timers.
Humble.
Bro, this guy said pop personals and my minds are going off. My health didn't move.
Lomo, I just pressed absolutely nothing.
Then you can imagine what they pressed.
Like, we were popping mines, and we'd pop one mine, so I'd just rip a full fucking stasis into just one mine.
By the way, someone said that when you pop it, it gives us a healing absorb, and when you pop it with a mechanic, you don't.
Yeah, so that's how it used to work on Mythic testing.
That's turbo. Yeah, that's not how it works now, right?
There was no soaks on one of the mines, right? Like
there was no soaks when the boss thing popped it.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there used to be some text in the journal that suggested if you hit it with certain things, it wouldn't spawn soaks. But
I swear I saw it in the ID about that, like they did that and it spawned soaks. So I don't know what the fuck happened.
We can check right now.
They shot it with a tank mechanic.
We shot it with the exact same mechanic, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it shouldn't spawn soaks.
Yeah, got it. Okay, I just misremembered then.
Wait, we tried it on PTR and it did. Maybe it was just broken.
I mean, they probably changed it. Good shot, KSP.
It's like this like red tank beam thing. That's what they were shooting it with.
Does it only hit one maybe, or can you hit all?
They were clearing 3 to 4 in their early pulls. Like they were like doing some weird stuff early on. They weren't like manually popping them at all.
I feel like the boss is actually super ass. You can just freeze the mines and then do that as well.
Yeah, only frozen for 30 seconds.
It's not. It's like the same as rooting them basically. It's not very good. Okay, so here's where they hit one, right here. It spawned soaks.
Yeah, like what the hell is that? We didn't get it. I swear I saw it as well.
Yesterday, it went to melee. It was not spawning soaks.
Maybe it's maybe here's why. So like, it's still in his line, but the tank is soaking it. Maybe you actually have to make the crawler mine the thing that like takes the tank hit, if that makes sense. Like
you should see what happened to our bot, right?
I'm pretty sure ours just flew into melee.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw 2 circles on the ball.
Soaks as well, right?
Do we have the group? Do we have the group?
Yeah. Who is the group? I'm just whispering Teleglocka. Teleglocka every time.
Even if you have a defensive,
I think we're doing the right thing because like I think so like it's super easy with 29 guildies, but like I'm pretty sure 15-15 this would be an absolute fucking nightmare.
I mean we're not far off the end rates there, right?
Yeah, it would be a nightmare.
But it was the first ball as well.
He was at 100 energy, but yeah. I mean we have some people there.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, we could obviously kill it with 5.
The thing is like, okay, so we were thinking about doing 25 5s and be able to do like a few more kills, but that doesn't actually gain us anything. Like, it doesn't actually.
If you killed one arm on that guy,
no one can spend the time efficiently.
Have you killed one arm on that character?
Yeah.
Okay, you zone in first.
Bro, I had a fucking hot mess to say hello. Just fucking obliterate me.
All right, everyone should know what group you're in. Make sure everyone has assist. Put yourself in the group you're supposed to be in.
Maybe.
Go.
Oh, also, this has happened before. When we're doing machine gun kills and you're all logging on characters, basically every tier, one time someone logs on the wrong character, please make sure you don't do that. If Bubba puts the wrong name on the sheet, it happens, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Who the fuck has a lockout?
Who's definitely killed Bandit?
Who has killed Bandit on a character they're on right now?
We should be getting like summoned to this, right?
How?
The ideal.
One guy
can skip somehow.
Yep, that's what needs to happen.
Yeah. I don't think
give Scott Wall lead and I'll make it.
He doesn't have a lockout already. So someone needs to give him a lockout if you want that.
I mean, there's trash up, so
how would you give him a lockout?
Someone just pass me lead. What the fuck's that?
That's not a thing, right?
Someone has a second account that he can get invited to.
Or he's got lead.
Yeah, actually, we should do that. Can someone who's playing a character on a second account, can you tell someone if they like aren't in for a few runs, Bubba, so they can just like keep giving Telegon the lockout so we can get summoned in?
I can give a few names.
Yeah.
The character. Well, everyone's in, but who can log on their alt?
Yeah, someone's gonna log on an alt on another account.
I can probably maybe.
Sure, I am sure that I can. Here.
I guess the problem is you don't know who's on other and who has people on other accounts.
I mean, I have Dink Skill Jr. I'll just log on that. That guy killed Bandit.
Okay, so Sang is gonna.
It's not good.
Yeah, I got it. I'm logging on.
No, you sure? One arm is still up.
There's Mugsy discharge still up.
Wait, why the fuck have I didn't realize I was doing Mugsy before fucking.
Yeah, there's two groups that haven't killed one armed bandit, so.
Don't worry, I got it.
Who has killed
I will be getting
a bunch of lockouts. It's gonna help.
No, but Sang is is Sang Wing.
I'm logging on Dink Seal Jr. on another account.
No, Sang. Does Sang Wing have one armed bandit killed in heroic?
No.
Does anyone in this group?
Yeah, give me lead.
Yeah, Yibs. I gave you lead already, Sang. So that's.
Yeah, where's the? I see you.
Group 3. Resetting the instance.
Oh, I thought someone needed like a fucking toolbox a guy in here.
Buddy.
No, we need Telegram to get a lockout so we can summon us to the.
Yeah, we are working on that as well.
On the guy.
We're priority 1, get us in this current raid, and priority 2 is Sang or someone, if Sang can't do it every run or whatever, just needs to keep giving Telegon the Mugsy lockout so we can just get summoned in.
You guys know you can just ride a rocket up to the fucking one-armed bandit room?
Yep. Yeah, that's fun.
That shit kind of hits.
I need one other player to kill the right goon in both mug phases in P1. DPS player.
We'll swap.
I am DPSing now because I think the heaters will.
Oh, okay, then Sang will just go in then. That's fine.
Okay.
Just give everyone assist, by the way, Yips, and everyone should move themselves into the groups that they were in last run. You know which group you're in. I put a screenshot. Or there's a screenshot in the channel.
Just use my screenshot.
Now that we know that P1
you're
is
just gonna spam move each other into wrong groups.
Move yourself to A first.
Now that we know that P1 is not too hard, it would also be a really good time to like really make sure you know
I'll just make the groups exact. You
how you
worry about it.
Yeah, let me do it then.
Okay, that sounds better. Okay, it'd be really good for you guys to test everything involving cleaving in and around jail walls for sure during these kills. In P1.
Did you see what I put in the channel?
Most recently?
Yeah. Pretty sure that's how you want to do it.
Oh yeah, I mean that's obvious, right? Like if the walls are gone, obviously you can cleave.
Yeah, that's why I assumed it was obvious.
Yeah, I mean
yeah,
I feel
that's
like
obvious too. Super obvious.
But I don't think there's a way you would actually, you even could do that.
Yo, locking in Simon.
The bombs, right? There is a way.
Everybody hit this shit.
Stack the fuck out of wall, you instantly break,
like
and you just break the second other wall too.
Wait, say it, Lip?
Well, if you kill one instantly, then you can just like have one guy just break all the other wall too.
Oh yeah.
You can fly
like have like an even driving.
It'd be hard to. You could position where you just like turbo fuck one and then just get knocked over, pull the boss, and then you enrage them.
Doesn't have to enrage it.
Yeah.
Outside, then a lot of stuff, please.
I think the only thing I think is cursed is using the mines. I think you want to deal with the mines entirely in Z's phase. I don't think you want to do any of that like rooting and placing for jails. It sounds really bad.
Let's not skip this shit. Fuck it.
Die.
We've done this a few other raids as well. It's very important that we get into a really good rhythm of machine gunning these. Like we finish, we know who's trading loot if we have to do that. We probably won't be doing that for a few runs though. And then it is just logging on the next character and fucking going. The people being slow to log over and stuff waste infinite time.
Stack up and die. Stack up and die. You guys have circles.
Die with the dirty rats.
Stand on the Mugsy frontal.
Bang.
If Atlas was alive for all of P1, we might have actually had to stop Dam.
Yeah.
To think about with some of the better groups too.
Why are you scared of stopping them exactly?
Like just pushing 40% when like there's a hot mess going out, or like
you don't want to push with like mines or
like mines still like
because
like, you want to be like done with that phase kind of.
He does the charge like right away, so.
Yeah, I just like looked at ID and like the only reason they lost is to push at that time, and they have 2 minutes coming up.
I'm gonna die in a sec, Smack. Just
They didn't lust to push to beat it. They just lusted because that's the best time to lust during the intermission.
Yeah, but I don't think they didn't look like ahead or anything. Like they were all trying their best, I guess.
I mean, we can look at a better lust time, but I'm almost positive it's when
I think it's a good lust time. It's just yeah, it's good.
Like that's when the damage check starts, if that makes sense.
Good summons out.
Yep.
Actually, that's not true. Does his energy start charging when he's charging around, or is it when he lands? Let me look.
When he like stops.
Doesn't matter.
When he stops, but it's all timed anyway.
Yeah, when he starts the intermission, it's all time.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, I guess, yeah, you're right. I don't know why.
Check your groups, make sure you're in the right group.
Markers need to go down.
You got
Going to be to put the markers down every time when we redo it.
Is it just yips every time?
Okay.
Doing what?
Who did it?
I did it the first time, but I did it. I'll do it again.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'll keep doing it.
Boomy will just do it every time.
Probably just ignore the soak, don't soak thing. I'm fixing it now.
Yeah, I won't send a note and it'll be fine.
First
no
two are on
speaky
Star
Boomy?
Yeah,
Or...
yeah.
Okay, so you do the same rally and Scott do the second mines?
Yeah.
You call it.
Yeah, I'll call it. I'll call it all.
We
If the markers are too close, just adjust, obviously. But I think they're fine.
Yeah.
And whatever you do, don't just randomly put it on the boss. If the boss is on your marker, just put it off the boss. Because
Are we in Discord with the helper?
no, we're chilling.
They're dying.
Okay.
I don't know if they've been told that, but that's what should happen.
Warlock.
I don't even know how do they die? Tank frontal?
Yo, yips, look at me, bro.
That
We can grab them if they get stuff. So.
Oh, we don't need to stop DPS. We're 29 minutes instead of 30. We should be fine. Well, I mean, people get way better at doing damage on the fight.
Yeah. Oh, we good.
Go. But he wasn't the last one.
Check out that noise.
Wait, he was in the last
played
run?
the whole boss and...
Oh, if he played the whole boss last time, he's chilling, bro.
Oh, I didn't even know this was mail.
I think
That's
he's from
Mailman.
It's the
Telegram.
Mailman.
Wow, that's Mailman.
Wait, isn't it mailman?
Wait,
Yeah,
it's
it
Mailman.
is.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
Yo, that guy.
You can stay alive, buddy.
That guy don't need to
Let's get it.
No, he didn't tell me he's
go.
not gonna pass.
Die last pull.
Yeah.
Nice
Bike
one,
these. And,
Welcome, Ash.
DKs left and right with their aim set on the prisons.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bike work left. Alpha right.
I don't want to wipe on this boss a single time.
Yeah.
You can also save here the prisons.
Barn orange for the jail.
They made the walls like actually line of sight that side as well.
PPO.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
man.
really
You
fun.
should have known.
No
You
way.
should have known, bro.
Knock back here. Make sure you get knocked back towards the like center. Don't get knocked back into the edge. You'll break too many walls.
Yeah, or tank front.
That's fine. There's still 2 remaining. Like how he just fucking got knocked actually everywhere.
Live wind rush. Live wind rush.
Just make sure you reposition it. By the way, the boss is not supposed to go this way. It's supposed to go in between the two jails, ideally. Whoever doesn't have the
external request here
thing.
Octor.
Fuck, let the boss get to the app.
Yeah. Okay. That's actually a really good call.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Yeah,
Pretty easy to do on Mythic though. Kill the stats. Wait for crawler mines before we move, by the way, just so they can stay back here with the range.
It's the Impix when Rose stack up for it.
1-2 can instantly
cool.
just
Kill the stat.
well.
1 and 2 can just go instantly, and then we'll do 3 and 4 after.
And this is Boomy's rally.
All personals, apparently.
Popping.
Soak. Big soaks, big soaks. This looks like a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Chain like 4.
Yes.
Okay, this is 1, 2, and 3 on the wall. 1, 2, and 3.
It's telling me to soak again.
Yeah, it's so it's bugged.
The node is probably wrong.
This is the first one.
Okay, next time when Exile and
External
Live...
request.
I'll let you be in this one. You can just dwarf it once it hits you.
Good shit thing.
External request on the spray and pray. They're coming up. Let's try.
Bear form, Driny, little bitch.
Yo.
We're crossing. We're crossing.
Let the boss get pulled over. Yeah, we're crossing.
We have to cross. We have to go.
Everyone over.
Oh my god.
I saw 100.
Okay, watch stop, wind rush.
Purple and green.
Purple and green, yeah.
Move it on the
Tanks,
group.
you just same groups as before. When you guys get knocked back, you want to get knocked back in the direction of the other jail.
Yes, boss.
What's the frontal?
The direction of what?
Of the other jail.
Listen, bro.
Like not. Yeah, like on the left side, you should be getting knocked towards the right here. Driny, what are you doing?
Oh shit, I'm free.
Ready?
Live wind rush.
Really?
Guys, did we just hit me mine or what?
Okay, frost boots here.
Yeah, we do.
Someone might wanna get Scott.
They like to get knocked into the frontal if you get knocked.
External request on this.
We are swapping
External
sides
request.
soon. Swapping sides soon. Let him get the boss all the way to the spot first. Take the boss first now.
No.
Take it across. Wait to cross range. Cross now. That looks. That's so much better. You'll want to heal here, by the way.
Yeah, stack up.
Good comms.
You might as well
Okay,
stack up.
kill that up.
Like for healing as well. Like wind rush from Impic, mines.
Like hell, almost took that seriously. That's insane. All right, mines here. We're going to the far ad. Range are popping 1 and 2 first. Don't do 3 and 4 as fast. That was too much.
Yeah, Scott rally.
People are standing in them thinking it's a soak and they're popping it. Max it.
Okay.
Yeah, relax.
Watch Cindy. Watch Cindy. Yo,
Rest Cindy.
yeah, we can soak the last one. We have to. Oh no, we don't.
And the rest
we
go.
This is 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6. But don't soak Exile and Lip.
Let's watch stop.
We are just getting fucking.
Stack up for healing.
There's
Like,
so much damage.
and external request.
We're pushing too early, right? Or no, actually it doesn't really matter. We can push here. Just less than 3, 2, 1. Just less now so we don't die to raid damage. I don't know.
That's good.
What's the frontal? Okay.
Watch tank.
Dodge.
Briny, you can roar.
Clockwise.
CD.
Res good.
Okay.
Recharge it back into the room.
Res
Okay,
cube.
roar.
Res cube now.
Rotate.
Aim him,
the right
aim him
one.
at the corner.
Yeah, do it when we-
corner.
yeah,
Corner. Okay.
We have wind rush as well.
I'll draw the charges.
All
better.
right.
Here we're gonna charge him like just to the left of the hot mess.
I got another loss.
Good link.
Okay, and Topo.
3 less over group.
Yeah.
One more charge. Bait it towards the other side of the hot mess. Don't bait it in the hot mess. Good. Going clockwise, yeah. Booby doesn't know what that means.
Fucking annoying.
Yeah.
If you don't know what that means,
We're
get a
killing
buff.
kill the first bot here. Pull it on the bot, Scott. It like spawns on the kind of the other side of the hot mess. Yeah. Crawler mines here. Everyone get ready to like use a health pot. We're gonna pop like 2 of them here. Health pot.
Live
We need
wind
so much
rush.
healing.
Okay,
Oh no, Impic, I mean, sorry. Good.
Okay, pop 2. Great.
Yeah. Cross here the boots.
Up in 10 minutes, 11.
Leave the
Slow
last
down
2
now.
up.
Slow
Leave the
down.
last 2 up.
You're gonna need all
There's
defenses
3.
for
We
these
didn't pop.
deals.
We didn't pop it. We
Yeah.
didn't pop enough
There.
mines. We need to pop the 3rd one.
Pop now.
Yeah. And then
Okay,
Boomy,
jails go.
rally if you haven't.
Already
Hey,
rallied.
1, 2, 3 on left. 4, 5, 6
AM
on right.
sets. Zephyrs.
Fucking owned.
This is standard. You have banks.
Okay, you go right to the edge. Yeah, be on the edge if you're not supposed to soak here. There should be 1, 2, and 3 are soaking this only.
Watch the tank knockback.
Get hit really hard. Finish the last goon. Finish that goon as well. See how close we can get.
I can't fucking target him.
Can't hit him.
Yeah, you have to go in. So cringe.
Fuck it.
That's
like
so
that.
annoying, actually.
External
Finger
request.
gun here, external.
Not available.
I'm feeling really good.
White, I'm not gonna lie. Just waste time. Don't
So,
waste time.
what the fuck was wrong with this? This looked like a completely different raid fight.
I take it back. The shit.
The thing is, we said like top 1, 2, and then left the raid
I mean,
train.
I can tell you one thing. Adding DPS makes literally no sense. We should just have
We should just heal again.
Time.
Back whispers.
Like last
Feel
time.
that shit?
Last time we were just pulled the whole time. This time we're just getting caught.
No, just I don't know,
God dang,
but like the
that
debuff
powerful.
from the healing debuff from the mines does damage as it's up. So if you don't heal it off, you just take more damage. So when people are extending it on people,
Yeah,
and
we got
also,
like a 4 stack, and it was
Yeah.
And people were
destroying us.
standing in the
So
spawning
when we
line thinking he
do
was a
1,
soak,
2,
and then
okay, so
blowing it
here's
up.
how we're gonna do it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are still going in those splits right now. We did just see a wipe, and that was a Monster Energy listen in. Yes, Tettles? You make faces at me, and I don't know what you mean. You
I was just
make
looking
me
at
question
It's
you.
up like
He does
proper,
this.
and it's like
I was looking at you because it's polite.
Yeah, but it's like a.
Normally you look at people whenever they talk, right?
No, but this.
yeah, but you do it like
There's
so,
like a. Yes, you're like.
so accentuated, basically. You do
Sorry.
like the
I didn't mean to get in this
What?
conversation, but I thought it was like urgent.
There's
Anyways.
no urgency.
We're just sorry about that. I
It's
got
just very excited.
sidetracked too. Okay, so we are doing splits still. This boss in particular, I have seen people struggling on makes in splits.
Yes.
A little bit.
Mugsy is notably a hard boss, of course, and before we went into that Monster Energy listen-in, we were kind of talking about that they were actually not going in with helpers, and instead we're opting to go with the full guild group titles, which usually tells you this boss is hard, we're trying to like put our best foot forward to get some gear, but it seems to be even harder then.
I was a little bit surprised that they were actually able to get into splits as early as they have been. So you tend to only actually start to do these heroic splits where you have all 30 liquid raiders after you have assigned players' mains, right? So you're fishing for a couple of very rare items. You're fishing for basically all of the high chase items off of One-Armed Bandit. You're also chasing for strong, normal, very rare items off of Gallywix, the Jaster Diamond, and the Ikazan being the most notable pieces. And so I was talking with Kalamazi, and we were also kind of just a little bit surprised that they had enough main characters that have been assigned that they were actually even ready to be able to do these Mugsy splits, because I mean this is actually looking to be actually a pretty challenging fight even for the liquid split characters. You saw them wipe there at the very end of the fight. I want to say the boss had a 48% damage amp. So how the fight works is after the boss reaches 45%, I think is the number that we're looking for here, the boss will then start doing a Gatling gun spinning phase, but the boss at the exact same time is stacking a damage amp on a timer. And the boss is also spamming mechanics from both sides of the room. So typically you actually just like alternate sides of the room, but the boss actually ends up starting to spam mechanics. But there's effectively a soft enrage on the fight whenever the damage amp gets stacked too high. In that case, it was 48%. People were dying to the AoE soak. People ended up dying to the goon cages. People ended up getting cleaved down by various abilities and just taking a little bit too much damage. And we saw them kind of brute force the first kill, but now they're having to make sure that they're strategizing and playing a proper strat for this fight. And so it's actually a pretty difficult boss, even with all 30 liquid raiders. Now, I think that they're going to be able to get super consistent here as time goes on, especially on this fight. But for the first couple of pulls, the fact that they're wiping, they're not able to just like easily breeze through it, is exactly why this fight isn't doable with helpers.
Question for you, Tuttles. You were a lot. I'm sorry if you've probably been asked this question before, but you had the lowest predictions out of all of us for the bosses.
Oh yeah, okay.
What's up? What's up with that?
I think it's what
your
he
thought
was saying
process?
earlier with like the raid before being a little bit too hard. Is
Yeah.
that what it comes back to?
Yeah, I think it's just gonna be a little bit of whiplash
Okay,
from
so
Blizzards.
you're still sticking with that though. Now that we've seen some of them on heroic.
I feel like heroic is almost no indication on how difficult things are going to be on
That's fair.
on Mythic, just in
Especially with
general.
helpers.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with helpers, it's pretty difficult to gauge. I think it's one of those things that you know, these Race World First guilds are just insanely good too. And a fight that would even take the average guild 150 pulls, it could potentially take them somewhere in the 100 range, right? Like 95 even potentially. And it's something like I just, you know, I kind of expected there to be a little bit of a bounce back in terms of Blizzard tuning fights to be just a hair easier this tier, and so I kind of predicted that way.
Okay. No, that's fair.
I still thought Gallywix was gonna be like 200 pulls, but like end bosses tend to be pretty uniform difficulty. It's like pretty consistent how difficult they're going to be.
Are you surprised then by you being sort of an outlier compared to the rest of us in terms of that pull count?
I don't know. It just kind of depends on how you feel about it. I feel like there's probably good variance between. Was it like a?
We're all
like
pretty close. Yeah, we're all really close, and you were low. You were
like substantially lower.
I would say so. Yeah.
So.
I wonder if we could take a quick look at it because have you not seen it yet?
No.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. No.
I heard a couple of people look at it and talk about your low prediction, but it's funny that you haven't actually looked at it.
Yeah. No one's asked you this then apparently before.
Interesting.
Okay.
No, I just thought I thought the raid was gonna be a little bit easier.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, like you said, you know, it's hard to tell this early on, and we get asked that like I think about a week before we even see the normal and heroic, excuse me. So it's kind of hard to gauge sometimes.
Heroic is harder and harder each and every single tier.
I agree.
Oh, one-arm
here is a
bandit.
Comparison. It currently says normal. Of course, all of those predictions are for Mythic.
Yep.
But Aya has 100. I said 160.
Yeah.
And Tettles ripped the 15. That was quite low.
I did the boss during PTR testing. I felt like it was a fight that you could 100% predetermine what you were going to be doing the entirety of the time, and you could spend 80 hours prior to the raid coming out devising and calculating the perfect strategy that makes this fight easier.
That's fair. Yeah, I've been seeing the word spreadsheet boss tossed around.
Yeah.
In relation to one-arm bandit.
Not say the same for a boss like Fruit Twister though, and that was a.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm not known for well-informed predictions. I just, listen, I do all the PTR testing because I'm a sweaty nerd, and then I gotta guesstimate how much I think.
Fair. Okay.
There's a Mugsy. IS says 150. I said 267, a little bit on the higher end there. And Tellus ripped the 65.
Why do you do, that's a specific number it makes, 267.
Yeah.
Just
I don't like the round numbers. They need to be like a little bit odd. I do like doing like a little bit over under, you know, like.
That's fair.
And very rarely is a boss kill on like a round number, like a 0.
Yeah.
Like usually.
It's true.
There's like an odd number, and like 267.
No,
it rolls off the tongue. It's a nice number.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
267.
Okay.
Look at it, look.
5, me 150. So, yeah, I mean, if you see the entire leaderboard, we've got Max up there too. It's interesting seeing you so low.
Mugsy, I think, is a fight that it's kind of similar to Silken Court, where it's going to be a lot of when are we going over to the other side? When are we doing some of the new mechanics? Because like you see right on screen here, now the boss actually starts to do mechanic spam phase, so we're going into the last phase. And determining what's actually going on with the mechanic spam, what the cadence of the abilities are, that's a lot of the learning of the fight, kind of similar to Silken Core. Where are we positioned? What are we doing to blow up the mines? How are we going to be able to deal with these goon cages? Those are kind of the reasons I kind of expect these Race War First guilds are insanely good. And I think that they're really good at dealing with fights that are like that. I mean, you saw Silken Core. There's a reason that the Race World First guilds, for even like the average cutting edge or Hall of Fame level guild, they had probably twice as many pulls on Silken Court than these other Race World First contenders. And I think that Mugsy, kind of a similar fight where, you know, Liquid and Echo and Method and all these other guilds are going to pave the main strat that all the other cutting edge and Hall of Fame level guilds do. But I think that they're so good at designing those strats, especially beforehand, whenever they know the cadence of the fight, and figuring out just what's going to be going on with that boss. Again, if I think that the raid is going to be a little bit easier than last year, yeah, I go ahead and slam a 65.
Okay. I think your last
be
one
harder.
for Gallywix was, I think, a little higher. I think it was 150 for your last one, or maybe a weird number around that.
It was like 200.
Was it?
I do think his Gallywix split was a little bit higher. It's just, I think where Tettles like deviated a lot is that middling pack.
The four non-linear
where
bosses.
If you are basing it on the previous raid, I do think Blizzard's learning was kind of like these middle of the pack bosses were too hard.
Okay.
So I do think that they might roll it back, but it could also just be that they're rolling some of the earlier bosses harder and then the curve is more of a curve rather than a step.
That's what I was going to ask. If you still think it's going to be like a nice progression rather than like a 90-degree angle like we've seen in previous tiers.
So I think because of how the raid layout is, there will be an order of bosses that will be a curve.
Yeah.
But you are free to also take the step if you want to, depending on like which boss you go to, because it's first boss, and then that opens the pathway to 4 different bosses. And in my brain, I just don't think they're all going to be tuned for second boss level. I think on an 8-boss raid, that would be disappointing to me personally, so I'm just hoping that's not true.
So they're not tuned on a second boss level, but you look at the gear, and so Vexy and the Gear Grinders and Cauldron of Carnage have the same item level. And then it's Styx Bunk Junker and Richard Reverberations have the same item level. And then it's Sprocket Monger Lock and Stock and One-Armed Bandit that have the same item level. And then it's Mugsy and Gallywix that have the same item level. And so I think that while there is the possibility of going and doing those different situations, I think it's one of those things that Blizzard's kind of implying that you're supposed to do it a specific way.
Yeah, I do agree. I was more so talking about, is that difficulty curve going to correlate to the item level curve? And I think more or less, yes. There's always a little bit of here. They're zooming in for you, Tels.
Yeah.
He was squinting at the monitor. This is why we have this monitor.
I'm doing the IRL zoom. I was getting real close to the monitor. I was trying to see. It didn't look like there was anything that's like great. Those Capo's Molten Knuckles, that is a very rare fist weapon, I believe.
Want me to look it up?
That has a fire damage proc. So that's the Capo's Molten Knuckles. I believe that's a very rare.
That's not Gallywix, right? Have we talked about Gallywix yet?
That's not the Gallywix one. I think that's a different, very rare item that procs like fire damage. I want to say it's like a Warglaive.
I've got
or
it pulled
random.
up on Wowhead here.
What is it?
Like what slot? It is a fist weapon.
It's a fist weapon. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. It's a fist weapon. I think it's very rare, and it has a fire damage proc, correct?
Equip, gain a high chance of follow up your attacks with a fiery gilded uppercut.
Yeah. So that's that is one of the very rare items from Mugsy. I don't know exactly who is looking for that, but Demon Hunters can wear fist weapons, correct?
Yep.
Windwalker Monks, of course, can wear fist weapons as well. A couple other candidates to.
Common Rogue Warrior.
Yeah.
What split group? What?
Did it have Agion, or did it have
the stats are agility, stamina, strength.
Oh, it's got strength on it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can wear it as a strength warrior.
Kind of cool.
Yeah, it's very rare. I just looked it up, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't make it up. We're good.
Agility, strength.
You had that memorized. Well done.
Fist weapon.
What group is this? This is the leather group. What?
Wait, what?
Oh, somebody probably asked that. She was answered. Or did you answer someone in chat, or did you just answer
I asked
yourself?
that myself.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't think that you do. So you used to do splits like that back in whenever we had personal loot. So say Shadowlands, you had personal loot. You would do like armor stack splits, right?
They don't do that anymore?
No, you don't do that anymore.
Since when?
Since Master Looter came back, you don't do that anymore because.
Oh my gosh! I missed a step.
You have to have somebody that can basically
right.
eat every single piece of gear.
Yeah.
So
unless you don't want something.
Yeah, but off Mugsy, there's the Gallywix items that you were talking about.
Yeah.
So pretty much in every single raid, there's going to be somebody that can eat the Gallywix bow.
Yeah,
that would be like
true.
That would be a huge high value item. There's also going to be somebody that can eat that fist weapon in every single raid. I haven't looked at numbers on the fist weapon. Very rare items tend to be very good. So I'm just basing an assumption here without seeing sims that very rare item that we just were talking about, the Capo's gloves, is going to be good for people. So you're going to have some demon hunters or like a windwalker or somebody like that in your raid that values that weapon super highly that you can give to. And so you're just trying to have, it's going to probably end up being 5 or 6 characters. They're going to be different armor types. It could even be as low as 4 characters potentially. They're all going to be different armor types, and they can eat the most important items that are off the boss.
I do want to make 2 points. So point number 1 is I feel like this time around the raid has a lot of very valuable items, more than we usually would see in like Mythic Plus.
Yeah.
Like if I look at trinket lists of what are being recommended for a lot of the classes, there's a lot of very good trinkets from the raid this time around. And then similar for weapons, I think because of stuff like the Gallywix, and let's explain what that is in just a second, but because of stuff like the Gallywix, I do think we're also seeing a lot of like weapons being very good from the raid. So a high prio on those raid items this time around.
You want to explain the Galley Tech items? You want me to?
You feel free to.
So the Galley Tech items are items that drop off of both Mugsy and Mr. Gallywix himself. And I think there's like a bow. There's the fist weapon's actually not a Galley Tech item. This is a shield.
One hand int mace and gun drops of Mugsy. And then of Gallywix, we have the Galley Tech limited edition 2-hand strength mace.
Okay.
And I believe there was one more.
There's a shield.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they all have a similar effect where there is some shadow damage dot that applies and can stack up to 25 times. The Galley Tech items are good for some specializations. They also drop at a pretty high item level, so they are a premium in that regard as well. It's going to save you some crests and whatnot. So a lot of people are kind of looking for those items in some capacity. Now, talking about trinkets, it's kind of interesting. All of the int trinkets from Raid are pretty solid. A lot of the int classes actually have them at a premium. Funnily enough, though, that's not necessarily true for a lot of the melee DPS. The melee DPS, I think, a lot of the time we're actually looking for the Operation Floodgate trinket. Some of them can use House of Cards. I think like Windwalker Monk wants House of Cards,
Demon
for example.
Hunter.
A Demon Hunter also wants House of Cards.
Yeah.
But Aya Kazan is also good, universally pretty good for everybody. But the Priory of the Sacred Flame on-use trinket and the Operation Floodgate trinket are some of the items that the melee DPS are also looking for, whereas for the int users, pretty infrequently are they looking for a lot of Mythic Plus trinkets. All of the caster trinkets are just so valuable, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just thought it was really interesting. Usually, I feel like it's more like a 50-50 on like weapons and trinkets that you either want from the raid or from Mythic Plus, but this time around, it feels more like a 70-30 to me, which is a big change.
I think that's better. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah? You think so?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should be allowed to do what you want to do and not have to be forced to do different modes.
So how is it better that it's now 70-30?
Is it the opposite? 70-30, wait.
70-30 in
I think I'm
favor
not
of
following
the raid.
Oh, never mind.
So like if you are running Mythic Plus and you want like optimal gear, you are kind of wanting to go into Mythic rating or hope that you get Mythic rating items at least.
No, I misunderstood what you meant.
Okay.
Never mind. No, I think if you want to do M+, you should do M+ to get your gear and not have to do anything, literally anything else.
Bring back Dinar system, but
it's coming back.
Actual season.
No, you know, I think we should have to go do some arena.
Yeah.
To get some gear for the raid.
No, thank you. Don't want that.
I want to see that. Get Trillbrack out here. Yeah, misunderstood you. All right, well, if you're tuning in, we are still doing some splits. Have we gotten anything that we needed then? I know we've seen stuff drop, but was it for the people that need that stuff?
Oh, that's a good question.
I guess we have no way of knowing besides speculation when we're in this POV.
Mugsy's got some decent loot. I think it has a lot less valuable loot than Gallywix and One-Armed Bandit.
Okay.
Gallywix and One-Armed Bandit, for One-Armed Bandit, you really wanted the best in slots, very rare weapon, and the House of Cards trinket. Off Gallywix, you want the Eye Kazan and the Jaster Diamond. Those are like, all four of those items are just like gigabyss. You see people like, those are the items that will make like Atlas yell and get passionate about.
Yeah, I hope so. I have him on my bingo card.
Very good, very good. We did see the Jaster Diamond drop yesterday, at least on the normal mode.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, if you're a raider and you get that thing on normal mode, you're like, oh.
Yeah, you feel like still ran out of your RNG.
It is still good, but like you'd rather have heroic. So
yeah.
Hopefully we're going to be seeing some of that also drop once we actually go into dealing with heroic Gallywix, but it looks like we are in the next split and we're going to go through Mugsy again. So the raiders are just making their way. They're working through all of these splits right now.
Also, real quick, shout out to our presenting partner, of course, Coinbase. You can head on over to teal.gg/CoinbaseRWF for $20 if you sign up for the app using that code TeamLiquid20. You also have a chance to win a signed jersey and a trip to get flown out for the next tier here at the Alienware training facility if you go fill out that form at teal.gg/RWFBTS. Definitely go check it out, scan that QR code, get on in there, win some stuff.
Some cool stuff.
Yeah. So Tattle's question I haven't asked you specifically yet.
Oh?
What is your favorite boss in the tier?
One-Armed Bandit.
Same! You're the only one that said that.
He drops the best loot for me.
Oh, that's boring.
Well, I only play the game for rewards and not.
That's fair.
Listen, I'm
You're a simple guy. You know what you want. I appreciate it.
I'm a sweaty Mythic Plus player.
Yeah.
I'm a simple man. I know what I want. I would love the Jaster Diamond and the Eye Kazan as well.
That's a good
However,
one. Yeah. You think you'll get it?
Maybe not my back. Well, I'm not killing the boss on Mythic, so probably not.
Eventually.
I could dinar it up.
Perhaps?
I could
Yeah.
I could dinar it, which could be in my bag.
Hey, I was watching Race to World last a couple days
Yeah.
ago. The dream doesn't die for a while. You've got time.
It's about time commitment for me.
That's fair. Okay.
I do think it's interesting that all of us are kind of choosing bosses in the rate that are not the end boss, because often the end boss is like the coolest, right? Really often you'll look at an end boss and you're like, oh, this fight looks mad cool, like Sire Denathrius type of bosses. And then this time around, I feel like we've seen so little of Gallywix that people are just kind of like...
Perhaps that's why, yeah.
Steering clear of it. Obviously, there's like, we asked Max yesterday, and he was like, oh, there's obviously going to be a Mythic face. So I'm really curious on how that fight is actually going to be playing out on Mythic, because of course no one has seen that yet. Very few guilds have actually only seen it on Heroic, so I'm very curious for whether or not my answer might change.
Hear me out. I'm the people's champ, though. I'm just trying to get the loot, like all the people in chat as well. I think they can they can recognize you'll recognize real, and I think that they understand my plight here.
I just think it's a fun boss, whimsical and fun. Hey,
if you just want loot, though,
yeah,
then Gallywix would be the right answer, is it not?
Well, that guy,
gaslight him.
That guy is like hundreds of pulls, and one-armed bandit is probably not.
Well, according to you,
that's what you think.
Also, one-armed bandit here is it's got even BIS-er items for me. Yeah, the House of Cards are the best in slots. It's the best in slots.
Kettle's a Gamba lover. I see.
Exactly.
I respect it. When does the Gamba start? Can we do a Gamba?
Yeah.
We kind of did a Gamba on when we thought the splits would end.
Okay, so circling back to the question about the Mugsy loot, you guys were kind of talking about some of the most important loot off this boss. I don't really think that there are huge chase items. Again, it's the one-armed bandit, it's the Gallywix stuff. Mugsy does have some of those items, those weapons that Mix was talking about earlier. It does also have the very rare fist weapon, a couple of pretty good items. It also has the Moxie's Mug Jug, which recently got buffed for int users. But, you know, House of Cards and Ikazan tend to be a little bit better, so there's few people that are actually going to be looking to wear that. So in general, it's just like a little bit less valuable of a boss in terms of really sweating like what exactly drops off this boss. The important thing is making sure that you're getting it killed in these splits and optimizing who the loot goes to and making sure that you get the best loot out of this boss as possible.
I do think what you were saying earlier with kind of the item level groups, that is like the thing why you are kind of looking at Mugsy. You are getting like higher item level here. And something like the Mastery Haste Neck that you can get there would obviously be nice if you have that on a higher item level, as well as the weapons that can drop there. So I think that is like the thing while you're probably looking for loot there. But I do agree that if we're only looking at loot tables, the one-armed bandit looks a little bit more profitable. And I do think it's funny because that is on theme for that boss. It's like it's a gotcha machine. You're going to get a big reward. Like, that is cool.
True.
It saves you crests for crafting as well. And crafting on cooldown is something, like if you guys in chat, you guys, if you haven't heard, crafting on CD is a lot more valuable this season than it was last season because they changed the enchanted crests from costing 90 crests per to down to 60. And that is actually a huge difference in the value that you're getting on a per crest basis. And basically they ended up buffing crafting, and you should be crafting on CD.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Ever since crafting was introduced with Dragonflight, I've just been like an absolute little dum-dum. And I've been doing whatever people tell me to do, because every single time a new season rolls around with crafting, I'm just like, there are just too many quests.
Same. I lose my mind.
Understand.
It's horrible. Okay. I hate this
so
system.
thankful for the people that do like the math on what is optimal in terms of like which crest should I be sending where and what should I be crafting for what. It is mind-breaking. This is not what I play the game for.
I feel like
you want some advice? Do you guys want some advice?
Yes, please.
It doesn't matter. Like it literally, you're stressing about something that quite literally does not matter. If you mess up your craft, you get to recraft again in a few weeks. It's actually.
If I mess it up, Tettles, though, that's horrible.
Dude, our embellishment's like 0.5% of our damage, anyways. It doesn't really. It's nearly impossible to completely butcher your craft unless you're crafting a piece that is the wrong stats. If you're crafting an Agi dagger as an int wear, all right, then we're toast. But it is really, really difficult to completely mess up your craft, assuming that you're crafting for an immediate gain at that point in time. it's difficult to mess up your crafting, and it's something that you're going to be able to do every 2 weeks, and so it's not going to be a long-term problem either way.
Fair enough. It still stresses me out, though.
I feel like I'm playing one of those games, I don't know what the genre is called, like Don't Starve or Raft, or like where you build things to build other things. You're like, okay, I have to make this table so that I can make this machine, so that I can make this tool that can make this other machine.
I have
so that I can make
no
this
idea what
recipe
you're
book,
talking about, but
so that
I'm
I can make this piece
interested.
of food so that I can get this certain buff so I can go kill this. It's awful. You've never played like Don't Starve or anything?
Type of game?
This is
There's
this is the crafting equivalent of not inviting random people in LFG because you think their spec sucks. By the way, you're overemphasizing how much it matters to something that doesn't really matter as much as you think it does.
It's so much about mattering. It's more like there are all of these crests, and that implies I should be doing something with them.
Yeah.
And obviously, you should be doing something with them, and then if there is a decision to be made, you don't want to make the wrong one, even though it's like minimal. You're like, so much to do. What are all these different things? Would it be smarter to like convert this and then do that? And like, oh,
I'm not gonna set out to make a cake and like not put sugar in it or something just because I'm gonna end up with a cake anyways. You know what I mean?
Is that a thing? Like
no, it's just I just made it up. Like if you're gonna make a recipe, you may as well follow the recipe.
No.
I'd be like, man, it doesn't matter. I can make another cake next week.
It's like you got a rubric for an assignment in school.
Yeah.
And you look at the rubric and you're gonna get a 95% on it, and you could spend 3 more hours to get 100% on it, and you're like, I'm taking the 95.
That's fair.
This is fine.
Okay. Yeah, but you have to do all the work to get to the 95% anyway, so you may as well just do that little bit of extra time to.
Yeah, but I was saying it's exponential.
I can't relate to that.
It's exponentially more
diminishing
time.
returns.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Because you're gonna have to do so much more research to figure out what the exact optimal item. Sometimes it's a little bit weird.
Dude, the first time I had to make a crafted piece of gear, I almost lost my mind.
That is fair.
Again, it's hard to mess up, but people put a lot of emphasis
You'd
in
think, Tettles, I'm kind of stupid.
Long term, there's no punishment. Like, there's long term no issue making a mistake with your crafting, but people think that there's a huge punishment for it.
That's what big crafting corpo wants you to
doesn't get what you're
think.
saying.
Oh.
That is the first time someone has said to him. That is the first time someone has said to him. I don't know.
I just feel like it
you
should
gotta
be
do
more
cooking by the book.
straightforward.
We're getting some what's that show? Gotta do the cooking by the book.
I have no idea. I'm gonna pretend I know. What are we getting?
I think.
2 mug jugs.
Oh, somebody said hi, Tettles. Mug jugs.
Also have the Thug Hotline. Unfortunately, not that great.
A trinket sucks. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Mugs Moxie jug.
That thing's pretty good for intwares. I don't think it's
The
necessarily.
jug is good. The Thug is not so good.
I think the jug is good for Mythic Plus, probably. I think that most intwares are going to be looking for the Aya Kazan because basically how it works is it stacks up over 4 minutes and it gives you main stat. And once it's stacked up over that 4-minute period, the amount of stats that it gives you is just a lot more valuable. Whenever you're doing like a 5-minute sim, it might look less good. And it also, you know, if you could ever lose stacks, like say you're doing Mythic Plus and those stacks end up depleting over time, that can potentially be a problem. So that's why it would be better for Mythic Plus. But for Raid in general, the fights, especially the ones that matter, are going to be 6, 7, 8 minutes. And the Aya Kazan is just so much better than Mug Jug, which, you know, Moxie's Mug Jug is totally fine. Like, it is a good trinket. But I think that whenever you're looking for a Race to World First guild, they are doing so many splits that they can guarantee a lot of Aya Kazans, maybe even somewhere in the order of like 10 to 12 on their main raiders.
Yeah, ideally, definitely going to be true there. I'm laughing because I saw Yips roll for Transmog. I assume that's just how they're allocating like the gear that they know like straight away goes to a player, and then everybody else greets. But it did look quite funny there.
That's my TGP goat right there. Thank you, Yips.
True. Great interviews we had with him.
Oh my God, he's so funny.
What did I? Did I miss
funny.
some?
It's his essence.
Dude.
Yeah.
Like, you
That
talk
aura.
to Yips, and you're like, this guy is hilarious.
He's cool. Yeah.
His girlfriend DM'd me on Discord and asked me to get him coffee yesterday, and yeah, I got Venmo'd some money to get him coffee yesterday.
Wait, you actually ended up getting him coffee?
Of course, yeah.
Very good.
I'm a nice guy.
Wait, I thought that job was passed on to me, and then you.
Well, she messaged you, and you actually didn't message her back. I heard.
That's funny. You know what happened? Well,
what I heard.
I was sitting there waiting, and then I went and I forget where I went, and then I looked at it later, and she's like, never mind. So I see you took my coffee run from me. That's fine. I wanted to be helpful, and then
I don't know. I got a DM at like 9 a.m.
Okay.
You guys can fight it out later.
It's got nothing to do with it. I got the coffee, so.
It's like I have some beef with Yip's girlfriend now.
What kind of coffee did Yips get?
Yeah, what kind of coffee?
I don't have my phone on me.
There's like
something.
Listen.
Cinnamon with almond milk is what all I remember.
This might be a Euro moment, but like the fancy type of coffees you guys have here, it's wild. Bart and I, like, he's Dutch, and every single time we go for a coffee, it's like a lavender honey coffee, a cookie latte, something.
This is LA. This is
it is
an LA thing.
So
Let me
funny.
tell you that.
It is so funny.
Do you not like nice tasting drinks?
Yeah,
I
I'm
do
sorry.
like them.
Do you not enjoy
I'm not complaining. I think it's just crazy. Like there are combinations on there I wouldn't even put together in my wildest dreams.
Called evolution.
And then they somehow taste great too.
And capitalism.
All right, I've got two pieces of armor up here.
Cool.
We've got Eye of Kazan and Mugs Moxie Jug right next to each other.
Yeah, those are the caster trinkets we are looking at here from the last two bosses.
Eye of Kazan can be worn by anybody, right? It's got primary stat on it. I'm pretty sure almost, if not all DPS are gonna want this, and potentially even tanks. I'm pretty sure this is the best healer trinket. Jack had a video and he was glazing this trinket a lot, so I think this is also the best healer trinket.
The one I presented?
No, it's the one that I presented.
That's another one.
I think this is the one I was
It's
presenting.
also a mastery stick trinket, but
Yeah. But this thing's good. Both of these trinkets are good. I think this one on the left is going to be far more valuable because you can see it has the chance to empower primary stat up to 20 times. Now, it's sim bait for Mythic Plus because it says decays rapidly upon leaving combat, which you don't know as how rapid it decays. It decays 1 stack a second, and so you lose all of your primary stat almost immediately that you've been stacking up to 4 minutes.
Very fun.
But it's really, really good. That trinket is insane. Whenever we're going to watch a bunch of Gallywix heroic splits, that is one of the items that you guys should be looking for in chat. On the right, Mugs Moxie Jug. I think it's actually a fine trinket. It sims pretty decently. I think it's great for Mythic Plus. It is one of the top trinkets for Mythic Plus just in general. I think it's going to be a lot more stable long-term as well compared to something like an Eye of Kazan.
Cool. All right, well, thank you, Wowhead, for this info also.
And thank you, Teddles, for explaining it.
Yes, thank you, Teddles.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you want to read about Eye of Kazan versus Mugs Moxie Jug on my Wowhead guide, you can also check it out on the balance section for some reason.
Ooh, it's on the balance section?
Well, yeah, right.
He writes the balance
to your guide,
so.
yeah. It would be the balance class guide.
Making sure the people heard you.
You are playing balance this season, right?
I'm back, yeah.
Back on the main.
Playing last season?
Og.
I was playing
No.
They
let me
lost
out.
you for a second. You're out of Og prison.
They let me out of the cage.
Oh, okay.
It's funny because this morning he was complaining on wanting to be back on that Og.
No,
now he is team balance again.
I was mostly mauling about the last boss of Dark Flame Cleft.
I know.
Every time somebody switches off their main to go play Og Evoker, an angel loses its wings.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't know if you guys see that.
Would I rather sit in Dornagal and not have a group, playing something I would slightly more prefer, or would I rather be in Mythic Plus playing an Og Evoker? And the answer
Teddles,
was...
you should just play what you find fun.
Yeah, well,
Teddles, it's a 0.5 improvement. You're not. Why are you stressing about that?
I personally find playing fun.
Oh, you got him. That was so good. That was so good, dude.
You guys are talking about crafting, and it's not a long-term issue. That's different than
No, that was based.
playing
Teddles.
a spec.
Can I get a based chat?
You think it's an own, but it wasn't.
I'm just in my head canon. It was a known.
It was not.
It was mostly funny, but
Mark your
moving
swear.
on.
Mark your bingo swear again.
For what?
Scribble it in a little bit more. Look at that. Look at him. Look at all this based. Look at this.
Shut
Teddles.
up. Shut up.
Damn.
These are so annoying in chat.
I'm so sorry.
Teddles so salty.
He's gonna go to Chris after this, or one of our producers. Can you not put me with those?
Yeah, no, it's
ever again.
It's either I can play and play Og Evoker, or I can
I get
sit
it.
on the bench and play Moonkin, and I'd rather play.
I understand.
So Moonkin is better, is what you're saying, or did you?
Og Evoker got completely ruined, and so now I'm free.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm back.
I hope they stay down there.
I'm really curious on what that is going to translate to in like the Mythic Plus.
The spec sucks.
Yeah, but like Og Evokers have been like enabling a bunch of things for quite some time and like locking in that kind of BISCOM. So I'm curious on whether or not we could potentially see a return of a very wide field in terms of what is viable, which is kind of my cope.
I think that Okay, I don't know if we're necessarily going to see it in TGP, because the TGP people do sweaty stuff.
Yes.
But I think it's going to be...
I mean, more like on the leaderboard.
On the leaderboard, I think it's pretty likely that we see more diverse comps. Because here's the thing. You take one specialization, you take Enhancement Shaman from last season. That was that was probably the best specialization. You would do everything in your power to enable that Enhancement Shaman. You know what would be better than one Enhancement Shaman? Two Enhancement Shamans.
Sorry,
However,
I joke. I'm sorry.
Playing 2 Enhancement Shamans, you're exactly right, sucks. Like, you don't want to play 2 Enhancement Shamans. You're not going to be able to keep them alive. So instead, you can play 1.5 Enhancement Shamans and play this Augevoker instead. That's got all this utility, and it keeps your Enhancement Shaman alive, and it enables them, like Makes was talking about.
Yeah.
Now, Augevoker sucks. Like, this thing is going to do legit tank damage. This spec is beans.
Oh, no.
And so,
How horrible.
now, if you have one spec that's OP, you're probably not going to play a second copy of that specialization. It's just not... You get diminishing
You'll
returns.
just find something else that's strong, and then you'll go with the second strongest spec.
Even if one spec is locked in, that's totally fine, because there's 2 more DPS slots that were, in the past locked down because Augevoker was occupying one of them, and now it's going to be less.
There could be 3 if Blizzard listens to me, which they should.
Add WoW devs.
Add WoW
maybe.
devs.
Yeah. But no, I totally agree, and I think it does come back a little bit to what we were talking about earlier. If one of the spots is not automatically been taken by an Augevoker, maybe more other classes get to play.
Stupid Augevokers.
Well, so
sorry to the Draktheirs out there.
I think the reason why I'm such an Augmentation evoker is because I feel like it's like Blizzard is like half committed to the idea of like a support class. Like, it's weird that only one has ever been made. They don't have their own. To me, it's like if we have support classes, there should be more of them, or none of them, and they should have their own role in a queue.
Why do you hate Aug?
I just. It's not even that I really hate Aug. I think I just hate the concept of a support class when it's like not really treated as such in a way.
Would you rather have its own classification?
Yes.
Like,
yeah. And there's only one. Like, it's just weird. Why is there one of them? There should be more, at least.
Like, let's say there was just, coming back to what we were saying, instead of 5 people, 6 people in a dungeon, and you had like healer, tank, support class.
Bro, I can't find healers or tanks.
I think that's the argument, though, that like if they had their own role, it would be more of like a sustained system. At least that's what a lot of people are saying.
Yeah.
But I do kind of want to say that a lot of people, for example, explained about Disc Priest for that same reason, saying like, oh, this is like the healer that does the most damage. Like, a couple of expansions ago, when other healers weren't that optimized in terms of like doing DPS as a healer, and then they kind of pulled the rest up, and we had more of an even playing field.
What I'm going to say about support specs, and I think that they actually made the correct decision by classifying them as a DPS, is I can't find healers and tanks as is. I'm not going to be able to find more support specs, and the people who are willing to play support probably already play healer.
No, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, maybe... I just think, like, to your point, they take up a whole DPS spot. So it's for a long, long time, it took Blizzard a while to, like, figure out a way to tune them that they weren't absolutely required. Like, that was especially cooked, that you had to have an Augmentation evoker.
Well, I mean, they're inherently more balanced than other specials. Just let me cook for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
There inherently would be more balanced than other specializations because they can't operate without buffing other people, right? So you can't actually stack them. So you would never play a second Augevoker in any situation for Mythic Plus because you literally can't. Like, you're not buffing them. There's no stacking, right? So it's literally impossible in that way. But obviously, it leads to this degenerate thing where you end up playing it 4 consecutive seasons, and it's just not very fun.
It is, I get. And to like reiterate, I don't hate them. I just hate that it's like, it feels like it's like half committing to the idea of a sport. There's only one.
I like
classified as a DPS. Yeah, and I'm not saying like it's not fun to play, but to me it's like you either don't have it at all, or you're continuing to commit to adding more to the game. They're just in a weird place.
I do think a lot of, for lack of a better term, the hatred for Augevoker came from how they were introduced and when they were introduced.
That's also very fair.
In Dragonflight, we had one of the best, most versatile, most balanced, most equalized seasons in Mythic Plus ever. You saw so many different classes, even on the very high keys on the leaderboard. And then Aug was introduced, and we had that Exodia comp, and it dominated for, like you were saying, basically 4 seasons you were locked in to running that. So I think a lot of the resentment about that class, or about that spec, I should say rather, comes back to that, and not necessarily to what they are, but more like what they caused because of how they were brought in.
It's so interesting because people don't want Aug balance, they want them gone. And it's this weird situation where Aug sucks in 10s. I would never in 100 years invite an Aug Evoker to a 10 ever. They are just actively bad because they require your DPS to know what's going on, and they require your Aug Evoker to know what's going on. And more often than not, whenever you're doing a weekly key, somebody's probably clueless about what's happening, right? It's just the truth. Somebody's a little bit less optimal with their damage. They don't really know what's going on. They're not pressing their buttons as well, including the Aug Evoker. The Aug Evoker might not be keeping their uptimes super sick as well. They also, you don't get value out of their utility. And it's like, it's funny because it's only this thing for like very niche, super high keys, but yet people just hate the spec and they want it. They don't want it balanced, they want it dead.
Yeah, but like because of how it was introduced, they came in and they made enemies because of how Blizzard put them in the game.
Weird. I agree. They needed like to soft launch that a little bit better rather than just being like, here's an entire paradigm shift to how the entire game works. Here's like the PI version of a class. Enjoy. Have fun.
We're
never going to make another one again.
Only when I get it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah. Also, Demon Hunters have had 2 specs for how many years now, and freaking the dragons come in and we're adding a completely new role. What's that about?
Yeah. What kind of Demon Hunter spec would you like, Aya?
I don't know. I think healing would be kind of interesting. Oh. I have no idea how it would work, but it'd be fun.
Just craft wounds from runes?
Yeah, or like another, or I mean, they could do like another DPS spec where, I mean, you know, you've had momentum and inertia build for so long, and like it's kind of like it jumps back and forth on which one is better, and they could just separate those into 2 different specs. One that is like highly mobile, and you have to continue to do that weird ass rotation where you're like moving around and doing fell rush and stuff to do the damage, and then one that's like more based on staying in place like a traditional melee. They could just separate them into 2 specs, two DPS specs. That'd be, I think, cool.
In this season, particularly, actually, the tuning is very good on the talent tree for Demon Hunters. You can play no mover, and you don't lose that much DPS. So great news for the people that hate on inertia. It's still going to be a little bit better, but it's much closer this time around. So there's a fair chance for if you really dislike it, you can just.
I'm pretty sure you're not momentum. You're only inertia right now for Eldrachi Reaver.
Inertia.
Yeah.
I think
you still need to like vengeful retreat
VR is like
and like fell rush in or like.
VR is very different than fell rushing for damage.
That's true.
That's what I would say.
It's still like the idea of using movement for damage that just some people don't like.
I guess that's...
Which I think is fair. If you don't like it, then it's not for you, and
I think
you don't have to play it at the moment.
I think it's fair, but I think they should... look, if we're going to add another spec, I think it'd be fun to separate them, and then you can do whichever playstyle you like.
It's kind of weird to play Demon Hunter if you care that much about not pressing Fell Rush at that point, right? Like...
Well, it's not about not pressing Fell Rush. It's about having to use it for your like top damage ability. I think is why it's controversial.
I wasn't talking about momentum. I was talking about purely about inertia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's Demon Hunter. It's like a.
Oh, I see. So if you're playing Demon Hunter, you want to stand still.
You're like a fly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, monks have roll. Like plenty of. Or like paladins have a little horse thing. Like plenty of classes have like a half a second movement ability that's not built into their rotation. Demon Hunter is the only one that I can think of where like you have to continue to do that.
Well, that's the great news. Right now, you are actually okay if you don't want to. So anybody that's a hater, you can do that. And we are taking a look here as Mugsy does not go down.
Wiping, yeah.
I was hoping that maybe they could clutch it out here, but would have been nice. Would have been nice to kill it before that. Maybe a little bit of damage lacking. Maybe a little bit of too early death there.
I liked how they were doing at the end of that fight, where they were leaving those mobs caught in that mass root from the druids. I thought that was a neat little strategy. We did that a lot during Mythic testing, but I thought they fixed the roots on this fight to not allow you to leave them rooted for an extended period of time. But that might have been a Mythic change. They might still be able to be sustained inside that mass root on heroic.
Yeah, very interesting. I'll have to try and see again.
Oh my god, we're gonna teach death.
How are you guys denoting the different sides in this one? I've heard many different ways of referring to it.
I mean, it's the right side's the goon cage side, and then the left side's the bomb side. Is kind of how I think about them.
I almost was thinking like earth side and dark side. Just
nah.
I don't know, man. Like that's fine. Like I don't know. I just. I just kind of know that this right side with this ground effect with the rocks is the side that spawns the goon cages, and then they do the icicles, and the left side's the one that spawns the mines and does like the frontals and summons adds occasionally.
Here's a big question: Is it Mug or is it Z that's on the goon side? Do you actually know?
Z, probably.
I actually don't. I know like one side is the Mug side and the other one is the C side, but I would have to look up.
Well,
which one is which? Because I also like remember them by mechanics.
So we read left to right, of course, and so Mug is the beginning, and that would and so that would assume that one's going to be on the left, and then Z is at the end, and so I'm going to assume that one's going to be on the right. But actually, is it the boss's right or is it our right? Whenever we're looking at
that is a good question.
Oh my gosh, hold on, now we're really.
How are you reading your own name?
Boss right or looker's right?
Yeah, exactly. Is it how we're looking?
Stage left.
Is it how we're looking at the boss
Camera left?
currently, or is it how the boss is facing? Many questions to be asked here. Oh, Liquid Reminder's getting pulled up here. An excellent add-on if you're looking for just trying to be able to pace out and use a great timeline feature to figure out what's going on the fight. We saw that, I think, debuted last year. It's an add-on that's created by Bart, one of the analysts here, and that add-on is sweet.
It is sweet. I'm so upset he didn't call it like Bart Reminders or something though.
I think
I tried to sell it to him to like call it Bart Tools.
Yeah, Bart Tools is a good one.
And he had that up there, but nobody called it that, so people are just calling it the Timeline Reminder add-on. If you want it, you can get it. He has it like on his Twitter.
What's it? It got renamed. It's not Liquid Reminders anymore.
It is Timeline Reminders.
That's even worse.
Well, it describes what it does, which I think is not that bad.
I think it's one of those things that they didn't want the name Liquid attached
I think that's fair, but I think Bart Reminders is so fun.
I thought that too, but...
Yeah.
Well, we play World of Warcraft. We don't play for fun.
Yeah, you don't play for fun. I asked you what your favorite boss was, and you based it based on what it drops.
Chat is...
By the way, I just got
Is loot the most fun thing in this game? Because I'm pretty sure
I just got a
yes.
bingo slot. I'm just...
Oh, what is it?
It was, what does Bart do?
Wait.
Thank you, Tattles.
Does that count?
I didn't say what does Bart do. I said what Bart does.
You were describing what Bart does. We didn't ask the question.
I didn't ask the question.
That's what I phrased.
It's a quotation mark.
Production phrased it like that. I have had phrased it differently.
Well, I'm not standing for this. This is ridiculous.
It's in quotation marks. It's a. That's not. I didn't say that verbatim.
It's not in quotation marks.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it's not. You're right.
It was a rephrasing from production. I can try to pull out what the original one was.
I got one earlier. I had a new dog walked by, so I have that one crossed out. I only have 4 right now, though.
Was it Ham?
It was Ham. Yeah, I was waiting for Ham to get on camera. We have a new dog in the building, chat. His name is Ham, and he's adorable.
He's a baby.
Yeah, he just had the snip, so he's not having a good week.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here, that was my original bingo, and it says someone explains what Bart does.
Oh.
Oh, is this? Oh, can
That's
you
a
and
good
your
point.
Discord help you with this, huh?
No.
Oh, they're helping you fill it out.
Yes.
You said okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Somebody explains what Bart. Yeah, I guess
It's just, I think I put a lot of words for all of the bingo sheets, so production just like
that's fair.
cut them down.
That is.
For example, my center was any dog on broadcast, and production rephrased that to dog.
Dude, they messed with mine too. I put a free space in there because that's bingo rules, and they just
they did
changed
say
it
no
around.
free space.
I didn't read that part. I'm sorry.
Okay,
There's
fair.
too many. I got too many.
You don't need to read, Aya. You
I'm
play
sorry.
melee DPS.
I do. You play melee DPS too.
so glad
That's
you
what
said
I'm
that.
saying.
We play the same spec makes.
I am going by my own rules.
Okay, fair
I'm with you here.
enough. Shut up.
I mean, she's right.
Please, Boomkin. He's not allowed to talk
No,
anyway.
you previously played Augavoker.
I mean, she's right. You didn't read the rules.
I mean, fair. Do we want to put up my bingo card since we didn't show mine?
We should be watching the boss. No. Hold on. I think we should be watching the boss. I think we should pull up your bingo.
Do you actually care? This is a split.
He wants to see the master.
You know what? No. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're right.
We're kind.
This is a Mugsy split.
We're kind of at a stage where it's actually
cooking.
still difficult to actually watch what the boss is doing. Like during these
Right
heroic
here?
splits, they're not consistently killing the fight. They are killing it, but it's probably 1 out of every 3, 1 out of every 4 pulls, and that's it's going to cost them time. And if they can get more consistent, I think that's a huge deal. They already wiped in this split, and so I think it's one of those things that the better consistency that they have, and I think long term we need to be able to see them to get better consistency. It's going to increase their ability to be able to potentially win the race roll first. Say they don't wipe again on Mugsy, and they don't wipe on any of their Gallywix splits. That's a huge time advantage over the competition.
You're right. Sorry. I just wanted a little bit of attention for a second, but you're right. We're here for the Raiders. My
I
bad.
have gained critical information because this is the Z side.
The Z. Who
we
says
are
that?
currently on the C side.
didn't
So
know
the
that.
bomb side is this because as he walked over, it said Z is now in charge. So the bombs are Z and the goons are Mug.
No.
I like Earth side and Dark side. I'm gonna stay with that.
That's okay.
Dark side is not a Christian.
What?
What is she talking
I'm
about?
so sorry. It's dark-sided.
I think she's just talking to herself, maybe a little bit. Makes her literally just like watching the fight. It's just chatting, I think.
I'm sorry. I forgot where I blacked out. I blacked out for something. I'm sorry. That's
Glad you said what, because I was
really
thinking
old,
it.
obscure YouTube video. I'm gonna stop.
That was funny.
Goodness. Ooh, there's a new command in the chat. Casters fill out bingo card. You can see all of the progress on this Imgur link.
Wait, you can actually see the progress?
It says our casters filled out a bingo card. You can see all of the cards. Okay,
Yeah. I was gonna say, no way production is tracking all of our bingo cards.
Yeah, that'd be kind of.
They are a fun bunch, but that seems like a lot of work.
Here's the final phase right here for Mugsy. This is the part of the boss that we were kind of talking about earlier, where the boss does a bit of a mechanic spam, where it does the abilities from both sides of the fight. In addition to that, the boss is gaining a stacking damage amp. I think there's some players have a weak aura explaining exactly how much damage is being gained. I'm trying to see if I can see it on Fired Up's UI. It doesn't look like I can, but there is a buff that is being stacked over time. Each stack of the buff means that the boss has additional damage amp. You can actually see it. It's on the far left side. He's got 33 stacks of it. It means that his abilities are doing 33% bonus damage than they were previously doing in the last phase. It's kind of a softened rage on the fight. Yes, 33. And that's why you'll hear people talking about how valuable Execute is this raid. It's because there's a decent amount of soft enraged fights, kind of similar to Mugsy, where the 40-0 is a huge difference because you need to be able to kill that faster than you got him from 100 to 60 or 100 to 40 rather.
Yeah.
You can see it on this UI because we are currently not seeing the nameplate, but whenever Mugsy is in target, you can also see it on the boss frame at the bottom. It's like on the top right of that boss frame. As soon as that goon is down, well, maybe we are retargeting to the other one. No, there we are. You can see it's now at 42, and it actually stacks up quite quickly. I would say 43 now, and we're going to be going to 44 in just a couple of seconds. So I think this stacks up higher than I originally thought, but also at the same time, you can go higher than I originally thought. I thought it might cap out a little bit earlier, but now we are on 46, so everything is going to go boom quite soon.
It seems like in some of their splits, they were tending to kill the boss around the 50 to 55-ish stack mark. I think that they wiped it they had a 2% wipe earlier, like a 48. But yeah, I think around that 50 to 55 is where things start to kind of fall apart, where people start to die to just incidental damage. Even right there, you saw the Evoker getting targeted with that frontal from Mugsy, had to time dilate himself, so a 50% damage reduction that dispersed that damage over time. That's a huge deal. And now look at all these mines. These mines were getting landslid into the mass root from the Druids as well, and Mugsy is still gaining more stacks of that debuff, up to 54 stacks. The boss is at 2.1%. It's looking like it's going to be a kill here for Liquid. This is where they wiped last time, just this very end, but I think that they have a little bit more damage here, and so it's a bit of an easier kill. And let's take a look at some of the loot. They got the Big Earner's Bludgeon, a Hitman holster, so, you know, I've seen some better loot.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they got the very rare Knuckles, though. Hold on, wait a second, we're back.
They did get the Kapos Molten Knuckles, yeah. Ooh. So that is a nice pickup there. You can see Impact already rolling for it. It says, yep, I'll take that off of your hands.
Is that is the Bludgeon? There's no way that's the necklace, right?
I would have to look it up. I know what drops, but I don't know the names of each of these items. But I will very quickly check for you.
I'm kind of the same way too. I think the Hitman's holster might be the cloak, perhaps. Oh no, there's no way. That's got to be a belt. I don't even know.
So the Big Earner's Bludgeon is a one-hand int stamina one-hand.
Okay.
Which your attacks have a very high chance to contaminate your target with industrial runoff up to 25 times, dealing shadow damage per stack every 3 seconds until they're the boss.
That's the Gallywix item. Okay. That's cool. That's you said it's a one-handed int mace.
You just want the laptop? No. One of you? Okay.
We got a phone over here. It's like a pocket PC.
Right. That's right. High tech. You could call it Gallywix if you wanted to.
Ew.
Yeah, very cool.
All right, well, we're seeing the Raiders kind of trickle in over here, which means that they are going to dinner, which means that we will be going to dinner.
What's for dinner?
Shortly as well. That's a good question.
I think it's beef and broccoli.
Oh, yeah, beef and broccoli. See, we do this on the morning show, and then by the time we get to dinner, I forget. I also do love broccoli. So, cool thing. We can talk about it a little bit. We had Heidi on camera earlier today, and she says that she's actually gotten the raiders to eat more vegetables, and she's not speculating. Like, she has actual data based on her inventory that over the tier, she's gotten them to trust her enough that they literally eat more vegetables.
Well, some of them are carnivores, so it's kind of difficult to get some of them to eat vegetables.
Yeah.
But
even THD has been eating more, she said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually told me he was on a carnivore diet this tier, and
I
so,
don't think so.
no more meat or no more vegetables. He's meat only.
I don't trust pretty much anything that guy says, to be fair.
I would ask him to come on over here with his food, but I don't want to distract the raiders. I'm pretty sure I've seen him with other stuff than meat in his bowl.
Mm-hmm. I mean, honestly, the real revelation is if he ever stopped eating out of a bowl, but at this point, I don't think.
Nah, that's just cozy.
Yeah. Okay.
I vibe with that. I'm a bowl kind of person too.
That's fair. All right. Well, if you were watching in chat, this is a very important time of the day because what?
Tels just looked at me weird. Like that was something strange to say.
I know, and it makes me like panic. I'm like, oh my god, did I just miss?
Keep talking.
That was a
Yeah, I'm sorry.
perfectly normal thing to say.
Anyways, this is an important time of the day because you guys are going to be playing marbles. We did try it out a little bit yesterday, so if you already know how it works, good for you. But this time, the stakes are risen just a little bit because you actually could win something this time.
That's right. We have a little bit of a wheel here because every single day you guys can win Alienware peripherals, and then each of the winners also gets entered into the big giveaway, which is an Area 51 Alienware PC, which features a 5080. So that is a big prize. I saw Tettles over here asking if he can hop in. Not going to be happening.
I got told no.
Did they tell you no?
They told me no.
That's ridiculous. It doesn't say anywhere in our contract that we can't play it.
Dude, I want the PC.
Or win it.
Not happening. Either way.
Did you just drop a rice?
Yes, she did just drop food on the ground.
I like when her looked at the camera and went, oops. Sorry, go ahead.
She is. I still remember that twirl she did, and I'm still in awe about it. But I think we can bring up the wheel for the Alienware peripherals.
Yeah, we're going to get it up. We're going to get it loaded up because we still kind of have to determine what exactly is on the plate to be won. But, I mean, Alienware's got a lot of good stuff that they put out recently. They have their pro line. There's a keyboard. There is a mouse.
There it is.
All kinds of good stuff that they have worked very closely with Team Liquid players to actually develop so that it is, you know, the best peripherals possible on the market. So here's the wheel.
The blue fields are all $50 store credit, and then we have Alienware headset, Alienware keyboard, and 2 times the Alienware mouse. And
yes,
that is going to decide what you are racing into marbles for. So chat, I don't know, like cheer it on.
Yeah.
Surely that's how that works, right?
Yep. W's in the chat for Alienware, and I believe production is going to spin it, and I think we're ready. We're going to go production if you are.
We have like a sound effect where it goes like.
Maybe we'll see. Well, oh my God.
We do have a sound effect. I like that.
It's so close. It's so close. All right, $50 store credit. So Mix, you put out a good point earlier. So you can actually play this every day. And you can win twice. You can't, which doesn't mean you get 2 raffles at the end for the grand prize, but that does mean one less person is playing the final game of marbles. So you do have a higher chance.
Let's say the race goes 16 days, and ideally every single day we have a winner from the marbles. That means 16 people participating for the PC. But if you win twice, then it's only 15 people participating. And if you know anything about math, that means higher chances. Even though it's always 50-50, you win or you don't, but it does mean higher chances on the overall.
Yeah, did you guys take statistics as a math class?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to in Germany.
Really?
Yeah, you can't get around math.
Yeah, all right. Not good time. All right, anyways, we're going to get started, and it looks like some people are already joining. If you'd like to...
Exclamation mark play.
Exclamation mark play in the chat. Don't believe what Zyro said yesterday. There's no such thing as boosted. It is completely...
No, exclamation mark boost to go faster.
Oh my God, we got Makes going too. Exclamation play in the chat if you'd like to join, if you'd like to play marbles with us. And like we said, be here every single day if you want a higher chance of winning. So huge shout out to Alienware. We're going to get this going during the break while we get some dinner and while the Raiders get some dinner. So in the meantime, thank you so much to Alienware, of course, for this giveaway, as well as Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as the rest of our amazing sponsors, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you in just a bit.
Fun, sporty, hatchback, hybrid. We did it! It's perfect!
This Civic is powerful and fun to drive. The ultimate mount.
Honda mounts are magical.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
We're back here at the Team Liquid Race to World First, presented by Coinbase, and Zyro's joining me now on the sofa. We had a little bit of a caster swap here. We do want to thank all of our sponsors that are making this event possible, of course, so a huge, huge shout out to Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, RaiderIO, MyBlue, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society. We've been collecting money for them, trying to get some money raised for all of the support that they have done for the pets that have been affected by the Eaton fire. And Zyro, I don't know if you had the chance to listen in to the previous shift, but I feel like we riled up Tettles quite a bit.
Oh, did we?
Yes. So we were talking about like how Mythic Plus could be changed.
Oh, I did not hear about this. Tell me about this.
Okay. So Aya proposed, what if there was a Mythic Plus solo queue? And then the other discussion topic that we had was, should people who leave keys be punished harder?
Oh, man.
Is that something you want to talk about, or should we steer clear?
I could talk about that, but I think my opinions would not be very well received by the chat.
Do you think you would be on the side that Tettles is on?
What side is Tettles on?
Well, Tettles said he thinks solo queue would quite literally kill Mythic Plus, if I'm not misquoting
Wait,
him.
I agree with that, actually.
See, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And I do agree with that, too, for what it's worth. But the other thing is that he said is that he should not be held hostage by 4 other people, and therefore he should be allowed to leave keys.
Interesting. Well, I think to a certain point, that could be the case.
I know, I'm setting you up. I'm so sorry, Zyro.
But at the same time, if a key's timeable and you leave, you're kind of a jerk. Oh my god.
I love him so much. Sorry.
Wait, why is he a cone dog?
Because he got the snip snip. But he is the cutest, and he will nibble your fingers. Oh, he's not allowed to.
He just wants the ball.
But he will nibble your fingers to remind you that those hands are actually for petting him. So, he is so cute. Thank you very much, Aya, for bringing him. But did you have a chance to think about your answer?
Oh, man, it's a tough one. I mean, so first of all, solo queue. I think it's an interesting concept, but I think it doesn't really solve the problem that people have with Mythic Plus right now. In regards to, like, just signing up for a queue in the dungeon queue, right now, you are much more likely to be able to get into a group if you're a tank or a healer.
Yes.
Right, DPS players, there's a lot of them. Everyone wants to be the top of the DPS meter. But there's so many of them, and it's so hard to actually gauge who's good and who's bad just based off of what people are signing up with. All you have is a score and an item level. And people can't really get an idea of how good you are based off of just those 2 numbers alone. You can look at logs, but that's kind of a pain to do just with the in-game client. So people tend to stick to the meta classes. That's why, people were just inviting enhanced shamans all of last season.
Class good. Blue class, very good last season.
Yeah, that kind of gets fixed a little bit by the way the meta is right now in Season 2. It seems like it's super open right now. Aug being kind of deleted from the game helps a lot with that. I'm sure Tettles talked about that ad nauseum.
We all did. It was great.
It's good. It's a good thing that Aug is not good because it means that one slot is not just completely locked in for every single high key pushing group. And that trickles down as well to people just doing normal keys as well, right? Everyone wants to give themselves the best chance of timing their key. Even if it's a low-level key, you still don't want to deplete your key. You want to push it up. So the meta look in Season 2 looks pretty good. There's a lot of good DPS classes for Mythic Plus. I think that's going to help a little bit. You should have a better time getting into keys early on. We'll see as the meta actually develops, as we get into, people getting more gear, getting Mythic gear, getting their box loot every week, whether or not people kind of tend to gravitate towards one particular comp. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Not this season. I think it's really wide open. I think the only thing that might kind of be a little bit set in stone is maybe the tank and healers. I think there are 2 tanks, 2 healers that seem like they're a little bit better than everyone else. I think Disc Priest is really strong even after the nerfs. Resto Druid, I think, is actually going to be pretty good. It's going to be a good Mark of the Wild buff.
Resto over Mistweaver? Ooh,
yeah.
Interesting. I've been seeing a lot of... I know they've been hit once more, like right before we went live with the patch, but I've been seeing a lot of like Disc/Mistweaver for keys.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is Mistweaver's good too.
Yeah.
But for high keys, people love to gravitate towards the raid buffs, right? And if Boomkin's not going to be that great, if Feral's not going to be that great, Resto can be your Mark of the Wild buff. I also think Shadow Priest is going to be huge.
Yes.
I think it's going to be very strong. I think it was underplayed on beta, and I think once you get into the Mythic gear levels, it's going to be insane in high keys. And I think that can be your forward, that can be your PI. and it'll be really good in keys. So I think you don't necessarily need the Disc Priest for it, unless Disc Priest is the only thing that can actually heal through some of the more difficult boss mechanics. But for tanks, I think Vengeance and Prop Paladin are like clearly the best tanks for Mythic Plus, and people will gravitate towards those two.
Maybe this is the season where I'll start tanking. Spoiler, it won't, but you know, I'll tell myself that every
I won't
season.
either, so it's okay. I'm right there with you.
Do you ever play something else than like DPS? No,
No,
right?
no.
You're also like a clear DPS player.
I just like blasting, doing damn.
I can understand that. That is, after all, that is fun. And do you know what else is fun? Winning free monies. $20 for you guys if you want to sign up for our Coinbase giveaways. All you need to do is head on over to tl.gg/Coinbase and then use the promo code TeamLiquid20 and you get $20 straight away, and you are entered for our Coinbase jersey giveaway. If you want to head on over there straight away, you can also use the QR code. Signing up takes like a couple of minutes. I'd say like 5. You need to like enter your data, then verify that you are actually a human, and then you are in there. And there's also a grand prize for one lucky winner from NA or EU, because if you fill out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS after making your Coinbase account, Coinbase will fly you out for the next race. So you're getting a ticket if you're in EU or NA to come here, check it all out, have a look, super fun. Verify that Max is not just a 2D cutout, and it's going to be great. Yeah, Zyra just found the actual 2D cutout.
The
He's
cutout
been hiding
behind us is the Max cutout is right there. He is a cutout, believe it or not. No, but yeah, I mean, being here behind the scenes, seeing how everything works, it's actually really cool. I think that's an awesome prize and a very unique experience. So if you want to get a chance at winning that prize, make sure you sign up with that code TeamLiquid20 on Coinbase. Have a chance of seeing the next race and meeting all of us.
Yeah, and with that, I believe our splits are also continuing. So our Raiders came back from their dinner break. It was one of my favorite things that Chef Heidi makes. We had beef and broccoli with some rice, which I just love. It was so good. And they're now well fueled to go through more splits, because that is where we're at. We're doing a one-armed bandit.
Mm-hmm. And we've been working on Mugsy for the last couple of hours as well, right? They finally got into the heroic Mugsy splits. Do you know what split they were actually running for Mugsy? Was it 15-15 again, and then 2 groups? Or were they consolidating into just one group?
They were all Raiders, no helpers.
All Raiders for Mugsy?
All
Really?
Raiders, no helpers on Mugsy. We did see the very rare one-hand drop at least twice from the ones that we were catching.
That's huge.
So those are nice little upgrades that we got there onto the raid. Or of course, the thing with fist weapons is more often than not you want 2 of these. So we are trying to find some more loot on the other bosses as well. But 2 players equipped with that will for sure be helping. And we are now back on one-armed bandits. It's heroic splits, and we're going to be taking a look here at how this one works out. I think it's also 0 helpers on this one, if I'm seeing correctly.
Let's take a look. No, I see a lot of helpers. I think they're going back to the 15-15 split here.
Okay, perfect. So in that case, we are looking for helpers. Head on over to discord.gg/liquidguild. If you are, as the kids say, a pumper, a juicer, a blaster.
Yes, all great things for DPS players to be.
Right. So if that sounds like something you are, then head on over there. We could use your help, given that you are not loot locked on these heroic bosses. One-armed bandit is what they're looking for right now. So head on over there. You can get some gold.
And as you can see from the state of the raid, they need the very best helpers right
That's
now.
right,
These
yeah.
bosses are quite difficult to do, so only the most geared players can really come in and help out the squad as they try to get these splits done. According to THD, apparently they're only halfway done with the one-armed bandits and the Mugsies on heroic, so still a lot of splits left to go here. So a lot of you guys and your geared characters are going to be needed to help them out and finish these splits off strong before we head into Mythic. If you want to get to Mythic soon, get over to that Discord. Help them sign up, especially if you're somebody that's been grinding Mythic Plus for the past couple of days. Maybe you have a few upgrades. Maybe you're approaching that 650 item level. Get your gold, reward yourself.
Yeah, that sounds great. If that is you, please do sign up. I've been on on the cope train. I've been copiuming.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying Mythic on Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
I did ask our analysts on what they thought when we're going to be seeing Mythic, and because I'm not a destroyer of dreams like some other people, I'm just not going to share what they said. I'm still coping with Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday would be nice, but like I said, there's a lot left to do. They're only halfway done with the next 2 bosses. They still have to start Gallywix. And the thing about Gallywix is they need to pretty much reformat all their splits. That's one of the things that Bubba is really good at doing. He's like the mastermind behind making sure they have exactly the correct characters to allocate out the Gallywix loot to. Of course, the most important thing is going to be making sure you don't waste any of those curios, right? Heroic tier pieces for free is quite useful, but I'm sure they've got that all figured out, or they're in the process of figuring it out. As I still need to see what they get from this boss on some of their main characters so far.
Yeah, I think One-Armed Bandit is, if you are comparing One-Armed Bandit and Mugsy, and that's something we were talking a little bit about as well, is I feel like this boss has the higher loot, and it's kind of on theme because you are playing gacha, so getting a higher reward is kind of nice. But between Mugsy and One-Armed Bandit, this boss seems like it has higher priority loot, and then Mugsy is like a little bit less, and then it goes back up with Gallywix.
You can see Dazer is... He's silently voicing his displeasure of them wasting time at this boss by running into the bodyguard over and over again and stunning his character off on the left. Nick, show us again. Show us again. Show us the Dazer POV. No. There's a mage joining him over there too. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, the loot from this boss is actually, I think, secretly just a lot better than it is from Mugsy, like you mentioned. House of Cards, very, very powerful. Probably one of the best trinkets that you're looking for. Best in slots, also an insane weapon. Very rare, you're not going to see a lot of them, but those that you do get on your characters that need them, very, very powerful to have. So those are the main things we're going to be looking for as they go for a couple extra kills on the One-Armed Bandit here. Oh, the early shift.
Yeah.
It's popped into our leaderboard there on the left. They've actually gotten a pull in on one of the second bosses. Be interesting to see whether or not they actually start going for pulls in that, or if they just pulled it once to get themselves up there on the leaderboard. That
It's
seems
funny.
like most of the guilds are doing.
I saw a German guild on the leaderboard earlier, and I messaged them. I'm like, "Look, you're on the leaderboard with like the camera emoji," and the answer I got back was, "Of course we are." It's like, okay, come on. What are you saying?
All right, here we go. Getting a pull on the boss, so we'll see how this goes. They did wipe a little bit earlier, but again, it seems like they've mostly figured out this boss. And like we were talking about yesterday, it really seems like this is going to be one of those things that just gets easier with time. As they've hammered at the strat, as the helpers get more and more gear, as the raiders get more and more gear from the normal splits they've been doing, the DPS check that they were running into on this boss should be less and less of an issue.
Something that I saw in chat, and if you have questions, we're happy to answer them as well, but something that I saw was how realistic do you think they're going to be doing a day of Mythic Plus after the splits? And I would say we're in agreement that a day of Mythic Plus seems highly unlikely, but I think there is a fair chance that we are going to be seeing some of the raiders start going into Mythic Plus like throughout the day tomorrow, maybe even at the end tonight, because of how quote-unquote easy Mythic Plus is for these raiders to just get some upgrades to like maybe prepare even for a vault if that is something they need to do. But I think in that case we would still hold out just a little bit more. I think this time around the higher priority of loot for a lot of the classes, even for the melees, is on the raid in terms of like trinkets and weapons. So I feel like there's not too much to be gained out of the dungeons, but of course the occasional class like that Operation Floodgate trinket, some of the melees are going to be looking for that.
Yeah, the Sephorium explosive container? Is that the name of that trinket?
I will trust you and just say yes.
I
would have to look it up.
That's right. It's like an Ag/ is it a strength trinket as well? That procs crit strike and you can extend it as well. And it specifically says on the trinket you extend it by blowing up, which
Perfect.
is something that I'm sure a lot of these raiders are just absolutely loving about that trinket. Yeah, it's incredibly powerful if they're able to get a hold of one of those. The question is whether or not you have the time to allocate towards doing that. Because like we were talking about, if they're only able to get into Mythic starting on Friday, they need to be using pretty much the rest of the week to make sure they're getting as much information on the later bosses as possible. So they need to progress. They need to make sure they get through the first 5 or 6 bosses, if that's where the walls are going to be, so they can get to those later bosses and get information on them so they can be better prepared for the next week. This is a really tough time game for them to figure out. So Mythic Plus while it might be useful to get a couple extra percentages of damage, I don't think it's something they're going to go for unless they absolutely have to.
Yeah, I'm very curious on when we're going to be seeing that. We are definitely seeing the first splits now finally pull One-Armed Bandit, and sure enough, the splits that we are looking at should be starting to pull too. We're just waiting for them to fill up. Some slots still untaken, it looks like, as they are trying to make these groups. And I'm curious on how they're going to be going here and what we're going to be looting. Of course, those bosses have some very rare loot once more. How do you feel about like the concept of very rare loot in general, Zyro?
I think it's an interesting concept. I think at the start in Vault of the Incarnates, when they started introducing these really powerful cantrip items and of course the very rare loot items, I was pretty early on pretty averse to the idea of them, because it meant, it kind of reminded me of Legion, when you had these super rare, super powerful items that you kind of felt like you had to get, otherwise you wouldn't be as effective for the tier. They sort of afterwards pulled back a little bit on the rarity of the items and made it so it didn't feel as bad to not get them. And of course, when they added in the dinar system in Season 4 of Dragonflight, I actually didn't mind it at all then. And the fact that they're bringing back the dinar system for this tier through the Galagia Loyalty Club, I think it's totally fine for them to be in the game. Knowing at some point later on in the season,
be able to get them.
You will get them regardless of how unlucky you are. That is a very good feeling to have. Wouldn't you agree, Cams?
He's still getting ready. Don't stress him. He's just joining us here on the couch very slowly, setting up the mic and everything. We'll give him another couple of seconds as Cams is joining us here. We were talking about the very rare items. Sorry?
Oh, feeling good? Good feelings?
Yeah.
Good vibes.
Dinars?
Talking about the very rare items, and like, how do you feel about them? Do you like that they're in the game like that?
I've come to accept them. And yeah,
okay.
I'm guessing Zyro's saying now that you can buy one with a little dinar. What are they called now?
Dinars, yeah.
They're still dinars? Okay, yeah. You can buy one. I think that's nice. A nice addition. How long does it take to earn that? Sorry if you already covered this.
It's like 2.5 months into the season or something like that.
Okay,
it's pretty far in.
It's like the 1 point. So we're in 11.1, and it's like 11.1 point something, no?
0.5, I think.
Oh, it's coming in. Okay, yeah.
It'll be in the 0.5 patch.
That's right.
Yeah.
But even then, knowing at some point, if you're unlucky enough to not get it from, a boss drop or from your box, you will eventually be able to get it. So that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I think that's a good middle ground. It does. I mean, when you clear the raids quick, you're most likely going to get it. But most people, especially if you need the like stacking raid buffs and stuff, and take a long time to get through. I've been in guilds that take most of the patch to kill the boss, so yeah, it does suck when you don't get an item and you're like one thing from best in slot. But this is a good area they found. I see we've got a new monitor.
Yeah, we got that for all of us who can't see that well. A little bit of a closer monitor here in the caster sofa. Because yesterday we were trying to figure out what's normal and what's heroic, and it's very hard to see, but I can tell you we are in heroic, and we also brought back helpers. So Mugsy was done without helpers, was all guild group.
Okay.
Now we're back on having some of them in here with us, helping us out just a little bit. And we're also still looking for pumpers. So if you are one of these, head on over to discord.gg/liquidguild.
I missed the Mugsy. Did it look like they could do it with helpers, or was it pretty tight?
It was incredibly tight. They were stacking up Mugsy up to like 50 stacks, sometimes even higher than 50, so well into that soft end rage. And we also had a couple of very low wipes, so I assume like any type of helper shenanigans there is just so hard.
Yeah, it seems rough. Yeah. Because Mythic's out now, they just have to spend all this time like perfectly. Any time in these difficulties is time in Mythic, so they just want to get through this. Also, because they kind of are overdoing splits, it's probably more fun now that they're on some harder bosses. It's not just like the face roll normals, so they turn their brain off. But yeah, everybody, including the players, just wants to see some Mythic bosses. And we've seen some of the early stuff. You can go find some streams of some of the guilds on the left there that have killed the first boss. And
Don't go there. Stay with us. You'll see it here.
You can open them up in another tab or another window.
Or when the broadcast is over.
It's never over. We rerun the show.
Oh, true.
Yeah, no. You don't never close the stream.
Go back in.
Don't ever close it. Another monitor. Check out those kills. I saw some of the first boss. It seems pretty much like on Heroic, which is expected just with the soaks, but you know, it's a first boss as they generally are.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see Gallywix on both Heroic and Mythic.
Yeah, I'm really curious on when we are going to be going there. I'm kind of low-key hoping that tonight is when we'll see the first Heroic Gallywix, but maybe that's just once again me trying to like cope just a little bit. We'll have to check. It's still a couple more hours in the day. Of course, it depends also how long they want to go. When were they starting this morning? Was it like 10?
Yeah, 10:30 maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I don't know how many one-armed bandits they have left, but if they're not doing Mugsies with helpers, those should go pretty quick. And then they just have Gallywix left, so potentially no splits Friday. Maybe.
You say that, but I've heard other things. I'm willing to like ignore those though, Camps. I'm with you. No splits on Friday. We are going into Mythic Thursday night. You heard it here first. And if that is wrong, we lied. It's a prank. You're welcome. So we're just making that up. And if you want to make a difference, you can, because tl.gg/rwf-donate is going to be the link you want to be heading to. We are raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society. They're helping with all of the pets that have been displaced in the LA fires here in the region, and they've been doing wonderful work, taking in over 300 pets and like the immediate outfall of the tragedies and taking care of their wounds, of their injuries, of their burns, trying to help find their owners, their families, and getting them back together. So a very, very, very important cause that is just immediately present, and they need that help. So if you want to make a little bit of a difference, you can. We are trying our best to help support that charity. Cams, did we have your bingo card?
Oh, my bingo card.
Broadcast yet? No, right?
Not on the broadcast yet. I brought it with me.
Zyra, did we have yours on the
We
broadcast?
did have mine
yet?
on.
Okay, so we need to take a look at Cam's bingo. Maybe after this poll, we can like bring it up and see how it's going, because all of the casters have submitted a bingo sheet prior to this race on what they thought was going to be happening during a raid, and all of us have attempted or approached that task a little bit differently. Dratnos has been sticking very close to things that are like in the raid related, and then some others of us have been focused a little bit more on the event and like the surrounding structures or on the cast. So everybody had a little bit of a different idea on how to do it, and I will tell you, I am getting close. So
To a bingo already?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think I only have like 2 slots on my card filled out.
Yeah,
I have 6.
Wow.
I've heard some of mine happen. I wanted to wait till I was on here to check them off.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Yeah. So
we should re-show all 3 of ours, because I mean we
All
showed
right,
mine
yeah,
earlier,
I
but
agree
you
with
2
that.
haven't seen it, have you?
That's true.
I haven't seen either of
I
yours.
read through all of them to gather intel, but obviously I can't remember 25 bingos per person. Were you the one that had telescats up during casting?
No, I have that one. Did that happen today?
That happened.
is. Yeah, that happened.
Called it out.
Every time.
That happened. Caster split 1 yesterday.
Well,
I came
it
out
didn't
here.
count back then.
Okay.
It only counts since we've gotten the bingo.
Okay.
Because otherwise I would have bingo.
But that's part of the reason we have this monitor here now, is because they were like, oh man, I can't actually read that over there.
Yeah, I tried to think of one for every person and then one for a lot of the raiders. And then just, you know, things that happen. But you didn't want to be like too easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also you want to win.
That's true, yeah.
What do we win?
I don't know.
No one
I don't
knows.
think.
We're just playing for bragging rights, I think. I've been asking a couple of times on what the prize is. We haven't been told. But we'll bring up the bingo between polls here, so we'll take a look together. Currently, we're at $1,740 already raised on our second day of the Race to Hold First. And of course, we're trying to get that as high as possible. And we're incentivizing you guys by showing off your transmogs, your pets, your UIs. You can get ratings on the WoW-related things, or we'll just all, you know, awe and oh about how cute your pets are. Then perfectly fine. We'll do that happily. If you want to send them in, it's $35 per transmog/UI/pet. and we'd be happy to see them. And
This boss is
hearing
high.
that we also have some transmogs. Yeah, it's high.
This boss is very high. 12% on the scattered payout cast is very, very high. They have a lot of HP to chew through here. This is the final energy bar. So once this reaches 100 energy, the boss will start a 10-second cast, at the end of which it will instantly wipe the raid. It'll be right after this big hit cast. Here it comes, explosive jackpot. There is no way they're going to be able to do 5% of the boss's HP. Very unfortunate. Going to wipe once again here. And this just goes to show you how difficult this boss actually is when you're running with so many helpers, even though they've killed this boss like 14 times.
We do have a transmog there. It's not again, if I'm reading that correctly. Sent in their Blood Elf Paladin. Let me see if they sent anything on our little thing here.
Okay,
purple gold.
You can turn that sucker around a little faster.
Don't say that.
Why not?
That's a Teddles voice line. It's forbidden.
Turn that sucker around.
Ah.
Ooh, it came forward. Nice.
Terrible.
I like this
You're
one.
so happy with yourself.
I love their soundboard, man.
Sent in by Oh No, Not Again. Thank you for sending that our way. What would you guys rate? It looks not like a paladin to me. If I saw it, I would think like...
It's like a disc priest.
Yeah, more like Disc Priest, maybe Shadow Priest even, with like a lot of the purple that I'm seeing.
Yeah,
this is a cool one.
I'm gonna do a 9 out of 10. I like this. Actually, no, I'm doing. Do I dare do a 10?
No, you can't do a 10.
Okay, we'll do 9 out of 10.
Why can he not do a 10?
You can use decimals though. You can go like close to 10.
He can put a 10.
See, the thing about a 10 though, I feel like I do this every race, but I have to explain myself.
Okay.
You get 1.
It's the ice skating theory, right? If you do a 10, what if you see something better?
True. But what if I
And
never
that
see
can also
something
be
better?
a 10. Both can be a 10. A 10 is not exclusive.
No. No, that's just not how numbers work.
Okay.
There's
What do
only
you give,
one
Sire?
10.
This is really good. I like this a lot. Is it just me, or does it kind of have this sort of like, what are the traders called? The dude with the robe with the.
Oh, I know, the like ethereal kind of
yeah,
guys.
it kind of has an ethereal vibe. I know that's not what they're going for. They're going for sort of like a dark and light vibe, but it kind of gives me that vibe with the sash around the neck. I like the purple. Is it ethereals?
Bloom.
Is that what they are?
I don't know what
Are
you're
you thinking like the
talking about.
Narus?
No, not the Naru.
This
Either way.
transmog to me is two wolves inside of
Maybe
you.
the brokers from Shadowlands. I don't know. Either way, this is really cool. I'm gonna give it like a 9.5. I like it a lot.
9.5.
I like the color scheme too.
Cams?
I'll stick with the 9.
The 9. Okay.
Ironic
Zoom out
intimidated
just
me.
a little bit. I'd like
Oh,
to
use
see
a
the
decimal,
weapon.
man. Give it a 9.9.
I don't do
Production.
decimals.
Okay.
Too complicated.
It's okay, I don't need to see the weapon. I'll just rate it like that. It's fine, you know. I'll give it an 8.2.
Okay.
Because it looks more like a priest based on the colors and the items, and I don't know if I love that, but it is a cool log, so.
Was the crystal like the Belladar crystal, kind of that also?
Could be that sort of vibe too, like a Naru.
The weapon could have
sort of vibe.
changed it, but production didn't show it to me, so that's
I would
not
love.
my fault. I'm sorry.
I would love for there to be like a one boss raid in that crystal.
You know what weapon enchant would look sick with this Mog?
What?
The best weapon enchant of all
Mongoose.
time. Power Torrent.
Oh.
It would fit perfectly. Maybe the orange would be a little bit too much. The orange wouldn't go with the gold, but I think I'd like it.
I'm lost on all the enchants. I can't remember anything but Mongoose.
I am so impressed that you actually remember enchant names.
I specifically remember Power Torrent because it was the caster enchant the first time I ever played in Cataclysm, and it looked sick.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember the name Power Torrent now that you say it, but I could not pick it out.
Bloom.
Sorry, I'm trying to navigate this this laptop.
Lil
Got
Flip.
another one.
I
We got
don't know the English keyboard.
we got Lil Flip, the
Keep
Kultiran
fan.
druid.
Bound to fail.
Got a
Pretty
farmer
basic.
Mog going here.
Yeah.
Ratnos, you like the farmer Mog?
Yes.
Oh, he said yes.
Loves the farmer mob. Stout man.
So Lil Flip was sent in by Giletti, if I'm saying that name correctly. It's just a bunch of letters here at the beginning. Yeah, a little Kultiran flavor Mog.
Who looks like they're wiping on the bandit also. Yeah, really rough. Lil Flip, I have a hard time rating these ones because what they're going for, it's perfect, but it's some jeans and a shirt and.
It's perfect for them, but is it perfect for you, Cams?
I do like this one.
It's not perfect for me. If you're asking if I'm doing a 10.
Simplicity can be.
Well, you're the one. You're the one who's rating it, so it's about whether it's perfect for you.
Ooh, sorry, what was that?
I said a 9.3.
Ooh.
For what it's trying to do, it's perfect. There are no disagreements. It is on point. It is on theme. I'm not seeing like gold and silver clashing or some sort of weird colors, which often happens with these. I think it's a very nice mock.
I'll do like a nice solid 8.
See, I'm thinking the opposite direction because if you're trying to be a farmer, there's really only one character type that you should be.
Why?
And that's a panda.
Ah.
Because when did we actually farm in WoW? We farmed in Missa Pandaria at Half Hill.
I miss that thing. Also, kind of a bit in your garrison.
Okay, maybe a little bit in your
In a way.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm gonna go like a 7, just a flat 7.
He's like a human panda.
It's a farmer. It's all right. There's nothing standing out to me. Thank you though, Lil Flip. Appreciate the donation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Shakib coded name.
That's true. Yeah. Lil Flip, Young Skip. They could be brothers.
Suck. Oh, we getting a lot of them.
Yeah. Rado sent this one in and said, "Rate my transmog double point." How do you say that in English? The double dot.
Dot. Oh, colon? Like
colon?
like a
yeah, that.
critical?
Colon? Colon.
Colon.
Like a laugh smiley.
Oh, that's okay. Colon capital D.
Yes.
The big smiley.
A big smile.
I love that smile.
We're looking at Rado is a non-max level demon hunter here, blood elf.
Level
Looks
76.
cool though. I like the vibe. You know, the red and green. Not many people can pull that off.
Oh, it's like the paladin one.
True. A little bit of both.
They got the Christmas mog. Now I will say, those shoulders, the red shoulders, Xavia's shoulders, those are hard to get.
Yeah.
Those are rare.
No dinars for those.
Rare to get now still?
Yeah, there's still one of the rarest items to get from that boss.
Wow. Okay.
The red and green vibe actually works really well.
Right? Like you rarely see that. Usually I'm not a fan of this combination, but for this mog, I am vibing.
And also Warglaives. They're going double rare.
It's very smartly done, you see, because there's like these silver highlights, but they go from the right side to the left side and back, so it like ties it all together. I like that a lot.
How much do you like it? What score are you gonna give it?
That was a good question. Well, it is a demon hunter, so it's gonna get an extra point, but I will deduct half because it's not max level.
True.
Sorry. I'll give it 9.2 because I think the execution on this one is actually really good, and it's very hard to make something like this look good.
I'm right there with you. I'm gonna give it an 8.9. It's up there. It's a cool mug.
Perfect. I'm right in the middle of 9. With the pally friend.
Rado.
Thank you, Rado.
I believe we have more, if I saw correctly. Maybe seeing what else we have in store here, but thank you so much for everybody that has been donating. We are getting closer to our next stretch goal, which is going to be a WoW NPC stream. I know both of you are a little bit boomers. Do you know what that is?
Oh, yeah.
Zyra does, Camps?
No.
Zyra, you want to explain it?
Yeah, so it's like a TikTok trend that's been popular for the past couple of years. It was really popular like a year and a half ago. But you never saw the streams of the people going like, ice cream.
Oh, yes, I know the yum yum.
Yeah. It's that. Those are NPC streams where they kind of just say the same 5 lines over and over again, and they have lines where when people donate to them, they say like, thank you for the rose. You know, stuff like that.
Yeah, or hit like the Spider-Man pose or whatever. We have another transmog sent in by Stravin here. I hope I said that right. I'm so sorry if I didn't. Said transmog, :D, go Team Liquid. Thank you very much. And we're looking at Draenei. And honestly, I love Draenei. I think they're so pretty. Unfortunately, they're lions, but other than that, I love them loads. And this is a very pretty one. We're only getting good transmogs. You guys are treating us well.
Yeah, I love this gold and black.
Yeah.
Mixes well with the Draenei skin, kind of gray. And the sword looks good too.
It's very royal.
Ooh, this is a great one, actually.
Oh, I like how they've kind of got the flame vibe going with the sword and shield too.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna rip it the 10.
Honestly, so the one thing that I dislike is that the fire in the shield's different than on the sword, and I know that is so hard to match, and I understand, okay? But I just wish the sword was a little less orange, like low poly fire, and a little bit like more elegant. Then I would give it 10. I think I'm on a 9.8, but I think it's a very pretty mock.
Yeah, I agree completely. That the sword being more orangey than gold is a little off-putting. Maybe a weapon enchant to make it a little more gold would have helped out here. It's a good one though. I'll give it a 9.1.
You're right. I felt good saving the 10. Saved it for a couple minutes and.
You really held on to that for a long time. Held on to it for as long as you could.
He heeded your call. he heard what you said and he applied it. I think that was all good.
Black and gold spoke to me. Looks great.
I like that a lot. Honestly, I'm always like a little bit sad that plate mocks look so cool, and then there's stuff like mail mocks, and you're like there's not a whole lot of mail mocks that look very cool. It's super hard to make something happen with them.
Yeah.
Whereas plate mocks, look at this. Look at how pretty this is.
I think the only mail mog that I ever actually really liked was the Shaman Wolf one that you got from Siege of Orgrimmar. The full set that you got from the duo boss.
The Shaman T5 is pretty good.
Dark Shaman set.
Yeah, the Shaman, like with the ghost wolves on the shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, with mail, you're either like definitely a shaman.
Locked into shaman, and you're looking like a shaman, or it's like that like hunter-esque, and then all of the structures are like scales and chainmail and like that kind of thing.
Yeah, nets and like moss. Yeah, and now the evoker stuff, which I don't even know what the evoker tier looks like this time.
The evoker tier doesn't matter because you can't see it on your dragon. All you can see are the shoulders and the belt. So it's
I hope they're pretty shoulders and belt.
Really, the evoker mog is all about what your beak looks like, or whether or not you're beakless.
Are there people that are beakless?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They're built for speed.
What?
Yeah.
Wouldn't a beak help with speed?
No.
It's like breaking the aerodynamics?
You go faster if you're beakless. Everyone knows this mix.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Apparently I don't. You know what? I drive a very fast car that is beakless, so you might be on to something.
There it is. See?
Your cars don't have beaks over there?
Nope, not yet. Maybe we're missing out on something. I don't know.
Is there a quick way to identify which set of energy they're on? Or you just kind of have to wait, like there's the beam, so they've at least done a couple. This is the last?
You can see it based off of the amount of mechanics going out here. This is the final cast. Explosive jackpot, 10 seconds. They're going to get it this time. It's going to be close.
So close.
Yeah, this is just a tough DPS check, and you can see they had almost everyone alive there. Show us the loot, though. No House of Cards, no best in slots. Oh,
man. Production.
Unfortunate
Do the
loot.
thing. They have the tech. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's really good.
It's so cool.
So the first full energy is the pylon. Second is the fire beams. The third one, which
it's called like Severed Payout, which is
There
just
we go.
more damage.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So no like
Thank
visual big mechanic.
Yeah, unfortunately, not what we were looking for here, huh?
Not at all.
Some blouses. At least the names are fun. Miniature roulette wheel. Sounds like a good item.
Oh, that is a good Shakib name. We were talking about how many characters alt names you can remember for different characters. Bike Dog is a fantastic Shakib one.
Bike Dog's a classic.
That is a classic Shakib.
Where are you guys seeing that?
He's going by Shaq this time. I asked him every race what his name is. Sometimes Big Poppy.
It still says Big Poppy on our machines. We
Oh
need to get
really?
that, we need to get that updated.
I asked him at lunch today. He said Shaq. So
Oh, very good.
it's going classic.
I like that.
Unfortunate loot. Maybe someone needs that tier.
I'm sure someone can use it.
Yeah, for sure. I ran into the Raiders as we're getting ready for our shift, and they came back from dinner, and I'm fired up. Looked at me and said, I told the others about your German candy, because I brought like a bunch of stuff from Germany that like we the traditional German candy, I suppose. And like Shaq looked at me and said, I really like the Starbursts, because I said like I brought like a type of candy, and like the closest American comparison that somebody told me was like, oh, it's like similar to Starburst, so that's how I introduced it. So apparently it's now Starburst.
Our other group got a House of Cards.
Excellent.
That's really good. Okay, that's what we want to see from this boss. That's good. That's good.
Good luck. Fired up. Looking taller this time. I feel like he grows every time. I don't know how. And he said other people told him the same thing.
Yeah.
I said you're looking taller, and he's like, oh yeah, everyone else told me that.
I said that too, yeah.
Really?
I said every single time I see him fired up, he's somehow gotten taller. And he started laughing and said, yeah, I think so too.
He's getting too close to me. I don't know if I like that.
He's quite tall now, yeah.
When did you peak?
Probably like 21, 22.
Okay. Yeah, so he should be peaked. Oh.
Here's Cam's bingo.
Bingo card.
Okay.
It's a lock-in. So it says production on the sofa. Max humiliates a caster. Care to elaborate?
I don't know. We'll just know it if it happens.
Okay. Cam's dressed up. Jack dating advice. 300 plus pull boss.
Mm-hmm.
4 of the same spec in for kill 4. That's
4, yeah, I went heavy.
Makes teaches German. That's on like nearly every bingo card, including mine. Atlas screams.
I think I heard that one earlier today.
You can cross that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll cross that off.
Guest caster. We had Chef Heidi, but I believe
Heidi.
that was
Heidi
that during
before?
the bingo?
Pre-bingo. That was pre-bingo.
I think it might be. Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll need to like roll back the clock and see when the bingo ping came in. Dratnos knows too much. I think that's a great one.
I think we'll know that one when we hear it too. He'll
for
start
sure.
saying something about
Yeah, some
obscure
very
topic.
niche thing, and everybody will be like, "Oh yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't considered that. Thank you, Dratnos." THD saves the rate. Chef Heidi stream on broadcast. Kalamazi stomach ache. You put that in your freebie. I like
Yeah,
that.
that's a
happens
good one.
every night.
Yeah, I think it's happening right now.
Probably. Taco Bell is ordered. You're lucky they didn't do it yesterday, so there's an impending Taco Bell order incoming.
That
Probably.
might also be like a double kill there.
Yes. If the first one hasn't happened by the time the Taco Bell comes, then the second one, well, yeah. Impact Hot Hands kill.
This one's risky because I don't know if he's actually playing Enhanced Shaman.
See, I don't know that either.
Or if
We'll
they
have
even
to
play
check
Hot
in.
Hands anymore.
Oh.
He's definitely on a Shaman right now, but who knows if he's in the raid. We'll have to see how that goes. But day 12, okay. Break or mute during listening. That does help him quite a lot. Aya cries laughing. I loved that one when I saw it. Something gets 5 booms.
Yeah, I think that may have already happened at lunch actually. But I kind of baited it out of Tobo.
Production
But
is saying yes.
okay.
Did you bait it? If you baited it, I wouldn't feel comfortable crossing that.
Well, part of it also, one of the groups is called 5 Booms, which I didn't know before.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
That group definitely is. Yeah, no, cross it off.
And
That
then
group
we
gets 5
have
booms.
Tettle stands up casting. He did that already, so you can cross that off. Production makes a song. Splits on Friday. Dogs on sofa. Class missing from a kill. And Zyronic spells a word. Do you spell words often?
It happens more than you would expect.
Like, why?
Okay, well, it happened
Context.
last time we had a race because they brought their Wheel of Death out that production likes to make every race.
Yeah.
And I landed on spelling bee, so I had to spell a word.
Oh, I see.
But then also in the game show we did on Aya's stream on Friday night, there was a spelling section. And I got like every word right.
yeah, and it was fresh in my brain, and I was like, he does spell the words a lot. I'll put that down.
It's got a good chance of happening.
It's true, yeah.
Let me ask you a question though, Cams, of your bingo card here. Now you have day 12 on there.
Uh-huh.
Is that just, do you think the raid gets to day 12? If it gets to
If
day
it gets the day 12, I've checked it off.
I have day 18 on my shift, but it's completely different context.
What's the context on day 18?
It's the beans on toast tweet from last raid. That was day 18. From Mirez.
I need context.
I don't remember that.
Oh, okay. Well,
is that day 18 including heroic? Is that, or was it just okay? I'm missing the whole.
No, it's just it's a really dumb bit.
Okay, I remember the Mirez food post, but
yeah,
I don't remember the day 18 part.
Interesting. Production, can we bring up Zyros? The Raiders are currently doing trash, so you're not missing out on anything.
Don't mind again.
Zyros card. And just a quick info, yes, every caster made these cards themselves. and we had to send them in for approval, and they're all approved, so that is how they are. Kalamazoo equals Florida Man. Is that like just he talks about Florida, or
just
does something Florida Man?
Somebody just refers to him as Florida Man.
Oh, that happens all.
I mean, yeah, that one was the first one that got crossed off. It's already been crossed off.
Cam's cosplay.
You had that one as well. Yeah.
Bark noises during the listening. I assume you mean by like the raiders,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
by
yeah.
actual dogs.
Yeah.
Though some of them have that dog in them. Turn that sucker around.
I got you to say it.
Well, it was played by production, so
Baited.
it does count.
Okay.
Production played the sound bit.
Hold on. I still don't feel comfortable crossing that off because I baited them to do it.
Fair.
Turn that sucker around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, they did it again. He said that last shift too, so you can cross it off because it was unprompted there. That's
okay.
All right. Run out of the pink monster. Which one is the pink one? Is that the berry?
That was a
rehab?
favorite one. Yeah.
Or-
That was a favorite, and it was out a lot last race.
Is it the Rosa?
I don't remember which one it is.
Okay, there's.
I just remember it as the pink monster.
Yeah, there's
Okay, the
the
next
pink
one,
Ultra.
Zyro, I saw that one and I need an explanation. Max runs fast?
Oh, you don't remember at the end of last race? I remember Warchamp was looking at the footage and breaking it down frame by frame.
Really?
From the boss dying to Max not being on camera was like 13 frames. He bolted out of his room when Queen Ansurek died.
Well, but he was already standing like while the boss was dying. Like, he had his headset ready to throw and like leave.
It was still impressively fast.
That's true, yeah. Okay, so that's what you mean.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Chair gets punched. Yips breaks something. Does he break a lot
He
of
broke his headphones last race when they
Oh,
won.
fair. Catastrophic monster tower failure. So it falls down. I have
The
that.
whole thing falls down.
Yeah, I have someone runs into it or like walks into it. Boss nerfed while asleep. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Rivens wears motorcycle helmet. Has he done
Okay.
that already? He
Did that
definitely
last
did
race?
it last race.
Not this time yet, no.
Max dispenses sleep aid. Random Twitter beef. It nearly happened today, but we
That
were
is the
quick to
it's
dissolve
the
it.
free space. I mean,
That's
it's gonna
true.
happen.
Yeah,
at some
it's gonna happen. Sang walks into another door. Ben mentioned. RuneScape music also happened. You can cross that off. That was the previous shift. Aya called for that. Now, day 18. I need you to explain that one a little bit better. I was hoping for context on this card, but it didn't happen.
It's just a little jab at Mira's from Echo because he was posting their food pics every day, and they've got good food over there as well. But then randomly for like lunch one day, they had just beans on toast. And
Fair.
it was
They
the day
actually had
18
like
picture.
a charity thing today where
Yeah.
they were stomping beans with their food.
Yeah,
or
and that was the
something.
day 18 post, and he like instantly deleted it, so it's infamously known as just day 18 now.
Okay, so like Echo posts a food pic that gets deleted. Is that what that means?
Yes.
Oh.
That is exactly what that means.
JPC Discord cameo. Peekaboo shows up at the event. Does it have to be the real one, or does Aya count?
No, that's Aya.
Okay, fair. Scott yips boss clutch. Oh, I'd like to see that. Max ignores Drainy. That probably already has happened. Every day. Sub 1% wipe. Frick Walmart. Dratnos Flames Tettles. And Bugged Boss. Do we have any
Ooh.
bugs yet? I don't think so.
Not yet, no. Not that I'm aware of.
So which ones do you have crossed off? The Florida Man, the Turn That Sucker Around,
Yep, and RuneScape music.
and RuneScape music. Yeah, that'll do it.
That's it for now.
All right, all right.
Some of these are pretty specific.
Some of them
It
are
just might not ever
very niche,
happen.
Yeah, that's
Sleep Aid's not come out?
well. We only got.
I
the
guess it would
bingo
be tonight,
today, so
yeah.
it would be tonight, I suppose.
Also, I just want to say I'm very unhappy. Frick Walmart, that is not what I wrote there.
Strange.
Censored.
I can't imagine what you wrote in the original. I will say production changed some of mine to like make them less comprehensible. For example, I had someone explains what Bart does, and they rephrased it to, what does Bart do? And it's like, that's not what I put.
Why Bart? Oh, here's yours, actually.
Oh, there is mine, yeah. So Tobo hits the liquid up.
Up.
Shaq finds a new vocal stem. Cam's no shoes, that one got crossed already.
Yeah.
Production trolls on live. Sammy or Luna on the sofa is what I said. Raiders cursed during the listening. I think it happened, but I wasn't listening, so I haven't crossed it off just yet. Make says something in German. Also hasn't happened yet. I'm trying to hold myself together because I know all of you have that one, so I'm trying not to make it
Yeah,
happen.
it's a shame we didn't unlock it yesterday because you did the tongue twister yesterday.
I did, yeah. Casters switch at least one shift. Hasn't happened yet either, so like casters changing
Oh,
their
yeah.
shifts behind the scenes. Someone runs into the master wall. Caster Mike on the wrong side also hasn't happened yet. Dratnos and Cams lose it on the After Dark. Cams, I'm counting on you.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll happen. At some point near the end, it gets a little deep fried.
The game show with Dratnos last year was so fried.
I love the Dora the Explorer one. That was so good. 2 minutes is being called by the Raiders. Then in the middle, I had Dog on broadcast. That also got crossed. That was my free space.
Okay.
Cam was on broadcast twice today, actually. Someone wears a ridiculous costume. Someone explains what Bart does. Exotic pet on broadcast. So somebody sends in like their iguana or like spider or something like that. You know how we proc those rare
We had a bunny earlier
pets
today.
sometimes?
Is that we had a bunny? Is that exotic
Bunny?
enough?
When was that?
That was 2 shifts ago, so afterwards. Yeah, you can cross it off.
I can cross it off? Oh, very good. Thank you for the bunny. I appreciate it. That's good. That's good. Moving closer. Team makes stays winning. We have Boss gets 1 shot on Mythic. Double stacking a DPS class in Mythic. Kalamazi Gator Talk. Teddles makes me cringe. That one got crossed off like 6 times already. Interview and they say boss is good. So like when we ask the Raiders like what do you think about the boss, they often go like, oh, boss is good. No Mythic until Thursday. Chef Heidi makes mac and cheese. 0.0 blank % wipe in Mythic.
No.
And then casters talk about the game from chat. That also happened.
Yeah.
So I have crossed off Cam's No Shoes, Doc, What Does Bart Do, Exotic Pet, Kalamazi Gator Talk, Tuddles Makes Me Cringe, and casters talk about the game.
What is it about gators with Kalamazi?
He just loves them.
Okay. I
On
respect
some
it.
Team Liquid socks today.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, look at those. They're brand new.
Nice.
Or they were from a previous race, but they were unopened until today.
Those are just like the are those the guild ones or are they just the generic?
No, I think they're just.
Those are nice. I have a few of those too. Yeah. Those are very soft.
You got them today?
I got them at a different race, but I opened them today.
Oh, that's what you meant. So they're packed fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Someone in chat is saying, is Sammy and Luna not the same as dog? No, because I specified. I said a dog will be shown like Ham or Luna, the other Luna, we have 2 Lunas, or like the Colonel, like a dog like that, or Luna and Sammy will actually be on the sofa. Like they often sit down with us, and so they're 2 different incidents.
Did you see Gogi today?
I didn't!
Big poodle.
I need to see Gogi.
Who's Gogi belong to?
I don't actually know.
Yeah, there's every once in a while just random dogs show up.
Yep.
I love it. There's so many great dogs here. I'm waiting for Bo to show up as well.
Oh yeah?
Stacy's dog. She sent him in twice through the charity.
Oh, the little, like a little Shih Tzu?
It's a, damn it, it's a Maltipoo.
Oh, okay.
A white little Maltipoo, an old man, but very cute.
A very handsome boy.
I want to just point out, I went like I had understanding. I don't know dog breeds at all.
It's a little, so a Malti is like a Malteser, which is a white barky dog, like an ankle biter kind
like
of.
a little yapper, like a tiny little one. Okay, all right.
Little white guys.
The typical little white dog, that's a Malteser, and then Poo is like from a poodle, right? So a Maltipoo is like a mixture of that, but it probably has some other ones as well. It's not like an actual breed.
I know dogs by the tone of the bark they have. Like you've got the yappers.
The tiny ones.
The chihuahuas and the one you were just talking about. You've got the woofers. Then you've got something that's just below the woofers. We call those subwoofers.
Oh. My dog Maya, she's part Pyrenees. She's kind of a wooer. It's like the woo.
Yeah, like the husky type of dogs. The sirens.
You got the puppers.
Yeah, the siren. The puppers.
Yep.
What sound do the puppers make?
I don't know.
I mean,
kind of like a
Ham
little
is
above a yapper.
pupper, and he just licks people.
Yeah.
He just
does
nibbles
lick.
people.
I walk past him, he's just licking the floor over and over. Probably some beef on the floor or something.
He's so cute.
Yeah, I'm loving all of them.
What's a terrier fall into?
Oh, that's
Those
a
are
yapper for sure.
But like that's a different type of yap, right? Like a Chihuahua is not the same as like a Jack Russell.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that's like.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I was just kind of setting up the joke so I could do the subwoofer bit.
I like dogs. I got excited. You triggered my ADHD response.
So I'm curious, back on the game a little bit. Is there, like, do we know the order that they're putting the coins into the boss, or does that kind of not matter too much? I mean, I'm sure they're just doing the same order every time, but they have to go through all of them, correct? Or do they get the boss low enough before they have to get to all of them?
I actually haven't really been paying attention too much to what they're doing with their combinations yet. Looks like they're leaving yellow and purple for last.
Yeah, I can see that up there.
You can see that they still have that one left on the screen. Maybe Drani can pan to see which ones they have left. But yeah, I think they have to get through all the combinations anyways. So it does auto phase at 30 if you're able to push it there before you've dealt with all 6 of the combinations. And I think they have been doing that in most of their raids. It's just more about making sure they have the perfect setup, you know, to pop Lust with cooldowns right when you phase the boss.
Oh yeah, true, because the enrage starts right when he pushes.
Right.
Yeah, it's a return to form, I think, with some of these bosses. They've, like Ansarak, enrage started when he pulled the boss.
Yep.
And now they're coming back to this, like, you hit P3 and now it's got its own enrage or soft enrage type thing. So you can do more like holding cooldowns or like milking things a little longer and kind of setting up for the big burn. And maybe I'm just old school, but I kind of like that better. Oh no, Lip!
No, Lip! Log back on.
Hopefully it was just like his other character. Goop.
For a second, I thought game time ran out.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
We had that happen on the MDI.
Yeah. That'd be a good bingo.
Or actually, it was TGP, but still, like that was a crazy prog.
Blue.
Have to get Lip back in the game there.
I think it's gonna be one of my questions for Max, so nobody steal it. How he feels about the enrage timer kind of change back to be more phase based than like
the
encounter
soft
full encounter link.
that we're seeing.
That's all you.
Yeah, nobody take that.
Oh, we're good.
I think it definitely makes the bosses easier because they're not gonna have to like min-max damage for 9 whole minutes. It's more about, you know,
9 minutes and 20 seconds, and then maybe you have another healer CD that you can make that 25 seconds or something like that. Yeah.
I think though this boss is going to be notoriously difficult on the Mythic version because obviously it's going to have that added aspect of the 100-second enrage once you push it into phase 2. But you also want to make sure you get the boss low enough in phase 1 so that you can make that burn in phase
actually
2.
Yeah, that's true.
And also at the same time, every single time the ads spawn, it's another DPS check because if you don't kill the right amount of ads and deposit the coins in 30 seconds, you just instantly wipe. So I'm sure those are going to be tuned to a point where it's going to be very tight to kill them off and get the buff slotted into the boss the entire encounter. Like this is shaping up to be another very difficult DPS check boss. Maybe not the level of Kai'Veza that was kind of out there, but
yeah,
maybe
it was a special one.
First nerf Kai'Veza.
Yeah, because this one, it's time-based and also health-based, where Mugsy's just health-based, I believe.
Right.
So that one, you can kind of like get everything ready and then just be like, okay, push to 40 and pop everything, go. Like wait for cooldowns maybe to come up, that kind of thing. Where like, on Ansarak, there was just no waiting for cooldowns ever, basically. It was just use everything as optimally as possible all the time. No kind of like pausing. Maybe in the intermission, that's where you got some leeway on it. But like P1, it was like, how do we just do as much damage as possible P1? Where like, you know, if you go back to other bosses, the phase 1s you would just get down and they'd be kind of a vibe. You weren't like re-stratting P1 to try and gain 1% more DPS because you would just get through it and be fine.
Look at that damage though. Actually crazy.
Yeah, wipe it up.
Quick wipe.
Chat is having a little bit of discussion on which of the specs is going to bring the Mark of the Wild this time around. I know I was talking to, I believe it was Teddles yesterday, who was saying that he thinks Feral might actually be what brings in the Mark of the Wild. And I was having like a little bit of an argument of how fought after the melee spots are that I'm not too convinced it's going to be Feral. What are you guys thinking about that?
So,
go ahead.
Oh, so this one seems pretty decent for Boomkin. Everything's spread out. They can be dotting all those little ads coming down. But I would say the same on like Gallywix when all those ads come out. But usually they're pretty good at just maybe bringing a DK or stacking them so quickly that they just become into the meat grinder. And rest I've heard's okay, but Mistweaver and Priest are like really strong, so I don't know if they can afford to drop like more throughput for something like that. Like, I don't. This might just be like Dratnos bias because I watched his raid comp video. I would want to say Boomkin. Also, I kind of miss seeing Boomkins in the raid. It's been a while, I think, since Liquid's run one.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. A lot of these fights have good spread cleave, but there are other good spread cleave classes too that I think might be better, is the problem. I think Destro is a little more suited to some of the profiles. I think Priest is probably a little more suited to some of the spread cleave profiles.
Yeah, I'm forgetting that Priest is good. The Shadow Priest, it's been a long time.
Both of them have a really, really good multi-target, multi-dotting, and I think it's going to be I think they're a little more tuned for these fights than Boomkin is. I think at the super high end, it'll probably be fine to run Boomkin. But I would guess for like super high-end world first progression, Resto is probably the most likely.
Okay.
Because I think most people are planning to run at least 3 between Disc Priest and Mistweaver, and then there's that 4th slot you can have for the Resto Druid, which can cover more of the just kind of coverage, hot healing over the raid.
Yeah, I could see that happen. I heard kind of the discussion of whether or not the healers would permit a free slot for that Resto Druid to like squeeze it in there, because it's always like, what can you cover through just to give you an idea of how they set this up. They look at tanks and they look at healers and they're like, what can we cover through that? What's like the most utility, the most strength that we're getting on the healers? The best utility is something like the Blood Decay. Gallywix notably has a lot of small adds that are grippable for once in this raid, so something like the Blood Decay just bringing great utility, which I am very, very sure we're going to be seeing there, as well as also bringing something like the AMZ to help with some of the damage. And then for the healers, it goes by like who pumps the most HPS, and then they fill out the other ranks, trying to fit in those buffs if they can't find another slot for that. But if you want to learn more about the race to world first, maybe even come by here next race, you know, you actually can, because Coinbase, our presenting partner here at the Race to World First from Team Liquid, they are actually sending you out here. You can get a grand price if you are in NA or EU. After creating a Coinbase account and signing up with Team Liquid 20, you can head on over to tl.gg/RWFBTS and sign on up for that. But that is not the only giveaway we're running. We're also giving away jerseys every single day and every time the guild kills a boss. So lots and lots of potential earnings, winnings you can get. And of course that big, big grand prize of potentially being one of the very few, the limited circle of people that get to see the Race to World First location from the inside.
Yeah, and all the dogs. And also
and all the dogs!
Up, yeah, and you sign up, you get $20, so may as well get a freebie anyways.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Coinbase.
Yeah, huge shout out to Coinbase for supporting us. This event wouldn't be possible without them, so we love them very much, and we hope you do too. After all, they're giving you free money, so might as well check all of that out. All you need to do is sign up, and then proof you are indeed not just a paid chatter, but also an actual human, and I believe the majority of you guys can do that.
You can be a paid chatter and a human at the same time.
Yeah, jury's out on that one.
Okay. Oh, you're right.
You've seen what they said. Sometimes chat goes wild.
And we love them for it.
So we skipped over Guardian Druid. I just did it because I've never heard anybody bring it up for this tier. I don't know if they're bad or if they're just... the other tanks are needed more for the buffs, possibly?
Guardian is miserable to play in raid. And I think the fact that Scott actually made it look not that bad last year is a testament to how insane of a player he is. I saw other guilds try to follow suit playing a Guardian Druid, and the people trying to make that work were feeding a lot.
Okay, interesting.
I think Guardian is probably the least likely of all the Druid specs to bring that Mark of the Wild buff. Definitely behind Boomkin, definitely behind Feral, certainly behind Rested Druid.
Okay, so, well, a little preview of After Dark tonight. We're actually going to do a little raid comp kind of building.
Ooh.
So you're saying Priest, Mistweaver, Resto Druid, and then what would the fourth be? Like another Priest or Mistweaver?
Second Priest, second Mistweaver. Probably
Okay.
second Priest.
What are potential 5 heal fights? Any or Or is we kind of past that?
I can't think of any off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, I guess we'd have to see it when
yeah, it
they
depends
come
on
to
the
it.
tuning, right? Like if you look at one of these fights and suddenly tuning feels like, uh-oh, we don't know how to survive that. Or with the soft end rages, it might actually be a thing where like, we can take this boss down because we do get cooldowns here. If we can just see like 30 seconds further into the phase and those cooldowns would offset bringing healer or something, who knows? Maybe that would be something that could work out there as well to then go for a healer. That allows you to see much more of that fight.
So what would you go for tanks? I know Dranos is saying he's leaning to DK.
Yeah, blood DK.
Or himself.
I'm very confident on calling the blood DK.
Okay.
Because first of all, I don't think DPS DK is in the greatest spot right now, unfortunately. I like to be a big believer, but thus far it's not looking like it. And so if you want to bring a DK in for grips on something like Gallywix, of course we don't know how Gallywix Mythic looks. Max yesterday was saying for sure there's a secret phase, and what that entails, well, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm pretty confident on a blood DK being there.
I think it'll be pretty strong. I think other tanks that could see a lot of play, Prop Paladin, obviously been very strong. Still strong this tier. Prop Warrior, Dranos thinks is very good. One of the highest damage tanks. So if you have something like a Blood DK that's, you know, comfortable just tanking the boss the entire time, your Prop Warrior can use all their rage on just pumping damage into the boss rather than having to use it too.
Yeah, I've heard Vengeance is pretty powerful.
Vengeance
DPS
is also powerful.
DPS also. And then Havoc seems not great.
Havoc is still
pretty good.
Is it fine now? Okay.
Yeah. So I think Prot Warrior
Info.
and Vengeance have kind of the same problem, where the DPS class also looks potentially to be good. So unless you want to like multi-stack that class, then I don't know, we'll see what it ends up being. Of course, we also kind of have to fit a monk in the raid, but we are getting that through the Mistweaver. I'm trying to think of if there's anything else I'm missing out on, but I would probably say the Paladin or the Warrior looking likely. Paladin probably more so.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Prop Pally just brings. I mean, they need Holy Pally seems not good. I don't know the state of Ret. And then Prot just the utility that comes out of him is so nice. And Yips seems insane on that Paladin. I think it's on your bingo card, right? That he plays Pally, or was that somebody else I saw earlier?
It wasn't mine. No.
Okay. I think that might be a bingo of somebody.
Gibson and Scott have both played Prop Paladin throughout the past few tiers, so they could definitely make it work. I think Scott was playing Prop
To
Paladin.
me is always Blood DK. Like if I think of, do you know some of the raiders, like they just have like their identity class, like Shaq or like I'm Fired Up or TC, you just know like if you see them that's going to be the class.
Yeah.
I know Scott can do anything, but if I had to like put a class next to his name, it would be Blood DK.
Interesting.
Would you put something else?
I haven't actually thought about that for Scott. I think of Scott as somebody who can just play anything. 'Cause I've seen him
like,
play everything.
I think it's probably because of I think it was Sofo, where he like clutched it out on that Blood DK. I think that was just my first big impression of Scott.
Okay.
Oh, and Anduin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and Twisted.
I just remember him playing
so cool.
his Vengeance Demon Hunter all the time. Scott Brexit. It's a good
Scott
character
Brexit.
name. Yeah.
Good one. Yeah, and I think he also got the Farak axe, I believe, on his DK.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I've just got the bear right now in my head just because of the last tier.
Yeah.
Him just sitting there chewing the gum, waiting to use his trinket.
Haya has that on her bingo card.
Scott
Choose gum?
Choose gum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she called it Scott Hits the Llama or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that like
He's an aggressive gum chewer.
Yeah, I think he just keeps adding pieces.
I hope not.
All right, what percent they push him to here? Oh, he's at 27. I heard the ding sound. Oh, we've got the gum chewing coming in.
Let's go.
Locked in.
Yeah, I heard the ding transition sound. Maybe I'm getting baited because the boss was a lot lower health than I think he normally pushes. Or does he push at 30? I'm getting confused. Mugsy's 40.
He auto pushes at 30.
And he's 30, okay.
Yeah. Impec has a little bit of weird UI. His boss health bar on the far right side doesn't have the energy bar, but on the target bar next to his weak cores, he does have the energy.
Right,
But
I
it's
see
See what
tiny.
cast we get here. Yeah, so this is the second cast.
Hot heat. All right, 2 more energy bars, and they are done for. The boss, 15% health halfway through. This is looking promising. They only have 1 dead. Looks like a helper. Could be an alt name. I don't know everybody's weird character names.
I've been wondering, like, how do the raiders decide what to name their, like, 13 alts? Because some of them have, like, really creative approaches. We were talking about Chax, for example, or Scots now. And then some others, they just do, like, I don't know, a name 1, name 2, name 3. But I feel like that is phasing out. I'm not seeing as many, like, 3, 4, 5, 6 anymore as it used to be the case.
Yeah, some people will just turn on their stream and be like, yo, chat, what should I name this character?
Yeah, I think THD is one of the last people standing. He's got like the THD lock A, B, C.
EK is called TH Death.
TH Death.
Which I think is cool.
That's a classic character.
very
Yeah. Then he's got his Demon Hunter, TH Demon. No House of Cards again. Ugh. No best in slots either. Not ideal loot.
What's the bottle service? Looks like a weapon.
I think it's a healer trinket.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I can't see.
Wasted loot.
I could be wrong about that, though. All I know is it's not important for me.
Yeah, it's not the it's not the House of Cards. It's not the BIS.
Ah, okay.
Random number perforator.
Let me pull that up. Thank you very much. See, I know some of the items, but I don't know their names, and so I'm always like trying to match what's in my brain to what it could be.
All right, the bottle service zoomed out looked like a dagger or something, but it's like a little
trinket. It's a haste trinket.
Okay.
Use become the pinnacle of Galagio's service excellence and dole out Kaja Cola Megalite to injured allies 10 times over 4 seconds.
Okay, it's a healer.
Healing them for that's a big number, 376,000, and increasing their speed by for 5 seconds.
Did you see that in the Galagio, there's a 97-year-old diner that makes Kaja Cola the old-fashioned way?
I did not see that.
It's crazy.
Would they make what the old-fashioned way?
Kaja Cola.
What does that even mean, Zyro?
Listen, people who know will know.
Deep cuts. Kaja Cola.
Is that actually something I should be knowing?
No, not really.
You know how sometimes there's like weird bits of lore in WoW and people are like, I can't believe you don't know about the Galagio Kaja Cola, and I'm like, sorry? Like
Listen, the best bits are the specialized bits that if you tell it to 100 people, maybe only 1 or 2 will get it, but for those 1 or 2 people, it'll hit perfectly, and they will feel seen and they'll love you for it. Those are the people I'm trying to hit with my bits.
He's calling us dumb.
No, not at all.
We're mid-curve.
It's just an obscure bit.
It's all right, chat. We don't need to know everything.
I'll show you guys after our shift what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you gotta let us in, and then we'll all start laughing every time you bring them up, and
How funny
then
would
chat
it
won't
be
know.
if you had said that and Cams and I would just like knowingly nod it and like smirk to ourselves, and chat would have been like, huh?
Yeah, I would have loved that. If you were the 2 people that got it, I would have been perfectly happy with that.
Should work on that, Cams.
Yeah, I'll just pretend.
it's a reference to the TikTok that got popular a few months ago of this 97-year-old New York diner makes Coca-Cola the old-fashioned way.
Oh, dude, there's too many oddball TikToks out there.
Yeah.
Like every other day I see something, and by now I've gotten so sus. Actually, there was a huge TikTok that went viral on Germany where a guy was like, you know, people just believe anything you tell them in a TikTok. If I started saying I should vacuum my ceiling because of light-sensitive mites, then people will probably just start vacuuming their ceiling, and it became a whole thing because the comments were full of like, I totally do that, and then people like gaslit each other into thinking that is a real thing, and people started reporting on like light-attracted mites and people vacuum their ceiling, and he's now starting the same thing in English. So if you see it, it's a hoax. It's a pizzazz. It's a scam, but it works because people. If you go on the internet and you're like, "Did you know?" and you tell them anything, they'll believe it.
Yep.
We've lost all media literacy that was out there at all. Crazy.
I never really go on TikTok.
That's good.
That's probably
you're on the actual app, or are you just kind of seeing the trends through?
I just get fed just perfect slop. from my circle of websites and Twitch streams that I go to.
Oh, I wish. I actually get paid to make them, so. The big fun. Love that. Great job. And with that, we are going to be going into a Monster Energy listen-in to see what the Raiders are loving and how they're feeling about these splits. We'll catch you right after that.
Get a house of cards.
You mean it's fucking carried over, man?
Blow up.
Coin comment.
The boss is insanely dead.
Oh, that was a problem.
Dude, did new Connor pop off or what? What was the healing?
Nice. Beast.
Dude, he did. Oh my god.
Are you doing the loot again, Exile?
Checking.
Hey.
Scrolling up. Yeah, I am.
Great job, guys.
Cheers, everyone.
Roll on loot.
Thank you, bro.
They're starting their normal. Okay, guys, very important. We are doing normal into heroic. So you guys, we're not going to be kicking and pruning from normal, but it's very important you identify people from normal we want to carry over to heroic.
Dryny Zevi, roll.
Yeah.
And
actually, so let me actually ask exactly Telegon like how we're dealing with this, but yeah. Second.
Loot's good.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
We're back to normals?
Wait, Lip, is that a new one?
You're running it back now, Drenny. Normal into heroic into one arm.
Yo, welcome back, Impact.
Yo.
Fuck me, man. That's back to the tanking, that means.
No, you only tank like the last boss.
Okay,
Well, are we starting from the start?
New technology, new technology. Your all's your job when you go to your normal
Yeah,
run.
we saw the ping.
The slash pro.
Yeah.
Just reiterating, you slash pro the people you want to keep into heroic. W.
We're doing loot, right, first? I got high hopes for fucking Pecker Pete.
Yeah, I guess we gotta turn the lockout checker on, huh?
All right, I am back, ready to go.
Welcome back.
Boom, boom.
I missed you. I'm the best tank.
Sure, everyone is here yet. This is good here. All right.
All checks passed.
Are all of you in Discord, Bang?
Nick is in the hotel. Goop is in the hotel.
Yep,
Yeah,
I'm in the hotel. Help me
Goop
out.
and Nick are in the fucking hotel. All right. Up in a stone. I'm the only
Got in the
lock.
group, man.
Bro, I joined the group after you, and I'm already in the raid.
You literally didn't join the group after me. What?
Yo, calm down, bro. All of you.
This is some shit.
What was the boss order on this?
I walked in, no problem.
We do
Sprocket
lock
and go
it.
onwards.
Yeah, it's just Sprocket and then one armed and then Mug and Galley.
Just last 4.
Just check.
Dude, we're not even at the boss yet.
Nah, but what were you expecting? Huh?
Summon at the boss.
Oh.
Why'd you even bother summoning me?
Because you're the fucking healer. You got a soul
There's
stone,
plenty of
bro.
healers in
Here you
here,
go.
man.
You got the soul
Alright.
stone.
You got the
Fucking
soul
heal
stone.
it.
Come on, let's go, let's go.
Let's get the show on the road.
Get a move on, man.
I'm fucking Nick Giga Chad. Like,
Come on, Shaq, let's go. Get up here. You gotta tank some shit. We gotta go.
No, I don't have a car, so I'm on my normal mount.
Oh no.
Alright, whatever.
It can't be a normal mount.
Do we have a soul
I don't
stone?
know how they
will
didn't
suck.
put it. If they didn't put it in the mount tab, I can't use it.
Yeah, Nick has a soul stone. We just gotta make it.
Yeah, just make it. It's easy.
I'm rooted.
Rooted. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, just figure it out, man.
You got this. Nick will
There you
make
go.
it. What
Stand
a
up, little
beast.
guppy.
I'm telling you, it's the
Made it.
easiest.
Yeah, I'm just
Dude,
stuck
Nick
in a
made
pipe.
it. What a beast. Fucking caught up to the group. Look at me.
Good job.
All
Jump
right,
in the
everyone,
hole. Let's go, let's go.
If you make it to the Except boss for room, Nick. jump in and die. And don't release.
Does the soul stone get eaten if Nick jumps in the hole?
It does.
Yep, it gets obliterated if Nick jumps in the hole. I don't know why.
Please jump in the hole.
Dude, please turn around and tell Boomy to stop being happy.
Okay, good soon.
Please go ahead and die.
Everyone just die. If you didn't make it, we'll summon you. It's all chill. Just die, please. In game.
Yeah.
Wait. On the Rush is still doing something. Yo, Shaq,
Yo.
give me that assist.
All right, you got it, bro. Dude, so how's your guys, split day going? Nick, how long does it take?
Going great. I didn't get anything I wanted, and I'm gonna blow
Dude,
up.
it's not my fault.
Let's kill some bosses.
my bad.
Woohoo!
You guys get
They were good.
balls?
It's reset.
I didn't even open my vault.
All right, we're up. If you didn't get a res or release, we'll summon you.
Ethiopian
Yeah,
water break.
too busy playing Tarkov to open the vault.
My shit's on cooldown, I can't reset for 1 minute.
We'll probably be summoning for a while. Everyone help summon. Just pick someone that you just don't see and summon them. Or click someone else. Dude, I fucking eat rocks.
Good.
Every time I click on an oil, my character panel opens. Oh
I
boy.
get upset.
Oh boy.
Oh, like I might. Ooh, I don't know.
It's actually chill when you're two-hander.
Yeah, when you're a two-hander, it's good. Like it's just
Yeah,
nice.
it was annoying as fuck before.
Yeah, I mean sometimes you would enchant a weapon that you were gonna like. Oh fuck, I had the
Nah,
wrong
you,
weapon
just,
equipped.
you just keep clicking it until both hands are good. Like it might take 10 oils, but it's chill.
Yeah.
Alright, Shaq, explain the boss.
Hit it. No, we're just gonna pull.
Alright, hit
Check
that
it.
shit.
You're feeling the soul. You're feeling the soul.
Oh, wait.
5 seconds.
I don't remember the difference between normal and heroic, so I don't know.
Isn't
resetting
there's there's no bombs.
No, we're good then. We don't need to explain much.
You're feeling the soul
Right.
effect? Or no?
It
was
good.
a little bit sketchy last time.
Yeah, it's pretty sketchy.
Alright, we just
stick with 2.
Yeah.
You guys see
You
these
got big damn,
holes?
probably?
Just don't walk in them. They kill
No,
you.
just place
The
on
end.
them,
That's
it's
the
chill.
boss. That's the whole boss.
Alright, we're pulling when he respawns.
Guys, don't stand here on these. Move away, please.
You'll have a bad time.
All these things that look like conveyor belts, they do what conveyor belts do.
Don't want to be on the conveyor belt.
Yeah, unless you want to roll away.
Jump 3 times.
Are we back to 2 tank in this? Kind of sad.
10.
I feel like how it went last time we saw tank everything, it was kind of a time loss.
Alright, get ready to flip. Flip.
Alright, run away.
We're going flip.
1.
What's that on the ground?
An achievement probably.
Lots of drills, lots of drills.
Check out the big bag. Shaking out your bones.
Loki, I feel like our normals are the most chill.
Look at guild chat. Ow.
Guild chat?
Literally,
Oh.
ow.
Hashtag Scott Brexit in my group.
Yeah, welcome, Thud.
Oh shit, man.
I think it's player error at this point. Like,
I wasn't even with Scotty B. I'm pretty sure though.
Oh,
In a group, I don't know what group Scott is.
Yeah, I don't know either. But
If they put us 2 together, it's fucked. We learned that one already.
hey guys, should we go DPS? It's kind of boring.
yeah, we can. I'm gonna put him in mid. You want to be on the conveyor belt, either in front or okay. No, never mind.
Well, on normal,
Right
it
here
just
on the
you
thing.
just want to like not get knocked out.
Our
Nick, you
good
didn't build the
London's
hut.
looking for people.
Nope.
W.
Look at this big group here.
Get back to the boss.
Any gate Thud?
D-Res,
Oh
Easton.
wait, he
normal?
doesn't go anywhere.
It's normal, man. What the hell?
D-Res Easton.
Dude, I forgot. My bad. Alright, get off the conveyor belt.
Go to the right. We're going here.
Yeah, do that.
Shaking out your bones.
Tobo joined his split and he just linked me a guy who is 6'15", like 10 times.
No chance.
Is he in the Scott Brexit group?
Probably.
615.
6'15".
That's
Oh
pretty
yeah,
good.
don't stand in these or you're gonna blow up. Everyone's alive. Well done.
Got some 16 dominators in here. You just haven't noticed.
What?
Yeah, we're moving across. Move to the pings. Follow boss.
Actually, you can taunt house any next to it.
Bed batch.
I got it.
Get the screws out of melee. No, not like that.
Screw the melee. Fuck them over.
Hey, I'm in melee.
Select
Stop
or
that.
stand in circle.
Okay.
Shit, I'm dead.
Wood.
10,
I feel like eat all these. Save your friends.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, when the boss dies, you can loot if you want for relic and crest, and then jump off. Maybe someone B-res Easton if you can.
Got him.
Yeah, everyone else jump off.
I think I know who's in the Scott Brexit group.
Who's that?
Splat spinning in his chair next to me. Hashtag SBIMG.
Hashtag SBIMG.
Okay, once you're dead, you can release. You're gonna spawn at the start, and then you just mount up in your car and you get rolling towards the next boss. Put some
Can you
paint on
trade
the
me
ground.
lift? I can't trade while I'm on. I'm on your mount, so you can keep walking.
It's high tech.
Keep running all the way until you're at the top of the stairs.
Oh shit. Malfunction. Hit the lowest.
They are way too happy.
They are way too happy.
If
I
you're
need
DD,
Scott
grip
Brexit in their group.
Grip the gunners in the
Are we
back.
halfway?
Nice.
Yeah, one boss down halfway.
No, I meant like.
No, we're like halfway overall, if that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh
No, we're
yeah,
not,
yeah,
bro.
yeah.
We didn't do Gallywix.
Splits until
Yeah, like-
Saturday.
50 Gallywix heroics
happy.
and probably chill.
You know, Yips told me before we went to bed together that we should have finished all our splits today.
Yeah, Because Bubba's gonna announce any day now that we're going straight into Mythic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the raid's already over.
You guys are all out of combat.
Yeah, I
Any
mean, we
rogues in
lost.
here? Nah, people are in combat. It's fucked.
Yeah, you just fucking run, bro.
It's those gunners, man. Anytime you pull the gunners, it's FF.
Yep, I'm fucking out of combat.
Perfect.
Oh, you just griefed me.
Oh, good. I'm a Murloc.
Everyone run. Anytime you see a cocktail, there's Gallywix cocktail guys. If you see one, just throw any CC at them. Fucking stun and imprison, anything. A kick.
Murloc gang.
Fucking throw it all on them. They're the only ones that'll keep you in a CC chain forever.
I'm Murloc doesn't show up. I'm a cat.
Quick.
We're doing another death skip here, so if you don't make it, it'll be the same thing as last boss.
Something tells me this one's rigged. Let the games begin. Ready to win big. No die. No steam here. Just smoke. Better luck next time.
Everyone just die. Some aggressive or summon.
No, but seriously though, how long do you think before Blizzard makes it so you can't skip the trash?
I'll just like locks all the doors. Yeah, I mean, any day now.
I'm down.
Hopefully they just do it so you need the trash count in raid, like in Atlas. That would be chill.
That would hit.
That would hit. I feel like Blizzard, you know, they're pretty known to like midweek fix the raid so there's no trash skips.
We're just missing IB.
IB
If you're there, just take the
stand up
take the
whenever you want to get this moving.
Okay, he's
Perfect.
here. All right,
He
we're
wants to get
good.
it moving.
Okay, we're going. Everyone can range. You're gonna fight from the orange marker. It's hard to see, but you're gonna fight from around there.
5, 4,
Pulling.
3, 2.
You want to pick a better marker, or do you just not give a shit?
No, because you guys already.
It doesn't really matter on normal though.
Yeah. Everything's chill right now.
Because on normal you get pay line 10 hours into the fight.
Yeah.
That's actually true.
Spill.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I would describe the raid so far. It's just
I
like,
just landed perfectly on the edge.
Yep.
Normal, the boss doesn't move too. Forgot about that one.
The ads. We're killing the flame in the.
Welcome back here after that Monster Energy listening, and huge thank you to Monster Energy for making that happen here. Just a quick mention as I was away from the caster sofa real quick, chat. Did they curse?
Did they curse?
I have a bingo to fill out.
Oh, almost certainly. I wasn't listening. They're mostly trying to fill the splits right now. Speaking of filling the splits, though, we want to fill your wallets.
True.
We'll do that with the help of Coinbase, our premier sponsor for the event, the title sponsor for the Race to World First. If you want $20, head to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF and use the code TEAMLiquid20. Not only do you get $20, you're also signed up for a whole bunch of giveaways we're doing, Games.
Yeah, the big grand prize giveaway is you get to fly out for next race and come and tour the Alienware training facility here in Santa Monica and meet some of the raiders. Well, potentially some of the raiders. They're kind of busy, but they'll be around on the lunch breaks and stuff like that. I bet you get to try some of Chef Heidi's food, get to meet some of the casters.
Yeah.
I think we're volunteering, you know, like a late night Taco Bell with Kalamazzi, an appearance on Jack's stream.
That's right. You don't have to meet Tettles.
Yeah, we'll put him somewhere. There's all sorts of rooms in this building that you haven't seen. They're not on camera.
Do they get to meet Zalatath? Perhaps?
Perhaps, if Zalatath's still around at that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice.
She's kind of absent right now. Not sure what she's up to.
Do you guys know the lore?
No.
Are you lore? Oh, okay. I was hoping, because I've been trying to figure the lore out, and I've been trying to like So Xalatath is still behind all this whimsicalness. She has apparently put Gallywix up to the task to repair the little medallion thingy that holds the soul of one of the dragons, Iridicron.
Iridicron, yes.
Yeah, so that's why we're here. Gallywix went a little bit cuckoo after he got power from Xalatath, and now we are standing up for the little guy, and we're taking him down. But I think he succeeded with the repair, and therefore Xalatath moves on with her quest to... I don't know what she's trying to do with Iridicron.
No clue.
Yeah, who knows?
Become a boss.
Oh,
at the end of the expansion, probably.
Chat is... I'm sorry, chat. It's Gallicron. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. They're all dragons. Did he curse? Okay. I figured he would have.
I'm so sorry. I felt really good about me doing this lore breakdown, but chat is angry.
I got high hopes for fucking
sorry.
Pecker Pete.
Yeah, I'm just assuming she's going to become a boss, and I'll know her mechanics and things like that.
Wait, was that a sound clip? I didn't quite hear it.
I also barely heard a sound clip.
That was really quiet. Can you play that again? A bit louder?
I got high hopes for fucking Pecker Pete.
Okay.
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Thank you, THD. Appreciate it. I actually asked him, because Chef Heidi was here, and she was saying, oh, they're eating more vegetables. And I looked at THD and I said, are you eating more vegetables? And he said he didn't eat a single vegetable while he's here yet. And I asked him why, and he said, it's not that he doesn't like them. It's not that he like, doesn't think they taste good. He thinks they actually taste probably good. But if it's not being put on his plate, he's not going to do it.
But he puts his things on his plate.
But not vegetables. If he has the choice, he's not going to do it, is what he said.
Our dinner tonight was the perfect THD meal. Rice and beef.
Rice and
That's
beef.
like
broccoli.
That's his two favorite things. If he's got those, he doesn't need the broccoli.
You don't need the broccoli and the broccoli beef. All right, did we get the house of cards?
House
Does
of
not
cards.
look like it.
No best in slots.
Nope.
Okay, chat is double correcting me. The Ethereal, which is the name of the medallion, apparently, that took the Dark Heart from... Oh, no. Okay, the Ethereal is the...
It's like the trader dude with the robe.
Took the Dark Heart, that's the medallion from Gallywix, is not working for Xalatath. Huh? Who's he working for?
Who knows?
Who's that
Someone
spooky guy
mysterious.
working for? Oh, wow. There's so much lore in this game.
The ethereals are always
I need to ask Novel about this.
one mysterious group of people.
I'm due a teaching, it seems like. I'm very sorry. He's going to be disappointed in me.
Before the race, me and Zyronic and Kalamazi went on to iStream for a game show. And I remember talking to like some of the people producing it before. They're like, do you know anything about the lore? And I said no. And they're like, oh, try and like study up on some of it before it happens. And I just thought, I was like, I agreed. I was like, yeah, I will. But I was thinking in my head, I was like, there's no way.
Well, also, the funny thing is, they're like, oh, it doesn't matter if you don't know that much. We're just going to pretty much give you the answers by the end of it. And by the end of the first segment, all three of us were tied at
Great.
negative 300 points.
Oh, perfect. You guys did well then. I was asked to join that show, but unfortunately I didn't have time. Now I'm not so upset about that anymore. I would have just embarrassed myself with y'all.
Yeah, we had fun though. But lore is, I don't care to learn it. I have no interest. I don't know why, because
See, I want to learn, but I feel like it's convoluted at this point. And it's very hard to catch up because of all of these characters that I don't know anything about. By the way, someone in chat is saying, noted, ethereals vacuum their ceilings. Right, because of the white light mites.
Yeah, that makes sense. I vacuum my ceiling every month.
Of course you do. And every normal person would vacuum their ceiling because of white light mites.
Yeah. I mean, once you get them, you can't really get them out. You have to get those special vacuums.
You know what we should have done, Cams? We should have just answered a Dreadlord for every single one. Because after Sepulchre of the first ones, after the Lord of the Lords of Dread, that's what they were. They just kind of told us that every single important lore character in the past history of WoW was just a Dreadlord.
Is that true?
Yeah, 100%. It's canon for sure.
I mean, I'll believe you.
Path is not a Dreadlord.
Well, that's new lore. That's not old lore.
Oh.
We killed the Lords of Dread.
Is Gul'dan a Dreadlord?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I mean, I'll believe it.
Jaina's
He's
a Dreadlord.
He said it with confidence. Yeah, I've heard Jaina's a Dreadlord.
Jaina is a Dreadlord. Zalatat is a Dreadlord. I am now feeling even more confusion.
Yeah, I've put an unreal amount of hours into this game, but have not learned one bit about the story. I'm a cinematic skipper. I'm sure that really
trying.
annoys people.
I'm watching some cinematics.
Skipper, Madge.
Are you a skipper?
In WoW, yeah, kinda. Final Fantasy, I'm a lore respecter.
I mean, when Wrathgate came out, I was like, this is sick. But then at some point, it became more about like, all right, let's go. I need a level. And so I would like, I'm going to skip it on this first guy, get through it quick. And then on another character later, I'll kind of like digest it. And then at that point,
never
it was
happens.
just, yeah, just skip it on all of them.
Oh, I'm guilty of that. The first time I see it, I'm like, I accidentally skipped it because I'm used to skipping it. And I'm like, I'll watch it later, and I never do. I do watch the cinematics that they like put out on like the socials, like the big ones, you know, like the post-rate cinematics. I do watch those, or like the patch intro ones. So I would say I get like 10% of the cinematics at least.
Yeah, I watched the, you know, the big, like pre-rendered kind of ones, but before every expansion. You know, I like those ones. Fond memories. I mean, one of my favorite BlizzCon memories was the Cataclysm, like, announcement. It was way back, and they played it in like the big theater with, you know, the Deathwing getting all built up, and then he goes and flies over the world.
BlizzCon announcements aren't fair though. Like, especially if you're there in person, feeling the energy of thousands of people all seeing something really sick for the first time. It's pretty cool. The BFA intro back in the day, where they had Sylvanas going for the Horde. People got super hyped up over that. Also the Shadowlands intro where she cracked the sky.
Yeah, they had the audio is so loud in that room. House of Cards?
House of
Yes,
Cards.
too.
House of Cards, yes.
For the Horde.
Let's go. That's
I'm
big. Oh, best in slots as well. That is a huge boss kill. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good.
A blessed raid.
Keep those helping.
All right, that's huge. That is big loot.
Yeah, I can totally relate to everything you guys have been saying. I mean, I've been at BlizzCon so many times. It's
How many times?
like a lot.
Have you actually never been to a BlizzCon?
No.
Oh my God!
I
gotta
live
get you
on
out
the
to
other
one.
side of the pond.
You have to do it.
I wanted to go the last time it happened, and then something else got in the way, and I was like, oh, I'll just go next year.
Oh.
And then they got rid of it, and I am now scared that it will never come back.
Are there any whispers of it this year?
I think it would still be too early for it now.
Oh, we had another kill.
Yeah, when is it they normally announce? Oh, we don't see the loot.
Like.
Oh.
No best in. Well, there's a best in slots. Okay. There's
all
a best
right.
in slots, but no House of Cards. This is still pretty good.
But the other one was just phenomenal.
Yeah. The weapon is like probably the #1 most important thing to get, and if go into Impact War, although they kind of all just need on loot and then all trade it to one person, so who actually looted it doesn't matter. Trinkets are kind of they're like probably just barely below the weapons in terms of their significance. They're also very powerful too. But the Eye of Kazan is really the big trinket that they're looking for.
Yes, that's of course the Gallywix one. So
Right.
we haven't seen any of those just yet. Liquid hasn't actually polled heroic Gallywix at all? Question mark. Did we like try a poll?
No.
Not one that I saw anyway. So that is still out. That is still something that maybe will happen tonight even. We'll see.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. That would be nice.
We've got 2-3 hours maybe left, 3 hours at most left, but they do have a lot of Mugsies to get through. Do they have helpers in this one? Speaking of Mugsy?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is normal.
Oh, or we're on normal? Okay.
How many?
Hold on. Can we
they have?
production? Can we zoom in on the skull in the top right corner?
Yeah, it's normal. I'm looking at the raid groups. They only have 6 raiders in this group.
Oh, okay. Yep. Unfortunate. I thought we were done with the normals. But
Yep,
here we
that
are.
is normal. No Tiefers.
Dang, still normals to do. Yeah, I guess Mugsy's almost dead also. That's a quick one if it were heroic. Yeah, I very excited to see Gallywix.
Ooh. Chad is saying there are rumors of BlizzCon this year.
Okay.
Blocked out the con days at the convention center And they added a BlizzCon link on the Blizzard website homepage.
Okay.
Still links to the last one, but the link is new.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I'll take a rumor.
I haven't heard anything, obviously. Nor could I say anything if I had heard anything.
That's it, yeah.
So-
Like sometimes, you know, I feel like sometimes if like 20 different people tell me things, by that point I assume it to be
Yeah, exactly.
public knowledge. But nobody has told me like, oh, have you seen the BlizzCon leaks or something
Exactly,
like that.
yeah.
So I would really wish for it to come back. I think that would be really nice, because not just because I've never been to one, but also I feel like it's such a unique WoW thing that I just would be very sad if that tradition doesn't get continued.
You've done cool things over on your side of the pond as well. You've gotten to host things at Gamescom before, right?
That's right, yeah. But
That's kind of the same vibe. Maybe not like so single-mindedly focused as a BlizzCon is, but still kind of the same convention style vibes.
Gamescom is more like a DreamHack would be.
Okay,
right?
okay,
like,
sure.
Like it's like a very big convention about games, and there's obviously a lot of companies that have like their foot in the door and they want you to like promote their products and stuff like that. And then there's like also game shows for like entertainment.
Okay.
But it's not like BlizzCon. I think last time it was like a baby BlizzCon because WoW had like a big stand there, and a lot of the European WoW influencers at least were there. So that was really nice. But I feel like a BlizzCon is like a whole different vibe.
Yeah, the vibe when you show up on Tuesday before BlizzCon and there's already people in the Hilton lobby drunkenly yelling for the Horde and for the Alliance at each other. You know you're amongst a completely different group of people than you normally meet in real life.
Yeah, what's the surrounding area of those conventions like? Because I feel like BlizzCon is like a tenth of the actual stuff happening in Anaheim during that weekend. It's all spread out through all these houses and hotels and stuff like that. Are people partying at Gamescom, or is it kind of all in the center?
I think Gamescom, so like obviously I'm like very connected to like the content creators in Germany, and Gamescom is a German event mostly. So basically like every day you talk to like your content creator friends, and everybody's like invited to a different PR event, and it's like parties basically. Like, oh, I'm going to this publisher party, and I'm going to this publisher party. For example, there was a Diablo event at one of the nights for Gamescom, for example, that I went to, and that was really cool. But it's not like everybody like basically comes together. It's more like I get access to this VIP thing, and somebody else gets access to another VIP. It's like a very different, not as communal, I would say.
That makes
It's
sense.
not just like a whole neighborhood of Airbnbs being
No.
destroyed.
See, Germany is very small compared to your country. I know that is hard to grasp. It's hard for us to grasp how big and like wide the U.S. are, but there couldn't be a neighborhood full of Airbnbs quite literally in Germany. It's not possible.
Okay.
Man, take me back to the early 2010s when the houses just west of the convention center were still renting out.
Yeah, they learned quick.
They learned very quickly not to do that.
Yeah.
I also would like to go to Disney. I've never been.
Disney's fun.
Yeah. So my goal was like do BlizzCon and then do Disney and then fly back.
There's a lot of good theme parks in LA as well.
Yeah, I've been in LA 3 times, but I haven't even seen the beach.
Oh, yeah.
I've been all. I'm
Oh,
a
really?
gamer.
You haven't even
okay?
gone down to the pier at all?
No.
It's just a couple-minute walk.
We can find the day to go to the pier.
Yeah.
It's like a 20-minute walk away from
So many weeks, and I've just been in the facility playing WoW.
Well, that's all of us are doing too, so
See?
all good.
See, I'm normal.
Yeah, the pier's pretty close. It's nice. It's probably a little different view from now. I mean, me and Aya were looking at the Google Maps earlier. We're talking about the fires, and I realized how close we were to where the fires were.
We're like 10 miles away, man.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
I
right
was
over
looking
there.
at the maps when I first heard, because like in our news it just said like LA, and so I was like, oh god.
Yeah.
And actually that oh god was justified. It's very close to here.
Yeah, I think like if you're on the pier, you could see like where some of it was.
Yep. Well, speaking of the fires, our charity is helping pets displaced by the Eden fires. If you want to help out and support that cause, help the Pasadena Humane Society using our link in chat, tl.gg/rwf-donate. Money goes to a good cause, helping rehouse pets that were dehomed during the fires.
Yeah.
Great cause.
The poor
Big
guys.
thing is with these houses, like a lot of them just burning down or being just not habitable at the moment. A lot of people have found shelter in hotels or like shelter places that have been built, but those usually don't allow pets. And so those pets, some of them are even just like emergency staying with the Pasadena Humane Society, and some of them also have just been taken in because they couldn't find the owners straight away and they're waiting, they're trying to like locate them through the pets that have chips and so on. So it's a lot of work. They have a lot of pets. They stopped all normal operations. They're running on like emergency protocol to take care with all of the overload that has been happening from the great influx of pets. And we are getting closer to our stretch goal down there to make it a little bit easier for you if you want to show off your Transmog or your UI. I will be harsh. Or just show us your lovely pets at home. $35, and we'll bring it on the broadcast as we are trying to raise money for the Pasadena Humane Society.
Yeah. A little light in some of the dark times. Help those animals out.
Honest question, where was the fire in LA? The majority of the fires were on the northwest side of LA, sort of north of Santa Monica. That's where Eden is. But they were all over the place. That was the main one. But most of the mountains to the north, northwest, northeast of the main LA area is where the fires were.
Yeah, it's interesting. I also like looked out the window when I was flying in because my mom asked me about it. And basically the plane just went all around that, so I couldn't actually see it from my side at least. But depending on from which angle you are flying in, you can see it. It's very close to like the Hollywood area that most people will know.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It was crazy. That was a wild couple of weeks seeing what was going on over here. Knowing it was so close to, a lot of our friends here at Team Liquid, it was kind of nerve-wracking for us.
Yeah, I didn't know how close it was.
I was like watching my like social media because I have a lot of work friends at like Riot, at Blizzard, here at Team Liquid, and I was just like making sure like is everybody fine? It's like scary.
It was a nice rainy day today, at least.
Oh yeah.
Keeping the fires away.
Very rare.
Yeah, rare LA rain day.
We almost had Sammy come join us on the couch today, but she walked up and we're like, "Oh, Sammy!" And then we noticed she was wet because she was outside in the rain. It's like, okay, no, never mind. Don't come over here,
My
Sammy.
bingo.
Yeah, my bingo too. If we do have Sammy or Luna on the sofa, I'm like one bingo away from bingo.
Ooh.
I'm actually getting close.
How are you guys feeling about Gallywix? I know it's early, but just visually, after like something like Ansrek, I don't know if disappointed's the right word, but maybe like underwhelmed. Ansrek just looks so awesome, and like it had so many elements to it, and then Gallywix, you're just kind of in this room, and he's zipping around.
Ansrek did something that we don't see a lot of in a raid encounter, which is using verticality pretty well. Going from phase 1 to phase 3, where you hopped up on the platforms, dealt with different adds, and it kind of made the encounter pretty cool. There was a very distinct phase 2 that separated the major portions of the boss fight herself. Gallywix, I mean, we've only seen the normal encounter so far, right? Things like this, where you have to dodge all these blaze-style lines at the same time, I feel like that's going to be insane on higher difficulties. But we've only seen the normal version, so I can agree. It seems a little bit underwhelming. Eye of Kazan right there at the top. Love to see it.
Beautiful.
That's huge. And a Jester
And
Diamond.
The ring.
Huge. Someone's character is getting juiced. Who is it going to be? Those are two very, very good items to give a character a solid foundation to work on when they move on to Heroic.
All right, I just saw something on Nick's screen, or you can kind of see it on Goops, maybe. It's like in the pit, there's like an arrow pointing down.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if something in this room changes on Mythic.
I mean, there's like a very big group of people, including Max himself, that are 100% convinced that there is going to be a Mythic phase because of how the phase line out is in Heroic and in Mythic. Like it massively changes it in Mythic. And then there's also some data mine things. So people seem to know that there is a Mythic phase coming our way, basically. And that could be vertical, because as you are seeing into that pit here, you can see that there is definitely something down there. but we don't know. Maybe
Maybe
the
it's just-
platform breaks away, drives down, elevator style.
Yeah, maybe that's just trying to be like, come down here and then you die.
Maybe you have
Also-
to get in your new car and drive down the...
No.
Drift
You gotta
through
drift
donuts.
around, do some
Not
donuts.
happening.
It does seem like this platform could transform.
I think so too. It looks very transformable with like
Yeah.
the stuff on the floor.
Yeah, I'm so curious because I guess in the Dungeon Journal, I should go double check it, but I think it only says P1, and then that's all it shows for Mythic. So it could be just almost an entirely new fight, or a lot. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just kind of like P1 and then P2. They don't want to give away how it's changed, and P3 is completely new, or there's a P4 pure secret phase. Anything can happen, but.
Yeah. We'll have to see. I mean, the last time we had a Dungeon Journal encounter that was similar to this, where we had very little information about how the fight actually worked, I'm thinking back to the Jailer, right, where we didn't really know what was going on. We didn't know how the fight was going to work at all on Mythic, and then we didn't also know whether or not there's going to be a secret phase. People were pretty convinced of it, but we weren't quite sure. And then, of course, we had the Heart of Azeroth mechanic that was incredibly difficult for them to deal with. They had to be perfect with their ticks the entire fight just to see the secret phase at the end. It took them a couple of 100 attempts to get there. So, yeah, hopefully Heroic Gallywix is a little bit more of a challenge, a little bit more visually interesting. Because I kind of agree with you, Kems. The normal version of the encounter, while it looks like it has interesting ideas, it does seem a little underwhelming.
By the way, I don't know if it was Teddles or someone else that was hating a little bit on this soak, on the pizza slice soak. I agree. I don't think it's intuitive. Every single time I see this soak, I'm like, Sire Denathria's pizza slice, get out.
Yes, it looks...
And it's like, you have to stay in there. This like big red cone hit.
It looks exactly like the Remornia slash on Sire Denathrius.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's a soak. Why?
I think it's the same visual as Bloodbound Horror.
It's very similar to that too, yeah.
So maybe they're just saying like the players already saw this, so let's just give them something they can recognize, because visual clarity is something they like really are trying to hone in on this patch.
That's true, and I love it for basically every other spell I've been seeing in the raid besides this soak. The soak to me screams danger, and my knee-jerk reaction is get out.
And I wonder, like, I think they're doing, it does a healing absorb, I believe, also, and they're kind of sticking to like healing absorb mechanics, kind of have this purpley red kind of flare to them. So maybe that's could be a way it looks that way.
How do you feel about like Gallywix always being on like the corner of a platform, right? Like first he's in the middle, then he like goes to the sides. I mean, there could be a world where he like flies somewhere else and we suddenly have verticality.
It could be. I want to spin their cameras around. I want to see like what
the
all.
room looks like.
What is the rest of here in here? Yeah.
There's definitely like lava around the outer circle.
Oh yeah,
There seems
danger.
to be lava in the middle inner circle as well, but I don't know if there's like a second ring under this ring.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Sang. Give us a better look. Yeah. Why are there little arrows down there? Is it just cheeky?
It could be.
There's a lot of cheeky
WoW
stuff this
devs
patch.
do
Yeah.
like to be cheeky, and even more so this patch. But if you're looking here, you can see that there's at least there's something there. It's not just sheer fire.
Okay. Ooh, this is a good look. Come on, Sang. You're down the hole. Nobody's looking. I always like to look at the ceilings in some rooms.
Oh yeah.
You go like, what's up here? And
Well, you can
that
see
is
the
a
arrow.
pretty cool
Perfect
sphere.
POV from
Ooh.
Sing there. There it is, right behind his action bars. Oh, it's gone.
It seems like it's just like a tube-shaped hole, and then at the bottom there's lava. From everything I'm seeing.
I will say the boss transforming, like when he gets into his mech and stuff, looks great. Like I like how he keeps going from like the head and then flies into the body and does a little transformer, kind of shuffling around.
And I do like the outsides here with the lasers that you're basically like disabling. I think that's also visually very cool. You just don't see too much of it unless you're the runner of it.
Yeah, it's just Ansark just blew me away in like every
Petals.
single way.
Tell us, do you think we'll leave this platform in the secret mythic face on Gallywix? Okay, you may move on.
I mean, just looking at the room, it doesn't look like there's... Looking at the room, it doesn't look like there's another platform. I don't know where you'd even go. Like in the...
Down.
No.
Oh, why not?
He's not a believer. Thank you, Tettles.
Maybe it's like an elevator or...
See? But you would like stay on there.
Well, think about it. And the last time we had a fight with the secret phase, you had to go down into the holes. So
we're getting a good
You
look
get
into the
knocked
hole.
There's lava down there.
Look
For
at the
sure.
arrows. There's so many arrows pointing down there.
But what if
You can
I
also
want to
throw
drop myself down there?
You can also throw them off the edge. So why would there be arrows in the center? Show us the loot. Jaster Diamonds, please. I have Kazans there. That's huge.
Oh,
Oh.
cancel that.
And
Two of
Hans
them.
and Hans.
Two eyes. Okay, okay.
That's good.
That's good. That's
I'll
good.
take it.
Would you
Yeah,
pref-
there's definitely lava in the center. The question is there anything else?
Yeah, double eye.
Here's to zoom in.
Big one.
Jaster Diamond Lord?
No,
Oh.
no
But there
Jaster
was one
Diamond.
before. We have one. Yeah.
Wait, is this 2 eyes?
This is 2 eyes.
Eye. The double eye.
Or we were high rolling.
Oh yeah. We also had a kill with 2 House of Cards and a best in slots.
We were high rolling.
Oh yeah.
So just a quick little note there. That was normal Gallywix.
Yeah,
That was not heroic. I know the L frame. We're pranking you a little bit, but we are getting that fixed. That is normal Gallywix that downed here for like the 3rd time or so. We're just trying to get some of these very high target items as the group is moving on through, and we're also still trying to take a look if maybe something happens to this platform here as we are zooming in on our loot.
Yeah, I kind of want to message THD and tell him, like, next time you kill Gallywix, can you jump in the hole? And we can watch him.
He probably would do it.
I want to go back to the conversation we were having at the top of our shift. We were talking about Mythic Plus and talking about things like solo queue potential and whether or not people should be punished for leaving their groups. Did you guys talk about Fellowship at all in that conversation?
Fellowship?
Mm-hmm.
No.
It's a new game that's coming out.
Oh, yes. Okay, I remember what it is. For a second, I was like,
Yeah.
the rings?
it kind of encompasses just the Mythic Plus aspect of WoW.
Yes.
And is kind of positioning itself to be a competitor to that style of gameplay. And they're trying to make their game be able to work based off of solo queue. And I think if they can make it work, there shouldn't be a reason that it wouldn't be able to work in WoW. It's just a weird problem, though, solo queue, in my opinion, for WoW Mythic Plus. Because, you know, we started to talk about this a little bit, how the biggest problem with Mythic Plus signing up for groups and Dungeon Finder is that if you're not a tank or a healer, if you're a DPS player, it's tough to get into groups. And that wouldn't change at all with solo queue. That it would be just as bad. Tanks and healers would find groups instantly. DPS would be in a very, very long queue.
But at least you'd have a kind of a time where, and you wouldn't have to like actively just keep clicking and signing up and seeing the declined over and over.
But people could just like go into a group, see what group they've been given, disband, and then re-queue. Like,
Yeah.
that could be a thing that people would rather like take a lever's queue.
But then you
do
knock
a
their
key.
score down.
Yeah, well, then you have an MMR system.
Mhm.
And then I think that poses a new problem. Tels was lining out earlier that the issue in WoW is that there's too many different types of people ending up in the same key. And I think there is a good system against that. You can just state your intent in the tool, and then people should just only sign up to keys that agree with their intent, but people are not doing that. What's the word? Like, consistently enough?
Sure, yeah.
I guess. So I do think that would be an issue. Like, even though it works in a game that is like playing around RaiO being, or like key score being tied to MMR in a way, and being able to like lose some of that score if you're leaving a key or whatever, it doesn't work for WoW because there's so many different reasons for why you're in there. Like, if I'm in there just to do vault keys or just to do loot, or just to get loot, then why would I want to queue with people who are trying to get score?
Exactly,
if I'm looking for like the safer option, right? So it would need to still take care of other things, but we are checking in with the raiders who are currently just drifting around.
Fired up hitting that drift. Sheesh. The problem that I have with the concept of a solo queue is I think you'd be further shattering the player base between different queues for Mythic Plus. right now, there's kind of two groups of people that will do dungeons, right? There's people that'll sign up in Dungeon Queue, and there's people that already have like a dedicated group of people that they can comfortably draw from to start a group up without having to go in the Dungeon Finder at all. If you add this extra solo queue in, you might interest a few extra players into the system, but I feel like you would just be breaking up the groups of people that want to do Mythic Plus into smaller and smaller subsets of people, and it would be even harder to find a group of people to play with. This kind of happened in Mythic Plus when they introduced Solo Shuffle. It revived PvP for a little while, but
in PvP,
it ended up killing off the 3v3 queues because everyone just played Solo Shuffle instead, and it didn't actually like improve the PvP player base at all. The main thing you see PvPers complaining about how right now is like how their Solo Shuffle queues are like 2 hours long because they can't find a game.
Yeah, that's very tough. I don't know. I'm still not in favor of like making a solo queue into Mythic Plus because of how different the interests of people are that are in this game. But I was bringing up an idea that I think might be fun. Like, what if there was an incentive for healer and tank players to like queue up for keys? Do you know how
The incentive is if your group's bad, you can leave and get another one instantly.
Well, that is true, but that's like not... I think there should be a more solid incentive, like let's say more loot or something like that for healer and tank players in the tool that are like looking to pug. And then probably more people that can multi-spec would be volunteering to tank or heal rather than play DPS because more loot better. And I wouldn't have to do it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, even one of those little satchels, you get a little augment rune, some gold.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm for the queue system. I mean, I've just tried to sign up on keys, on characters, where you're spending like hours trying to do it. You get into a group, it falls apart, then you're signing up to more again, and it's just there's got to be a better way. I don't care if they make the computer do it for me, but this is like... I don't know if everybody's too like WoW-brained, but it's like, it feels insane. Like,
I hate it. I think it's gotten worse. Like throughout the years, I really, really think it's gotten worse from the implementation of Mythic Plus to where we are right now. It might also partially be because I've been playing healer until like BFA and then I switched, so I had some good runs as a healer where I just queued up despite being like off meta and still getting groups. But as an off-meta DPS, you are in the trenches. It is bad.
Oh yeah, especially if you're off meta. And like, I mean, you can have like, I've had every type of like good score on a main, cutting edge achievements like 2 weeks after the patch came out, you know, like everything like that, and still trouble getting into keys.
Yeah, I mean, if on one slot there's 50 DPS players, the chances that one of these 50 DPS players looks better on paper than you is just incredibly high, right?
Yeah, I would love some solutions, and hopefully, I mean, Blizzard in the past, when there were like tons of MMOs coming out, they were like the WoW killers. They were very good at taking systems from them and then just like putting them into WoW and then killing off that other game. And so I hope with Fellowship they see things and they go like, oh, that's a really clever solution, or like maybe we should add that to WoW. So maybe some good comes from that.
There are already some pretty cool features in Fellowship that I think they could implement into the UI. Fellowship has actually a really cool interrupt-based system.
How does it work?
You can mark a target to be interrupted, and when you press your interrupt, it'll just automatically interrupt the target that you have marked.
Okay, so
not only that, but when you mark a target, it'll show the cooldown of your interrupt in a little like frame next to the target's health bar.
Okay, does it let other people know you have that one targeted? Okay, yeah, that is awesome.
All of the different people that have the target marked and what the cooldown of their interrupt is.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, because interrupts also like in a pug, you're just kind of free riding them.
Yeah.
It can be bad.
It's like, tank does the first one, I do the second one because I gain fury. And then everybody else that kicks is wrong. But with that though, we do want to shout out our sponsors once more. Our presenting sponsor, Coinbase. They are giving you 20 bucks if you sign up straight away, just like that. And you can also win a jersey every night or whenever the guild kills any of the Mythic bosses for the very first time. And we are running a big giveaway where one lucky person that has signed up to Coinbase and filled out the form can win a trip to the Race to World First next year, so long as they're from NA or EU. So check all of that out. Head on over to tl.gg/Coinbase RWF, all one link. It's down there in that L frame as well, to make your account, claim your monies, and then also participate in all of those giveaways. Is a really, really cool thing that they set up for this race in particular. We're really thankful for them sponsoring this event, so share some of that love and check that out. I think it's really, really cool. And thank you also to all of our other sponsors that are making this event possible. Huge shout out once more to Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society, that is helping with the pets that have been displaced after the huge fires in LA here. Thank you so much for this shift, guys. I believe this is us signing off. We're going to go to a Monster Energy listen-in, and after that, we'll be back with another set of casters.
Yeah, I'll be here, but yeah, I'll be back.
We won't.
I will not be. Enjoy cams.
Enjoy.
For the rest of your night, chat.
On the bikes and stuff. Fire.
This shit is different. Fucking everyone just rushing to him to kill him.
Yeah, Atlas right leading.
Alright, and we bang the boss. After the boss dies, we're all going to loot really quick, get kicks on these mobs real fast, and then we're going to follow the full head marker. We're going to go to Cauldron Carnage.
Whoa, whoa.
Cauldron Carnage. I'm not changing my route.
Follow the leader, follow Atlas, follow
I'm
Atlas.
not changing my route.
Yes, follow Atlas.
I'm not changing my route. I'm not changing my route. Loot. Do loot. Make sure it goes in your bags. Follow Skull.
It is KSP.
Follow Skull, follow Skull, follow Skull.
200.
We're pulling the trash with us.
around fucking everywhere.
No. We're pulling trash.
Death skip,
Frost.
Follow Atlas.
We're death skipping, we're death
I
skipping.
guess if we have to go reverb, oh my god.
Yes, Atlas knows.
Frost. We're faster than you trust.
Blood loss.
Also, pulling all this shit is fucking crazy. Pop all your personals right now.
Why are we not death skipping?
This is
do it in 2 pulls?
Yep. And we're faster. Isn't that crazy?
Bro, how are you faster, man? I just
There's
look at
no
Yips's
way.
screen the entire night and it's just fucking one-arm bandit. I literally had dinner, came back, one-arm bandit.
Yeah, I seem to remember one group going to dinner faster than the other.
And which group finished last time?
Last time when?
When?
The last rock?
Wait, when?
The last rock?
Use a little player game. Did you have a 627 disc Chris in your group?
Oh wait, the one
No, we had worse. We had a 614.
Lost.
Hashtag Scott Brexis in that group.
Reset the boss again?
Yeah, like you have to realize if we have to replace a single person, then it's like 7 hour headshot.
By the way, it was so funny when we were just on Sticks normal. Scott is just spamming fucking kill chat, and then 5 seconds later, Atlas. We're just fucking dying, man. Like, what could possibly have happened on normal Sticks for this to be so bad?
We could not pull the boss. It was like 7 hours to find someone that could.
Check your groups. Check your groups.
Hashtag Scott Brexit in my group.
135, you're going left. 246, you're going right. Scott can go right.
135. This is breaking my brain.
1-3 what?
Guys, you'll be fine. Grow up.
Where we going?
Grow up. 135 left. 135 left. 246 right.
You hater healers.
I don't care.
We don't care. 135 left.
This is so horrible.
Bro,
Atlas is literally the fastest every split. There's no.
How are
there's
you
no
even
arguing.
saying that?
No, dude, bro,
is better
it's
every
no. Yeah, but okay, we have player gap, but the leader gap is crazy.
Stop
when we lost.
Lusting the pull. Everybody stack on star on genocide.
When everything lines up 2 minutes when they're in the middle.
My balls. Suck my balls.
Right, what if they weren't 5 miles behind?
Beam to the right of the bomb. Everybody else stand on the left of the bomb.
No, the beam goes to the left.
I'm gonna blow you up. I'm gonna blow you up. Yeah, can you please stop confusing the puck? I swear to God, I'm gonna die.
Wait, okay, but actually, why does the beam go to the left of ours? It's actually bad.
It doesn't matter, bitch. I got picked to lead. I'm leading. Suck my balls.
No, but like, I'm agreeing with you, but it's like
should
fucking.
go to the right, yeah.
It should, yeah, it should.
All right. Fucking stacking the bomb. Beam goes to the right of the bomb. Everybody else on the left.
There's no way Atlas doesn't know about the 4-minute 30 blood loss.
You don't know how the fucking elevator works. Don't speak.
Bro,
Reclaim the boss before.
Let me guess. They have no idea
Red
when
side
tank
spread.
spot on tank. The tank pot hits insane on Rick.
And bait on the wall.
Alice does not know the tank pot.
Yeah. Me and Shaq tank pot sync on that pull actually saved the pull.
Beam on the right side of the bomb. Everybody else on the left. That's fine, actually. Good work. W.
Is this the last one?
Don't get knocked into the beam, Dryny.
I don't care.
I roar.
He could take
Bang.
that. Like he's a beast.
Left go blue, blue go left, left go blue, left to
Brew?
Okay, everybody, we are going to be peeling off the guy we were hitting on the dealer guy.
We're peeling, huh?
Yep,
Yeah, peel off.
Halade, you can take the res.
Sure, you know
We're
about
gonna
the
swap
peeling,
sides
come on.
here.
I know all about peeling.
If you're going to Dino side, make sure that you're on star at the beginning. Make sure the bomb gets baited on star.
Wait a second, I just realized, didn't I do every split with you, Trill, and you didn't fucking raid lead the Gallywix death run? When
Nah.
it's all CC? Isn't that gonna be it?
It is
Raid lead the CC?
Yeah, G bait.
No, this
Actually, wait, no, this is good. This is good. Never mind.
Shut the fuck up, Exile.
You're right. My
Okay.
bad, bro.
Guys, doing Cauldron first does not hit.
Let's just all calm down and just fucking do this shit.
I'm fucking blown up.
I don't care. That's the thing. You see the ads on the right side?
Yeah.
Make sure Dino side is doing
Send
good
the beam
baits.
right, send the beam right.
Dino side is owning right now.
Nice, nice. And then dodge it, bro. Oh!
That's why he's a pro.
He died,
dead.
actually.
He's
no.
last second. He died. Never mind.
That actually kind of looked insane, though. Like,
I
it
thought
kind
he
of looked
lived.
like he lived, yeah. Yeah, with
You see the ads
just
mark
leave
the
it
side?
here. Then
CC the
dodge
ads.
this after it goes off. Nice, dude.
What the fuck was that?
So,
Right on my head.
Question. Okay, and again, we're gonna be peeling off the boss.
Blue go red, red go blue, blue go red, red go blue, red blue go red, red go blue.
Dude, what has gone on over at Talk since I left?
A lot. Fucking limb incident from W.
It wasn't an incident. It was a fucking purposeful experiment.
It was
Yeah,
a purposeful experiment. Okay, good.
It's got some shit gripped on my head.
Everybody,
It's
let's back on star. Let's bait deep in the cubby, and then we're gonna leave. Deep in the cubby. Beam can go either left or right. I don't care where it goes. Just make sure it's not in the bomb at all. What
Nice.
The fuck is that?
Yes.
Holy Dryny, man. Dryny. Blow up.
What the hell?
Don't get knocked into the beam. Don't get knocked into the beam.
Can't see
Just
shit.
hit the boss man, right?
No.
Yeah.
Let's get one more good bait in the cubby, not wherever the fuck Dryny was. Okay, it's in front. I baited it like dog shit. My bad.
That was excellent.
It's on RaiderIO, actually.
Beam go right, beam go right.
50-50.
Don't get knocked in.
That's fine, that's fine. Dying for the greater good is acceptable.
Spread out. We have one more bomb.
See, this is when you normally less Alice. This is the better less right
I don't
here.
care. That's the
Right
thing.
when they charge in.
Then the scrap bomb. One more beam. Don't bait it in a weird
Pro
spot.
group's hitting.
Keep it there. Keep it there. Keep it there. Keep it there. Keep it there.
The bosses were way higher. Wait, I might be the
Get off the monkey. Everybody come hit the dino. Everybody come hit the dino.
What is the plan
boss
after this? We
we're going
usually
Rick.
pull everything to boss.
We're going Rick. We're going Rick. And we're dying in the room of Rick.
Okay.
Now you die. What?
Yeah.
Don't question
You
it.
die on the
question
boss
it.
that you
Don't
need to
question
kill
it.
trash on.
Don't question
that
it.
doesn't-
Don't question it. Shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up and listen.
Okay, let's get a soul zone.
I'm not asking for opinions. I'm asking for following. All right, let's do the loot. Make sure it's in your bags.
I'm just asking why your head's dented.
It's because we're faster. I'm looking at my
Dude,
right.
faster
I'm looking at
by
my right.
what metric,
I'm looking
bro?
at my
Like
right. I'm
fucking
looking at my
dog
right.
shit.
Guess what? It's looking at the other group. The boss at 20%. We're faster.
Bro, it's because
Yeah,
we're in your group. It's the pilots game.
Now, turn around. Turn around. Stack on skull.
Bro.
Normal mounts
This
only.
is why you're slower, by the way.
Normal mounts
Go
only.
split the G.
Normal mounts
Just
only.
fucking go.
Normal mounts only. Make sure we have a soul stone.
Just fucking go. Split the G.
Are we going in and right or in and left? Or does it not matter?
Into the Rick room on the left wall. We die on that wall.
Because I just want to start screaming. I just wanted to start fucking screaming.
Thing, there's a garbage
Okay,
can
I'm
over there.
swerving in.
There's too many atlases in this
By the
group.
way, I'm literally faster than Atlas. We're taking the other
It's
route.
actually it's outlie.
I pulled
I'm
the
literally
back,
on
I
a
always got
fucking
pulled
dinosaur.
on my strat, so it's fine.
In and left, in and
Yeah,
left.
make sure we get
Thought he
that.
said left.
Well, everybody doesn't want to listen, so it's fine.
I'm going left. Fucking pull everything.
Make sure we get in and die. Just die by the wall.
Looks like we got a party foul in the back.
Dude, imagine if Max was in this group too. Holy. It would be a movie.
What, for the trash? Bro, that guy goes AFK.
No, for the calls.
Exile blow up.
No.
Okay.
Make the res. Drop a stun for the people who didn't make it. Helpers sit back and summon. Everybody else move up. We're gonna pull all the trap. Heal up. Let's go.
What's the breakdown on this fight, Atlas? The boss fight?
I'll tell you when the trap is done.
We can be more efficient.
You actually shit on him. Like, you actually shit on him. Like, if you ever stutter, you would literally lose the argument. You should just stop trying.
Literally your friends.
Sing ribbons.
Do you really mean that?
Bro.
I feel bad now.
Can
Sorry.
I get in your room?
Pathetic stutter.
Why did I get removed rooms?
What?
Check this.
Res your friends. Res.
Boom, frontal.
Boom.
The message requests actually hit it, man.
1.1 every
What,
second.
removed?
All
What are you on about?
right. For the helpers,
The guy who's the
play AoE talents.
Oh.
Helpers play AoE talents for sure. We have to cleave. There's gonna be a bunch of ads. It's the number one important thing. If the ads die in time, we kill the boss. If not,
Splat is not here.
Don't pull Rick yet. I need.
Wait, Bubba, Splat
It
is
is swap
in that
Splat.
group. You know that, right?
Splat is not here.
Splat's in the group you just came
Can
from.
THC swap a Splat?
Do you need, so you want Splat to go to Severed Splits and THC to go to Jug Juicers?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Sure, that's fine.
Downgraded, Doug. See you later.
No.
Downgraded. Guess you're not sleeping, Todd, yeah.
Yeah, Bubba blew up, I guess.
Get the fuck out, Todd. Let's go. This is
That's how they catch up.
let's
Because
go.
Splat's gonna
drop a
take
stun
like
and we'll
6
swap
hours.
the warlocks real quick.
Who do I whisper for the other group?
Oh, Gibbs. Yeah, it looks like.
You cannot invite a player in raid combat.
Okay, for helpers, quick explanation. Yeah, somebody reset the boss if you can from our group. KSB probably. Helpers play cleave talents. You need to kill the ads 100% to 0, including melee. As long as there's ads up, you're running off the boss and killing the ads. If they blow up, we blow up. Other than
what's
that,
good?
Yo, bro. It's good. Other than that, just listen to the calls and you'll be good. How do you guys handle the?
We are experts. Don't worry.
You're experts, okay?
Yeah, experts.
Fantastic. That's good.
Wait, I lost Hans. Oh, no, I didn't.
Already dropped the first one. Is it up front, like there?
Just don't matter for us.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't
Go
care.
driver. We are experts. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we
Expert
try to
vibers, move
reset?
up. We just did.
No.
I just
No, we
reset,
cannot reset.
man.
No.
We
Yeah, I
just
mean, it's
did.
fine. I just put down the
punishment.
everything.
It's
So
just
it's
wrong.
fine.
It's good. You'll be
Well, that
desynced
means
to
you're
that.
gonna have. Yep.
Yep.
Tank boss style.
4,
Atlas, do not pot on the pull.
2,
You need to
Yeah,
go like
it's a
3
it's a
minutes.
tank spot later. Okay. Good hit.
5, 4,
Just follow Scott's pot.
Don't be in front of the boss ever.
1.
We'll do the second sign.
No, we're doing the second.
Wait, who's doing it first? THC will do it first.
Ads are spawning in 5 seconds. Start saving some damage.
I can do
Kill the ads. Kill the ads.
Okay.
Orange circles. Kill the ads.
The Androneko do the first one then.
Oh, we don't have auto marker on, so.
Manually mark them.
Kill the ads. Everybody kill the ads. Good. Kill the ads in the back. Melee, get off the boss. Go kill him. Good. And we're coming back. Don't be in front.
There's Androneko and KSB on that one.
Use spreads.
5, 4,
Range. Try to be somewhere around that ping.
2,
Somewhere around there.
1.
Good.
Me and Hans will do this one that lands unranged.
Yeah, that is. Who's doing the melee one?
I got it
Boss.
as X.
Ads
I got it
spawning in
as
3
X.
seconds. Get ready to kill ads.
Me and Trello do purple.
We're
Kill
X
ads now.
Okay.
Hit the ads only.
Winter. You sound a little sleepy.
You want first troll or me?
Boss kill the ads. Add in the back. Add in the back. Please, please, please kill the ads. All the helpers get off the boss.
I'm
Kill
gonna
the
get it in a second now.
5,
Take boss if you can.
4, 3, 2.
Range, try to bait somewhere around that ping. Okay, that's fine. Pull the boss to somewhere. Who knows? Dub. Okay, ads are spawning in 5 seconds. I need everybody pop all your damage on these ads. They need to die quicker than all the rest.
One in the range.
One in fucking hell. Yeah, range kill that one, melee kill the ones around the boss. Ads only. Ads only. Ads only. Boss doesn't matter. One in the back. Good. Follow the skull head marker now. I'm going to keep you safe. Going to the back. Rivens, can you... Never mind. We're good.
Yeah.
Out of this, yeah, you're going to run.
Nice.
Follow
Okay.
skull. Mallow, drop your AMZ.
Reverb.
Ilalena, drop your darkness inside of this thing.
Let's do a Rika thing. Do a Rika.
Reverb. Reverb. Sec on skull. One defensive from all the boys right now.
So you're guessing purple then flying?
Good.
Sure.
Okay. Me and Sang will do the next one.
5.
No one really knows what the plan is here at this. We kind of just do shit, you know.
Yeah.
Like Trinket does the first in the first one, but then he doesn't do anything. It makes no sense.
That's why he adds He's busy. He's actually busy.
Alright, ads are spawning in 3 seconds.
Oh shit, he's here.
Ads in 3 seconds. One far one. Range, make sure to kill the far one. Melee, kill the ones around the boss. Target the ads. Don't just leave off boss. Target that. Don't be in front of the boss. I have a skull on my head. Don't be on top of the boss. Range, please try to be somewhere around that ping over there. Don't be in the way of the boss. Good. Do a spread around that ping.
Do that shit, man.
Do a spread around that ping if you can.
1.
Oh, I can't cast while it's walking.
Fuck you, bitch. We're going far. Ads in 5. Everybody get off the boss. Kill the ads. Everybody get off the boss. Kill the ads. Oh wow, what a
We're
fucking
skull
club.
now, Hans.
Jesus
We got
Christ.
yo.
We're blue, Sang.
Melee, go kill that last ad.
Yeah, tank pot, tank pot.
Good that tank pot.
I
All
actually
dead
just
instantly.
okay. I'm potting right now.
Which one
Range
did you
be
say
right
was
there?
ours?
Purple. Range, range
I'm
bait at
going.
the ping. Range bait at the ping, please.
5,
Purple and orange. Orange needs one.
3,
Good.
Go boss up.
2,
Yeah.
1.
One more set of ads. Last set of ads that matters. Coming up soon in 10 seconds. All right, here they come. Save some damage for it. If these die, the boss dies. Take them both. Here they come. Kill the ads. What a fucking clump.
God spawns.
Hard target the ads. The boss doesn't matter.
Dude, I missed the ones that spawned on the opposite side of the room.
Melee, go kill the ones behind the boss. The boss
Damn,
doesn't
with
matter.
this amount of health,
Good time
we're
to
going
click
hard.
the amps a bit here. No, we're good. I can't. Go. Allowed.
Nasty Nate, can you roar?
Nasty Nate. Holy fuck.
Sick name. Stack on skull.
I'll chain it
keep
like a
safe.
beast.
Going far. Malo, drop your AMZ.
Okay. Pull all the damage you have after this amp.
Lip, drop your AMZ.
Rivens, we can't even hit the boss right now.
I know. This is why we're pulling.
And we get a close one for the damage.
Reverb.
Get in.
Pop everything.
And hit ball. After this, please listen, I beg, and don't just fucking start screaming. We're going to get on normal mounts only, and we're going to run all the way to sticks on our normal mounts following the skill head marker.
Yeah, no shit, man. What the hell?
Okay, fantastic. Don't get in the
This
car.
special
It'll
rust.
just kick you out of the car, and then you'll get drop off, and then it'll be bad. Make sure all the items...
here, Jesus.
Yes. Pass on the loot. Make sure it goes in your bags. Don't leave it on the boss. Everybody do loot right now. Exile. Make sure it's in your bags. Double check. Okay, now follow skull.
All right. Welcome back to the Liquid Race to World First. I'm Cams. This is Tettles. That was Richard Reverberation.
Yeah.
And this event is sponsored by Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo, and our charity partner, the Pasadena Animal Society. I'm getting it mixed up with the Animal Shelter.
I think it's the Pasadena Humane Society.
Humane Society.
Yeah.
Humane. It's unfair with the animals.
They're trying to, I think, rehome displaced animals that were displaced by the Palisades fires.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so...
A humane thing to do.
Many people would say that, yes.
Yes. But on the sponsors, Coinbase, our big presenting sponsor, we are doing some big giveaways. You can sign up at tl.gg/Coinbase RWF. Use code TeamLiquid20. You can enter this giveaway. You get free $20 just for signing up and the chance to win a jersey. We're giving those out, I believe, every day and then after every Mythic boss kill. And then the grand prize, you can fly out here and meet some of us at the next race. Some of the players, some of the raiders. Should be exciting. You can see here the plane coming right to the AWTF LA.
I wonder if they'll get a computer back in the cast room and they can game with us.
Oh, yeah, do some keys.
Yeah. Dude, what you guys don't know is every single time whenever we get off casting our shifts, pretty much everybody, like all the casters, literally just walk into the cast room and they immediately sit down and just like start grinding Mythic Plus. And we did it last year. We're doing it again this year. Dranos is in there raiding. Apparently he's going to join us in a little bit as well.
Yeah. Dranos coming later in. He is doing his raiding. He's allowed to get his raid in between his casting schedules. But I think that helps him become a better caster. And also, do you think he would prefer raiding over casting? Would he, if he had to choose?
I think that if there was something where he wasn't able to raid, he would probably be very upset. I think he takes his raid very seriously.
Yes.
And they're good. They're like a World Top 20 guild.
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and is he GM? I know he's an integral part.
I don't think he's the guild master. He's the morale officer.
Okay. And raid leader? One of them?
Vibes guy? No, not a raid leader.
Not raid leader?
They have a 21st man in their guild.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
a lot of Hall of Fame guilds, probably somewhere around the top 30-ish, a lot of them actually have 21st. They're like 21st manning the raid as well.
Okay, so they've transitioned over.
Which is crazy to think about because I like whenever I'm raiding, I would not want to be as selfless to like stand outside the raid and actually call everything.
Yeah, me neither. I would get very bored and go, yeah, this is not for me. I want to just hit the buttons, zone out.
I agree.
Yeah, kind of get in that meditative trance of doing your DPS.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a little dance.
How have you been feeling about splits today?
Splits today? About how you'd expect. You know, just we're in them. There's nothing we can do, you know.
It's kind of interesting. I saw that they were doing Mugsy splits on Heroic as a full 30-man liquid group. I was talking to some analysts earlier. I was talking with Siori, and I was a little bit surprised that they broke and started doing the Heroic Mugsy, because that kind of implies that they have characters that they know that they're never going to play and characters that they know are going to be their mains. And I was just a little bit shocked that they had people's mains kind of pegged down so early, knowing especially with some of those very rare items from things like One-Armed Bandit and a lot of from the normal bosses as well. They already knew roughly whose character was going to be whose main, and that to me was a little bit more surprising, because I thought we were a ways away from being able to figure out who had what main, and honestly just getting into Mythic, because I feel like once you know every player in this guild's main, like all 30 some odd people, then you're getting closer to going into Mythic even.
Yeah, so I guess they're all going to probably have 4-piece, I'd guess.
You can guarantee 4-piece on all their,
yeah. And even if they don't, yeah, they can kill Heroic Gallywix and have that character specifically just get fed at least 3 pieces.
Yes, every single piece, pretty much.
Yeah, and so yeah, I guess it'd be things that they know are for sure dead. Characters like, okay, you've got a guy that's got
the buckets,
a Jasper Diamond and an Eye of Kazan, and you know, like very rare items, and then we know that all the other guys are just the buckets. Yeah, they're just trash.
It's just kind of interesting because One-Armed Bandit is probably the most valuable boss prior to Heroic One-Armed Bandits. It's like that and Heroic Gallywix only, but Heroic Gallywix has to be done in like a full raid, like a full TL raid group, because they're not going to be able to bring helpers to that kind of fight. That and Mugsy, it seems like, you know, it's just going to be too much damage. The heal check's going to be a little bit too tight. It's going to be nearly impossible to be able to bring helpers to a fight like that.
Yeah, they'd have to bring helpers like high caliber, maybe like friends of the guild, kind of, or ex-raiders that have maybe super looted.
Gonna get in there?
Plus. No, my guys are like very low eye level.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've not done too much Mythic Plus here.
I think that Siori said that they had like 1 helper, but I think the term helper might have been very loose there. This might be like you're saying, like Tags playing Ret Paladin or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, I think Tags is kind of looted.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone like that. Yeah, I don't know how many people are still willing to gear up a character like that aren't also raiding in a guild themselves and willing to sacrifice their lockout. But yeah, so how many Mugsies could they probably do then? 10?
With
or could they do like 14 with all the characters?
I mean, with just TL people, yeah. I mean, you can do 14.
Yeah, because I guess they have like, at least actually.
They probably have like 14 to 18 characters per person, right?
Yeah, and they have more than 30 raiders, I believe. Tags told me here. I'm going to pull this up really quick. He says 30 raiders, and then 10 analysts. So
okay.
It's plus Max, plus Tags, plus Padra equals 43, with Riku, assuming he comes back, I guess. 43 total people.
Yeah.
Most of them aren't playing any characters, and
wait, what
30
is
people? So that's just basically a full raid of all the raiders.
Troll's bugged. Look at this.
Oh, okay. He's pinging himself. That won't get him loose. Maybe someone can roll into him and pop him out.
I think
he's just vibing.
I think his trash is just going to despawn here in a couple seconds, in 2 seconds, and then he's going to pop off of that. Hopefully he's not. Wait, we'll go back. I was interested in seeing if he's going to be fully animation locked. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's fine.
Okay, he's actually able to hit the boss again. That was unfortunate.
Let's hope that does not happen whenever they get in here on Mythic.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they could probably pretty reasonably do somewhere around 15 runs, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and so, okay. And then 15 Gallywix. I mean, yeah, I guess at this point...
How many, okay, on a Mugsy and a Gallywix like that, how many people would you expect to be like those main characters? Is it 4 or is it 5? Is it 1 per armor type? Because it's like you have to have somebody who can eat the most important loot of every single armor type or like weapons and stuff like that. Is it going to be 4 characters or is it going to be 5 characters per raid?
Yeah, it's okay, so 30, they do 15. I mean, they could just...
Do 1.
Yeah, like basically 2 main characters per split, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So they can...
They could do 1 or 2, I guess.
Yeah, but then they're running into the time problem. Like, do they actually need to / want to do that many Mugsies?
Well, the Gallywix is valuable to do that many of, I think.
Yeah, because everyone can use the ring and everyone can use the trinket.
Yeah.
So they could actually do like 15 Gallywix.
Somebody in chat asks, how is there enough work for 10 analysts?
I'm not sure. I asked Max last night because I was wondering, like, how do you guys decide we need to add another analyst?
Yeah.
You know, if a DPS is bad or dying or, you know, you have problems on your roster, it's kind of easy to tell. You can at least look through Warcraft logs and kind of find the data, or maybe you get a vibe through progression. But the analyst, it seems hard to figure out what you need. But I think they got a new one. One of the new ones just a strat stuff, Max said, because he's so focused on a lot of things. Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And I don't know, like, if you had to go through all of them, I'd have to see all their names. I know, like, Bart does weak auras. Tags is kind of moralish. Like
he does healing sometimes.
Yeah, he does some healing cooldowns. Telegon, I know, does a lot of the splits, like inviting and stuff, and then also, like, I know he mapped out like Brood Twister's room.
I think Telegon does a little bit of everything. I think Telegon also does a lot of like stream watching in some capacity as well, and trying to make sure that there's nothing that's being missed from potential other POVs.
Yeah, I should double check with everybody now that there's more analysts just to see like how it's all fanned out.
I mean, you know, Siori and Dorvan are doing most of the data mining as well.
Yeah, Siori's like way more on the tech side. He's kind of, I don't think he like doesn't play at all anymore. He just like makes these crazy spreadsheets that do a lot of automation, like for who to hand out loot and stuff like that during splits. And he's kind of tech support.
Yeah.
Kind of guy.
And then Dorvan is, I think, a lot of SIMs and a lot of data mining, which is also tech support nerd stuff.
Yeah. And then Bubba is big boss man, or like second
manager.
Manager,
yes.
Oh, all right, we can look at this loot here. Metal detectors.
I don't think there's anything that looks insane off this boss. It's, you know, it's all pretty good.
Yeah. They're doing it for some. I mean, they get a tier piece. That's some reason to kill this boss.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the tier is always pretty good. I don't think those metal detectors are pretty bad. It's a haste mastery dagger, so it's a one-hander. I have a suspicion that there's potentially other weapons that you're going to be looking out for just in general, or alternatively, you might be looking to craft a weapon. But you know, that dagger's not bad for int wearers.
No, not at all. And also, to help these guys do the other bosses, like even their other characters.
Yeah.
part of this isn't just for the main characters. They want to get some of the buckets, the little side guys, the trash.
So how they have their split set up, it's gonna be nearly read as fully impossible for you to actually be able to use that many int daggers on relevant characters. But like you said, they can go to those bucket characters and they can have an impact on fight like Mugsy, even on a character that's not going to be their main.
Yeah, because I think one of the things the spreadsheet like Siori has is it's
Yeah.
basically like as they do these splits, I think it reshuffles the splits down the road to like make sure nothing goes to waste. But it's very high tech and all these analysts, and we're joined by a professional analyst morale officer himself, Dratnos.
You're not on.
He's muted right now. I introed him too early.
Welcome.
Oh, there he is.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how was your raid?
Good, thank you. How was yours?
No raid, thank you.
None taken?
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, we're just talking about splits and analysts and what they're all doing back there. And mostly, right now, Siori's job just being the spreadsheet masters.
There's a lot of
automator.
permutations, right? It's like, oh, if we get Dreadful on this run and this trinket here, that means now this character doesn't need this, so we swap it into this other split and we swap this character instead in, and yeah, all of that is extremely convoluted.
It's kind of interesting because in a guild like yours where you don't have that many splits, tier is actually one of the most important variables. But for a guild like this that has 15 splits, they can guarantee force set on pretty much anybody with the triple Curios heroic Gallywix.
In fact, you don't even need all three of them, right? You got 2 Gallywix Curios and then 2 Catalyst charges, although they're probably going to want to try and preserve those Catalyst charges and try and use them greedily on myth pieces only.
Absolutely.
And get 4 heroic tier pieces from, like 1 from the other bosses and then 3 from Gallywix on the mains.
Yeah.
So we were thinking they could do probably up to 15 Mugsies with the full group, because they all have about 14, 15 characters and there's 30 raiders.
So, you caught that earlier. They were doing Mugsy heroic, and they were doing it as a full team.
Yeah,
liquid
exactly.
raid.
Full liquid Mugsies, and then we were doing all the other heroic bosses up to Mugsy in half helpers, half raiders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Gallywix is, unless Gallywix is surprisingly a lot easier than people anticipate, that's probably going to be done in a similar fashion that Mugsy was done, where it's all liquid raiders.
Yeah, it may well be all liquid raiders, and liquid alts are sending enchanted ruined crests and that kind of stuff to to further power up. Yeah. Make that run a little bit easier. That's something we've seen in previous tiers.
Gallywix is going to be, for the record, whenever you start seeing heroic Gallywix being done, just know that once those Gallywixes are done, they're probably done with everything.
That will probably be the
split-wise.
last thing that happens is the heroic Gallywixes.
So somebody in chat asks, what is the point of splits, if I might ask? Dratnos, you want to start this conversation? Exactly what the point is for somebody who's like new to watching the race?
Yeah, so at the very basic level, the very most abstract level, right, you could just do heroic.
Yeah.
And then you get 4 items per boss, for example, if you had 20 people in, or 6 items if you have 30 people in. And that's pretty good. And you put those 6 items on 6 raiders, you're pretty happy, right? But what you can do instead is you could do 2 characters per person. You could make 2 runs, and in each of those runs you put 15 mains and 15 alts of those people. And that's sort of level 1 splits. There are a lot of guilds, in the top 100, top 200 that basically just do that, right? You just do 2 runs, half mains, half alts, and then you make sure that all the items just go to mains. And now all of a sudden, you have 12 items instead of 6 from each boss, because you give them all to mains, and then you reconsolidate back down for the harder heroic bosses at the end of the raid, and or for Mythic, and your raid is getting more item level. That has quickly ballooned out of control into, a couple of years ago we started seeing the number of splits going up to 6, 10, and then we started seeing this helper thing where we would have, okay, what if we simultaneously run 5 splits, each of which has 8 raiders and 22 helpers, and that way we're doing even more loot per hour. And then we have this further, adaptation of, okay, what if we don't even know which characters are our main yet?
Yeah.
And we decide which character is our main based off of which run drops good mage loot. We pick a mage in that run, and that's now Fired Up's mage.
Is there not any opportunity cost of not going into Mythic earlier, though, Cams?
Not really. I mean, one, they give something up by going in there early, because then they give up strategy and stuff like that to other guilds watching them. And also, so much of the race is time management, and so they know they're going to have to do these splits anyways, because the end bosses are going to be theoretically tuned high enough that they need the item level to go kill them. So they're going to have to do it anyway, so you may as well just kind of get it out of the way. Then it makes the easier bosses, or the earlier bosses easier, saves you more time. Yeah, so...
Yeah, it's very bad if you're trying to get world first Vexy to do splits first, but they're not trying to get world first Vexy, right? We're assuming that if you're trying to kill, say, the one armed bandit this week, it's going to require, 660, 665 across your raid, some kind of item level that's basically impossible to reach without the use of splits.
I'm kind of expecting them to be somewhere in the order of around 662 to 664, so the top end of that hero track, maybe even low end of that myth track, after they send all their crests, after they send all of their upgrades on a bunch of their pieces of gear. They're also looking to farm very rare items as well.
Right.
Which
that's been another big change with the way the very rares work. Is like, there's sort of this diminishing returns in theory, where going from 10 to 20 splits, all that extra loot might just be pretty wasted. But in a world of very rares, that kind of stops being true, because if you go from 10 shots at very rare items to 20, you can probably make all of the extra very rares drop, go onto mains, and you will almost still double your very rare income. Of course, there'll be some inefficiencies where maybe one will drop in a split that doesn't have a good main for it, something like that, but it's still close to doubling the very rare income, even if it's like the plate shoulders income is you've already maxed out on that.
Absolutely. I hope that answers your question in chat. I feel like that was a very thorough response, because it's kind of funny, because there's a lot of people who maybe played the game a little bit ago and they love to watch the race roll first, or maybe this is their first time watching the race after rejoining the game soon, and it's like, why are they doing splits? And it's a very common question.
Yeah, and we kind of get lost in the sauce. We've been casting these races so many times, just the splits are kind of like part of the whole experience for us, and we kind of joke about how much of a slog they are. But yeah, it is good to explain them. And you brought up upgrading Tettles. And while we're on Sprocketmonger here, he seems to be maybe one of the harder bosses, or the first hard boss. Like, when do you think they're going to pull the trigger on upgrading some of their items? Because they're going to want to delay that also, because they don't want to upgrade something that could drop off of Sprocketmonger, or maybe...
Oh, you're talking about even Mythic? Looking forward to Mythic upgrades?
Yeah, main characters are going to want to hold on to anything that you might have your decision change on, right? For as long as humanly possible. So it would be a case of, like, for instance, in Nerebar Palace, it was like, okay, we've reached, Brood Twister, Kaiveza. All right, we just need every ounce of power we have. Let's send these upgrades, even if we then might drop an upgrade that makes that the wrong decision retroactively from one of these later bosses. Like, we got to do it. But usually the goal is going to be to kill every boss that you can without any of those sort of commitment decisions in your itemization. That being said, there are still upgrades that you can make, right? If you know, hey, this item is just going to be best in slot. For instance, like, it's going to be by far the best thing that I could, no matter what drops for me, my character's best option is going to be a one-hander with,
Ascension.
Enchanted Gilded Crest and Ascension, and that's going to be for sure, no matter what I drop, that's what I'm going to want to do. Then you can send that and make those easier bosses easier, and a little bit less taxing on the other people who don't have as easy of a decision.
I will say it also kind of depends on the fight. It depends on the fight heavily, where you saw this a lot with Nerebar Palace, if you were kind of watching that race, where the class stacking literally started on the 5th boss. Brood Twister Ovanax required a fully class stacked composition that was effectively perfect, right? It required double DK. It required these preservation evokers that were elite. It required this double blood death knight, and then you were forced to kind of get that Mark of the Wild buff from somewhere else. And there was a lot of concessions that you had to make with your raid comp. And then Nexus Princess Kaiveza showed up, and that was a one-tanked fight where you were using a bear druid, and you were using 0 of those DPS death knights, and you were all inning on pure single target damage, which is a very different damage profile than what we were looking for Brood Twister Ovanax. And so that used, say we've used at that point 26 or 27 unique characters in the raid, and there's kind of that decision point of where are we supposed to send our gear, but it also depends on how much gear do you need to continue to progress, because the most important thing, especially at that point, and you're looking down the barrel of a multi-week raid tier at that point, you need to get as many kills as possible so you can maximize the amount of loot that you get even from Mythic as well.
Right, something like killing a certain boss in week 1 versus week 2, getting the extra loot from it, like Silken Court Mythic last year, being able to get that week 1 was a big difference. And actually Method barely was able to get that in that time slot and got that extra loot
upgrades are also, I think, a little bit less committal than something like a Vantis Rune. I think a Vantis Rune.
Oh yeah, that's a huge commitment.
That's a little bit more committal. Like your ideal situation is you are able to breeze through the first 7 bosses and you show up to the final boss on week 1 and you Vantis Rune it, right? That is optimal. It very rarely works out like that.
Yeah.
It very, very quickly do you see a fight like Tendril Sage Swift where you're like, all right, I guess we're Vantis Runing this. Or Nexus Princess Kai Vessel where you see and you're like, all right, I guess we're Vantis Runing this. Or at least some of the players are going to be Vantis Runing it. Maybe it's not even all 20, but it'll at least be some people.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of can do it based off of time in the week as well, because even if a boss seems really hard, you know, if it's like Friday, Saturday when you're fighting it, there is a tremendous risk of Vantising it and then it getting nerfed, and then you are in tremendous pain because the other guilds, of course, will still have their Vantis runes and will then use it on the later bosses. So
Absolutely.
very little chance that we see those Vantis runes clicked before Sunday on week 1. On week 2, good chance you're using it on Gallywix on Tuesday.
Yeah, you also have the pressure like coming up the other end of we're spending way too much time on the penultimate boss. Maybe we just Vantis rune so that we can at least see.
Yeah, exactly.
We know Gallywix is not going to die.
Would you rather have Vantis runes and 12 hours of week 1 prog on Gallywix, or no Vantis runes but 15 hours of week 1 prog? Which of those is more valuable? Probably the 3 hours if you can kill Mugsy 3 hours earlier.
I think
as
it depends
a result of Vantising.
It kind of depends on the guild. I think that there's the texture with the Vantis Rune of seeing specific push timing on a fight like Queen Ansarek as well, being able to beat that first intermission shield, being able to beat that intermission with all those ads that were spawning. That Vantis Rune really actually did a lot of heavy lifting in terms of just the damage that it was providing to the group. But you
can always simulate that with Lust, though.
Yeah, but
you get one Vantis Rune simulator with the Lust.
But for a guild like yours, of course, who's raiding a limited schedule. For this guild, they're raiding 16 hours a day or something like that. For your guild, who's only raiding, let's say, 20 hours a week, it's a very different texture because you would absolutely prefer the more hours raided for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to be careful with holding your Vantis and then Vantising with 3 hours left in your raid week. That's something that you got to be careful to not do if you can avoid it, right? If you can get more value, like you said, Cams, even if you then get to the next boss and you don't have Vantis runes for it, getting there sooner, that can be more valuable. So it's always a tough decision. Race World First Guild, Liquid in particular, they'll err on the side of saving that Vantis because you don't know what the next boss is like, right? What if Gallywix is killable, it's undertuned, and it's killable in 9 hours of week 1 if you have that Vantis rune for it? And then you get there, and foolishly you've used your Vantis rune to get there sooner, and then you don't have your Vantis rune to actually secure the kill that first week.
It's also kind of interesting because
Cahoon.
Dratnus and I were kind of talking about this a little bit. I kind of think that there might be a little bit of whiplash where Blizzard saw how difficult Nerebar Palace was, and then they kind of try to tune back some of the difficulty in the liberation of Undermine, making it a little bit of an easier tier. And that means, like, especially if a week 1 kill is on the table, like a Sarkareth kind of tier, like a Gahoon that you kind of brought up as well. These week 1 tiers, it's really, really important then. It's doubly important where you're sending your upgrades, where you're sending your Vantis runes.
Yeah, the huge unknown is the tuning on the raids. Like, they're never consistent. You like actually never know what you're gonna get until you start pulling them. I mean, even now that they're doing heroic, I mean, like One Armed Bandit, Mugsy, they seem pretty hard. I haven't checked out any like heroic Gallywix. I'm imagining videos and stuff are out there right now. Have people been killing it?
I'm not sure if it's been killed yet.
No, it's not been killed. No, it's not been killed yet. I think a guild on Sargeras, Vulgar maybe had it at 50% whenever I was checking earlier.
Okay. Yes, and
the problem is that most of the guilds that could probably kill it are the kinds of guilds that are going to optimize doing it last.
Absolutely.
Because it makes the most sense to do it last for power level reasons.
Yeah, there used to be guilds who would that would be their thing. They'd just go straight for the heroic. Now we've got some of the people you can see on the left side of the leaderboard there. They go straight into Mythic, kill some of the bosses.
I mean, those were tiers in like Legion and BFA where you could insta-kill the heroic end boss on day 1. And now Blizzard has taken a more diligent approach of making sure that heroic is tuned for a higher item level of gear and ends up getting nerfed pretty consistently with that higher item level of gear, to the point where these AOTC guilds have a little bit more progression experience throughout the raid, because the average raider in World of Warcraft, the pinnacle for them isn't going into Mythic and doing this cool race to world first activity. The average raider in World of Warcraft is, getting AOTC or striving to get AOTC. Not even necessarily getting it, but striving to get it and doing that as their progression purpose.
Yeah, and for this tier being easier, I would be shocked if this is as hard as Nerebar Palace, just because I think last time, like Brood Twister Overnex, you brought up that it was like a guild killer.
Yeah,
it killed every guild. Yeah.
That part of the reason that killed guilds wasn't how hard it was, but how it was hard, if that makes sense, right? Like
Was it the egg breaking? Was that the main?
Egg breaking, the fact that it was very like weak aura dependent, and a lot of it was like getting all 20 people to have the same version of the same weak aura.
It was also a hard boss very early on, so a lot of guilds got to it rather quickly.
But there are kinds of difficulty that you could put in that slot in the raid that wouldn't have been nearly as bad because they would have been fun to progress in a guild that wasn't as good.
Yeah, that's fair.
Brood Twister was just not at all fun to progress if you had a hard time wrangling everybody to get that same weak aura version and do those sorts of incredibly punishing pass-fail mechanics. Because you had like hundreds of checks across that fight of stand on the correct egg, and if one of them was missed, you wiped.
By the way, I'm starting to call your YouTube video guides whenever you talk about Mythic bosses documentaries. I'm calling them 1.5-hour Dratnos documentaries on.
The end boss ones.
Yeah.
I've made some. There've been some long videos for end bosses.
I just remember seeing your 1 hour 8-minute Queen Answer.
There's lots to explain
video.
about that fight, man.
I was just that's bewildering.
Yeah, I believe Fired Up, he told me that Kaiveza was the hardest boss he's ever played to like actually survive on.
Yeah.
And
it was
Ansarek
crazy.
Was the hardest fight ever.
The Queensbane damage number was tuned probably double as much damage as that thing should have done.
I think that Nerebar Palace was the hardest raid tier of all time.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
I think Sepulchre's got to take it in a one-on-one.
Just,
Sepulchre had 5 bosses that were super hard.
Yeah, it was just so long.
Yeah.
Like the mental strain of an extra like 10 days on progression is hard to match. Yeah, so I would say this is probably going to be
Actually,
easier.
you're right. Never mind.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they can just crank up the health and damage on any of these end bosses, and
this race could be as hard or harder than Nerebar Palace. It would be tough, right? Because Kaiveza was such an outlier, and Ansarek was also an outlier, so it would be tough. But I think the more important than that is just that they don't have it be as hard for average guilds, right? It could be a hard race to world first again, as long as it's not a brutal, cutting-edge experience like Nerebar Palace was.
Somebody asked in chat, isn't the race to world first over already? I thought a guild killed Mythic Gallywix.
There was an exploit kill of Mythic Gallywix, but they didn't kill the other 6 bosses. And as we learned from Highmall with the Butcher, you count world first from when you've actually killed all the bosses. So.
That's true.
You're such an idiot.
And now because they're banned, they're not going to be able to kill those other 6 bosses. So the race is underway still.
Yeah, who is it that got the Butcher first? I forget. Was it Paragon?
I thought it was like Paragon that got Margok.
Paragon got Margok.
first?
Yeah, Paragon
but
got
they
Margok.
hadn't yet done Butcher.
And then
I don't remember who got Butcher. Yeah,
it's been a while. Been a while. I was raiding with Max in those days.
Wow.
Duality. Some good times. That
was before you guys killed Blood Legion.
Yes, that was Blackrock Foundry. But I was I was in Midwinter at that time. I'd split paths right before the other NA implosion merging of the guilds. All right, so for Gallywix, what did you guys do for pull counts? I think I was about 300.
I think it was like 200 something.
Yeah, I think I was around 300 as well.
What are the odds you think that it goes up to 400, like Ansarek?
Oh, dude, I thought Driny wasn't in his chair, but it's just, just in darkness.
I think he probably feels like he may as well not be with the state of Holy Palace.
I think any end boss always has an opportunity to go up to 400 pulls and go as low as 100 some odd, like maybe even 150 pulls. It's one of those things that like end bosses tend to be the hardest Mythic bosses by like a significant amount.
You could have the exact same boss with the exact same tuning, and it can have drastically different pull counts based on whether you reach it week 1 or week 2 as well. So if, say, the one-arm bandit and Mugsy are both super hard, we may see a really hard Gallywix that still only has a pull count of 150 because they're reaching it on week 2 and the checks are much easier. Sired and Atheris is a really good example of this, where Stone Legion Generals was such a long fight that almost all of Sire's progression happened during week 2 after they had a bunch of extra gear. So that's an important variable to consider as well.
Yeah, also, some bosses where you wipe pretty quickly. You rack up like 100 wipes.
Yeah, kill Jaden, right? You wipe in the first 30 seconds that fight over and over again.
Dude, that fight was ridiculous.
Oh, man. Yeah. That was one of those fights where you see the first minute of it, and you're just like, how are we supposed to do this?
Dude, I just remember them nerfing. They didn't nerf that boss. They gutted that boss. I was 550 pulls deep on that fight, and we literally had like 2 pulls in the last phase. They gutted that boss, and we killed it like 5 pulls later. We were not anywhere close to killing that boss either.
Very tough experience, yeah.
You like when they gut the fight and you kill it, or you
Dude,
feel kind of cheated?
I felt numb. Like that. Yeah. It was one of those things that it's like I was glad to be over with the tier because you jammed 550 pulls to at that point the hardest boss of all time. And
after Fallen Avatar, the other hardest boss of all time.
It was that tier was.
Oh, this
ridiculous.
is gonna be a wipe. Oh,
the enraged
0.3% on the boss there. That's unlucky. That was really close.
Enrage the boss.
Yeah, that boss enrage is real. That's tough.
I think that's why they kind of talked about you guys had Max on last night. He talked about helpers having a little bit more item level for one-armed bandit and being able to have better consistency whenever they were going to be looking like one-shot one-armed bandit. That's why the item level is so important.
The heroic tuning this tier is no joke. I was doing one-armed bandits today and like that thing is it's a fairly tight check even without helper. Like even if with full 30 Hall of Fame Raiders. It was split, so it was 10 mains, 20 alts, but still, we were seeing that cast start, which was crazy.
I was listening in whenever they were doing their Mugsy heroics. We took like a pretty long Monster Energy listening, and I'm pretty convinced that the damage check right this week for Mugsy heroic is not something that you can do with a bunch of helpers. Like that damage check is very serious.
Yeah, I think they were very close to not killing it with a full group.
Yeah.
In Liquid.
I mean, they swapped a healer to. I think they were like 5 healing, and then they swapped a healer to 4 healing, and then they immediately were not going to kill the boss ever again, and so then they swapped back to 5 healing.
Oh wow!
It's one of those things that they were kind of like 2 and 3 shotting it, so it actually wasn't too bad consistency wise for them to be able to get those killed off. So I think that it's solid, but you can't do it with helpers at this gear level currently.
Yeah, I wonder what that means for Gallywix in terms of like. How again, it might be a case of just sending upgrades on alts.
Yeah.
Once you have a character that you know is an alt, you can kind of safely put those crests to use to try and make those splits easier.
I think the fact that we've seen Mugsy though is a bit promising for me. Just it's not like it's kind of getting to the point where it's like, all right, I see the light at the end of the tunnel here. Like we started to do some of these Mugsies. We of course have to go through a bunch of Gallywixes. There's still some normal splits to do. There's still probably a few heroic splits to do as well for one-armed bandit in particular. That guy gives us all of the loot possible, and so. But it's one of those things that I can see it being done within the next maybe 24 hours for sure.
I just thought of an idea. Another step up in the prep. How are the odds, do you think, of them having like a feeder guild? Like a full other 30 people who are then prepping
in theory
helpers for Gallywix? Or
in theory, that would be the best way to do the race, right? Like you have like 150 raiders, right? You look at the you say you're the world first guild, and you look at the world 2 through 40 guilds, and you're like, okay,
Liquid buys instant dollars.
We'll pay you 10,000 bucks to help us with splits, right? And like you have great players that will pass on all the loot and help you, and like literally just dedicate themselves to basically being helpers. I mean, that would be a power level increase, but it's sort of one of those things where it's like, how could you ever get people to actually do that?
I mean, the fact that they're doing 14 characters, I would have never even imagined possible.
That's true.
So all it takes is one of the guilds deciding they're going to pull the trigger.
Oh yeah, if one of the guilds does that, the other guild will immediately reciprocate.
I don't think that there is.
That's too degenerate.
Yeah, the problem is like none of the guilds that are good enough to actually be super helpful in that role would really agree to it.
Liquid is buying instant dollars. Echo is buying Method or something.
How much would Liquid have to pay ID to fill that role for them, right? Like that, it's probably a lot of money.
Because they would be giving up.
We're not talking gold either. We're talking.
I mean, you'd be hiring them into the
We were
org.
talking instant dollars. Like,
Instant USD.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want instant USD, we're doing Coinbase giveaways. If you sign up, tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF, use code TeamLiquid20, get free $20.
Like at that point as well.
Dollars.
At that point as well, also, why don't we just like raid through the night and have somebody in our raid lockout 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Although that's against COS.
Well, no. We have two. We have two guilds. You know, we have instant dollars and.
Well, that doesn't accomplish anything that having the guild separate already couldn't do, right?
I guess. Yeah, ridiculous.
All right, you can see here, if you sign up, you also enter into the giveaway. Some jerseys we'll be giving away throughout the race, and also a chance to fly out the grand prize to come to the Alienware training facility in Santa Monica, meet some of the raiders, the casters, come check out the production, see what's going on here in this building. It's very exciting. Try the food.
Yeah. The cameras, you know, there are parts of this building that they don't reach that you could come see for yourself.
Oh, yeah?
Bunch of rooms.
Yeah, this
different
one's
stuff
my
in them.
side. It's got a lot of clothing in it.
Yeah, there's like a merch room.
You could listen to Dratnos raid lead his guild kind of similar to how he talks to his Twitch chat or like make a YouTube video. Same voice.
Well, there's a stable of different voices that, you know, depending on the situation, get used here. But here comes another Enrage check for one of these splits here in a moment.
5 seconds?
Actually, they're well ahead of the check. There's
Oh,
gonna
no,
be
you're
another.
right.
There's still another big hit first as well before it starts that cast, even once it reaches full energy here. So this split is absolutely melting One Arm Bandit. Not even going to see that cast. Bang.
I have a question. Can you explain to me why you were speaking in a southern accent earlier?
Yeah, there's been various different brain rots have infected me and my guild.
Oh, this was not on. This was while you were raiding. You were southern.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We've got
Can you get a taste, or no? Is that stay within the?
I don't know if I can do it
confines?
on command. It's sort of, you know, I'm a conduit through which it.
You just like yell and hit the boss partner, and this is like, what is going on over there?
Yeah, I think an accent on demand I can't do.
Yeah, there's
maybe if it just strikes me, yeah, a couple words I can whip out.
a lot of them started in Sepulchre, actually, in the delirium of Sepulchre, the first ones.
Dude, that raid tier. There was so much wrong with that raid tier.
Yeah.
How long was the progression for your guild?
It was actually only 7 weeks for us in that tier, so.
I was 9 weeks that tier.
9 weeks, okay. And what about Nerebar Palace?
5, I want to say.
5 weeks. Okay,
Yeah.
so it wasn't too much longer.
Most raid tiers are somewhere between, like for like Hall of Fame level guilds, there's somewhere between, like Dragonus was saying, 5 to like 8.
Yeah, it depends on where you are in the Hall of Fame, right? Like the bottom of the Hall of Fame is often 3 months or so, 2.5, 3 months. But
Yeah.
obviously the top of the Hall of Fame is a week or two.
Oh, I guess they added an additional 100
Yeah,
slots on there too. Yeah.
It's just 200 slots now, faction agnostic. Okay, so this is the split we're watching now that had trouble meeting the DPS check on their last pull. This time around, everybody's still alive, so that's a little bit more promising. Well, it's still got one more. It's still got the scattered payout activation here, so the full energy here isn't the wipe yet. So I think they're still ahead of pace. Looks like everybody or almost everybody's still alive. Yeah, scattered payout coming out now, and now the energy bar is for the enrage, basically.
If they were,
they're fine. Yeah.
If they wipe with all 30
it's
people alive, it is.
That is despair. Yeah, but I think they're good here. Ooh, we have had a death here, but I think they're fine.
But Shay died.
B-Res lands. A couple more people are dead, but they're still, yeah, I mean, you can do like 2%, 3% during that last cast, which they're not even going to, it's going to be a little close maybe. Another incident here. There's that explosive jackpot cast. 1%, 5 seconds. A lot of players starting to die. 0.4.
1. Oh, please.
Dang.
Okay, we won.
Not even close.
We got a House of Cards.
We need best in slots. We need best in slots and House of Cards.
House of Cards.
Let's see what we got
scroll
here.
down there.
Can't see.
Oh.
We got a best in slots.
There it is.
Best in slots.
It's Biss.
That's what we like to see.
It's wonderful.
Very good.
You can see Lip just elated by this in the bottom left there.
Why does he? I feel like we got to get better posture on him.
No. No matter what posture you're in, if you're in a secret lab chair, it's good.
I feel like he's just angled.
Yeah, it's sort of sideways.
Yeah, it's not the chair. It's that he's literally just like leaning off to the side.
That is funny.
He's got like Rasputin vibes.
Maybe that room is just like on a 15-degree slant.
There are earthquakes.
The chair would be rolling.
Well, maybe it's like taped down or something, or on some Velcro.
Actually, you can lock the secret lab chair wheels.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's high tech.
Yeah, good tech. Yeah, Lip in there. I believe he's next to King Fly.
Yeah.
I actually haven't been around the players. I got here pretty late when I came in, and they were all deep in the preparation. So I haven't really gotten to see everybody. I don't know if they've moved around the rooms. But, yeah, they generally are in the same rooms. I hear Lip was telling me Atlas and him are mind melded, which I'm finding out. And they both said it independently to me.
I think it's typical.
I think that is true.
That is great.
I was asking them if they could share a body, you know, like a Mugsy kind of question. Yeah. And both of them said each other because they're mind melded. I thought it was pretty good.
How long do you think they're going to be going for tonight? Probably just until midnight local time, right?
Yeah, so that probably means one more split, maybe 0 more splits. I don't see any splits underway right now.
We could do a Mugsy heroic again.
Yeah, we could do a quick little mug.
You want to
do a Keystone?
You want to maximize your time. I think Keystones would actually be a great
Mythic plus
opportunity
Keystone,
here.
yeah, it could be fun.
It's one of those things that you want to maximize your time. But
you could also just go to bed. It has been 13 hours of gaming right now.
But you probably so you don't want to push back your sleep too much.
Yeah, I mean you do need to be able to wake up for like 8 a.m. next week, and actually we're springing forward as well this weekend, so that's another hour getting taken away.
Oh yeah,
potentially there. Although I guess the server reset also moves an hour, so it kind of doesn't. There's sort of not daylight savings time if you're a locked-in Race to World First only gamer. If you've got a job, then it does matter. But
yeah, they're just gonna go to sleep, or they're gonna raid and go to sleep and wake up based on like a
the amount of hours.
Yeah, like 9 hours.
Based on the server, not based on.
Well, yeah, because when daylight savings happens, the maintenance moves as well with the daylight savings. So
yeah, it's
still the same total number of hours in the reset.
Yeah, they're working with like a ginormous block of hours and not actual days.
Right. Europe's going to get more. Oh my gosh, wait, we're going to get closer
no,
to the reset, aren't we?
Yeah, but their reset doesn't move and ours.
Exactly.
They're the same. They're at the same hour. It's like daylight savings doesn't exist for when the resets happen.
Oh.
They basically don't move.
Yeah. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, Raiders walking around might just be a little snack break.
Could be. Yeah, if there was.
Legs.
So I don't think they're gonna. There would be some of them at least in the new split group if there was another split happening.
Yeah, everyone on our other monitor, AFK, Shay is logged out.
I mean, yeah, there's not a lot of time left in the day. You know, there's always value in just going to bed. If you can fall asleep, that's the important thing. You need to be able to fall asleep.
Yes. Yes, you do.
But they're within an hour of when they ended yesterday. It's probably safe to call it now.
Have you looked at any of the potential second bosses on Mythic yet?
Not really. Like I haven't seen the polls of them.
Okay. I was gonna ask how difficult the second.
Yeah, I mean the fact that none of these guilds have put them on the board yet on our leaderboard. You know, several of these guilds have gotten 7 out of 8 heroic, and they're now unable to get 2 out of 8 mythic. So
just 20%. So they're trying. It's not like they just pulled it once.
Yeah, there's some prog happening. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw. Actually, well, I guess it's the NA raid night is pretty much over now. So it may be Honolulu that takes it out. If they go for it, or Consequence or something. I think those are European guilds that they could pick it up.
Consequences is NA.
Okay. Honolulu is definitely EU.
Yes.
Yeah.
So far, I think Cauldron of Carnage probably harder than I expected. But I mean,
the problem
sometimes I feel like this, and then Liquid goes in there. It's just like one shot.
Well, because once they get there, they're going to have like 10 or 15 eye levels on the people that are trying it now, and they're going to have the strat prepped. Yeah.
Like these guilds who are trying to kill Cauldron of Carnage are probably something like 645, maybe 650 item level.
645 with like 7 2-pieces and a 4-piece. Right, and Liquid's going to come in there at 658 with 24 pieces.
Oh, I think 658 slow. I think we're.
I think the early bosses it's going to be something like that because there's going to be a lot of crests unspent.
Oh, okay. You know, fair point.
While those raiders are shuffling around, we do have some transmogs to rate.
All right.
Oh, cool.
These are from donations of $35 or more.
Yeah, TL.gg/RWF-donate, or I think TL.gg/donate. Both of them work, I believe.
They both work now?
Yeah, well, I think so. I believe that has been patched.
Okay.
Oh, they got patched?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure. Try both. See where they lead you to.
Wait
a minute. Got here Mibby, the gnome mage. Look, very magey, very blue.
Arcane, that makes sense. Spellslinger Arcane even.
Nice. I see some use of the Nerebar Palace Mogs, along with a Kyrian back piece there.
Yeah, the nice floating back and some nice sunglasses as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, like half.
Ooh.
They don't really do
half
anything.
shades, yeah. No, those are good.
If you're looking down.
Oh yeah, I guess you'd want the sun
not.
on the top part of your glasses, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
But I mean, they're casting. Maybe that's bright in their hands.
This is probably good if it's snowy, right? Because when it's snowy, you
Oh,
got to
yeah.
watch out for the sun coming up from the reflection.
True, true. Ooh, some little vials and pouches on their belt.
I like this. I think this. I'd probably give it like a 7.5, maybe.
I think it deserves a lot because it matches and is clearly not from the same sets as each other as well. So I like that a lot. I'd go with a 9.
A 9? I'm going to go with an 8.
All right.
This is a solid mage Mog.
Fair enough.
Mage, I think mages they tend to have some of the best Mogs.
Yeah, there is definitely a gnome tax that does need to be paid in the ratings here for sure. I do respect that.
There's sometimes the gnomes can pull it off.
I like how we've got the class spec and hero talent as well, and the hero talent icon is like it's so much like higher def and cooler, so much more going on than the 20-year-old class and spec icons.
Little staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mibby. Yeah, you can donate at tl.gg/rwf-donate. We'll rate your transmog or your pet. I don't know if we really rate the
Yeah, the pets we'll look at.
We will
say nice things about.
Dude, Maghar.
Oh, another
Shaman.
Is this the same person with a different character? I think it might be.
Yeah, possibly.
Yes, it is. All right.
Sunglasses
Awesome.
again.
Another blue Mog, although this one has got a little bit of that lighter blue in the. That's the elemental artifact shield and weapon, I think.
What's going on with
one of the colors?
What's going on with the belt?
What is going on with the belt? I think it's got that like white effect on it. Yeah.
It's just kind of pouring out.
I don't know what
frost.
that is. Some kind of frost belt, maybe a trading post thing or
Okay,
something.
is this a hot take? I like I like how Maghar Orc looks.
Yep.
I don't know if that's a hot take.
I don't think so either. You didn't see a lot of Maghar because their racial sucked, but they buffed it for like this patch, right? And now you actually see people playing it.
I like these. Where are these shoulders from? Skulls with daggers in their head.
It is cool shoulders. I actually don't know where those are from.
Dude, my favorite looking Maghar Orcs are doing like a Garrosh cosplay.
Yeah, Garrosh Maghar.
Oh my gosh, the Garrosh Maghars. I think
the Custom Manaroth.
Those are so sick.
Yep.
I'm such a fan of those. I like this Maghar. I would give this probably. I would honestly rate this higher than the Mage. I think I'd give this like an 8.
Yeah, I'm doing higher than Mage. I'm doing 9.
I'm gonna go lower than the Mage. I'm gonna go with 8 because I had the Mage very high. I do. The one thing I don't like is I feel like the blue is pretty different between the fist weapon and the shoulders, and and the belt. Those are like all three very different blues.
It's gonna look sick whenever they cast Stormkeeper.
That is true. I mean, yeah, it's hard not to.
Yeah, great weapons. I love the artifact weapons for the Ellie Shamans.
Yeah.
The shield. Well, the shield can be okay. It's a little empty sometimes.
It depends. Yeah.
Looks good here. Thank you, Mibsy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if we've got another one. The Raiders, they are in the kitchen.
I see a lot of them walking around. It's feeling yeah.
End time
Midnight
vibes.
snack.
Yeah. All right. Just
seems like we're out of Mogs for the day.
Humane Society. $35. We'll rate your transmog or your pet on the stream. We've had some beautiful pets come in. So thank you, everybody, for donating. These animals need your help. There have been fires. They've been displaced from their homes. It helps out there. It's a great cause. So thank you, everyone who's donated. We've got some stretch goals. We just unlocked today the bingo cards. We went over some of them on stream. I've got mine. I've checked off 3 so far.
Well, I'm at 0.
Oh, I'm at 0.
Yeah, a lot of mine are Mythic based, so it's gonna be tough for me to fill a lot of them out unless if somebody wants to contract a serious illness. That's a caster being brought low by a mysterious plague is one of mine.
That'd be very bad because
you actually put that.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest fears.
You were really stressed that
if you want to like some of the puddles outside, if you want to frolic in some of those, maybe.
I think that'd be very bad because
something.
We'd probably not be allowed into the building because they don't want to give the Raiders.
That's true.
They don't want it to spread.
That would be really funny, unless it was me. It wouldn't be as funny.
Was it Vault of the Incarnates where we had 2 Raiders or not 2 Raiders, two casters that had some illness, and then it was stretched super thin. I can't remember where we were.
Yeah, because you and I we were at the Echo one that time.
Yeah.
There was dude, we were down some casters.
We were down to like 4
of us,
casters or something like that. One race for world first.
Here's some cats.
Got Penelope and Simba here.
I love
Miss
cats.
Penelope and Simba, yeah.
Oh, Miss Penelope. Thank you. From Grandpa Grummel.
I always love when the cats have something like a Miss or a Mister, and that is part of their name.
I'm trying to figure out what city this is in the background.
Okay.
Full.
Well, it looks sunny.
Rainbolt could probably figure this one out. Does it look European, I guess, is probably the starting question here.
Yeah, some of those building towers do look a little bit,
It looks like the cars are driving on the right side of the road. I think it's probably the U.S. Down at the bottom, you can see the
Their
cars.
road?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that people want us to dox them when they. I think the only saving grace here is how absurdly inept we are. With this. You can tell that none of us are the geo experts.
Yeah.
I do love watching those videos though, where
it's
they,
crazy.
even though I have no idea, and then you ever watch the like GeoGuessr esports? You're just like, you idiot! You didn't know that that road pole meant that this is Australia. Noob. It reminds me of like watching the Olympics with my can of Pringles, criticizing the pro athletes.
The double axles,
Yeah.
or whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
Beautiful pets there. Thank you, Grandpa Grummel. Yeah, I've got on my bingo card. I've got crossed out Atlas Screams.
Okay, yeah,
It may
that's
have been
pretty much a free
THD
square.
though, but I did hear a really loud yell, and I just said that.
I think THD Screams is on somebody else's. Yeah.
And then something gets 5 booms.
Yep.
And then one of the splits is named
5 big booms.
Yep.
That's good.
And then I have Tettle stands up casting.
That's free. That's another free square.
It is ridiculous that you had that on your sheet because I didn't even know that you had it on your sheet. I just like.
You were standing up for some of like normal splits yesterday.
I like to stand up when I'm casting sometimes because like I will say just like being seated the entire time at some point I just kind of want to like stand up and like stretch my legs and just like it's just one of those things. We all stand up whenever it's like a late Mythic proc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just me.
It's hard not to. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Here's my bingo card.
Oh,
There's
some good ones here.
Yeah. My free card, Kalamazi Stomachache.
Yeah, that is
Next
pretty
to
close.
Taco Bell's ordered.
Hasn't happened yet, but that'll happen tomorrow, I hear.
Yeah. I believe Kalamazi Stomachache I can probably cross off. I just need to
confirm.
Yeah, I need to confirm.
Taco Bell is ordered.
And then a sinister one, I guess, maybe day 12. It's getting pretty deep.
Zyra has day 18 on his card. Yeah.
He's telling me that means something else.
There is a meme associated with that I'm not going to repeat. Yeah.
Yeah. Some other ones like Max humiliates a caster.
That's pretty free.
Yeah. It'll be even more humiliating to check it off because it's like everybody knows that that's what got them. All right, Jack dating advice. I hope that comes back. That was fun last time.
Oh my god, that was ridiculous.
Production on the sofa, somewhat free. I felt like I'd toss that up in the corner. They let us put them wherever we wanted, so you could have just gone for a straight.
Yeah, you could try and make an easy row. That seems unethical though. Not in the spirit of the bingo.
Yeah, I tried to do a pretty good mix.
Yeah. I just did it in the order I thought of them in.
300 pull boss. Probably gonna happen.
I like 4 of the same spec in for a kill. That's a nice one.
That's a good one.
I went deep.
I think I had like 2 warlocks and 2 warriors on mine, just at various points.
I have Noah's Ark comp, which
I heard about that.
And dude, 5 copies of 2 or more, like 5 times 2 exactly of different classes at least.
That you went insanely obscure, I think, on some of yours, which is I actually like yours a lot. That's awesome.
I was a little fried. I was brainstorming maybe a little bit too much.
All right. Well, I've heard we've been raided by Max. So
all
that's
right.
the confirmation. Their raid is over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The writing's been on the wall here for the last 10 minutes as people have been standing up and walking around behind us.
Well, they finished the split. It was 11:30.
Right.
It probably takes, I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe an hour to do another split. So they're like unlikely to do like another full one of those helper heroics. It also, you have to find the people as well, which is a bit of a gamble, especially this late. So then the only question is like, oh, they could go do a heroic Mugsy or something like that. But I think it's totally fine to kind of call it, start a little bit earlier tomorrow, and kind of get back into the raid.
Yeah. All right, well, yeah, we're going to be joined by Max here for a Secret Lab hot seat interview. But before then, we would like to shout out our Coinbase giveaway again. If you sign up, tl.gg/Coinbase RWF, and do code TeamLiquid20, you will get $20 free and also entered in to win these jerseys here we'll be giving out through the race, and also the grand prize of flying out to the Alienware training facility here in beautiful Santa Monica to visit all the Raiders casters during the next race.
That is a sick prize, by the way.
Yeah, that is a hefty prize. I don't know how much that'll cost. I imagine you're getting a hotel. I don't think they're just flying you here.
It depends on where you're coming from, too, because this is NA and EU.
Oh.
So, if you come from a very far away place in Europe.
Try and win this one from the easternmost point in Europe, somewhere around there. You could get a full distance flight.
Does Turkey count?
Turkey's in both Europe and it's where Istanbul is.
Yeah, exactly. But
that's the border between.
Would Turkey count for this?
I always called it Constantinople, but it's not been called that for 500 years.
Could one of the guilds send a saboteur, some sort of evil agent to come and maybe like hack the wires.
Like Miraz shows up.
But with like with the glasses and the mustache thing, with the big fake, yeah.
And starts pulling all the wires and things.
What does this do, Yoink?
Yeah.
He only speaks German, dude. Just pretends to, or not pretends, but just like only will speak German.
That'd be a good bit.
That would be
Yeah.
really funny.
Yeah, exciting. I imagine whoever comes out is going to be a really cool guy, and we're excited to meet them. So, yeah, happy about that. Do you guys, how are you feeling about their progress so far through the raid?
I have no frame of reference at all for whether it's been good or bad splits. It's so hard to tell.
Splits are just so hard to tell. It's one of those things that you, especially as casters, we're only really able to analyze it after the fact, after we see also what the other Racer World First guilds were able to do, and kind of what the end result of where the item level ended up being. It's one of those things that, and we couldn't even determine like a good day of splits, a bad day of splits, and what is just item variance as well.
I think it's been good. I mean, obviously, so there's loot RNG, and then there's also how long it's taking them to execute each split.
Absolutely.
I feel like they've been pretty good on that. Obviously, there's been a few wipes here or there, but I don't think it's been too slow.
I think that the 5 consecutive simultaneous splits that they were doing during normal and heroic as well. I think
they weren't doing 5 heroics.
Okay, they weren't doing 5, but they were.
It was 2 heroics and then 5 normals simultaneously.
I think that that's actually a huge time save, and I think that's going to yield them. It's not going to be a ton of time, but it's going to be a few more hours in Mythic, which that's a good deal.
It doesn't quite so much save time as much as make those splits more valuable.
Yeah.
Because each Liquid Raider still does the same number of splits per hour, so you can still do the same number of characters per hour. In fact, it's actually slightly slower on that end because each run would be slower than if you ran full Liquid rather than helpers.
Yes.
But you're getting more loot, so you're getting more bang for your buck, even if you're maybe paying slightly more buck, actually.
Yeah. And I'm still waiting on word for when Max comes in. I've got a few questions here for him. I don't know if you guys are prepared.
I've got a couple.
I have one question about
around.
Mugsy.
Okay.
Specifically.
You can have that one, yeah.
Okay.
You got Mugsy?
Yeah. I was going to ask a question about the consistency on Mugsy going into it with purely Liquid Raiders, kind of that kind of a question.
Okay. Yeah, I've got some stuff about burnout, which I feel like fits this time right now, because, yeah, when I used to raid hardcore, it felt like you get burned out, but it was nothing like this.
Yeah, this is the difficult, but not super difficult, but difficult enough that you can't turn your brain off and just listen to music, right? You have to like be on for the full time, but it's also not especially fun. It's, you know, kind of chores the whole way through, so.
Yeah. It's probably fun. The first couple clears to the raid, it's new, exciting. And
then as you get right to the end, when it's like, oh my god, this is the last split, it's also fun. But in the middle, in the doldrums in the middle, that is a real tough section mentally.
The thing is, you can't autopilot it either at all, because once you start autopiloting it, then you open yourself up to wiping during some of your splits.
Which you can't have that happen.
Yeah, again, wiping during those splits, it kind of negates all the value that you were getting by doing some of those simultaneous splits, because then you're making people just like take more time finishing up their splits.
Yeah, I mean, also they're kind of like on the edge of making it really hard for themselves. Even though they're good players, they're getting as many helpers in.
Right. If you can ever do a split and it's easy, you start thinking like, oh man, we should do more helpers, right? And until it's like barely doable.
It was one of those things. I think that the first pull of Sprocket Monger or something like that, every single helper died, and then Liquid was just like 15 manning Sprocket Monger or something like that with just their raiders.
Yeah.
You start having to learn like how to raid lead the helpers as well. And
Yeah, a lot of people have stepped up. I know Alice is raid leading, Shakib. I'm trying to think of some of the other people I've heard do the raid leading. I mean,
Max does one of them,
jumping
obviously,
around. Yeah, and maybe some of the analysts are in there doing it, because some of the analysts, like main jobs, they're like done for now, and then they come back in Mythic.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of multiple hats. Yeah. Where are you, Max? He's probably talking to the analyst. He's busy.
I can see the Raiders on another screen, and they are all still there. So it's going to maybe be a little bit before we actually do get a Max interview here.
Yeah, something interesting going on the other stream. So tomorrow, I guess they've got 10-ish plus Mugsies to do, and then 10-ish plus Gallywix to do.
I would love to know in fact, I'm going to ask if they can tell us what the numbers are of runs still outstanding. Yeah.
I think we would need probably like 15 Gallywixes is kind of what I'm.
You think they're just going to try and get as like the
you do
maximum?
one per.
I think Gallywix, every single piece of gear off of that boss is very valuable, and you have the Eye Kazan and the Jaster Diamond, which every single player
Extra
in your
rolls
raid,
at those is got to be good.
Yeah, every single player in your raid would absolutely wear that item.
Okay, so that's going to take... How long do you think a Mugsy takes? To get in there, get everybody at the boss, buff, kill it?
Yeah, however many wipes you do. Probably
20.
30, maybe 20, 25.
It seemed like they were averaging around like 1 out of every 3 pulls they were killing the boss.
Okay, so then maybe 45.
I think they killed it 3 times.
45 minutes per, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's...
But it'll
at least
speed
half
up,
the
right?
day.
As you do it more often, you're going to wipe less and less, right, to the mechanics at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should be more and more locked in. Like they should start chaining one-shots after a couple of goes at it tomorrow.
It didn't even seem like they were doing especially poorly. I think that those Mugsy kills were totally fine given what they were.
I mean, I'm not saying it's bad, but I would be shocked if they didn't get better at it with practice.
I think they'll start one-shotting it pretty consistently at some point, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, especially because they're all mostly playing the same spec and class, so they just run it back over and over. Yeah, so that'll be at least half the day, probably more, and then half the day on Gallywix.
Yeah,
so
plus any outstanding other
Mythic Plus.
splits to do. Yeah, Mythic Plus. So that's the question is, right, at the end of that, once you finish all that, do you do stuff like M Plus to get your last upgrades? Or do you go into Mythic and take out the easy Mythic bosses?
You probably want some Gilded Crests, although you could get those from...
You do get them from Mythic bosses, and from the last 2 Heroic, actually, they also drop Gilded.
Yeah, but it doesn't give you enough Gilded to cap your guy.
Right.
I guess you would get... Some people would be getting some from Mythic, and then someone would go do Mythic Plus, and I think that would factor in a little bit. But it's kind of also a question of where does the difficulty in the raid ramp up? When are we going to start to look to send some of our crafts? Are you going to be crafting using an Enchanted Heroic crest versus using a fully Gilded craft? That's like a big differentiator as well, because there's a lot of, like, if you're going to craft just like an embellishment on an off slot, you would probably be looking to use that enchanted
Rune crest.
Yeah, the enchanted heroic crest. Whereas if you're crafting anything that it's like a weapon, you are 100% sending the gilded.
Yeah, there's kind of no downside to just using the Runed Crest for Liquid. There is for the rest of us, because if we use it, we don't have it later this tier. But there's almost no way that later this tier happens for Liquid, right? Where the only way it would matter is if we get to week 3 and we get our second spark, and then we start thinking like, oh, I wish we had this free Runed Crest again. But they're not going to get that point almost for sure. And even if they do, they'll have infinite Runed Crest by then, because they're going to be done with Runed Crest this week or next at the latest, but probably this week. So it's actually, they could just do the Runed Crest now and then decide whether or not to use the Gildeds later.
All right, so it sounds like probably high likelihood I check off the splits on Friday on my bingo card, because it'd be pretty impressive if they're able to chew through all of that tomorrow.
I'm sure there's going to be at least some kind of split thing that happens. Like, even if we do Mythic Frog, I bet even we come back on like Saturday or something and like, hey, we've somehow scrounged up enough characters to do another heroic Gallywix for, maybe he's coming back in on, Presevoker or something, and here's a run for him.
Yeah, sometimes finding that character, are they like, oh no, we actually need to gear this thing out.
Yeah.
We need like a fourth
hot swap
age or whatever. Yeah. So hopefully it doesn't come to that, because that's always such a damper to the progression momentum. But yeah, so I guess any chance we see Mythic tomorrow? Do you think
definitely
a chance?
There's a chance. It would be be later in the evening. It would probably be somewhere after dinner. I do think that there's an opportunity, especially like we were kind of talking about getting Gilded Crests and whatnot. But you have to have everybody's main identified pretty early on. Basically, everybody. Like, if you're going to be going back into splits later on, it better be for a couple people's like niche.
Yeah, it'll be for hot swaps, for something that wasn't part of the plan yet.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think that there's a chance, especially since we did see some of the Mugsies going down today. It kind of depends on how many more bandits they have, especially with helpers. Do they have any more normals that they are left to do? Because the normals, I think, are the biggest time-consuming factor. For sure.
I don't think there's going to be much more normal that needs to get done.
I feel like we're almost at the end of the tunnel for normal, for sure.
Yeah, maybe one more where it's like a couple of mains that are somehow unsaved, but I think that most mains are probably already getting close to save to normal.
Exactly. And Liquid as well, whenever they're trying to figure out who's going to be playing what class, that's a decision that you made months ago, right? It's kind of one of those decisions that was made prior to coming into the tier. And so that's the reason that they made 15 of these characters. And so they only need to get one of them with some of these high value items like Jaster Diamond, like Eye of Kazan, like Best in Slots, like the House of Cards. And then at that point as well, there's a lot of melee DPS probably end up wanting like the Operation Floodgate and the Priory Sacred Flame Trinket in some capacity as well. So, I don't know. There's some gear that you're going to end up wanting from Mythic Plus.
Yeah, the amount of time it takes to get them from M+ is an important factor as well. Depending on the situation, you can farm 6s and get the hero 1 out of 6 thing there. And if you, for instance, got, say, some bad trinkets, but they're hero 3 from raid, then you can just upgrade them, right? And it's sort of the same as farming the 10s. On the other hand, farming the 10s is going to be good for your vault. And if we do go into week 2, your vault might matter. On the other hand,
Absolutely.
They'll probably have 6 mythic bosses in their vault, so they probably won't need mythic items in their mythic plus items in their vault. So it'll be smaller value, but it's still something. So it's all to think about as well, right? Is like how much you are optimizing already for that potential week 2.
And this is how they use 10 analysts, chat. This is exactly how they use 10 analysts.
There's so much to think about there with like and what you decide to use the time. Not to mention there's like some sports psychology thinking about like just when you decide to, if you try and do something difficult after doing 10 hours of mindless content like splits, is it going to go well? Probably not, right? Like you're telling people to do, again, we're probably thinking like 10 hours of splits before they could go mythic, and then you go mythic.
Absolutely.
You're probably going to wipe to bosses that you could one-shot if you come back and do them fresh on Friday.
I mean, that's why that fatigue question that you were considering asking, I think that's kind of in line with what he was saying. If you did a full day of splits, you might be better off just slamming a couple hours of Mythic Plus that would have been required on maybe, say, like a Monday or something like that, if we were looking to make it to the reset anyways, and, kind of getting some of those chores out of the way. But it also kind of depends on how you feel about the trajectory of where the raid is going difficulty-wise, how it's looking potentially on Mythic. Is it going to be a 1 week or 1 reset versus a 2 reset tier? Because those are very, very different things, and how you play them out is, like,
yeah, it's night and day,
different.
right?
Yeah,
like, For instance, doing +10s for Vault is completely irrelevant if it's a 1 week tier.
Exactly. Like +10s is just a complete waste of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, even last time, it felt like the new optimization. We were like, why are they sitting this person from this boss and bringing this other person
That was
in?
insane.
And then we found out later, it's like, oh, they were getting their boxes on all as many possible
the characters they knew they would use, they actually didn't use on the first boss because they knew they'd get enough boxes for free from the later bosses.
Yeah, and I think they even put, like, a bet on, like, we'll kill Silken Court this week. Like, they optimized around that, and it came down, like, really close to be able to get it.
It was kind of weird, though, because at a lot of points as well, they had to start class stacking the raid a bit before they anticipated needing to class stack the raid, and that was a little bit weird. But at the same point, there were people that they knew were going to be in, like THD and Fired Up through. They could field them on 6 bosses easily.
You're always going to play them on all the bosses, yeah.
Exactly. So it was never really a question about being able to get them back in. It was only a matter of, are they going to be able to kill Silken Court in the first reset?
Yeah, I mean, they are great plans, and then something happens and it does mess up some part of it, right? And some person is like, oh man, I'm only getting a 5 box because we needed an extra DK for this fight. Like, that does happen.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't mean that you shouldn't make a good plan.
Yeah. Maybe we can pull up some of the poll predictions that we all made on this. We can see
apparently
kind of how we
I undershot like everybody.
You have some interesting ones on there for sure. Yeah, I mean, I would say there's nothing inherently wrong with being a different prediction than everybody else. You might well be right. There have been bosses that everybody thought was going to be easy or hard that have turned the other way. But yeah, you are way lower than us on the like 6th or 5th boss, right?
It wasn't one of those things that I necessarily thought it was going to be. It's not outside the realm of possibility. We saw a tier like Aberrus where it was like, all right, yeah, this is totally fine. I think that it could potentially be a tier like that, but I think a lot of people just remember Nerebar are predicting based off of what they saw in Nerebar last
year. That's true, yeah. And in Nerebar there were a lot of predictions that were based on the tier before, right? It's definitely something where you just take like, oh, this is boss number X.
Dude,
how many pulls was that last year?
I'm pretty sure I sent Brood Twister and I was like, 20. And then it was 150.
I remember, I think almost everybody had a low Brood
And then
Twister.
it was like Nexus Princess like 35.
Yeah.
It's just not.
I assumed it was going to be just kind of strat based, like they would just get through each little section of the fight and then it would die. But yeah, it became such a DPS check.
Absolutely.
And a survivability check as well.
The
That was
just got
crazy.
destroyed.
And there was like the Queen's Bane hit and the dash hit. Any of that would kill you. And you had 10% of your health bar just wasn't there because if you got below 10%, you were just executed. That was such a unnecessarily difficult mechanic for that fight.
I want to see your predictions. I want to see how far off I am from all the other casters.
I'd love to see them as well, yeah.
Is it just me, like on an island, like way below everybody else?
I'm the second lowest on one of the bosses, and I'm at 77 and you're at 15.
Oh, that's One-Armed Bandit, right?
Yeah, I think that's One-Armed Bandit, yeah.
You did 15 on One-Armed Bandit?
Yeah. Tettles
optimistic.
What did you think about Bandit during PTR testing, though?
It was tough. I mean, it's not that tough. It was close mechanically to Heroic, but it screams out that it'll have a tight DPS check on Mythic.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
it might not. Guardian of the first ones we all thought would be, and that was literally a 15 pull boss, and that spot in the raid. So
it's kind of like the Brood Twister thing that you were talking about earlier, where it's I don't want to say a pure strat boss, but that's a fight that you could spend 60 hours of prior to going, like starting the raid tier, devising and curating a perfectly calculated strat, and then if it all works together and the damage check isn't really there, then you kind of just like kill the boss. It's kind of like Telegon mapping out the eggs on Overnax, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and like with Overnax, it's just the like left field. They probably didn't anticipate how hard coordinating the egg breaking would be. Like
the
reflexes involved and just kind of the thinking on the fly. And
I think the strat of parasites versus big spiders versus casters first is something that they had to test a lot on.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that if they're strat for one-armed bandit, like the strat that they're coming into the boss that worked really well on PTR, also continues to work on live as well, that also gives them a huge advantage. So I don't think it's not that outside the realm of possibility that one-armed bandit's not bad.
I feel like Mugsy's the kind of Brood Twister feeling fight this time, where it's got the room that you have to strat around, and you can kind of do it in different ways, I guess. I mean, you need to be swapping sides to deal with the mechanics of each other's sides, but like there might be some flexibility there.
I mean, I did that boss during testing, and I'm interested in hearing what Dragonus has to say about it. I felt like I couldn't figure out
Mugsy.
Yes, a Mugsy. I felt like I had no idea any strat. It felt like I was pulling Silken Court during testing again.
It was hard. I think it was the hardest testing they've done. Actually, has been Mugsy. Maybe it was still Silken Court.
Dude, I just finished the testing and I was like, a race roll first skill is going to kill this. You're going to completely copy their movement, and I have no idea what's going on here. I'm never YOLOing this fight.
A lot of it as well was just like during testing. It was especially the initial heroic testing of that boss was tuned in such a way that it was like, okay, we can't do this, right? But yeah, I think that it'll end up being, I don't know. I suspect it's going to be one of those fights where it's surprisingly comprehensible.
Yeah.
Once you see the Race to World First guilds do it.
I had it at 65 pulls, but I don't know.
I forgot what mine was for Mugsy. I remember Mugsy. I was 222 on Mugsy.
I just underbid the entire tier because I thought the tier was going to be a little bit easier. I
think that's reasonable, yeah.
I mean, Blizzard just kind of taking steps to make the tier a bit more digestible after how hard Nerevar was.
Yeah, I believe we have the poll predictions ready.
All right.
Get those up on screen. Yeah, I think of Mugsy, I've got, where am I? 200. Just want a nice round number.
Max is at 200 as well.
Nice.
Oh, he thinks
great minds.
He thinks Bunk Junker's gonna be 15.
Yeah, so he's actually second highest on that one. Only Jack higher at 37.
Yeah,
I'm at 2, feeling a little worried.
There's room for chaos.
There is.
Happen.
There's also
and then just instant wipe on the bomb.
It's sort of a fight where if you do it once correctly, you just copy and paste that. Obviously, like everybody has to be able to do the bombs if they get targeted, but it strikes me that Liquid is the kind of guild where they could do that on a first pull, given that it's been PTR tested and everything.
Why'd you have... okay, I feel like Sprocketmonger... I don't say a weak or a fight, but I feel like Sprocketmonger is a fight that is made substantially easier with the weak aura, no?
Well, the Mythic mechanic is pretty... It throws a big wrench in.
Yeah.
That means that you can't actually do the exact same things every pull. And also, I think it's just going to be pretty, like, punishing.
Yeah, that's...
mechanically.
I think that's totally fair.
But the mechanics and the lightning, they'll all be the same, right?
Yeah, you get the same mechanics. The only wrench in that is polarity is random, and it's reassigned every like minute. You get repolarized, which means that you kind of can't just see who's what at the start of the pull and then assign everything for the rest of the fight.
All right, whatever. I underbid the raid tier. It's okay.
Oh, you might be right. It could be. Although all these ones are feeling a little bit less likely, given that no guild's gotten 2 out of 8 yet.
I tend to agree with that. Yeah, I'm not.
Not impossible though. It's actually very, very possible that again, Liquid with plus 15 eye levels and 4-piece on everybody is gonna melt bosses that took like we saw this I think in gosh, what was it? It was Aberrus, where Aberrus, while Liquid was doing splits, a bunch of other guilds were working on the first few bosses, and like Fat Shark, yes, a European guild actually ended up getting world first on Forgotten Experiments because nobody else was able to kill it, even with like 20, 30, 40 pulls, and I think Liquid took it down in low single digits.
Yeah.
So it could well happen again this tier.
I think everybody is kind of agreeing Sprockermonger's the first like ramp in difficulty.
Yeah, that's
100%.
the big jump we think.
Yeah, and then it gets way bigger from there. One-Armed Bandit. I mean,
but just because everybody agrees among us.
Yeah.
Everybody agreed last year that Overnax was going to be like 20 to 70 pulls, and Kai'Veza was going to be like 30 to 100.
I think it's one of those things that if the fight was exactly how it was during PTR testing, you'd have a better idea of where the boss is going to land pull count-wise, but the fact of the matter is it's going to end up being nothing like it was during PTR testing most of the time, right? They'll change up some of the sequencing, they'll change up how much damage things are doing, they'll make things easier, they'll make things harder, they'll add more health, or they'll subtract health, and they make the bosses different than they were during testing, so it's like, you're kind of guesstimating sometimes just how difficult a fight's going to be.
Yeah, Gallywix is a great example of this where we're kind of totally guessing, right?
Dude,
we didn't see it on any difficulty during testing, and there's very likely either a medium amount, or maybe even a lot of stuff that's not in the Dungeon Journal on Mythic, so we have no idea what that fight might look like. Its room sort of reminds me of bosses. I mean, it's a big circle, right? It kind of reminds you of bosses like Sire Denathrius and Blackhand, where you go through the floor and stuff happens on a different level. It would be so cool if that happened on Mythic on that fight.
I wouldn't be shocked if you see, like if you look at the Gallywix room occasionally, you can see how it's like segmented into like rings. I wouldn't be shocked if some of those rings get chopped off occasionally at some point.
Well, yeah, I mean they effectively do because they get the lightning, but
like
they actually disappear and get taken away. Yeah, it could be cool.
Yeah, there's something elevator-like about it.
Yeah, or the rings could rotate. You could have some rotating leftwards and some rightwards, and
that would be an insane rip. Okay.
And also we were noticing there's like arrows pointing down in the holes. I don't know if that's just like for fun, like go down here and die, or if
secret Mythic phase where you all jump down there. That could be fun.
Yeah. Interested on that. Yeah, Max last night during the interview, he was pretty much very blatant. There's a secret phase. We know about it.
He's very confident that there's a secret phase. Yeah, which, it would be a great bait by Blizzard if they've been doing all this work to misdirect and is not actually one.
It's just heroic with like one mechanic.
I mean, it would be kind of crazy if it was just basically a one phase, but a super brutally difficult phase that you have to do for 8 minutes. I mean, that would be new. It would be an innovative end boss.
Do you think it would be good?
I don't know. My guess would be no, but I'm in favor of them trying stuff like that if they think it'll be good.
You hear that he's just like coping for Blizzard.
Look, man, I'm basically always willing for anything, even if it's a mistake. I'm always in favor, if they think it might be a good idea, for them to try it once. It's when you see the mistake that they then run back a couple of times and start being like, oh, it's like, hey, we've got an exciting new borrowed power system. You gain one random item of it in the first month, and then all the rest of it's time-gated randomly, and you'll have a full set by mid-2034. Like, okay, I've heard this story before. I know it's not good. I'm not gonna extend much grace to that. But if they want to try something like, hey, we've got an idea for a one-phase Mythic end boss that's just like one super fun, super difficult phase with ability overlaps that kind of keep moving relative to each other and each have a different, it has a different texture based on where they are relative to each other, I could see that being a cool thing to do.
Yeah, there's a way to make that work. It probably couldn't be very long.
Yeah, it would have to be a short fight, like a 7-minute or something like that.
Yeah, like
probably at most. Yeah. Sarkarath was a great boss.
Yeah, it was a good boss.
It was 3 phases though.
Yeah.
That boss would have been better if P2 didn't exist. Just saying.
Like P2?
That phase sucked.
I thought P3 was by far the best part of that.
P3 was great, but P1 was. I loved P1 Sarkarath. I thought that was it was a full minute, and it felt like 20 seconds because it was so fast paced.
It was a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah,
I love really hard P1s on bosses.
Yeah, and your damage mattered the whole way through, which was that was a big departure from how the game had worked in a lot of the previous expansions.
Yeah.
Now we're actually kind of going back to a bunch of the last bosses, at least 2 of the last 3, and maybe Gallywix as well. Your damage kind of doesn't matter on pull again.
Yeah.
But because they've been doing the Sarkarath thing on Fireack and on Ansarac, where your damage matters in P1. But this time around, it looks like maybe that's not going to be true.
Execute seems like it's such a valuable damage profile.
Makes Execute so good.
We started watching heroic Mugsies earlier today, and they were basically wiping to the boss the moment they hit somewhere in around the 50 to 55 stack range. That's where people started to get one-shot by the boss, and that just proved how valuable Execute was going to be on that fight. Just having specs that are durable versus a lot of the boss mechanics while that boss has that enrage, because one of the mechanics is whenever the boss hits 40% HP, you start shooting this Gatling gun around in a circle, right? But what you don't see is that he's gaining like a stacking damage buff, and he starts at 30% increased damage dealt.
And then it goes up.
Exactly, it goes up. And so, by the end of the fight, Liquid was having like 50, 51, 52, somewhere in the order of around like 55, I think, whenever the boss was dying. And people were getting like time dilated on mechanics and stuff like that and barely able to survive. And so execute, super valuable to be able to make that phase shorter.
Yeah, because like back on a boss like Sire Denathrius, P1, you just didn't even think about
You
it.
stopped damage at the end of P1, which meant that basically any damage was irrelevant. If you're ever stopping damage, being a class that's good at the damage before it gets called to stop doesn't matter. Yeah.
And then go to Queen Ansarek. It was like, okay, how do we move the most minimal amount so that we can maximize as much damage as possible? Because this damage is going to carry out through the whole fight. And if we wipe at 1%, maybe we could have done that 1% P1.
Right.
And that's why we're like counting the like 0.1% as they enter into transmission or intermissions and stuff like that.
So it's like the last phase of Gahoon.
Yes, I'm blanking on Gahoon's the health kind of.
Well, you didn't hit him for a while at all, and then you shot him with a laser, and then he was like purely execute.
Yeah, it went straight into the execute phase.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you started out with the big abomination guy that you carry around tentacles.
Yeah, and Gahoon was like stuck in the wall.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. All I'm remembering about Gahoon is putting those stupid gateways down.
Yeah, 4 gateways, and you had to put the deep gateways in on the reset.
Oh my gosh, that
the worst. Or like I was Warlock, so you'd forget your self port, and you go to hit it, and you just wouldn't port.
Oh yeah, because you had to set your port up on top of where your gateway was.
Yeah.
Well, that was. I think that was. Okay, Uunat I think was worse, but I think that was probably the second worst class stack, in my opinion.
Just for mandatory warlocks.
Just from what it was, right? Not that 4 of a spec is like it's not very common, but it's not the most egregious thing. More often than not, it's because of damage.
Usually it's like, oh, we're playing 4 DKs on Sire because DK is OP and we like it, and AMZ is good. But like if you took one of them out, it wouldn't fundamentally change the texture of the fight. And if you got extra gear and you took out a DK and put in somebody that had less good damage and didn't have an AMZ, you'd be fine. You can't do that with a Warlock gateway, right? You take out a Warlock, you don't have a Warlock gateway, and all of a sudden you need to do like 4 hours of work to have your most mobile classes all somehow have a way to then simulate having a gateway there.
My guild poached worst guild's Warlocks at that tier because we needed Warlocks. We literally could not get 4.
Yeah.
Just drop a gateway. That's all we need from you.
That is literally we need this gateway worse than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to. What was the last like most egregious class stacking boss?
I think Uunat was by far the worst with the Warlock Ellie Shaman stack.
Yeah, so Uunat was, there was like 10 plus Warlocks played by Method, but they got world second. It was Pieces that came in with that. Their big world first with 5 Ellie Shamans and I think 3 locks or something.
Yeah, which...
So, Ellie Shaman was so sick for that fight. It was crazy.
I think that fight was probably the worst stacked, at least in like the modern era.
Yeah, I mean Zool Sub Rogues was pretty good, but that wasn't an end boss.
You only need 4.
You didn't. I mean, you didn't need any, but
okay, well,
yeah, you kind of needed a critical mass to justify not AOEing the ads, so that they could actually just, you played a third tank and you just funneled off of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a shame for Uunat. For people who don't know, it was part of like a 2-boss raid between tiers, and I think there was like an MDI season kind of around there, and maybe PvP. So it kind of got everybody was like, we have to take our time off work and stuff like that, and like commit to these tiers. And this middle one, we're gonna all kind of say doesn't count, but we're still gonna try hard, but not like go crazy. But those bosses were like fantastic.
They weren't
so cool.
They weren't like raiding a full schedule. They were taking days off and stuff like that. It was totally fine.
That's a shame because Uunat's I think one of the best bosses they've made.
I think so as well. I loved that fight.
Yeah, that's one because I was kind of on break because I took a lot of time off work. So then I was just like, I can't do another wins after a disastrous Jaina that we had. And
yeah, Jaina was that must have been a tough for morale, huh?
Oh my gosh, Jaina, yeah.
Yeah, so I was just like, I'm gonna sit this one out a little bit. We got a lot of new recruits. I think that's when Fired Up joined.
Yeah.
Got a lot of those people.
Dude, the start of PFA was tough for Liquid. I'm surprised that you were able to keep going because you start off with Gahoon. You get the whole comeback on Mithrax. The hype is there, right? First to the moon, first to Gahoon, all that's going on. And then the extend, almost kill, disaster. Then Jaina, we don't think we can kill this week.
Yeah.
Method kills it that week.
I think they dropped a healer.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, all right, that's
that was the Ashara healer drop, I'm pretty sure.
They definitely underhealed Ashara.
Then you take Uunat off, And then you come back on Ajara and you get the like you're progging for 3 days on a phase that then gets nerfed once Method catches up, and so like 4 tiers in a row that are all like tough for their own reasons, and still somehow after that, then Nihilotha comes out and
that was
skilled in the world by a lot.
That was a crushing victory.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
I remember as well. There was so many people because of how those 3 tiers had all had hope that were like, I'm not getting fooled again. Limit's gonna choke again. I don't believe it. Right?
It was not even close. It was days later, literally days later.
Ashara,
and you could see when people started to believe as well. Like it was like once the Zoth was at like 40% or something, and it's like, okay, hang on, right? Like they're doing it.
Yeah, just back on Ashara, it was so heartbreaking. Like we were like, we have this. It's over. We're gonna win. We just keep going at it. And like you said, they nerfed the P3 that was like near impossible. But before they nerfed it, we were starting to kind of get it.
Oh, that's the worst feeling, yeah.
Yeah, we had one attempt, I think, where we got through it or like close enough where it was like, this is doable. It was chaos, but we were able to do it. And then it gets nerfed. It kind of evened out. Method dropped a healer. They just were able to like Zerg the boss down at the end and finish it off. And it was funny, like, we looked at them and like, no way they can 2-heal it. Impossible. And they looked at us and like, no way they can 3-heal it. It's impossible. And we killed it like
reminds me of
Rygalon.
Rygalon was like pretty much the same thought process of like, can we drop a healer versus can we make this DPS check if we don't? And you just look at both options. You're like, these are both impossible.
Dude, Lords of Dread was ridiculous too with
with
the Bonesmith Hiremir armor.
Yeah, it's like, this has a 9-minute enrage. We don't have enough DPS to kill it in 9 minutes. What if we just fight it for 10 minutes instead? I don't know why I didn't think of that. Okay. If that's just the answer, I mean, all the fights are easy.
You had your DPS DK tanking with Bonesmith.
Yeah.
That was so stupid.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been more demoralized than Ashara, actually. I mean, because we're also jet lagged. And then,
you were playing in the middle of the night over in London. Yeah.
And then after it was dead, we knew our flight was like the next morning. And it was just like, what are we doing here? And somehow we still killed it.
Oh, man, that's tough.
Oh,
my gosh.
That's almost boomer WoW at this point.
It is. We're talking about that's like 7 years ago, yeah.
Was it really 7?
I think so.
2018, maybe? 20.
Okay,
before
6 years ago, maybe.
It was 2019. It was July of 2019.
Okay, 5 years then, and a bit.
Okay, that feels better, but
still a long time.
Yeah, it's still a long time.
Yeah.
We're doing a lot of these races now.
Oh my, dude! Yes, I feel the exact same.
What would you guys? I might go with Narrowbow Palace as like my favorite, as like at least as a spectator race of all time.
Your favorite race to watch?
Yeah.
For me, it's got to be Fire-Ack. Just because you remember the Fire-Ack back and forth, where for like a full day, both guilds thought they were in any pull territory, and you would you'd have both streams up, and it was like, oh my god, they're at 3%, they're about to kill it. Oh, they wiped. And you turn on the other stream, and they're at 10%, and it's like, oh man, and then they wiped, and you just go back and forth for a full day.
Yeah, I just love Narrowbow Palace. I just liked watching Kaiveza. Like, there's something about just how that fight was.
It was a beautiful,
so, like,
just watching the like geometry of the dashes and stuff. Yeah.
It was, I think, good for probably like other viewers too, because it was clear like what's deadly, what's not, and
it's all deadly.
Just get the boss dead. Like there was no other like weird thing to explain. It was just like they need to hit this boss and do this dance, and if they mess it up, they're dead. It's very clear, easy. Yeah. How about you, Tettles? You got a favorite to spectate?
I like Sepulcher. I think that there was it wasn't a super satisfying finish, which I think is the main criticism, but I think
the Fire-Ack finish, like the photo finish on Fire-Ack was,
I think that
really that was a nice part about it. Yeah,
I think that makes that raid insane, because the fact that any guild could have won and they were simultaneously pulling makes that raid insane. I really like Sepulcher, but I think that Amir Drasil is probably my fave.
Yeah, but you maybe have a little bias. You're kind of on the winning side.
Yeah, we were talking about Sepulcher and Mirror Symbol. We were casting.
I didn't cast that tier.
Oh yeah, I guess you were. Yeah.
I was at home.
Yeah.
Dratnos, yeah, you were in the celebratory side. We were here.
Yeah, it's
just going no way. Like those little point whatever % wipes. Oh my goodness, people are all crowded around. There's a TV over there. Everyone is.
Oh man,
there.
Do you got the things
like,
where like
on, and then just
you see that it gets low and kind of like everybody starts going, the cameras start running to be ready, and then they wipe and they go back. I remember that from Sylvanas, yeah.
Sylvanas. Oh my god.
And it's like, so it's Sylvanas, and it's like midnight, right? We're there, Sylvanas, we know it's killable, and they just like get these low pulls. All the production people rush out. They pull all the cameras out to get ready to film the world first reactions.
I can't believe that fight.
And then they wipe, and then they all kind of like slink back, and that goes on until 3:30 a.m. when they finally decide to, give up for that. I remember that was when you like wheeled out a barrel of hopium.
Hopium,
yeah. Yeah.
That was insane. And I remember you and I recorded our recap video after that. And it's literally like 4 a.m.
Yeah, because you were like, oh, should we record this recap video now? And it was like midnight. I was like, well, what if they just kill it at 1? And immediately this video is stupid, right? So we have to wait until Liquid's done for the day. And then it's 4 a.m. and we have to do it.
Oh my god. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was a horrible feeling. I needed that hopium.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was copium at that point.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's just a moment where you watch it. It's like, oh, they'll get it. They just need to get the reps in, and it gets later, and you're like, ooh, the fatigue's setting in.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that sort of, as it's getting close, like, say it's like 10 p.m., right? And you're just getting better faster than you're getting tired. And then at some point, there's an inflection point, and that stops being true. And that's when it starts feeling real bad.
And then you get the second wind. You're like, okay, I knew it. I knew they got it. And then that starts to fade, and then you're at...
And you know that if you go to bed, you're going to lose.
There are some elite race world first moments. Dude, that is crazy.
That was definitely up there.
I thought Airbar was sick.
Airbar was, it was definitely great.
Yeah, Ansarek was just a goated boss for me.
I think that Narrowbar would have been better if it was a bit closer on the finish.
Yeah, that was definitely something that sort of same with there have been some tiers like that where it's like, oh, if the other guild was, not a day behind or more, we would have had a more exciting finish.
The Nyalotha one would have been. I think Nyalotha could have been the best.
It was still so hyped because NA hadn't won in like 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. It was
still hyped.
It was so hyped because of it. But if Method was a little bit closer, it would have been insane.
Same with like Sepulcher, right? The finish in Sepulcher where, like basically one guild's like already going home and calling it. It's it takes a little bit of the excitement away from the end. Although all the races that have had not close finishes have at least had close, exciting bosses in the middle, right? Like even in Narrowbar where Liquid looked great the whole way through, there was very close back and forth on Kaiveza, on Silken Court, right? And it's just like Ansarek pulled ahead.
Ansarek was just like that was one of the best showings I've ever seen on Ansarek. That was crazy.
And it's just like Kaiveza, I thought Ansarek just like looked so good, like visually and how you'd move up the platforms and everything. It felt like something I could show somebody who hasn't played WoW in a long time. And like, this is what the boss is like now, and they'd be blown away. Like, what is even going on here?
Yeah. I think visually, Cauldron to Carnage is another one. Where imagine showing somebody from 2004 the dinosaur and the King Kong smashing into each other with all the lights and stuff, and being like,
this isn't Gruul's Lair anymore.
This is a World of Warcraft encounter,
This is not Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
This is WoW. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping Gallywix has got some like flashy Mythic mechanics, because right now it's pretty like brown and red.
I think that boss is sick. Like just
Gallywix?
Yeah. I think that boss is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the flavor's definitely there.
I guess you're right in terms of it's not as flashy as it necessarily could be.
I don't mind that though.
I like how he gets on the chopper head.
It's on a big mech. I think that fight's sweet.
I think that fight is sweet. Yeah,
it looks sweet, right? The question of like, is it fun to play?
Yes,
is very important, especially for players. Although for the viewers, that part doesn't even matter that much. If it looks good,
the viewers are just ready for Mythic, bro.
Yeah, I think the viewers liked Kaiveza, and I think
the players did not like Kaiveza because Kaiveza, to kill it, they had to execute this one tank strategy.
Where you're basically sacking your tank.
Yeah, you're sacking tanks, which meant any death was a wipe on anybody, and that is not fun to progress. There's a reason we have battle reses.
Well, yeah, exactly. They're completely omitting, they're giving rid of all of their battle reses to make sure that they're APT, then they're battle resing, then they're APTing again. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, because so much of this is, I mean, they're all good players and they have to concentrate a lot of time, but like you don't want to tilt at all,
right?
I mean, because if you die, you cost 10 minutes or whatever, 15 minutes, got to get back in there. Maybe it was a really close poll, and you're like, that could have been it if it wasn't me, and that gets into your head and maybe feeds to another one, and then to try and break that cycle is very hard.
You can lose a race too off the re-kill of a boss like that. Also,
yeah, re-kill has been an interesting thing because I think back before like Castle Nathria, you would have reclear, well, like whether you got reclear done in 2 hours or 10 was a huge variable. I think these days that has stopped being true as much. Like reclear is now something that they focus on having optimized, right? Where it's like, re-killing a boss in like 10 pulls is bad, and usually it's a lot less than that.
Didn't Echo have an insane Kaiveza re-clear last year?
Don't remember.
Like quick?
No, bad.
Oh, bad? I don't remember either. I think it was like inching in, it was like, ooh, it's taking them a while, and then they killed it.
Somebody had a bad Kaiveza. I don't remember what guild it was. I thought it was Echo, but maybe.
Yeah, those are a lot rarer than they used to be. I remember it because it used to be, like, part of the reason you extended on Gahoon was...
Shut up, Feta Devour her, yeah.
You're not sure you can re-clear that thing, in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Last hard, I guess Stone Legion Generals is a big...
Yeah, but you guys, like, Liquid...
Three-shot it?
Killed it very, very fast on the re-clear, which was crazy, yeah.
All right, well, it looks like we're having Max sit down here. He's going to get his headset on, prepare for the Secret Lab hot seat.
Yeah, you can see players starting to mill about, get ready to head home.
Yeah, we are.
So.
Oh, yeah, we're out of here.
We are at 12:16 p.m. or a.m. Hello, Max. How you feeling?
Hey, good. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. How's the chair? How's it feel to sit in that thing?
It feels amazing.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the right answer. That's what we like to hear.
Thank you. On these late nights, especially with some of these raiders who've been with the guild a long time, what's like I'm just wondering how people deal with, I don't necessarily like burnout, but just doing all these splits, all these characters, especially like tier after tier. Like how have you guys managed to keep so many people around? Like so many players have been here for so long.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. I think that I think it's like you have to like do it with a little like levity, It's got to be light. You got to do the run, and then you'll everyone feels it, You're like by the end of the second day, and you're just like, man, this is crazy. And we probably have another full day of this, like probably. It's unfortunate to break that news to you guys, which you guys are watching them. They like sit here have nothing to talk about all day and just having to figure it out.
We were talking about Gahoon for a while, I think.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure you guys are in the weeds, yeah. But there is I don't know, they're getting paid, so that's cool. So that's probably a reason. But yeah, I mean, like, people do this because they love it, because, like, you do all this prep for 6 months because you love doing the race. But, like, also back before, I always used to say, we just do this for the love of the game or whatever. That was true, but, like, when people were doing this for a long time, that you had, like, 4 characters, Like, we haven't gone into a world of, like, people having 15 characters and also they're making 0 money doing this. That probably helps, but... yeah, I don't know. It's just like you want to do this really fun thing. It's a requirement. You gotta do all this crazy stuff. It sucks, but like what comes after it is like you're having the most fun ever with your friends doing like really challenging content. And it's no one in the race likes it. It stinks. Splits stink, but you got to do it. And they're kind of almost over. We're more than halfway done.
Lights at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
How were the splits today in terms of like how are you feeling about how clean they were, the amount of wipes,
they were great.
Speed, and also how was the loot? Was that a good RNG, bad RNG? Anything to complain about that we can start?
I have no idea. I mean, we got a bunch of runs where we got like tons of very rare loot. So I mean, I'm assuming that's good.
It's gotta be good.
It's gotta be good. But like I don't know. Like every time I go back and talk to Bubba, he's like moving 10 things around in a spreadsheet and assigning someone else their main. And like that's the other weird thing about this. Back in the day when you did a run, you like kind of knew it was your main. You're getting traded loot as you went. Now it's like you have 15 of the same character, and then like randomly you just log over to get traded one run, and you just get like 20 items in your bag, and it's like, okay, I guess this is my main now. THD lock 12 or whatever. You just have to. It's just so weird, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I assume we have good luck. Who knows? We have a bunch of like mains and potential mains and coverage of a lot of other classes. Yeah.
We saw you guys were doing. I think you ended up doing like 3 of the Mugsy heroics. How was that with just like a full raid, no helpers? Was that easier, harder, different dynamic than having the helpers in, or is it more the same?
Way easier.
It's way easier. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Of course.
Liquid Raiders, okay, pretty good.
They're good, yeah. No, yeah, I mean, so we knew that it's too hard to like 15-15 efficiently.
Yeah.
You could split it a little bit. Like you could easily do like 25 5s, I think. I just don't see the point. Those 5 people, it's like you're not spending that time very efficiently. What are you really gaining? Just get out of the way. Don't wipe as much, get done. It's an important loot boss, but like You know, it's really hard. It's just because it's not 15-15able. You can't do 2 at one time. It's kind of like you just gotta get out of the way.
Do you like very rare items, just in general?
I don't really care. I genuinely don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
I mean, it's pretty reasonable. It seems like it's just like caused you guys a lot more splits over time.
Yeah, actually, think about it. It's like if there wasn't very rare loot, would we have not 15 characters right now? Maybe we'd have 12 or 10, or like, because basically all you need is tier and like a good run. But now it's not that. You need the god run with like all the best items. You know, that's like why we're doing normal, right? Like a very viable main character is someone with like normal, very rare loot, because it's like super high levels. Like who cares? You know, it's about having the right items.
Yeah. Have you made like any big optimization changes from last year to this one, or is it pretty much?
I have no clue, man. I am so far away from this shit. I don't want anything to do with this split stuff. I just like I make sure that we can kill the hard bosses as fast as possible. I try to like jump between runs and raid lead the harder bosses if I can, and then hopefully if like they're starting to get really down with it, like on their own, I can have time to spend on Mythic, which I spent a ton of today on. Like I have like such a really good idea of how we're gonna do literally everything on Mythic, especially now after seeing Heroic Gallywix. Like Mythic Gallywix is like a lot of seeing Heroic is very obvious how Mythic's going to play out, I think.
Okay, I'm going to ask chat really quick if they have a question. If you guys have any while you
everything else,
I'm good. Fill something in here.
You can take it.
No.
No. Go ahead. No, I in fact I insist.
Oh wait, me to chat?
Sure. Yeah. You are.
Well, they're coming in slow, so maybe we can just end the night there. But thank you for joining us, man.
I'm sure we'll have another day of splits tomorrow and any good chat.
Yeah. You guys don't want to know about Heroic Gallywix or anything?
Oh, we didn't know that was information that we could ask about, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to tell you the whole I mean, yeah, so what we did is we went off for 45 minutes. We didn't have enough time to do another split.
Okay.
An entire like normal into Heroic. And it's like we don't want to start staying up now. It's a bad idea. So we were like, we'll just go everyone get on their like main class and just like we'll test stuff for Mythic and also just like learn the boss. So I think we pulled like 4 times and then we had everyone up at 5% and just jumped off. So it's like it's very like just for anyone has it been killed yet?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so it's a very like normal killable boss. Like it's not like super crazy or anything. And it all makes sense. It's just like we just wanted to get some information on it and had some time to like talk about it for gearing and like comp reasons for Mythic and stuff. But yeah, it's like not super bullshit. Seems like a pretty decent fight.
Okay, awesome. The one question here is if you think you have a better beard than Dratnos. And a lot of
I've modeled mine off of yours, so I'm copying you.
Right now it's pretty tame. I just cut it down a lot. So yeah, he probably does. It looks longer at least, yeah.
I got mine. I bring into the barbershop. I bring in a picture of you.
No,
I do.
Do you really?
I do. I take the most recent picture I can find of you, and I go and I'm like this, please. That's what I do.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. Well, thank you, Max, for joining us. We'll let you guys get to bed. It's been a grinding day. You got another day of this.
Cool.
So have a good one. I missed what he said there.
He kind of believed it.
He just goes, Jesus, man, as he walked away.
Is that, can I check off Max humiliates a caster there? Does that count? Or is that caster humiliates
I liked
Max?
it, but, either way.
Is that the other way around?
Whatever you like.
All right, I think I maybe heard them say we got a transmog to raid. Oh, here it comes. Oh, we've got.
I like these. These are chair transmogs.
Chair transmogs, Horde and Alliance, $90 off. The Titan Horde and Alliance Edition chairs. TL.gg/secret lab. Use the code SLEV-TL/RWF at checkout.
What do we think SLEV stands for? Secret lab. What do you think?
Electric vehicle.
Oh, Evo.
Evo,
it's part of Evo, and then TL, that's Team Liquid. RWF,
yes.
that's Race the World First. So it all makes sense. It's not random letters.
Okay. Yes. Good code. Good code. Section. Yeah. So you do not take the picture in to the barber.
Well, you don't know. Maybe I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like you cut your own beard, or you trim your own beard. I feel like there's no way you go to a barber to get your beard trimmed.
It's a mystery.
Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we can do it as a charity incentive, Dratnos barber visit. I don't know. But yeah,
fun.
Get $90 off a nice Secret Lab chair. You can hear Max. Very comfortable. We have them here. I have one at home also. Very nice. I love. I like just having it loose, kind of rocking around.
Yeah, I like flipping the switch on the side, bringing it into sport mode.
Yeah. The one here, I don't know if we've got a camera on and they can see, but it's got like a little pull up
It's got that's the Secret Lab recliner, which is not in the frame right now, but is down at the bottom. And the production's going to be very annoyed because they have to manually adjust the camera that's aimed at it, so they can't just pan down to the bottom of it right now. But there is a recliner at the bottom of it that is very poggers.
Yeah, beautiful. Can we buy the liquid kind of chairs, or do you have to get them here only? Maybe.
Oh, there it is. They do have a camera on it. Look, they've turned that other one. Oh, genius. That's the one they can remote control. But yeah, there's the recliner on
chair.
it. There, down there. Oh, there's my. There you see. Oh, my finger just in the front. There, right there. That's
you can pull that out.
Yeah.
Recline it.
It goes up and down.
All sorts of things. Yeah. So thank you, Secret Lab, and thank you guys for joining me. And I think we're gonna call it for here, and then come back, just me and Tettles, for some After Dark.
Yeah. What are we doing After Dark tonight?
We're gonna talk about Raid Comp, just kind of how it's made. We're kind of stealing Dratnos' video ideas at this point.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Everything that starts with the Dratnos video normally ends up successful.
I have like 10 changes I want to make already to my Raid Comp video that I made like 3 days ago.
I don't know if are we predicting the Raid Comp, or are we talking about how a Raid Comp is made?
A little of both.
Okay.
Yeah. A little of just where to start and then how to kind of funnel it down.
All right, quickly, what do I need to, what do you think I should add?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, never mind. All right,
yeah, that's for tomorrow's After Dark.
All right,
I ain't helping. Yeah.
Well, what's tomorrow's After Dark?
Yeah, we're just Raid
We
Comp
roast your Raid Comp. Yeah. Me and Cams.
We baited.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on, we're competing. You get points per spec you get right or something.
Dude, Fantasy Race to World First would be so fun.
Fantasy Race to World First Raid. Would it be Raid Comp or would it be player?
Do it all. Do it have all the different categories? Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. We're going to bid it up.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for joining us, Dratnos.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. And thank you
good shift.
Also to Coinbase for being our presenting sponsor. You can head over to tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF. Use code TEAMLiquid20 to sign up. Get $20 free, and also get a chance to win one of these jerseys and the grand prize of being flown out to the next race. There's nothing funny about that. This is
serious business, Tettles. Can you please grow up and act a little professional here?
You can shake Dratnos' hand if you show up here.
Sure.
We can put that down. Talk about Date with Kalamazzi, Jack cameo video, maybe tier list with Tettles.
Good times.
That'll work.
Something like that. Handshake from Dratnos.
Handshake from Dratnos.
So Chef Heidi meal and pet the dogs. Can't wait to see whoever comes out for that, if we're still here. Who knows what next
After this shift, I think there's some bad chances for all three of us. Yeah.
Oh no, this is so bad for us.
Again, tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF.
I need you guys to sign up for this so bad right now because our jobs are in jeopardy if you don't.
And the QR code. Enter code TEAMLiquid20. And if there's a note section, put, Cam's
Dratnos sent me.
Exactly.
Leave the others out of it, but yeah, Dratnos sent me.
Dratnos sent me. All right.
All right. Yeah, and EU is allowed as well. So long flight. Very fun. But I think that's it for the shift, and we'll head into the After Dark. So thank you, Coinbase again, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo, and also the charity partner. You can donate there, tl.gg/RWF-donate, and we'll start After Dark in 10-ish, 15 minutes. I'll see you there.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
Was my problem. This is my future.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Coinbase. I'm Cams, joined by Pedals, and we're going to be doing a little raid composition, kind of theorizing, strategizing, maybe predicting. But first, we do this little recap now at the beginning of the show, where we have to, or at least I do, have to recap what happened during the day within 30 seconds. And I think it gets cut down if I get things wrong the previous day. And then there's a wheel if I miss things. And I did not even prep for this at all.
Am I helping you?
You can if you want to, but there's a negative, there's a wheel that comes out if I mess it up.
Okay.
So maybe we can get a timer for this recap. And I'm going to try and think of what happened today. While this timer comes.
I feel like I have a pretty good idea of what's going on.
What was breakfast?
Do we have to name breakfast?
Okay, no, never mind. I remember breakfast.
I don't know what was for breakfast. Beef broccolis for dinner.
Now I'm forgetting lunch. But we still have time because there's not been the timer yet.
Oh, God, what was for lunch?
Okay, here it comes.
Some chicken and pasta was for lunch.
All right, there's Rise and Raid, but it's not Rise and Raid anymore with I and Jack in the morning. Then the Raiders got in. They started going, and they had breakfast, which was breakfast burritos and some like potatoes and eggs. And they have like oatmeal and stuff like that, and then there's some splits.
Yeah, normal splits. A lot of normal splits.
A lot of normal splits. And then lunch. Oh, we have 10 seconds. Lunch was, I'm forgetting, we'll come back to it. Beef broccoli for dinner.
Yep, exactly. And heroic bandit, lots of heroic bandits. There were some heroic Mugsies with just full raiders. There was a Gallywix pull that was off stream.
I think I forgot lunch, but Kalamazi, what was for lunch?
It was pasta. It was the pasta and chicken, wasn't it?
No, I'm not
yesterday?
Sure. I haven't gotten any buzz or anything. Did I pass?
Wait, we lost? How did we lose?
30 seconds.
We said beef broccoli for dinner. We did say that.
Yeah, we got dinner. Oh. I'm giving 2 zeros.
How do we lose?
I think a wheel comes out.
Oh my
God. And if I get less time tomorrow, I'm going to have to actually prep for this. But maybe that kind of ruins the spirit. Prepping.
Yeah, I think it kind
30 seconds is quick. I spent a long time on breakfast and trying to remember.
You kept talking about breakfast burritos and Rise and Race just over and over.
I have it even on here. It's Rise and Race. Okay, so we got this wheel. We've got beans. Minus 10 seconds. That's on the wheel.
Oh.
More beans. -5. Beans. -10. Beans. -5.
Like baked beans?
We'll see.
Was it?
Oh.
It's crazy that thing's got sound effects.
Yeah. I believe that's oots. Oh.
It is beans. No.
No, it's minus 10 seconds.
Oh, it's definitely beans.
No way it is. What is it?
It's minus 10 seconds.
Can we get a zoom on that? Was that the sound effect from Fez? Did I nail that?
Your Honor, it's minus 10 seconds.
On the camera, it really does look like beans. Ooh,
yeah.
Don't touch it too much.
But the thing is it was because it wasn't angled exactly at the camera. If you angle it exactly at the camera, you see it's minus 10 seconds.
What's going to happen in production? See, I'll show you. Tomorrow I have 20 seconds. I escaped the beans.
I was hoping you got beans so bad. Was chat chanting for beans as well?
Let's see. 1 second, I have stuff hidden here. Let's see what chats. They're saying it was beans. I think they're trying to call me out. Some people are understanding the perspective that happened here.
Yeah.
Do we just meet in the middle? Do like -5 and beans?
-5
and a half a bean?
No.
And bean?
Like like baked beans like out of a can?
I'm not sure yet.
Like with a spoon?
I hope not.
It's like a very British thing, I think.
Boozled beans.
Oh.
You want a bean?
I wish it was 8.
I have to eat as many as the day. So day 2 is fine.
Oh.
But some of the bean boozles are good, right?
Yeah.
So I could get lucky, or maybe production is already. Actually, they wouldn't know, huh? Because they look the same, so they wouldn't know. I think production's committing to the 10 seconds. So
I think we're committed to the 10 seconds. Okay, so what are we doing with the After Dark today?
We're doing the raid comp.
Okay.
Here, and I've got this laptop. We've got the Wowhead raid composition tool, little spreadsheet type thing.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. I've made many YouTube videos talking about raid comp, and this is the thing that I always bust open just to be able to kind of drag out the class, because it also tells you like what raid buffs you're getting, and I think that's pretty valuable.
Oh, I did. Oh, yes, down here at the bottom.
Yeah, at the bottom, exactly.
Yeah, we can go and make sure we've got everything covered. But I think we should hopefully get all those covered on our own.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about building a raid composition, what
Building
you're
a
kind of
raid
looking
comp,
for,
yeah.
how valuable it's going to be, because it kind of depends on raid size as well, what the best specializations are. But I think, you know, a really good starting point, though, is raid buffs. I think that's the obvious, like, big starting point is getting, like, one of every specialization, or one of every class, rather.
Yeah, I mean, something like mage is easy because you don't have to really think about spec because everyone plays everything. But something like the druid is like, is it going to be your tank player, a healer player, a melee player, a range player?
Yeah.
It's a lot more complicated. So you kind of go, like, druid is like one of the last picks that you'll go into.
Tank and healer is kind of an interesting decision point as well, because some tiers, you know, healing can actually be pretty flexible with what you can play. There's a lot of healers that are good, or, you know, all the healers are around the same level. Some tiers, a couple healers blow the other ones out of the water, and that's like a big difference maker. And in addition to that, tanking, kind of a similar situation. Do we need DK utility? Do we need a bop, bubble cheese for a fight? If not, maybe we're playing something that's going to be a little bit more flexible. Is there some utility that's going to be provided? Is the, you know, I think that last year we saw Bear Druid a lot because DPS and Healer Druid were both really bad. And, you know, Tank can really be flexible depending on kind of what's going on with your comp.
Yeah, yeah, like on Ovanax, it was like they had to bring some DKs into Tank, and then it was like, okay, where do we get the Druid now?
Exactly.
And they brought in a Feral, and then I think maybe the Europeans did Boomkin?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're, even with these guilds being like
Euros play
simmed out, optimized like crazy, they still make different decisions.
Euros played Moonkin on Ansurek as well, and Prot Paladin?
Ooh, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think they did different tanks there also.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so do we want to pop in to this laptop feed here? So I think we can just safely just drag one mage. We'll just do safe with fire.
So it's from research, it's been fire or arcane.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
There's a lot of good execute this tier, and I think that arcane actually has pretty good execute, especially compared to fire.
True. But mages are supposed to be good. Do we want to do 2 mages right now, or do we want to kind of fill that in once we've fixed all the buffs?
I think let's start with the buffs. I think
Okay.
let's start with the buffs, and then we can
Start with the buffs.
kind of calculate what.
All right, next easiest buff. Let's see. We want a rogue. I have no idea what specs are good. I
think they're sub.
A sub? Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'll just believe you. And a sub is coming in. All right, next easiest. I mean, we need a warlock. Affliction, Destro, kind
They're
of.
both good. I think they're mostly going to be AF this tier.
Okay.
Just
All
from
right.
seeing what they're playing during some of the splits, it seems like it's mostly Affliction. Although Destruction can be very good.
All right, here's an interesting one, Hunter, because they do have a raid buff, but it only applies when the boss is above 10% HP. So it's this tier with a lot of like execute bosses. They're not really going to be that useful, but I still feel like you'll want one.
You'll probably still want one. I think
Yeah.
Beast Mastery is by far the best Hunter specialization as well.
Yeah, and also they just, I mean, if they're like any other tier, BM just does crazy single target damage. And so on One-Armed Bandit and Mugsy, they're just going to be good anyways, regardless of Hunter's Mark. Okay, so Priest. I do know, we're just going to want a Disc Priest. Cover the Fortitude.
There's a question as to whether or not we want multiple disc
Another,
priests.
yeah, and I think they could maybe play Holy on some fights.
I think a lot. People were looking at double disc. People were looking at double disc and a holy. People were looking at one disc, one holy, double Mistweaver. I think that there was a bunch of different comps floating around. I would honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if we see one disc, one holy, one shadow priest.
Okay.
Or one disc, one holy, 2 shadow priests. Even shadow priest is actually quite good too.
Yeah, shadow priest has been. Do we want to rip a shadow in here yet, or still? No, let's stick to the buffs.
Okay.
Stick to that.
Stick
Okay,
to the buffs.
Paladin.
It's ret.
This one, it's definitely not holy from what
It's
I
ret or
understand.
prot. Holy's very bad.
Okay.
It's
or
ret.
Prot? You want to go with ret?
Yeah.
Pretty confident ret. Okay.
Ret was actually quite good, and then they ended up getting some last-minute hotfix tuning. Maybe it'll fall a little bit out of favor with some of that hotfix tuning, and you know we slide into Prot Paladin potentially. But I think Ret's good.
Okay. All right. And another thing with Pally, I mean, like Prot Pally being spell bop, maybe that could be useful somewhere. Sometimes that's like make or break on a fight.
Bubble tanking is completely nonsense occasionally as well.
Yeah, yeah. And just, I mean, having extra freedoms and lay on hands and heals and things like that, always helpful. But yeah, that's tank stuff. I always feel like I understand what they're going to go into the tier with, and then they pick something different, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, really just don't understand tanking. All right, let's go with Monk next. I think Mistweaver owns, from what I understand. So
Very good.
It's probably going to be that. I think Windwalker's not bad.
Both of them.
Pretty good.
I think it's one of the more stackable melee as well. I think that,
Really?
I think people were looking at minimum 1, maybe potentially 2.
Okay, so you.
I would at least put
that-
1. I would
okay.
at least do 1 right now.
Yeah, we're getting these raid, but we'll just throw it over there so we don't forget. Breaking a rule. Evoker. Now their raid buff is kind of mid. Like it's kind of nothing.
They don't have a raid buff.
Yeah,
Their raid buff
it's-
is Time Spiral, maybe.
Yeah, it's Time Spiral.
I think Dev isn't bad.
Yeah, Dev seems pretty good damage.
They're definitely not a raid buff, though, so we can skip Evoker.
Yeah.
Aug is kind of in a situation where Aug was normally their raid buff, because if Augmentation is good enough to bring 1, it's good enough to bring 2 kind of a situation for damage. But now Aug is so bad that you were never playing 1, so you're definitely not playing 2.
Yeah. Yep. And also Dev is kind of like, is it better than another mage? Is it better than another warlock or a hunter or, you know, a shadow priest?
I think you could fit 1 Dev into your comp pretty reasonably, though.
Okay, yeah.
We're gonna have some space.
They're different profile, yeah. We'll come back to it just in case there's not, but we'll skip Druid. I think that's the hardest one to pick.
Absolutely.
And maybe we'll go to Demon Hunter. I'm hearing good things about Vengeance and Havoc.
I think it's never Vengeance for raid. I think Vengeance is very good in Mythic Plus. I think Havoc is quite good single target damage.
All right, we'll rip the Havoc in here. Got a nice colorful melee comp here. We skipped Warrior. They've got the Rally.
Also need Shaman.
Attack power. Yes.
Arms and Prot Warrior are both very good.
We're gonna rip an Arms for sure.
I wouldn't be shocked to see 1 Arms and a Prot Warrior potentially. Like I think that Prot Warrior does insane damage. It's kind of difficult to, you know, it's one of those things that, like, if we're playing an Arms Warrior already, are we gonna also play a Prot Warrior? But I mean, Prot does the most damage by tanks, and that can be pretty valuable for Race World First guilds.
Yeah. Yeah, do we want to commit to a tank yet, or should we talk about DK first?
I think we need the Shaman buff, and then
Yeah,
we'll
the Shaman will go. Yeah, we kind of skipped Shaman here. Okay.
It's enhanced.
Ellie, pretty good. You think it's just enhanced still? Just
Absolutely.
odd hands? Okay.
Yeah, they're good.
Come over here.
They were OP, and then they got nerfed.
Yeah, do you think 1, or are they going to do the double? They've done, you know, Lip and Impact, usually a double Shaman.
Let's go to talk about DK, and then we'll think
Talk about
the vibes.
Dratnos is trying to sell me on Blood DK, or sell himself, or his guild, or something. He wants to play Blood DK from the sounds of it. At least that was yesterday. It might have changed. And I assume he knows what he's talking about. He does tank.
So DK I don't think is required from anything, just at a cursory glance. Of course.
Yeah, it's kind of a, do we need grips? Do we need Abomination limbs for some kind of just grab everything together quickly? You know, does that outweigh the benefit of some other tank?
Could be required for something on Gallywix. I mean, I've seen crazier stuff before. From PTR testing, though, it didn't look required.
Okay. Yeah, Mythic also, I mean, maybe data mine that figure something out. But do you think, if you don't do a Blood DK, do you think you just have any DK? Because they have AMZ, but they don't have.
I wasn't under the impression that DK
buff.
I wasn't under the impression that DK damage was that insane.
Mm-hmm. Trying to think of how many people I've even seen play one.
Atlas
Yeah,
has them.
Atlas and Lip.
And Lip has 3.
Mm-hmm.
But Lip is very diversified in the specs that he has. He has 3.
Probably on Ret.
He's got 3 DKs, 3 Rets, and 3 Enhances.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Yeah, I don't even know what he would play.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh. Well, so for tank, or do we want to skip DK, or do we think they're going to do one of any kind?
I am not necessarily a believer in the DK right now.
Okay.
I could obviously be convinced later on,
All right.
but I don't.
Yeah, we'll see what we have left. All right. Do you want to just commit
We
to
need a
Pro
Warlock.
Warrior? Oh, we got Affliction here.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
We do have Affliction. Yeah. I don't. You know.
We'll stick it. We can come back. We'll see how it looks. All right. All right. We can look down here even. Look at this. We're missing Mark of the Wild.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. Mark of the Wild, the big boy.
So Bear is good. There's a Druid of the Claw bear build where they pop part of the wild on pull and they do a lot of damage. That's quite good. Kind of saw bear last season. Moonkin is very good for like Styx Bunk Junker. There's a couple of AoE fights where Moonkin is fairly solid this tier, but they're all very early bosses. I wouldn't be shocked to see Feral play.
Okay.
I think that those are the 3 specs that are the most likely from here.
Okay, does Feral still like have funnel? I guess what is its? Does it really have a niche, or is it just kind of generic DPS?
It's just generic DPS. We're bringing
Okay,
the wild.
it's Mark of the Wild DPS. I mean, that's good. We'll throw the Feral in. All right, right now, pretty melee heavy, ranged, but I think the range is where we're going to be doubling up a lot.
Yeah, we're about to start grabbing some range. Okay, so
I think another mage. We'll just make him arcane. Just
grab a mage, grab a Shadow Priest.
Yeah, and a little Shadow Priest here.
So
all right, we've got like one more DPS, one more tank, and then,
we need
2 more healers, 2 more DPS, and 1 more tank.
I would grab another Shadow Priest.
You think? Okay, another Shadow Priest. I'm running out of room here. We'll just stick him over with the
Slam it in
healers.
group 4, yeah.
Oh, lose
I'm feeling another Mistweaver and a Holy Priest.
Another Mistweaver, another Holy Priest. So you're just going for throughput here. Just big raid throughput. Oh. So the trackpad's a little tough here.
Yeah, it's not old disc anymore, or Holy Paladin, where you're just applying raid-wide DR to your entire group. Those days are kind of behind us. Spirit Shell got completely axed. How Devo Aura ends up working with like the big raid-wide DRs. A lot of those got curbed a little bit, and so it's there's a lot more just like throughput that's really required for these fights. And Atonement, Radiance ramps on Discipline, and just the generic throughput of Mistweaver is fantastic.
Yeah, and Disc Priests, they're always just nice to, the absorbs. I guess they're not quite as like absorb crazy as they used to be, but
Probably should have said this at the beginning, but the thing is, we're kind of guesstimating is a lot of the problem. Mostly because the people that know what's actually good spec-wise did hundreds of hours of dummy and normal raid testing to try to figure out what they were doing, and they're currently sitting in a Comfort Inn hotel about half a mile away.
Yeah, and they're keeping that knowledge locked in.
Exactly, not to us, not to the casters.
There's a reason that they just did this all off stream and put all that time and effort into it. It was not for nothing.
Exactly.
It was to get the valuable data that they could sim, and then I think they even use that sim data to like influence who gets the items and the splits and stuff. It's very sophisticated here. Okay, so we've got 1 tank and a DPS left.
I like Dev Evoker.
You think a Dev?
Yeah, I think Dev's not bad.
Okay, let's move this over here. They're kind of a hybrid here. Hybrid melee range, sorta.
Yeah, I mean the Mistweavers are melees.
And that does, I mean, you get this. You come down here and see movement ability, Blessing of the Bronze. What is it? I can't even remember what it's like. 5%, 10% off your movement ability.
It's movement ability, yeah, CDR.
Yeah, is it 5 or 10%? It's something like that.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's maybe helpful for some people, but yeah, like you said, time spiral, just giving people an extra charge of the movement ability.
Let's click Prop Paladin. I think that.
Prop Paladin.
I think I'll feel okay with Prop.
So we're just cutting DK out of here completely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think DK is the generic best tank, but I don't really know that for certain. Was Stratos coping saying that he thought DK was the generic best tank?
No, he seemed serious.
He was coping about it though?
Or not
wanting to play it?
I don't know. I think he likes to play it.
Okay.
But
I don't know.
Could be wrong. Like kind of finding a reason, he's looking at it to be like, how do I fit the DK in here? But maybe I'm not sure. I know I watched his raid comp video, and I don't think he put a DK in, so he has changed his mind. But this was last night. He was saying, he's like, looking at this fight, I think I want to play a DK when he was watching Gallywix. But again, just normal. Those ads died pretty quick, but yeah, when you see a bunch of ads jump in on a Mythic fight.
It could be good for that boss, yeah, for sure.
But, I mean, do we want to like lock this in, or is there, I mean, 1 Warlock seems weird, but if Shadow Priest is good, it's kind of similar vibes there with the spread multi-dotting. And 3 monks.
I think
monk heavy tier.
I think maybe I would take out the Prop Paladin, take out the Feral, put a second Windwalker in. Put a Bear Druid in.
Wait, oh. You're going full rework here.
Start thinking.
Where am I going?
I think the Windwalker's good.
Second Windwalker?
Yeah, I think that's spec
That's
sims.
simming insane.
It sims insane. Which makes me think it's probably good. Maybe you could play second Ret somewhere, but I don't know if I believe that.
Ret Paladin. Okay, this is a very like unconventional comp. I feel like.
What a monk. It's a lot more monk than. I don't know. This call could be wrong. And
Yeah, this is a lot of monks, but if we got it right, like we call the 4 monks. You guys didn't see it was gonna be a 4-monk tier?
I don't know about the vision here. I don't know. I'm not. All right, we'll lock this in, I guess.
You want to lock this in? Do we dare?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all made up anyways.
Oh, production is saying we got it correct. That's the raid, the mathematically correct raid comp.
Great.
Okay, we'll lock this in.
I feel terrible about this.
Do we want to do like a quick second comp that it could be at the bottom, or do you think this is I mean, we've got everything.
Bro, it's just guessing. We're literally just guessing. Like, you start with all the raid buffs. We have like a cursory understanding of most of the specializations that are good that are being brought. Like, we know it's going to be probably arcane. We know it's probably going to be AF. Like, you're starting with a bunch of the same stuff, and then it's like, what is the random stackable DPS that we're going to see this tier?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the interesting question. But again, the only people who know that are in these other rooms that are over here. Like, this is not something that we're going to be able to figure out until Mythic progression begins.
Yeah, and also, like, is a grip mandatory? Is it worth the trade-off of using, like, a suboptimal class or spec?
Yeah.
To bring in over somebody who can just do a lot more damage, or maybe, you know, they bring enough Shadow Priests or Warlocks or something, then who cares if everything is stacked? You just dot everything up.
All right, whatever.
You just want to...
I'm over this. I could rethink this comp for literally hours,
Yeah,
and I just don't really want to... It's one of those things that's so hard to do.
And you're probably
Turn that sucker
trading
around.
like percentage, like, oh, if this one versus this one is like a 2%.
It's like I'm sitting here just like thinking, do I really want do we really want prop warrior? How do we feel about paladin tank? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and then if you get the pally tank in, are you really feeling that good about Ret?
I like Ret. I think Ret's good.
Like more than we only have one arms warrior. Do we want?
The arms got
Windwalker?
nerfed. Arms got nerfed twice though.
Okay.
Like, I don't know, man. If arms didn't get nerfed twice, then arms would be insane. Same with like a Havoc Demon. Havoc Demon you'd probably play 2 of.
I mean, I think this is at least a.
It's a good
comp
starting
that
point.
Could be discussed. You know, like if it came up later tomorrow, there's a discussion to be had about the 4 monks.
Yeah. If I'm right, I'm gonna feel like a genius. But if I'm wrong, then we're gonna never. We're not gonna bring this
But
up
at
ever
least
again.
there
Okay?
was like there was reasoning to it. Someone could see how we got here. That's at least the best.
That's true.
Yeah, I think we're gonna lock this in.
All right, well, let's lock this in.
Want to take a screenshot of this thing?
Don't bring this back up if it's wrong.
Yeah.
But if it's right, I'm gonna flaunt it around. Okay, these are the rules here.
If this is wrong, just erase this.
Make it go away, exactly.
Yeah, erase the VOD and then make one that's like not exactly what they do, but close enough that'd be like, this is what they made. And
all right.
That once they get into Mythic, we'll have a good idea.
Thank you so much for having me on the After Dark cams.
Oh yeah, hopefully people kind of got to see some of the thought process and how a raid is built. I mean, you got all these buffs. You got to get through and.
Yeah, until you show up to Gahoon and realize that you need 4 warlocks,
Yeah.
and then, you're in split prison.
They bring no buffs, so then you got to figure out what other things you can get rid of to fit them in. But yeah, thank you, Tettles, for joining me. And thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring this segment, this After Dark. Oh, thank you. And thank you to our charity partner for partnering with us, the Pasadena Humane Society, tl.gg/RWF donate. You can also check out some of this apparel that we're in. I've got, one second. I got this Cauldron of Carnage. Nice.
That hoodie's fire.
Hoodie on. I don't know what the back looks like.
It's got the Cauldron of Carnage boss encounter on the back. It says Undermine Showdown. It's got the monkey and the dinosaur on it.
Yeah, tl.gg/RWF for some of that. Jerseys, some good stuff. Maybe mouse pads, I believe. I don't know if I.
Oh yeah, there are mouse pads.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are good. Oh, here they are. Oh, those are awesome. I want that.
There's also swim trunks. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I saw the Atlas picture. Looks good. We got the derp dinosaur going on. I want that bottom right one. That's crazy colorful.
I think I got the bottom left one.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go look around for that. I'm just using the generic like blue liquid one.
I think the jerseys from this tier are also insanely cool.
Yeah,
I like the white.
Everything looks good. They were like kind of a rock and roll theme for the last kind of metal last few tiers, and now it's all Cauldron of Carnage themed. Looks great.
I love it. Big fan.
Yeah, so thank you for Liquid for all that stuff, and also thank you to all the sponsors: Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo. Make sure to tune in bright and early for Rise and Race with Automatic Jack and Aya, and then the Raiders will be in there for some more splits. It'll be very exciting, so can't wait to see everybody then. But before, don't forget to sign up on Coinbase, tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF. Use the code TeamLiquid20 to get free $20 and also enter to win one of these jerseys and the grand prize of getting flown out to the next race. We can't wait for that to happen, for the winner to be chosen. Hopefully they tweet about it so we know in advance who's going to show up here. But thank you, Coinbase, and thank you for sponsoring this segment. I'm Cams, Tettles, a good raid comp. We can't be wrong.
And an even better night.
Yes, an even better night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, we're out of here.
How about this to celebrate our spring championship? I celebrated by getting a new Honda Civic Hybrid. With style, power, and fuel efficiency, it's next level awesome. Get in. Why didn't I think of this? How do you return a billboard?
The Alienware Pro wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related.
The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
Quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.